shades, and you follow but love like a mad cat. Throw your jokes like a shouting blade. Oh, are you trying to kill me, babe? Oh, with your lips so tight. Oh, are you trying to steal my breath? Oh, with your dance like fire. And I can barely look at your sticky hair without having to cry, my babe. I could spill this war in the streets just to have you for once by my side. Oh, are you trying to kill me, babe? Oh, with those lips like fire. Oh, are you trying to steal my faith? I shall be cursed, you're my hero's friend. could get this started. Same old song, new dance, no chance, so little broken hearted. Yeah. Got no time, I can't play games with somebody else trying to change the rules on me. So keep your seat, your key, no need. It's the last time you probably get away from me. Looking for another place to be, 'cause I don't like sympathy. No, I don't wanna look to see somebody snatched away from me, but I'll be here if I'm standing for it. No, stand if I do. You think you're too cool, fine line between the old school and new fool. About all them things that you had, now it's gone and you bad, it's your bad. But listen, no tears will I ever cry for the man turn a blind eye while his brother died. No chance will he ever see the least bit of sympathy, just a taste of reality. I'm just gonna say it now. Not yet where I wanna be, at least I ain't living on my knees. My God, wise man once said to me, be the change that you wanna see. Yeah, looking for another place to be, 'cause I don't like sitting on my feet. No, by the time I finally look to see somebody snatched away from me, but I'll be damned if I'm standing for it. No, and I'll be damned if I do. Yeah. See, I can't go for that no more. No, ain't gonna let the wool over my eyes. No, I just don't get it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Once again, my name is Joshua Gayling. We got Dan Curran alongside me in the box. It's day one of the race, and it all starts here. We're so excited up here in the commentary box. There's so many different stories that are coming out of today, and Dan, well, we're about to get started.
Well, I'm excited because I was just enjoying the live feed there, like some amazing footage of some of our past champions, our races, some of the action that's happened over the years, and this year was no difference in prologues. You know, a little bit of excitement in the vehicle category there, where we had not just one, but two rollovers. So our vehicle yesterday went out. Unfortunately, it was Travis Robinson, one of our heavy hitters, put it on its lid, and again early in the pro class category of running. So a few guys got a run, and then AJ put it on his lid straight out on the second. Oh, that was the rerun. So Carl Habe got a third rerun, which is totally acceptable. You know, he was blocked on a yellow flag, and he's put it on second in the box. So it was crazy. There was a lot of action happening, I'm telling you that. And I tell you what, looking through again, you know, Greg Gartner was there, the first man to win in a Tinder, in a trophy truck. And, you know, it's going to be so exciting because we've had a great run with trophy trucks since with Toby Price, and now Bo Robinson currently sitting on the top step. He's been the man to beat for many, many years. He's been on that podium so many times. He's standing on the top step right now. Can he hold it the whole way? Because he was the guy last year. He was pushing everyone along, and unfortunately just had that oil pump or that drive belt issue on the way down. On the way home, made up something ridiculous like 7 spots on road on the way home against the best in the Australian desert racing scene. Absolutely mad. Is this his year?
Yeah, no, definitely is. So many different storylines, and we really do hope the Robinsons get up there. And it was chaotic yesterday in prologue. Every time we had a look somewhere, something was going on.
Well, talking about the Robinsons keeping that flow going, Trav seeded out of 14th position. So if you're watching the OBR team, 14th position for Trav. That's a seeded position after the roll. And I'm pretty sure AJ is in 70th position. So sitting currently on a seeded start. And that's very fair for those guys. I don't think anyone would argue those positions. Both guys that have stood on the podium previous. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Because of the dirt situation and the weather situation this year, Josh, I think we're going to see a very fast year. It is heavy. It is, it's rough. Everyone has said how rough this year is. And then the other big talking point, again, we'll get into it, but it hasn't been for a number and a lot of years. I'll look up the exact stat in a minute, but it's been years, might be 2001 since a bike won the prologue outright. Liam Walsh, the giant killer, the cousin of David Walsh. Look, the story just writes itself, doesn't it?
Oh, it definitely does. And you got Cal Norton second off the line. You've got 2 young guns raring to try and get that first win, and that's the thing. And then you've got 8 King of the Desert titles between the 2 on the second row, like David Walsh and Ben Grabham. One absolute fight that is going to be off the line.
The kings of the desert right behind them. Yeah, that is an interesting story there where you've got, like you said, 2 hungry young wolves that want their first title versus the guys that are trying to separate themselves. Because really, you imagine if Grabbo got a 5, imagine if David Walsh got a 5. So that battle itself is absolutely entertaining. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. Yeah, and again, this track, it's just going to be absolutely amazing today. We've had all the right weather conditions leading up to Finke. This has a real 2013 feel to it, Josh, which is the year that Hayden Bentley ran from 13th to 1st on day one. So this is going to be one to watch your splits, keep everything interesting, because I reckon we're going to see some really crazy stuff this year.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's all going to be in that run down to Finke. We're going to be watching our checkpoint times intensely over the next couple of hours, and we cannot wait. It is really, really rearing up to be an awesome field of competitors, and just in every class it gets more interesting and more interesting. Like, you look at production 4-wheel drive, Craig Lowndes went out there and set a stonking lap time yesterday, and then you had the Ford Performance boys of Brad Lavelle came out in 2nd in that class. So they're going to be fighting down the track, and let's see whether it's the Chevy or the Ford that's got that reliability on this Finke Fink track. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be absolutely amazing.
That is an amazing story. You're right. Production four-wheel drive, factory manufacturers, big name drivers and the weird thing about that is the American driver's in the Australian car. The Australian car driver is in the American truck, so that always keeps it entertaining. But that Ford versus Chevy story is absolutely unreal, because I personally got a few texts and said, oh, I don't think the Chev's going to keep up with the big turbo Ford, and that was not the case. Lowndesy absolutely smoked the prologue. Now, let's give credit where credit's due. We're talking about Craig Lowndes.
Yeah.
The man can steer anything with wheels. He's a go-kart legend. He's a V8 supercar champion. He's a Bathurst legend, and now he's a desert legend. So it's going to be great to see that battle. But Brad Lovell, exactly the same. Short course off-road racing in America, done long course stuff, done the Ultra 4 stuff. Brad Lovell is no stranger to this, and he actually really knows. Like last year, so 2023, they ran the Baja and won that class in that vehicle, and then brought it over to Fink and won that class in that vehicle. So, I mean, I think the key there is to understand that Brad knows how to make that car live. He will finish.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's going to be on and off the gas all day as we look down on the start line. Look at that Havey machine, the number 56. What a drive that was to put it where it is.
Well, a crazy story about this. Carl Havey, like he's had many amazing vehicles. He's had trucks over the years. The guys, the Havey crew, they build the Element vehicles out of South Australia down there. And again, what a beautifully turned out. Another one, man, I've been getting texts all day. I was literally talking to a mate this morning. I was just saying, watch the Haveys. The rougher it gets, the faster they go. Those cars just handle the rough so well, and we're going to see a really good race there. And Carl's starting out a second. Oh my goodness. But Bo Robinson right there. The Browns right there as well. Amazing. I was talking to Dan Hardman, who was navigating for Andy, and he was just saying about how much traction that four-wheel drive system provides. They actually thought that they had a pretty quote-unquote cruisy run around the prologue, puts them in third position. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and it's gonna be great to see finally one of those all-drive buggies out there on the Fink track, and to see where it puts them in position at the end of day one, and whether it will be able to just smash through that that hard stuff that we've got out there. So it's going to be very interesting. But I'm hearing stories up and down the track. Like, that's the great thing with the technology that we've got this year, is that there's people down there with Starlink that I've been speaking to, and they say it's really, really dry down that end. So it's really, really interesting. And again, with a little bit of dampness in the track that would have been put in this morning over the little stadium section, it's all to play for. It's all to play for, and I think that's the place to be this morning if you're here at the venue, the Chicane Lounge.
Yeah, listen, you just get such great viewing from that spectator point. It wasn't so many years ago that it was essentially just a giant S coming in here.
Yeah.
But now the crew here at the Fink Committee have made, jumps and whoops and chop, and you really can see everything. And we've got the big screens going as well on the back of trucks, and now it is just a party atmosphere. Again, it's a little bit sleepy at the moment.
Yeah.
The sun's only poking its head over the ranges, so you'll stick with us. But what we're saying is that it is amazing here, and it's a vibe.
Oh, always. It's always a vibe here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Look at that iconic backdrop and the start-finish line. It's absolutely awesome, and as the sun rises. But I love our production crew. Look at this. We're live down at Fink, ladies and gentlemen. We've got pictures once again, so we'll be bringing you some action from the Fink end, and we'll get to see who comes flying through there, first on the cars and then in the bikes.
Yeah, listen, Josh, absolutely amazing. I know I harp on about the old days, and people talk about Fink and a range of things, but like one of the amazing things about Fink now is what you can see and the ability to understand. Like, there really was only just ABC radio back in the day that was playing around the place. You used to tune in on your car, and it was just the commentary, and it was paper copy information. They used to print it out, and if your rider got down, you're over there under the dyer's shed over there having a bit of a look around and hoping that your bike number came in. Now we've got live shots. You can cheer your rider in, your driver in. Yeah, there's truly some amazing things there. Yeah, Billy Getty's warming the truck up over there. So those guys in this morning weather, there is a fair bit in these, particularly the trucks and buggies, running in the gearbox and making sure that the diffs are up to temp. A lot of these vehicles now with the Motex will have, data logging systems systems that, you know, allow you to understand the temperatures of all of these components. And again, there's a bit of a loop going over there. You'll actually see that's the Westline truck. It looks like the guys are possibly, and again, we were talking about doing that braking, getting the brakes up to temp, because, you know, they know that they're going to have to brake just up here, and, you know, they want to have that pedal feel. You don't want to come into the stadium with no brakes and essentially with no booster arrangement. These are just all manual braking, all race setup, big CNC style setups. And, you know, they're very, when the pads are cold, they essentially have no brakes. Feels like a sponge underneath your foot. So, you know, you want to get the heat into everything, make sure everything's warmed up, get all that, you know, metal up to the point where it's not going to fatigue unnecessarily. So, yeah, absolutely great shots here. And again, look at that sun just going between the gap there, you know, like, it is a beautiful spot to be. The weather has been absolutely beautiful. Yeah. You guys can see, normally this would scare us with no breeze, but it's made it beautiful because there is not a lot of dust. Again, if we said there's no dust, that's a lie. I think there's no. But comparatively, compared to the last couple of years, there's going to be minimal dust compared to. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out as well.
Yeah, and just a reminder to anyone down the track, if you are listening into us, if you've got those awesome capabilities this weekend, please a reminder, 30 metres away from the track, ladies and gentlemen. So we just can keep this event running. We've got helicopters going up and down the track with police personnel. So we just want to make sure that everyone is 30 metres back. So please, everyone, listen to that. Listen to your officials this weekend, and we'll have a great rest of the event as we look at Bunda. And oh, these shots, Dan, they're absolutely amazing. Look at the sunrise over there.
Yeah, beautiful. Bunda, well known for being one of the rough spots down there. Essentially set up, Josh, right near the water tower down there at Bunda, and we're going to be able to see some really good racing there. There's some great whoops in that section, and it's quite choppy. A little bit of a high-speed road section as well, just jumping on and off to go around essentially the water tower. So, you know, it's a very famous, iconic spot. I remember pre-running back when I was a wee lad on my dirt bike, and you get the photo with the Bunda water tank. And I tell you what, that's one of those bits that always, you know, fit in. And again, look at the sun rising over Redinga now. So again, we've got multiple cameras set up down there, and that's going to give us a really good understanding of gaps, times. You know, sometimes it's hard to visualize with just numbers in front of us on a spreadsheet, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong, that information is awesome. It's real, it's facts. But sometimes, you know, when you see a car 2 minutes in front, that gap waiting for the next car is almost unbelievable, isn't it? Like last year when we saw the vehicles come in, and again, that's the first time we've had feed down the far end. You know, we had that running. It was absolutely amazing.
And look at that, we've got deep well as well. Oh, this is absolutely amazing. So that's one of the checkpoints you would have seen, just one of the pedestrian vehicles going past. That will get closed down a little bit in a little bit, just so we make sure that everything is all good and running, and our competitors can go full pelt down to Finke.
Josh, you're a bit more local, and I haven't been down this year. Have they done a lot of bitumen work down the service road? Because I know it used to be you got a little bit past the airport and it was pretty much, you know, dirt from there. But then they bitumen down to, well, I don't know what you guys call it, but that sharper corner, probably about 30 k's down. Have they kept going down a fair bit?
So they've gone down a little bit further. You pretty much, so it's from the edge of the pavement there. You've got maybe 5 or 6 k's to the Alice Springs Off-Road Club. And yeah, it is dirt still out there, but yeah, that's with the remoteness of this great place.
So if you've never been here before, guys, this is down at Mount Squires now. And to try to give you an idea, basically the back of the camera would be pretty much on the service road at this point. This part of the track comes quite close to the main service road, as we call it. It really is where the old Garn used to run. So where we race is the service road for the old Garn road. So yeah, it's very interesting that it's so close. And again, we get these amazing views, but that does come with, as Josh was saying, that set of risks that we are managing. Again, 30 metres back from the racetrack at any time. There's a heap of plateaus. Listen, honestly, the best view isn't a metre off the track anyway. That's not a real thing. No. The best view is try to climb up on one of those sand dunes, get a fire going, get the back of the ute, have a within reason, a cold beverage, you know, obviously you get a designated driver and all those sort of things. But again, get yourself a little bit high. One year we sat, and it was actually exactly where Travis Robinson had a real wild moment, about 35 kilometres down. There was a few. Matty Hansen had a wild moment there. We just happened to be there. Young Josh Curran and myself sitting on top of a ridge there watching, and we could see about 6, you know, ridges either way. And we saw maybe 4 or 5 kilometres of track. It was just absolutely brilliant. You don't get that experience, you know, 5 metres off the track.
Oh, no, definitely not. And like, I've been out there and seen some amazing things over my years from some great vantage points, and you don't need to be right there. And it's better to be up because you can hear the cars screaming down towards you, and just every nuance of these cars, the shocks preloading and unlifting and all those crazy things. And you could see that driver in that driver's seat just smashing at the steering wheel. So it's awesome to see. And the brave people here at the start-finish line, it's a little bit chilly. We're up in the comp box. We've got a little bit of a heater situation going on. So we're not too bad, but it's awesome to see that we've got a bit of a crowd starting to form here, because the anticipation definitely is building.
Well, something that raises the anticipation is our #1 qualifier just rolled in as well.
Yep.
We just had that footage on the live stream of Bo and Shane Hutt turning up, so it's going to be great to see those guys. They do have clean air start this year, and these guys know this track. I mean, they're WA boys, but they've set up a shed here.
Yep.
They are basically Northern Territory locals, aren't they, Josh?
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I think with Finke nowadays, if you really want to be at the pointy end, you've got to have a shed here. You've got to have a workshop here. So if something does go wrong during race week or during prologue or something like that, you can quickly go to that shed, rip it all down, get it all back to where you need it to be, and then get out again. So like, that's the thing. These teams are bringing spares and spares and spares, like drive shafts, and yeah, there's so many different things that are brought into this event.
Even time on the track, Josh, you know, now guys are going down, they've got, I wouldn't use the word like in the American sense dedicated pre-runners, but things like Ranger Raptors and bits and pieces that are now here full time, and you know, they're traveling this track multiple times a year, starting to get that bike style thing. We saw originally, you know, Jack Rhodes and a few of those teams. You know, Jack comes from a bike riding. It'd be great to have Jack Rhodes back one day again, a future, like a champion of this desert race. But you know, he was riding the track, you know, multiple times earlier in the year to get his eye in, and you know, I think that that's going to be what it starts taking. I think really the Toby Price era proved that is, you know, Toby's real experience. Don't get me wrong. He's a fantastic vehicle driver, obviously. No one can take any of those things away from him. He's brilliant. His track knowledge at Finke could not be bought.
No.
You know, those 80,000 kilometres that he spends on a motorbike here in his early days of riding, you know, he knows where every shrub, every rock, every tree, every corner, he knows every apex. Amazing. So now what's happening is that Bo's starting to get there. He's putting in the time. Trav's putting in the time. All of these top-level teams are all coming out here earlier in the year, pre-running, getting their video, getting their data, doing their homework. It's no longer you just turn up on race day and send it down the track.
No, definitely not. And we are going to go down to the start line now to talk with Rihanna.
Yes, good morning, guys, and good morning, everyone who is tuning in to the live stream from all over the world and, of course, across the country. We are here for the official race day of the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. I cannot wait to get all the action underway. We are just under 15 minutes time to the first car. This car right here, Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt, will take off down the amazing Finke Desert racetrack, 223 kilometres all the way to Apatula. But first, before we get proceedings underway, we need to announce our national anthem. Please, ladies and gentlemen, be upstanding for the Australian national anthem performed by Shauna Hartig.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by see. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Thank you very much for that beautiful rendition of the Australian National Anthem. You now can tell that we are really excited up here in the box, ladies and gentlemen. It is almost time to send these awesome machines down flying to Finke.
Yeah, it really makes your... everything tingles, doesn't it? That Australian National Anthem, that patriotic start to this, the greatest desert race in Australia. I know that's a big call. There's some pretty amazing ones, but there's something about Finke that just keeps bringing everyone back. This is what it shows. I'll say it. I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but this is Australian National Championship. It's a CAMS event, but you see everyone turn up to these guys run the ARB championships. Some of the guys don't run any championships. They just do their own desert racing thing, but everyone comes to Finke.
Yes, no, everyone does, and it's that pilgrimage that a lot of people love to make each year. And with our lovely, awesome Grid girls, we've got 4 minutes to go. We're going to go straight down to the line with our pole sitter.
And our first car taking off is, of course, that of Bo Robertson and Shane Hutt. Bo, the day's here. Finke Desert Race is upon us. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Nothing like this. Clean air, clean track. Try and keep all these boys behind us. Yeah, this is how it's a good start to the weekend, and yeah, hopefully we'll just keep it going. So
You've had a night to sort of just soak that in. You were the prologue outright winner. What does it mean to you?
yeah, it means a lot. But we're always up front here, you know, so yeah, it's just a good way to just sort of sets you off on the right path, you know. So but yeah, we'll get going here, get it started, and see you down there.
Is it nerves or excitement?
Nah, it's all good. Nah, it's all good. Old hat at this, done it way too many times.
Thanks, Bo. Appreciate it. Good luck.
I was going to say, I'm sure someone can give us a number there, but the Robinson boys together would have to have the most combined starts by a long way. He really is an old hat at this now and has talent in spades. Bo Robinson, again, this is a position that he's familiar with, but out of interest, 2013, little bit, Josh, does that play on his mind? I mean, nothing's in his mind other than going fast now, but, you know, he was the fastest car down there. Again, we do have that interview where he literally said, oh, we should be right now, the top 5 or 6 are in, and we've got the fastest time. And then through the field, Hayden Bentley came out of 13th and got that, the win, actually, stole it off Bo. And essentially, you know, this year is very similar to that weather conditions. So I think you're going to see Bo push quite hard. He knows he's in the right hardware. That Mason truck is absolutely amazing, and he drives the wheels off it. So, but look at the field behind him. Carl Havey, Andy Brown, Dan Brown, Brett Smoothie. Billy Geddes is right there. Matt Hansen's right there. Now, we were talking about it. I said it just didn't seem to come on boost at the end there. He said he blew a turbo hose off on the third last corner. So we were on the right track there with that information. There was something up with that truck. So Matty Hansen to qualify 7th with no boost for the last 3 corners and no performance is absolutely amazing. Keep an eye on them. He could have been right up there. Well, he is right up the front. Again, Aaron Havey, Mel Brandle, like the names, James Cook.
And that's going to be very interesting to watch this weekend with that pro buggy to see. He was so quick in that side-by-side. What's he going to do on the pro this year? And that's the thing. There's so many names down the list that could go through and absolutely put a stonking run on down to Finke. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Ryan Taylor's still there. You got Aaron James there, Tom Owen and Glenn, Mark Burrows, like
Travis Robinson.
There's so many different names, and like especially with Burrows. Like, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The 30-second board is up.
The number 3, Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt, are about to be off the line in their extreme 2-wheel drive. The revs are up. Ladies and gentlemen, 2024 Tatts Finke Desert Race is about to be underway.
The Revs build on the start line. And here we go. The 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race car section is underway with the number 3 out into the stadium section, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, mate. Have a look at these shots as he's got clean, fresh air, clean, fresh track. Again, these weather conditions, they didn't have to water the track down. We don't see that unseasonable weather, those mud piles that we normally have. They've actually got great traction. Oh, I lied to you. They obviously put a little bit of water down, but not the normal amount. Little bit of moisture there. But again, have a look at that truck. Those images running out into that golden light.
Yeah, and next off the line, Carl Havey and Chloe Roher in their pro buggy. So 2-minute gaps between these competitors.
Yeah, that's something that really changed the game. They've stepped it up now so that it's all single start and it's 2 minutes gap for the top 10, I believe it is. After that, they go down to 1. Let me just double check that, but no, 30 seconds after that. But they do shorten it up, but there is no side-by-side drag racing, I believe. They changed that last year. Not so long ago, we were racing off the side. Now, that's a good point.
Yeah, and there goes Bo, ladies and gentlemen. He's out, and he's going to make it through that back gate, and he's on his run. So he is heading to deep well, and I'll get up the time from last year that we were looking at, just to compare.
Josh, look at the pace of that truck through the whoops.
Insane.
And this is when it's cold. Everything's cold. It hasn't even warmed up yet. So you wait until he gets down in that big stuff. By the 20-kilometre mark, Bo is going to be on an absolute blinder. But he's got some great competition, as we keep saying. Carl Havey and Chloe Rowe in the pro buggy behind, the 56. This is our 3-time pro logger. Unfortunately, just got caught up in all the rollovers. We only had 2 rollovers the whole weekend. Oh, well, I don't know, 2 rollovers in pro buggy, and he happened to see both of them from inside his car. Very unfortunate for Carl, but it worked out okay in the end. He's prologuing in second and having a good run here.
Yeah, definitely, and it's great to see such a mixture of vehicles in this top 10. That was the thing. We have extreme 2-wheel drive, pro buggy, extreme 4-wheel drive. We had a pro light in there. Like, that was the thing. It was a very versed top 10 there, so it's very interesting.
Josh, even another point, Australian-built vehicle.
Yes.
So we just saw the big dollar, big everything American trophy truck, the Mason 2-wheel drive off the line, and right behind it is the Habees in, again, it's a little bit more than built in the back shed. This is a, you know, very beautifully turned out vehicle, but the Habees build these Element off-road cars, and this is one of their own cars out of South Australia. And they're in second place at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. It doesn't get any better than that. And they've actually got 2 of their cars inside the top 10.
Yeah, no.
Brother Aaron coming out of 9th. So amazing to see those Element Australian cars. And then right behind him, which makes it amazing, is, you know, the best of the best that you could currently buy, an Illumicraft all-wheel drive pro buggy. It really doesn't get any better than this. I know it runs a Class 8, but it is a pro buggy with a front diff in it. And it's going to be off the line here very shortly. It's going to have all the traction.
And, well, ladies and gentlemen, us here in the box, we're very, very privileged this year. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens, and we are tuned in to the OBR in-car stream. So if you want to watch that as well as listen to us and watch the live stream, that's on YouTube as well. But Brent Smoothie also back there. Like, that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much going on here. And the 842 of Andrew Brown and Danny Hardman are off the line in that awesome 4-wheel drive buggy.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, mate. And again, that big 7-litre V8, those guys have done a lot of development to that car in a short amount of time. And it's going to be cool to see how that all plays out, because I think well-versed, smart driver. You know, he knows where to take risks. It's a great team. Have a look at the traction of that 4-wheel drive system. Running that real tight inside. He doesn't have that power sliding style. It's, again, it's all about traction, horsepower, and keeping corner momentum up. But as you said, Josh, we're looking at corner momentum in spades as we spin around and have a look at all the action. Again, beautifully turned out carbon fibre body on that Illumicraft. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and I believe the sun might be a little bit of a hindrance to these competitors this morning, just in this stadium section, but once they get out of that, it should be pretty clean running without the sun in their eyes. So that's just something you've got to watch for here in the stadium.
Now, here's another man to watch out for. He's been had a hiatus for a couple of years, but Danny Brown knows his way up and down this Finke track. Very competitive, had some really good results overall in national level events for a good couple of years now, and all out of that big Illumicraft. It's a two-wheel drive one, this one. So Dad Andy was in a four-wheel drive one. That's the brand new car. I believe that Danny Brown will be in that vehicle in the not too distant future, or they'll end up with two of them probably. But at this moment, this is the old two-wheel drive Illumicraft, and this is a very competitive car as well. Goes really well. Really built for the big stuff. You can see how big they are for a buggy. All the American stuff now is just getting absolutely monstrously huge. Nice, easy start off the line there.
And listen to that thing get off the line. The number 4 Toyo Tyres machine.
Man, that's got some horsepower in it, that thing. Yeah, the turbocharged. I do believe they're still running a VQ-based motor there, or maybe even a VR out of the latest Nissans. But yes, 3.5 V6 with 2 turbos. And, you know, again, I don't want to say, no, I don't know numbers is what I'm telling you, but these twin turbo buggies are running over 1,000 horsepower on full set to kill. Jack Rhodes told us the story that he's got a dial and it goes to 11 on his buggy. And again, he was talking numbers with 4 numbers of motor horsepower. And he said, I run it in 11 like next to never. He goes, most of the time in a race, it's at 4 or 5 max. So, that's how they keep them alive.
Yeah.
But when they need it, if you've got that dial up at 11, you know you're moving with about 1,000 horsepower. Yeah,
no, that sun definitely is piercing here. You can see the number 4 Navigator there blocking his eyes. So that's the thing. Some people will run a different visor on their helmet just so it can block it out. But it's you've got to be careful there, because then if you get into some darker situations, you can't really see. So yes, and look at the eyes. David Walsh. He's doing the double again. That's something that I don't think he advertised or anything like that. And, well, there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Your reigning king of the desert is in the smoothie truck in the passenger seat. That is great to hear. Awesome, awesome. So he gets to see what this track is really going to be like for his, what is he, 3rd off the line, I do believe. 3rd or 4th off the line a little bit later on today. But just getting these awesome, awesome pictures up in the comms box.
Yeah, listen, it's mind-blowing, all the information that we've got going on up here. As you said, smoothie off the line. Interesting left-hand drive vehicle, obviously being an American car. You know, probably could have set it up either way, or maybe it's a packaging thing with the 4-wheel drive that they built it. But essentially, this is exactly the same vehicle that the likes of Toby Price's, you know, just won Baja in. You know, the guys that run like the Andy McMillans and the Luke McMillans. And so this is a full-size 4-wheel drive trophy truck from America. It has a Joe Gibbs motor. It has all the good bits. It has a couple of Hellmen strapped into it right now. And as you said, David Walsh, no stranger to going down. Brett Smoothie, no issue getting down there either. He knows exactly how to make this happy. Brent in the 847, making a good run down there. Interesting, just looking for a little bit of traction, isn't it? Might be a little bit of the difference, because this would be a lot heavier vehicle than, say, the Andy Brown entry. But you can see the difference with the way the wheels are pointed. The other thing is maybe that slick, you know, mud has just been moved across the track a little bit. Going to maybe get a little bit of slick before it dries out here for some of our competitors as we go down the list. Next on the line will be Billy Go Get Us, and Alan Cornick will be in the passenger seat with him. So exciting times there. They are in the Brett Comiskey DGI Australia TSCO truck. Billy put on a beautiful display to put himself in a fantastic 6th position in qualifying. They should be very happy with that. And again, interesting for a guy that's only driven this truck for about 20 minutes before qualifying. It's a great run there, and no doubt Alan Cornick will be saying, go, go, go. They're words that he knows. So going to be very interesting to see how this plays out and where they end up. Two-wheel drive trophy truck. So again, keep in mind the two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive thing that we've got going on here now. Basically in America, if you don't own a four-wheel drive truck, you're not in the game at the moment. But Bo has proven that the two-wheel drives can be very competitive here. Billy Geddes in a two-wheel drive truck as well. And again, a good mix of two-wheel drive and now a four-wheel drive pro buggy as well, keeping it interesting.
Yes, no, definitely. There's so many different stories going out there on track, and just a little bit of a mistake yesterday in prologue has put this vehicle down a little bit. But that's the thing, it's a proven race car here out at Finke. So if Billy can just put his head down and get it down, it's going to be very, very good. He'll be very quick. And yeah, just looking at that last year's time for Alistair Deepwell, you're looking at around about 27 minutes to half an hour. So expect that at around about 8 o'clock, we'll start to see our first vehicles go through there. But we're going to go down to the start line with Rihanna.
And I have found a couple of very familiar faces, Craig Lowndes and Dale Muscat. Craig, you look like a kid in a candy store this morning. We're here, we're Finke, and you're going to go racing.
Yeah, we are, and I think that's one of the good things about this is watching the start line and going in reverse out through the stadium. It's sort of we actually haven't really done that part, and we probably a bit of a hindsight for us. We should have done it, but just watching where the lines are and what's going on the big screen.
Are you excited or are you nervous? Like, what's sort of the feeling for you?
Well, it's sort of this side of the racing, like supercars, when you get to race day, I'm really calm. It's the qualifying that I'm always nervous, or the prologue. So for me, we've got that box ticked, and now it's all about running down to Apachula, and now it's up to Dale to call the notes and call the shots, and hopefully we can get the Silverado down and back.
Dale, who's got more responsibility, the driver or the navigator?
Look, we're both trying to stay calm is the problem. As I said, we're watching all these trophy trucks hauling away from here, and I mean, they're all Chevy powered, but we're in a production one. So yeah, we have to sort of keep our cool a little bit, which is a hard thing to do because we're racers. But yeah, we're excited. We've done all the homework. So yeah, now comes the cool bit.
Craig's doing the commentary while we're standing here. Dale, just give us a bit of a rundown on the car. This is brand new for Finke this year. I mean, it's pretty exciting for Chev and Chev fans.
Yeah, look, and it's amazing even for me. Like, I've been fortunate enough to rally all over the world, and it feels amazing to be a part of something that is so special to a big brand like Chevrolet, and the GM guys here have just done such an amazing job. And, you know, we've been camping with them. Finke's about, you know, it's a family event, and we've all been camping this week, and, you know, see the passion that they all have for this. Yeah, I kind of feel like we've got a huge responsibility now, but yeah, really looking forward to it.
Great to chat to you guys this morning. Wish you all the best. Get down there safely.
Thank you, Will.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rihanna. I think Craig Lowndes is coming for our job up here, Danny.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you what, I'll swap him any day. No, just kidding. We all know who'd choose that. But listen, Matt Hansen was off the line there, and there's the footage of him going out through the whoop section. So while having that chat, Matty Hansen made his way out. And again, it is awesome to hear that perspective from Craig Lowndes and, you know, about the family environment of Finke. Because again, that's what we keep, you know, talking about is how it's amazing to just come here and enjoy the atmosphere. It is hard now because we understand, we're involved too. There's so much technology now that you see so much stuff on the internet, but unfortunately it's just not the same as sitting at home. You cannot get this feeling on the couch. It just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't, and it looks like the first of our pro lights will get off the line. Mel Brandel, absolutely amazing to see them up in the pointy end of things with Liam Brandel as the passenger seat. In the passenger seat, sorry. Awesome to see this number 2 get so far up. And there we go. The Pro Light is off and running, and oh, it's a lovely sounding Pro Light as well.
Now, you know what's crazy is looking quickly at some footage that we've got streaming here of Bo on our number 1. Again, I hope you've got multiple browsers open on your iPad and phone and all this sort of stuff. He's down at like the 35, 40. He's coming towards the 40K June already, which is absolutely amazing. So, again, Mel Brandel off the line in the stadium. Again, we've only got a couple of people out, and Bo's already 35, 40 kilometres down the track. But let's jump down to Rihanna on the start-finish line again.
in prologue yesterday. Firstly, how are the bodies and how's the car?
Yeah, car's good and we're going good.
How do you attack today, given you had that little issue yesterday?
We'll just how it goes, but yeah, we're ready to rock and roll.
Does it change sort of the strategy for this morning's running?
Well, we're used to starting pretty far up the front, so most events. So, but no, we'll just get on with it and look out.
Well, we wish you all the best. Get down there safely.
Thank you, guys.
How good is this, Josh? We have Bo Robinson's live feed streaming. Travis Robinson ready to get off the line. The OBR boys are going to be a force to reckon with this weekend. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this. We are going for a ride along with none other than Bo Robinson and Shane Hutton. Amazing footage here, and it gets a good feeling of just what's going on in this track. And now, when you see what's going on in the car, you understand why we say, ladies and gentlemen, 30 metres from the track, we have a very fast vehicle flying through the Australian outback desert. This is desert racing like you've never seen it before. Again, as Brett, who's on the line now?
Yeah,
it's the 57. Aaron James is off the line now, which is absolutely awesome. Chelsea Havey in the passenger seat of that 57 buggy. Again, all of these vehicles are going to be amazing to see here this weekend. I'm really excited to see these element cars in their element, you might say, Josh.
Oh, yes. Look at us go. We got the
so
Jack
good.
Jacks going early on Sunday morning. We'll definitely bring more of those throughout the weekend. But, oh, mate, it's just action-packed. And, like, how good is that? We're in fifth gear, just sending it through the outback.
Yeah, Dugan's motor in that car. Those guys have got a lot of development into those motors now. And I think they've done a bit with KRE and a number of other companies. But, yeah, Dugan's. And I tell you what, it is an absolutely amazing thing to watch this in-cab. Have a look at the whoops. Those things are like knee-deep, some of those whoops. So, again, I think that's about the 40k June jump there, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like they're coming up to the Alice Springs Off-Road Club section here. So, yeah, they're pushing around about the 40k mark. This is a stonking run from these guys. And once again, how good is it to see that footage as James Cook in the number 10 gets ready to leave the line. This is a man we've been watching, and we're so excited to see him, see how he goes in this pro buggy this weekend.
Yeah, very excited to see this car. This is one of Gene Towler's cars. He's over here this weekend, and Cook has jumped into this vehicle. I actually think that this might be one of Gene's early cars too, which is amazing. It might have been campaigned by Dan Bonner, is my understanding, and then a couple of people have owned it since. But I think... yeah, it's a very well sorted car. It's had a lot of work. The guys have put in a real big effort. There's actually some video of the guys doing some tuning and bits and pieces on YouTube. I actually think it's on Uncle Pooley's phone channel. Is if you're looking for a good watch. So, have a look at that. James Cook, absolute legend. And I mean, he wheels a side by side as an absolute axe. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in the pro buggy. It's going to be very interesting. I think that car's going to be very good in the rough. Big American car, and it's got all the suspension travel.
Yeah, one of the best sounding pro cars in the country. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back down to the start-finish line with Brianna.
Yeah, thanks so much, Josh. I just want to quickly try to get a chat to Mark Burrows, former legend, former winner, absolute legend of Finke. Mark, how are we feeling this morning?
Yeah, no, look, the track looks like it's going to be fantastic. We're probably a little bit back further than we wanted to be yesterday. About 15th would have been good, but we're pretty happy with where we are and see if we can get to the other end.
And everything okay after yesterday's prologue? Car's good?
Yeah, car felt great. Yep. So no, everything's in good position, I think. So we should be all good.
We wish you guys all the best. Stay safe out there. And our side-by-side prologue winner, we've got Jeff McNiven. Quickly run over here. Good morning, fellas. How are we?
Oh, great. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations on taking out the prologue yesterday. It seemed like it came as a bit of a surprise.
It did. I didn't think we'd driven that fast, and we ended up at P1 there for a while.
How is the car after yesterday? Everything shaken down really nicely?
Yeah, good. The car's going the best it's ever gone. So the setup's a little couple of tweaks from last year, and here we go again, another 220 odd Ks.
car's good. What about the drivers and the Navy? How are we?
Oh, we're not very match fit. It's I think we're really going to struggle towards the bottom end of the track, but it'll be right. Jake will keep me away.
Hey, you've got a smile on your face and everything's positive. Good luck out there. Stay safe.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, absolute legends around the Queensland scene, the McNivens. They have raced a couple of real wild, like Gundawindi races and bits and pieces. It's always good. They've got a smile on their face. Now, Jake Williams is out on track now with Kevin Williams in the passenger seat of Extreme Two-Wheel Drive. Again, this is a truck that knows its way around Finke too. The 437 was originally the 413, I believe. So...
yeah, no, definitely a body style we have seen here before at Finke, and it's great to see them off the line as we go back to screaming through the desert in 5th gear with the OBR boys. It is absolutely amazing to see this footage, ladies and gentlemen. We're so lucky, and with competitors like this is off a competitor's own back. We haven't chucked a camera on it or anything like that.
And I think Huddy was throwing up the shuckers there to the crowd, so they're still having a good time out there as well. It's hard to keep a good man like Huddy down, I can tell you that. But look at him doing work, and those boys are doing work. Now the first Westline truck off the line, and that is Nick Cummins in the Brenthal truck. So again, we've got to keep a bit of an eye on these two because they've got two, let's say, matching trophy trucks, but they are different manufacturers. One's a Brenthal, one's a Geyser, and that's true of the Comiskey Mining Services, which is actually the next vehicle online as well, because those DGO boys, or the Comiskey Mining Services team, Brett Comiskey driving the Extreme 4-wheel drive, one is a Brenthal truck and one is a Tisco truck, which Billy Geddes is wheeling. So, yeah, again, there's a couple of team trophy trucks out here, which is pretty darn amazing.
Yes, well, mate, we are loving what we are seeing up here in the box so far, and we've just been given another screen, man. We are really all over it this morning. We've got live timing, we've got footage of vehicles going down the track. We've got tracking now. So ladies and gentlemen, if you want to follow along on the map, Rally Safe, get the Rally Safe app, ladies and gents, and you'll be able to track your favourite drivers down to Finke. And what we can see so far is that the number 3 is still out in front and the 56 is behind him. But ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about this, the mapping situation, we've got to, sort of keep it to where we can, it's not exact if we put it that way. But the 834 is off the line, Brett Comiskey and Daniel McKenzie in the Brenthal machine. So that's going to be very, very interesting indeed as we continue to let these amazing vehicles off the start line. And again, anyone's year.
Yeah, listen, it really is anyone's year, but I think, man, it's going to be tough. Looking at Bo, it looks so comfortable. Oh, now you've got the SM Racing one as well. Smoothie's up as well. So there's so much going on here. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're chasing it again, please make sure you got the live feed up from us. You'll get all the action from all the competitors. But if you've got multiple screens open on iPads, basically OBR 184 is the place to be because Smoothie's on there. I'm pretty sure Zacca's going to be on there, Mikey Zacca. And obviously we've got our current #1 position on the way down. Absolutely amazing as we've got Travis Robinson. Now, Brett Comiskey didn't get off the line there, as Josh was talking about. And we got none other than T-Rob. And the big thing there is Andrew Pinto in the passenger seat. Now, this has been a pairing for a while. These guys won the Australian Championship together. So, you know, new livery out here this weekend. The car's looking absolutely amazing. Again, I did see a replay of that little tip over, and it was an absolutely nothing tip over. No. It was actually, it's crazy that it even happened, but sometimes that is Finke, and that's part of the story, as you keep saying, because now we're going to see Trav. Have you noticed recently, we're seeing an interesting Trav. Now, Trav is Trav. We all know that. He's a legend. He's hilarious. That's what he is. But we're seeing, he's just chilling. He's taken it easy. It's what's been getting him this Australian Championship as we ride on board with Smoothie and David Walsh. So this is the all-wheel drive trophy truck. But again, I feel like Trav has got a new level of maturity, but he always has the pace, as can be seen by the number 1 on the roof. He was the fastest man last year, and it's going to be interesting to see what he can do in Finke.
So a little bit earlier, these guys were already past the 20k line, so Smoothie is on he's on a run. He has lit the stand and absolutely sent it, I can tell you that.
Now, it's really hard to hear, Josh, but like, again, and you don't want to get, this is the commentator's trap.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's updates, but it actually looks like the 56 of Carl Havey is going really well. Let's say it looks tight on the back of it, and then the 842's right there as well. The 4, which is Danny Brown, the 4-3-4, the 2's there. Everyone is tied up. Kai Cavalieri in the 34. Again, a young gun out of a side-by-side. Keep a real tight eye on this guy because he won the North Queensland Super Series, I believe it was, up there in Queensland, in a side-by-side outright, and now he's going to go in a pro buggy. He's got the right piece of equipment. He's got a Jimco under him. This is going to be one to watch.
Yeah, another great sounding pro buggy getting off the line as we head back down to the start-finish line with Rihanna.
Yeah, and I've got Michael Doolan and Pete Morris in the Mr. Diggit production 2-wheel drive. How are we this morning?
Yeah, really looking forward to getting out there on that track. She's nice and rough this year, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Tell me about the car. How's it been prepared?
Car's going really good. We've got a fresh new motor by Henry Performance. New gearbox in there too with the new Albans in it. So yeah, we're really looking forward to getting out there and opening it up.
And the prologue running yesterday, were you happy with how everything went?
Oh, not at all. It was very slippery. It was a bit of a calculated decision to either send it out there and be at the top of the field, or just take it easy, bring the car back in one piece, and we'll race down today.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Good luck. Stay safe.
Thank you very much.
No worries. And we'll just quickly head over to the car alongside car number 70, Jacob Booth and Clayton Agnew. How are we this morning?
Good.
And how's the car been prepared, and is everything under control?
Yeah, everything's under control, went well. Had a good clean run yesterday. So yeah, hopefully I've good luck on the way down and everything holds together.
What are you anticipating for today's run?
I know it's pretty rough this year, so we'll just try and get the car there and keep everything together. There'll probably be a big dropout rate this year, I think, so yeah, we'll just try and have a nice clean run and get down.
Sounds like a great plan. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. The 70 car, the Booth car, 2 young Alice locals in their early 20s looking to absolutely smash that thing down to Finke. But as you said, as he said, he thinks there's going to be a lot of cars that drop out this year. So they just want a clean run down to Finke. And that's the ex-Sporties car. So don't discredit that, because that could come through the field. That kid knows how to drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about another young fella that knows how to drive, Ryan Taylor and Adam Maguire. He'll like that I called him a young fella, I think. But the 24 off the line, those guys have been doing a lot of work. They were the Australian champions just last year, so before Trav. So, you know, depth of field there, of skill set. Now, listen, how good is this? Down at Deepwell, again, it does give you the feeling that we're down on track, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, what have we got? This is the first, so there you go. Bo Robinson is coming through Deepwell right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is that footage of Bo all the way down, and he's run, so about a 28-minute down to Deepwell.
Yep. So that's singing, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely singing. That's quicker than last year that Toby went down to Deepwell in. So Bo is on the hunt, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. Can you just tell me that again? So you're telling me Bo Robinson just ran the fast time down here on the way down?
Down to Deepwell,
Bo Robinson is smoking times here, ladies and gentlemen, down to Deepwell. How amazing is that? We're going to see a super fast year here. So the 93 off the line as well, 2-wheel drive. That's the single seat of AJ, Aaron James. So exciting to see those guys. Unfortunately, another one have come victim to the rollover in prologue, but AJ, no stranger to going very fast in the big stuff. The single-seater, again, not having a navigator. Is that a disadvantage this year? Not sure. The dust is probably not going to be as crazy as we're seeing. The track is very fast, something that AJ really enjoys.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with that single-seater, he's got a lot to do. And as you can see, that sun being a menace there for him. But I think also with the single-seater, you can just sit there and focus on what you need to focus on. You can drive the car the way you want to drive it, and if you want to get off it, you can get off it. You don't have someone telling you in the ear, go, 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 go.
Absolutely.
That's your own mental game.
Now, mate, this is another one to watch, this team here. Tom Owen, Glenn Owen. I wonder, we need to get some clarification. I'm sure someone will let us know. I think that it is Tom Owens driving it, which is really cool. Owen. But this vehicle here is one Fink before. Yep. So again, another one that is absolutely no stranger to going silly fast. Glenn Owen was the previous winner. Damon Bennett as the navigator in that vehicle. But the 30, one to watch out for. Qualified in a good solid position there, coming out of 18th. So we've only got our top 18 out on the track. Many, many, many more vehicles to go. But again, our tracker, have a look at it. It really does look like everyone's packing up. The 3, the 56, the 842, the 4's right there, the 434. Billy Geddes looks like he is on a charge and really pushing those buggies along. That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, that's that. Well, they're both four-wheel drives, aren't they? The Smoothie machine and the Andrew Brown machine. So
correct.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
To see how that will go as we look at Mark Burrows.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mark Burrows' car breathing a little bit there. Probably no real issue there. Probably just part of warming up, burning off a little bit of condensation from overnight. But it does look like it's breathing a little bit heavy there, the turbo motor. Hopefully no dramas there, because we would love to see Mark Burrows having a good run there, because, again, the king, the original car that beat the bikes.
Yeah. And
now, this isn't the car, I should clarify.
Yeah.
This is a new Monk-built car. But, yeah, back in the day, Mark Burrows was the fastest man in the automotive category. And then, at one point, beat the bikes, and that was a big thing. Now, again, a talking point this weekend has been that I believe it's since 2001, this is the first time that bikes have beaten the cars back in prologue. So, you know, that's interesting. Are we going to see a really fast year on the bikes? Although I will throw it out there, looking at Bo, look at that. You know what's crazy, though, is that what I think is what we're seeing here is what David Walsh experiences on a motorbike.
Yeah.
How the heck does that happen?
I don't have any words for that, to be completely honest with you, Dan, because that's insane. And with the speed these cars are going at this year, I think the bikes will have the prologue honours, but I don't think they'll have day one or day two honours, as in quicker down, just because of the pace these vehicles are going at. It's absolutely insane as we look at Smoothie with David Walsh on the start line. I think that was the 30k on it.
I tell you what's crazy, Josh, I was going to say, the pace, obviously, like, you know, we're now a couple of cars back, so this is, you know, in 5th, 6th sort of thing, and the pace that these boys are running is absolutely the same as Bo's, isn't it? So I think we're going to see a year where they just push very, very hard. So there's Carl Habe. Now, interestingly, looking at those numbers, I'd have to do the splits in my head, but not the splits, I'm talking the mental splits. But that looks like Carl's actually dropped a little bit of time to Bo there, 2-minute gap. So Carl should have come through at pretty much 8 o'clock down in Deepwell. However, he's lost about 2 minutes. And this is the problem. It's a compounding effect, isn't it? So now if Carl, and I don't want to use the word holding up, Carl Habe is not holding anyone up. No. But Andrew Brown is, you know, pushing Danny Brown. You've got to get past these cars and keep with Bo Robinson's pace. Brent Smoothie physically has to pass cars to keep up with Bo Robinson's pace.
Yep, no, exactly. And we're going to head back down to the start-finish line with Rihanna for a chat.
Thanks, Dan. And we've got one of our father-daughter combinations from Gladstone, Daniel and Charlotte Hughes. Daniel, how are we feeling this morning?
Yeah, pretty excited. Our first Fink, so we're really, really looking forward to it.
Are there some nerves starting to creep in?
Yeah, a few nerves, but once we get going, she'll be right.
And what was the shakeout from Prologue yesterday? Car all okay?
Yeah, car's good. It's been behaving that. It was a bit of a slippery, then firm and grippy and slippery, but no, it went really well. We were very happy.
We wish you all the best. I actually want to come and have a chat to Charlotte. First time at Fink. Charlotte, if I can get you to put your net down for me so I can... Okay. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty excited. Bit nervous, but, you know, normal.
What are you sort of expecting, or have you got any idea of what to expect out there?
Not really. We we've done a couple of tracks that are similar, but Finke's just such a big step up. You know, it's all completely new, pretty much. So.
How special is this to do it with your dad?
Yeah, I love it. It's my favourite thing. You know, good bonding time, yelling at each other, screaming, lots of that.
Well, we wish you the best. Stay safe. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So off the line there, Josh, was Jared Percival and Brenton Glash in that other element. Again, we're seeing Bo's in-cab on our live stream. And we've got the 127 off the line. That will be John Towers. Did I miss Lachlan Bailey going off the line in side-by-side pro? I'm not sure whether that's right or not. That might be... But anyway, moral of the story is John Towers is off the line and Michael Doolan in Pete Morris is going to be off the line after them. John Towers, fantastic competitor in Pro Light, going to be one to really watch out for. The whole Pro Light thing, oh, there you go. I did just miss it. There's a lot going on. Lachlan Bailey was out there. So great to see him off the line as well. I tell you what, he's in a pack of wolves though. Lachlan Bailey's got to be very careful about some hard-charging trophy trucks and pro cars that are going to be coming through the field, no doubt. The 454, you heard his interview where he just said that he was a bit disappointed is probably the correct word, with his prologue, only in the sense that it was quite slippery out there. And again, that is hard. The two-wheel drive, obviously you've only got so much traction to move that much weight, and that is an issue every now and then.
There goes the number 70 machine, the Booth machine. Does a little bit of a flick into the speedway section there, and they're off and running with that Hodge race engine powering that thing. But ladies and gentlemen, our next update at Deep Well is Andrew Brown and Danny Hardman. They went through at 8:05. So it looks like they've dropped a little bit of time as well. So I'm thinking there may be a little bit of dust down the track, but that's saying Smoothie's looking pretty clear at the moment. So maybe just trying to run their own race. So,
or maybe Bo is just that fast.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like you said, we're looking at Smoothie's in cab right now as well, and you could hardly say that any dust is affecting his pace. So it'd be interesting to see the in cab of Andy and Dan and all those sort of guys. But at this point, Smoothie is on an absolute tear. And see, this is one of those interesting things we talk about. It's possible that if they packed up on the back of, say, Carl Havey or Andrew Brown, and Smoothie's got a bit of a dust gap, like, because we are 2-minute intervals, so Smoothie would physically have to catch up that 2 minutes to Bo before he was required to pass Danny Brown. So very interesting there.
Danny Brown through Deep Well.
Yeah, so he's made up time definitely to Andy. So Danny Brown is very quick on track at the moment. He's right there with Bo. He's only a minute, 2 minutes basically back from Bo, and he is probably, I would guess that if he's a minute behind, he's going to start catching dirt. Now, the next one we're expecting to see is Brent Smoothie and David Walsh through Deep Well, and I think that that's going to tell us a story because we can physically see what Smoothie is dealing with right now. And again, I'm not telling you, but just from my perspective, that doesn't... Whoa! That looked real wild as he was coming through there. And, you know, like we wanted to see that him come through Deep Well in that checkpoint time. Sorry, guys, I was going to say there's so much going on because the 22 came off the line. Now, those guys, I think they didn't have a spare, so they borrowed a spare off someone, which is awesome camaraderie. They were looking for a spare last night, and then... What's going on there? It had a little bit of a blip off the start line, didn't it?
Yeah, no, it definitely did. And the Montesalvo twins were the first off in the sports light, the 1088. So good luck to them. It's just great. Like, that's the thing. We've got so many different names and numbers. And it was a bit worried there when I had a look at the stream for the OBR boys, but they're back up and running. So that's why we don't look too hard into these things, ladies and gents, because otherwise we'll just tell you information that, isn't true. So that was Harry Reckett off the line in the 149 with Caitlin Stevens in the Pro Light buggy. So that's awesome to see. There's just so much going on, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the box, my head's just flicking through all these screens, and the 79 of Turnbull gets off the line. That's Gary Turnbull and Tamara in the Pro buggy. So it's all happening thick and fast here now, and I do believe that these are the 30-second intervals, so that's why we're just go, 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 go. As the 149 for Territory Pest Control makes their way through the stadium section, so great to see them. that's got a VQ motor in it. The number 40 gets off the line. That's Daniel Hughes and Charlotte Hughes in the Pro buggy. That's grid number 33. So going thick and fast, and then it looks like the next of our sports lights will be off the line. Sam Bentley will go and chase the Monte Salvo twins. So and that's the thing, ladies and gents, we don't just talk about outright up here in the box, because there's so many different classes that are also vying for position. So we've got sports light that's vying for position at the moment now on track. So it's very, very interesting. And there we go. While I was talking and not paying attention to the screens, it's 8:08. Brent Smoothie went through there, and then Billy Geddes is also through there on the tail of Brent Smoothie. So it's all happening up here in the box. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, mate, when you say on the tail, it looks like Billy Geddes has made some corrected time on Brent Smoothie. So that indicates, like, if you're making a minute on where Brent Smoothie is right now, you think about the pace that Billy Geddes is running. But again, at the front, Bo absolutely smoking it with Huddy. They're having a fantastic drive out the front. The 657 of Kane Jones off the line with Justin Thompson in the passenger seat as well. Beautifully turned out vehicle. Royden Bailey, now keep a good eye out for this 52. They had a drama in prologue. Unfortunately came in with a mechanical issue. Did drive in. Obviously they're out on the racetrack now. Royden Bailey won last year's Don River Dash, so he is no stranger to going very fast in very rough conditions. Get the opportunity to check out the Don River Dash, because it is an absolutely honking race. True desert racing in Bowen, Queensland. But Royden Bailey there, and then that looks like none other than Trevor Chandler. Connor Corrigan in the passenger seat of that, and that is one of those beautifully built Ursig Honey Badger cars. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I just love seeing the Australian cars. I love the American cars, obviously. But, you know, to see an Element out here and a Luke Ursig and Ursig Engineering car out here, you know, up there running at the front, it's so great. Another Element car with Nortrans. Funny, poor old Kent, he's hard on himself. He said that he didn't have a good qualifying, but mate, I think this is a great position for you to run out. You're in a fast pack with fast pro buggy, so hopefully Kent's got those that red eye on right now, and he's got the throttle down, and that's going to be great. That Brinks performance motor screaming sounds so good. But again, the big Trevor Chandler car, number 8. Adam Franklin in the passenger seat of Kent Battles 31, as Andrew Cummins and Anthony Cook are off the line now in the 465. That is the Geyser Brothers truck. Again, we were talking about that. We got the confirmation. That's the ex-Paul Wheel, ex-Toby Price, ex-Amcor Excavation, ex-Brett Comiskey. So Geyser truck. So it's got a lot of experience here. It's done a lot of winning. So hopefully Andrew Cummins can have a great run down there to Fink in it as well. But again, looking, the guys are flush up. Wow, straight through Rodinga again. Fantastic footage there as Brett Taylor is off the line as well now with Peter Treese. Again, those guys have got to be the most starting team at the Fink Desert Race. Absolutely amazing, the experience that the boys have there, the Taylors, in the Jimco Trophy truck, as we're back on board with Bo. Look at all that carbon fibre. Absolutely amazing, as we also saw Bo fly through Rodinga there. It was a quick shot because he is moving. Have a look at that. Top of what gear is he in? 4th, 5th, moving through, just absolutely flying here. Gee, you can see those ruts in the track. There is quite rough down there, but again, appears like there's some moisture in the sand down there past Rodinga. Absolutely amazing. Again, Taylor, the 431 out there. Great run. We also had Ben Falk out there in one of our amazing Pro Light buggies. Jonathan O'Connor in the passenger seat. And this is Rod Visser and Cody Visser in the 1057. Another one of our sports lights. I am telling you, Visser has been up and down this track many times. Actually an old motorbike racer from way back at Fink. Very, very fast. I even want to say, and I hope I may be wrong, someone will tell me, but I think he might have rode with Simford at one point. He was that serious, the Visser. But he is an old Fink racer, and he's gone to the cars. As they say, with age comes a cage. It's a common saying because it's absolutely true. It's interesting. I was listening to Jeremy from the Dirt Bike Burrito. Again, legend. Hope to have him up in the motorbikes again. But it's funny because he kept saying, oh, you know, we guys don't get to the car stage. It's funny because almost all the car guys are old motorbike guys. You know, they have businesses and they have things that go on. And then, you know, so lots of the car guys are just as passionate about the motorbikes as they are about the cars. It's just that we're all too damn old to ride anymore.
So, with that Deepwell and Rodinga checkpoint, Bo's dropped a little bit of time to the fastest time last year. He's around about a minute or two off that, and that was Toby. So he's going a little bit more conservative there through Deepwell to Rodinga, but I can tell you he's still absolutely smashing it from what we can see up in the comp box here with our live streams that are going.
Yeah, interesting point that you've got there, Josh, and it's interesting because let's be honest, they've got access to Starlink because obviously all of these cars have got Starlink on them. But the interesting part about that is that with the onboard, they'd have also information on time. So it'd be interesting to know how much information Bo has about his track position right now. Does he know he's 2 minutes up on the other teams? And therefore, why would you push?
No, exactly. And we're going to go down to the start line with Brianna to talk to another one of our competitors.
Yeah, Jordan Butcher and Sam Barnes have been giving us some awesome onboard footage. How was Prologue for you guys yesterday?
Yeah, we're pretty happy with it. We lost GPS notes, but it was an awesome track, a little bit wet, so hopefully the track's a bit dry down here now. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. Hopefully give you guys some good footage.
And in terms of strategy for today's run, what are you guys thinking you're going to get out there?
We're just going to sit on 80% today. We just want to get the car in a good position down the other end. That's all. Yeah, you don't win it on day one.
I'm looking at your dash and it says low fuel. I hope that's wrong.
That's definitely wrong.
We wish you guys all the best.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, absolutely awesome there, Jordan Butcher. I believe I've got the right story. They were actually the ones giving us the footage with Starlink down the track a little bit. I think they were about 60 Ks down last year, giving us those great images. So now they're here racing, and they said, well, we can still give you some images. It's going to be from inside their new race car, which is absolutely awesome. So we give them a big shout out. Glenn Ackroyd was off the line. Darren Wright's also gone now. Adam Trewella, Rory Taylor is now off the line in the 199.
Yep, definitely going to be a car to watch. They'll try and push up through the pack. Young Rory Taylor knows the track like the back of his hand, I can tell you that. So I do apologise throughout the weekend. I was calling Cam McDonald the driver in that one. Not the case this weekend. It is Rory. I don't think his dad would let anyone else drive that vehicle. So great to see him out as the 6104 gets off the line. That's Glenn Brickman. Great to see him, and yeah, this is where our side-by-side start to get out onto track as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great race within itself, you know, like, so the prologue, now that we're on track, means nothing. It is not part of the aggregated time. They have started fresh this morning. So particularly with the side-by-sides, because they're not in that 1, 2, 3 top 10 position, they are going to be dealing with dust. That's just the reality. So 20th or 25th or 30th really isn't a big deal. So what's going to be, obviously the higher up you can be, you're with the faster pack, that's where you want to be. But what I'm saying to you is that it's a little bit of a luck of the draw. You can be in 30th, 3 cars drop out in front of you, and that gives you a dust gap, particularly with what we're seeing out on the track. Like, we're looking at Brent Smoothie's live feed as well as Bo's, and honestly, dust-wise, they're the same, aren't they, Josh?
It's not really, from what I can see, it's not really an issue at all.
You'd swear Brent Smoothie's out in front.
Yeah, oh, you would, and with the pace he's going at as well, as Butcher gets off the line. Very interesting to see that Carl Habee's now through Rodinga, so couple of minutes behind Bo, and there we go. There's that awesome in-car footage of the Butcher crew.
Jordan Butcher, and I think this will be really good because I think the amazing bit is that we've got a range of different vehicles and a range of different conditions. We're going to see with Jordan Butcher what the dust conditions are really like for anyone that's not inside the top 10, and I think that's going to be telling. Can we get a Ryan Taylor or a Matt Burrows run through the pack hard, or is it going to be that kind of year where, you know, like particularly on the way down for the first 60 or 70, it's almost like follow the leader, isn't it?
Yeah, no, exactly. And so as we look up, Carl Havey, as I said before, through Rodinga. A couple more through Deep Well as well. So Mel Brandle's through there now. Aaron Habe's through there now. And so is James Cook as the mild waters come out. If you saw the footage of that thing yesterday in prologue, oh my Lord, that was a save of the year.
Yeah, get your phone, go to the Facebook, have a look at their wild ride that they had.
That was insane.
It was a wild ride twice in the same corner.
Yeah.
That's very enjoyable to watch. Enjoyable because they didn't wreck the car.
Exactly, no, and that was some of the best driving I've seen there. Matthew Burrows off the line in the 1-2-3. The 897 now off the line. That's that full body chassis.
Yeah, Phil Lovett. Yes.
Machine. So unfortunately for Phil, couldn't get his big car out this weekend.
That's right.
Had some issues. And then next off the line is the 255 Timothy Weir and Mark Nitschke, the first of our Super 1650 competitors, as we watch Butcher go through the whoops. And it's very interesting to see, ladies and gents. It doesn't look like Dusty is going to be the contributing factor this year. I think it's going to be how hard you drive the car and whether your car can keep up to it. The 449 making its way out the back now. We'll roll over them whoops. There's just so much going on, ladies and gentlemen. It's awesome to be up here in the box once again with Dan. We are living up this great event. We love coming back and doing this every year.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. There's no question about that. There's nothing like Fink Fever, I can tell you that.
So the 484 gets off the line and they're a little bit out of position from where they would have wanted to start.
Well, Josh, we had that conversation. It's another one where when he came in, he just didn't seem aggressive or...
Yeah.
Like, I don't know whether they were looking after the truck or whether they had a plan and they said, oh, well, let's go out there and just make sure that the truck has no issues. And that's played a little bit because that is an issue when you go, hey, let's not bin this thing in prologue, let's take it easy. And then all of a sudden you're down in, 40th position sort of thing. Well, not just 40th, they're down in like, am I on the right? Yeah, so they're coming out of 56 off the grid. Wow, that is a terrible position for a Patriot. I apologise for saying that, but again, in that Get Performance Trophy truck, again, am I wrong in saying that it just looks a little bit gentle here?
No, not at all. It really does seem like he's not off the pedal, but yeah, it's not at full kill mode. And we saw Shannon Lander get off the line, ladies and gentlemen. The Wild Man, the 626 now getting off the line.
And just to clarify, I don't mean that disrespectfully to Justin.
No, not at all.
I know the reason I say that is that they ran some fantastic split times on the way home last year, and we would expect them to be running in the top, 15 sort of pace-wise. And again, it's a beautifully turned out truck. It's absolutely magic. And again, I think those guys, maybe that's part of their plan is the point that I'm getting at, because they seem to be like looking after that truck, maybe making sure they get the first 60 out, and then they have a good run through. Now there's Greg Campbell off the line as well, mate, the 651, a wealth of off-road racing experience right there.
Yeah, as we'll go back down to the start-finish line with Rihanna to talk to our competitors.
Got Shane Grenning and Julia Antonelli. Shane, how are we this morning?
Good. Starting to warm up.
I reckon you're warmer than what I am. It's pretty fresh out here. Now this is your 4th attempt. What are you hoping for this weekend?
If we can finish, we'll be over the moon. We've got 223 Ks until our next beer today, so I'm ready.
And how is prologue for you guys? How's the car?
We lost all brakes during prologue, so we shot a few berms, but that's all sorted now and we're ready to go, feeling confident.
And your navigator, you're all good?
Julia, you all good over there? Yep,
she's giving us the thumbs up. Hey guys, stay safe and enjoy it.
Thank you.
No worries. Let's see if we can grab these guys behind. Who wants to chat? How are we?
Good, mate, good.
Tell me about your car.
Basically 6-week build. Happy to be here. And hopefully we make it to the other end.
Is this your first time?
No, about our 6th time.
Okay. And your best result so far?
Finishing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's what we want. Good luck.
Thank you.
Rihanna for having a chat with some of our competitors. It's awesome to see. And young Shane Greening and young Julia Antonelli in that sports light there, 1008, they're going to be singing.
This is where it's going to be interesting here, Josh. Brad Close, very good competitor. Yeah, very interesting because that's a Jimco Hammerhead. Unfortunately, Shannon Ranch out with a gearbox issue is what we were told, so that's a shame for him. Shannon, I was expecting to really push it. Previous King of the Desert.
Yep.
Yeah, went through prologue, like right up in qualifying, and this is what I was going to say. And now Mikey Zacher is off the line too in the 51. That's that ex-Wilson Motorsports car, the King or the Mike's Choc Shop car, a long way down the pack from where he should be, in my opinion. And, you know, that's a beautifully turned out vehicle. I think both of these cars have the potential to run right up the front. So I guess what we're saying is watch out, because these two cars together could be freight lining to the front of the pack. Going to be very interesting.
As we track down to the start-finish line to talk to Damien Harris.
Jamie Harrison and Jeremy Kempton, how are we feeling?
Oh, we're good. We're really we're excited about yesterday, and beautiful day. Time to go for a bit of a roll.
Tell me how the prologue went for you guys.
Say again?
How did the prologue go for you guys?
It was good. It was good. We played it safe, and you know, we're going to try and have two consistent days.
Well, stay safe out there. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
So as we have a look at the Rodinga checkpoints, it's all happening. So Brent Smoothie through there, Billy Geddes through there, and Andrew Brown through there. But it looks like there's been some position change, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rodinga splits, looking at the times, it looks like Denny Brown went through there at 8:22 and 40, and Andrew Brown is 8:25. So Andrew Brown is now behind Billy Geddes on road, is what that would indicate to me. Yeah. So yeah, Andrew Brown maybe stopping to change a tyre or something like that, but the 8:42 now in 5th place, maybe 6th place on road, is that correct?
I believe
But Danny
so,
Brown
yeah.
must now be right. Well, he'll have a dust gap to Carl Havey, which is excellent for him. Danny can start pushing along nicely. There seems like they're looking at the tracker again. These trackers aren't exactly perfect. So the 847 is Smoothie, isn't it? Yep, so 847 is Smoothie. He looks like he's right on the tail of Danny Brown, according to our tracker. And then I tell you what, Billy Geddes looks like he is on the back bumper. We've switched over to Smoothie. So again, listen, dust really not a factor here. You can see that helicopter, the shadow in front, so it shows you just how professional these teams are. Smoothie running a helicopter with him the whole way. Gee, I thought he was going to get high on that berm there. Great run from the forward right truck. Jamie Knight, the 439 off the line too. Keep a good eye on Jamie. Jamie knows how to wheel through the rough. Gundawindi local, president of the club out there actually, so that's how local he is. And that truck can really work in the big stuff, so keep a good eye on Jamie. Obviously probably not the qualifying that he wanted either. Probably caught a few people out just taking a conservative line, making sure they got through. But unfortunately, with the side-by-side speed these days and the four-wheel drive capabilities of them, it really is hard to, you know, keep up with those side-by-sides in prologue-style conditions.
Yeah, the number 14 off the line, that's Hayden Tatnell in the pro buggy, so he'll be out of position a little bit as well. But as I was just looking at our tracking for our competitors, it looks like the 842 was stuck in a position at one point, but it had moved from there. So I'm guessing it looked like, yeah, maybe a tyre or something, had to get out of the vehicle, quickly stop, and then, yeah, get back in and go again. So little things like that can hamper your race day results, I can definitely tell you that.
Absolutely, it is a fine line between keeping tyres on the vehicle and knocking tyres off, and yeah, any time that you're changing a wheel, those couple of minutes cost you dearly in a race like this. I tell you what, how exciting is this though? This is honestly one of the most amazing little battles that I've seen for third position between the 847 and the 434, and we're going to throw back down to on the start line again with Rihanna.
Yeah, we've got our reigning champion in the production forward drive category, Brad Loveland Byam, all the way from the USA for the Ford Ranger Raptor. Brad, how are we?
Well, we're doing great. I think the Chevy boys got a little jump on us there in the prologue, but we're going to have a great race out here. It's our time to shine, and you know, this Ranger Raptor's best out in that natural desert terrain, so we're looking forward to getting out there.
I'm loving this rivalry between the Chev and the Ford. I mean, what is the strategy this morning? They've picked you in prologue, but what is the strategy to get you down to Fig?
Well, you know, getting up this morning, I'm thinking, look, this is our time to shine. This is where greatness is made. This is our opportunity. And win, lose, or fail, this is what racers live for, is high competition like this. So super excited to race out here against Lowndes and see what we can do.
You've got your son Byam alongside you in the Nav. I mean, how special is this? A couple of guys from the States in the middle of Australia racing cars.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I spent time here in Australia in my younger years and fell in love with it. So to be able to come back here and experience it with my son, to see the sights and the vastness of Australia, absolutely love it.
Give us just a quick rundown of the car. What's different this year?
Well, we've put the car in a little bit of diet, so I think we've lost about 80 kilos of weight, but running same BFG tires, Method race wheels, and you know, can't say enough for the Ranger Raptor platform, same truck we raced last year and in Baja.
Awesome, guys. Good luck out there. Stay safe. Look forward to seeing you at the other end.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll see you in Finke.
Yeah, that alone is such an awesome story, the production four-wheel drive battle. And as he said, the Chev might have thrown the first punch in prologue, but again, we talk about this, there is no aggregate time. They're both starting on zero. They're both starting on a racetrack that's going to be very similar. Dust doesn't appear to be a battle. And I suppose the big thing that we have to say, Craig Lowndes, complete legend in the Chev, so we're not discounting anyway that man, but Brad Lovell does have the experience here. He knows how to get that Raptor down the Finke track, and what he learned last year, I mean, he's already talking about putting it on, it's lost 80 kilos, like that's something that they would have come up with last year. They knew how to come back better, so I think the Raptor's only going to be better.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be very, very interesting in production full drive as the 788 of Craig Lowndes and Dale Mascot gets off the line. 7-time champion.
How good is that? The massive big Chev truck. And this is essentially a production street car.
Yeah.
Like this could have a set of number plates on it. The guys out there with Chevrolet, so good to see this rig out there. And again, what a personality. It's the right man for the task to take the race.
It definitely is, and we're going 2x2 now. We're going drag racing.
David Beavis off the line there with the 6108 of Matt Bray. So great to see that.
6183 and the 1021. So Timothy Button and Keith McReynolds. So for everyone watching for Timmy Button, he's on the start line about to get off in the quote-unquote slow one. Might be a fast one. Nah, he said he was having issues with the gear selector. That's new this year. He's got the spare on the back, and I think he's just going to sit behind that side-by-side and try to go from there, is young Timmy Button. But it's great to see so many different vehicles out here doing what they are. Another set of side-by-side, so the 6168 and the 6144.
Sorry, Josh, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but a truck flew down there. They must be down at Bunda now. We just saw that flash up and run through. So it would have been Bo Robinson. And now I'm getting a few updates off Rally Safe and bits and pieces. If we scroll up, I think that it's possible that the number one, Trav Robinson, is currently stopped, which is a bit of a shame. So just click on the one there and oh no, it's still, according to us at 54 seconds ago, it's still travelling at 54, but again, that's way down in pace compared to what we'd expect it to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's moving on the service road.
I was going to say that appears to be off the side of the service road, so it is very possible
luck
that Trav is, unfortunately, again, we'll bring you updates as we know, but at this point, that would not be where we're expecting to see Trav Robinson now. Out of interest, so here's the replay of Bonduma. So blink and you'll miss it as Bo runs past at Bonduma in those big rough whoops. I tell you what a beautiful bit of footage here as again the 6199 and the 409 get off the line. Wow. Again, blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah. And shout out to the Bonduma crew there. They'll be running a very, very tight ship. But yeah, it's very interesting to see that Bo Robinson's gone through there so quickly as well. James Cook now is through Rodinga But yeah, it's all on for young and old, ladies
Well,
and
I tell you
gentlemen.
what, another note, James Cook started 2 minutes behind Mel Brandle.
Yeah.
He's now less than 30 seconds behind Mel
Wow.
Brandle. So Cook is now starting to push through the dust.
Brad Lovell now off the line, ladies and gentlemen, as well as we were just having a look at that replay. The Ford Ranger Raptor, so production, the production class, the top 2 runners are out there and they are now pushing. So that Ford, the Ranger Raptor that got last year's class honours, can it get down to Finke? And what will Brad do when we continue to go on? We're going to go back down to the start line as these vehicles take off the line with Rihanna.
And I've got Danny Foot here because your dad, Ashley Foot, is just about to take off in the buggy. Danny, you were once his navigator, but now you've given those duties away. How are they feeling this morning?
Yeah, they're feeling good. I think they're a little bit nervous, but I mean, who wouldn't be at this time of day? So yeah, they just got to get it there on 4 wheels, and I'll see them later on.
So who's in the navvy seat now?
Is Phil Lee. So he's navvying for Dad. So he's actually my manager at work. So it's a small community.
So what's more nervous for you, navvying for your dad or actually doing this race on the bike yourself?
I think a bit of both, to be honest. I mean, the man's a genius behind the wheel, so I know that he can get it there. I think it's just keeping that Can-Am still ticking and making sure there's no mechanicals and whatnot, and yeah, keeping it smooth. It can be a bit daunting out there and you can make some silly mistakes pretty quickly. So, but yeah, I think I'm still nervous 7 years in, so we'll see how we go though.
Third time for your dad, you've done it 7 times. What advice do you give to him as he takes off?
Just get it there. You just got to relax this first 40 Ks. You can get your heart rate pretty pumping. So I think it's just to keep calm and carry on. Isn't that the word?
Quickly touch on your prologue yesterday. You've gone up to the big bike and you had a big moment out there, but you're all in one piece and you're safe.
Yeah, it was a big moment. I just hesitated and the 500 reminded me who's boss. So no, it was good. I'm glad to get back in one piece, and yeah, I think I suck at prologue every year, so I'm not really fussed. It's my first time being in the top 100 though, so I've got to be happy with that, and we all start on 0 today, so.
Huge achievement to punch in that top 100. We look forward to catching up with you later today. Good luck.
Thanks for that. We'll see you down there.
Yeah, awesome to talk to Danny Foot there about that ride, and again, that wild moment. Hey, look at this drag race to the first corner. Oh, there's not a lot of room there, team. You've got to give up, give way, but the side-by-side forcing the issue against Paul Tuck Lee, where no doubt Paul Tuck Lee will force the issue down when the going gets rough in that big pro buggy, so we'll see how that goes. Now, Josh, again, I want to mention, I'm having a quick look at Smoothie's live feed there, and you know, he is right on the back of Danny Brown there, but oh no, we're starting to see dust now. I was going to say, about 2 minutes ago, because we can see that he is right on the tail, but he's not really contending with the sort of dust that we'd expect. Gee, I'm keeping a good eye on that, because that almost, there's the pass. So right on the live feed that we happen to see on OBR 1484 on their YouTube feed, so we can confirm that Smoothie has got around Danny Brown. That would put him 3rd on road. Now the other car that we are very interested in is Billy Go Get Us. Slippery Muldoon underwater cave diver was right on the back of Smoothie as well. So where is those times going to come out? Havey is through Bunda now, again dropping a little bit of time there. Nothing bad, but you know, has got a couple of, because he was 2 minutes behind, and then what, he's about another minute and a half back from where we would expect him to be if he's on time with Bo. So Bo currently the fastest on road, but again, Smoothie dealing with these cars. Again, I would say that this year dust is not an issue, and that makes it interesting. Are we going to see an AJ charge? Are we going to see some of these cars a James Cook charge?
Yeah, those cars down pack, it looks like they will be pushing very, very hard. So we continue to wait for updates. But it definitely looks like, unfortunately, the #1 buggy is, at this moment, out.
Yep, the 69 of McNamara off the line now as well, which is beautiful. The 798 of Hank Parker. Norman, as you told me his name really is. I did not know that. Mark Robinson in the passenger seat out of St. George. Jamie Henderson and Jacob Henderson off the line in that truck that we saw there just before, along with Jamie Lawson. So there's the 477 of Henderson, and Lawson, the 486. The 544 is off the line now as well. Because again, we are running through them with Richard Ocon and the 86. There's those green and orange bearded men from Mount Isa, the wild men from out of the hills.
And then we had Benjamin Oliver and Nina Kells in the Performance two-wheel drive. Another set of Alice locals making their way out onto the track. As we follow these vehicles in the stadium section. And we will look to have a look at this overtake here now. Yeah, watch the replay.
Yeah, Danny Brown obviously knew he's there because he got over to the left, made sure he had a good position. Again, this is some of the thing about the trackers and push to pass and all the other things that are going on. Again, you can see that dust starting to sit there. But how good is that live feed from inside Brent Smoothie's car? Brent Smoothie's, I apologise, car. And, you know, that pass on Danny Brown. Absolutely amazing that we're getting this footage from down the track. They are literally 180 kilometres in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, no, exactly.
If you have a mobile phone down there, guys, your mobile phone does not work. It hasn't worked for 140 kilometres. So it's amazing that we've got these footage, these images. And I only say that because I say that for our international guys. Now, listen, I'm not knocking you. I know Baja's remote, but really, Baja, you've got cell service, you've got fuel stops, this is essentially 150 miles from any town, from anything that you can buy a servo pie from, you know? Absolutely amazing.
Exactly. We're going to go down to Rihanna back on the start-finish line.
And just quickly before they take off, Taylor and Kriston Apostolese, your first Fink, how are you feeling? Nervous or excited?
There's definitely a little bit of nerves there, but overall we're both really excited. You know, first look at the track, going in pumped, you know, just here having some fun, ready to finally get on the track and, yeah, just hopefully send it and have some fun.
All the way from WA, you just finished your high school exams here with your dad. It's pretty special for you.
Yeah, very excited, but it should be a good one, yeah.
And now you've got to go, guys, as we have our last couple of cars in the Cars Prologue. Such a cool morning. People from all over the country that are just here to enjoy what we love, racing here in Fink.
Definitely, Rihanna, we definitely love all those stories. It's great to hear about them as the talent gets off the line. And just before that, we had Mark Wakeman and Dennis DeBrenny off the line, John White and Stuart Glover off the line now as well. And yes, we're getting down to the pointy end. It was a great interview there as well. Just finished year 12 exams, and why not head out to the centre and go for a race out of Fink.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. What a time to be alive. And again, I was just saying, what a time to be an off-road racer. We've got these footage, these images. We've got in-track, we've got down-track, we've got in-car. It's absolutely insane. We've got live timing, live tracking. Yes, there is so much information. Again, I only act so surprised because I'm showing my age. 10 years ago, this was but a dream.
No, yeah,
basically, the cars took off the line and you just waited to see what happened down. You know, you're slowly getting internet updates every now and then. They'd come through in about an hour from Bunda. You'd had no idea what the splits were, and they printed them on a piece of paper for you. Absolutely amazing. Again, I suppose I'm saying we should give the Tatts Finke Desert Race committee, team, volunteers and everything a huge pat on the back, because this is a big show now. It's a professional production, it's a professional race. There is all sorts of stuff going on. So again, if you're listening to me from the commentators box, hey Josh, from the bottom of our hearts, we've got the best seats in the house and we've got the best job in the world, and we get to enjoy this amazing race that you guys put on.
Oh yeah, we definitely do, and we are so lucky up here in the comms box because we get every ounce of information straight to us, and and because we're such big off-road fans, we just love it. We're both up here having a good chat about everything, and when we're off air, we're having a quick chat about where we think certain people are going to be and what they're doing. So it's very, very interesting. And Brent Smoothie now is through Bunduma. He went through at 8:43, so that man is absolutely on the charges. The 646 gets off the line.
He does have 5, and we should say the 646. So is that our last vehicle off the line?
No, I believe there's...
No,
it was.
Last one.
Yep.
So our sweep Jeep is now coming through.
Yes, no, they're a great crew in the sweep Jeep. They'll get that thing pushing.
Absolutely. Do you think it's possible that he might give the slower cars a bit of a bump along, like Baja spec?
I think he might. The 684. So our final starter, the 684, which is Fran Scambera and Kai Scambera in the side-by-side pro. No, they've clicked it on and off.
Those, let's say, earlier vehicles, because I think that body shape's, you know, a couple of years old now.
Yep.
They did seem to have a few little issues with restarts, didn't they? You had to turn them off and clear the codes and then run them again, so it's possible.
So Billy Geddes is through Bunduma. He did get past Danny Brown. And look how close that is.
Hey, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, Billy is 20 seconds back, less than 20 seconds back on Smoothie. So, and running at the same pace. Well, no, faster pace.
Yeah.
That Brent Smoothie. So
and that's in that ex-Tisco truck of Toby Price. So
yeah, the 434. So
wow.
amazing. So that two-wheel drive truck is absolutely wicked up. Amazing to see. Billy Geddes currently sitting in 4th on road and 3rd on corrected time. Yeah, so that's going to be absolutely amazing to see how this all shuffles out. Now, I will say, you know, Carl Havey isn't slowing down. So Havey at the moment is having a good solid run there, holding on to second very strongly because Smoothie has about, 5 minutes? He had 2 minutes at the start line, so he's actually dropped 3 minutes to Carl Havey. So that's going to be interesting how that plays out. And again, I can't wait. I'm looking for Aaron Havey. I'm looking for James Cook. I'm looking for all those. Aaron James. You know, there's a few big names that are going to run through this pack. Again, we go to Mount Squire, so our eyes are peeled here because we're going to get here very shortly.
Yeah.
Josh and I are literally sitting in this commentary box just waiting to see all the action because we are waiting for the 3's going to fly by. Then Carl Havey. Brent Smoothie, where is Billy Geddes? Is he in the dust or has he got enough of a clean road that he can get up? Are we watching the live feed to wait to see if Billy Geddes can get past Brent Smoothie?
Yeah.
You know, there is everything going on here at the moment.
Because it looks like Smoothie's in the Bunduma whoops at this point, just absolutely smashing up and down. But, like, that's the thing. When we say, like, the little time increments that they've got, I don't know where they're losing this time. Like, and these other drivers are gaining it because it looks like they're full pelt on the live stream. It's insane with with the pace of these vehicles. And there you go, there's Bo.
So Bo through Mount Squires
at 8:46.34.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's amazing there. Again, we've just got so much going on in the box. We are having an absolute hoot up here. We've literally got, how many screens we've got? We've got 6 screens going.
Yeah.
It's all happening. So we've got split times. We're getting text messages from the awesome people out there racing as well. And, you know, look at following along at home. Again, it is a beautiful time here to be in the Australian desert looking at off-road racing. What a time to be an off-road racer. Have a look on our live feed. We've also flipped over to Smoothie. Oh, that footage from down there is simply spectacular. Again, we've got to give a shout out to Shane Hunt and OBR.
Yeah.
They are putting it in here. Up, getting a bit loose there. And again, we're just waiting to see where does Billy Geddes sit in all this?
Yeah.
The 434, I tell you what, it really does show just how nice that Tisco piece of machinery is. These Masons are beautiful trucks. This is the four-wheel drive one. So cool to see this thing. Again, Brent Smoothie absolutely on the gas in the 847. David Walsh getting a good look at the track too. I wonder how much that plays into David Walsh's race. Does Billy Geddes need to get Liam Walsh in the passenger seat of his? Is that the real move?
Maybe. That's the thing, like Smoothie's on song this year. He's absolutely singing and being able to get these great images, ladies and gents. You can just see how well the suspension works out here in the desert on these vehicles. You would not be feeling much of that whatsoever. And just look at how well that car is handling in these massive whoop sections here.
Man, if Alan Cornick can see the dust from Brent Smoothie, we can only imagine the conversations that are going on.
Yeah.
Alan Cornick is an absolute animal of a navigator, has raced with some big names, and no doubt he's just saying, lick the stamp and send it, because these boys are going to be on a hunt. As soon as you see that dust in front of you, it's amazing how much you can stretch the throttle cable on one of these trophy trucks.
Definitely. It's just great. Just absolutely Yeah, wow. I cannot believe that we are this lucky to have these images coming up live straight to us. I hope you're enjoying from wherever you're watching, around the country, or around the world, or if you're here at the start-finish line, ladies and gentlemen. We've really stepped up in technology here, and a massive shout out to all the teams that make this happen, because yeah, we are really in our element right now, off-road racing.
Well, I tell you what we've got to do, Josh. Looking at this footage, we've got to get some of these legends back.
Yeah.
Bryce Chapman and stuff. The 50th's coming up. Luke Ayres, those sort of crews. Maybe we can get Harley back for a year for the 50th.
David
Fellows back in a car for the 50th. How good would that be? Some of those legends. Greg Gardner, unfortunately, not here this year. And I tell you what, there you go.
Billy Geddes just got past Brent Smoothie, ladies and gentlemen, on the live stream. This is insane. What a hell man.
Absolutely. There you go. Bill Geddes now third on track and on corrected time. Are we going to see him push up on Carl Havey? Mate, and he's checking out too, which is absolutely insane. Bill now has clean air. He's been battling for this little... Oh, that's interesting. Hey, so on the dash, and it's just something to note because we've seen it this year, they've got a push to pass. And it was just alerted to me that Brent Smoothie has been getting a push to pass notification for a little bit. So that's why Danny Brown moved over. And I mean, I will say it, I'm sure Brent was getting himself into a position to do it, but it's very interesting because you are supposed to slow down and move off the track to allow the faster car, because Billy Geddes is clearly faster on the track. He's made up to 2 minutes. So if you see that push to pass, just so you guys know, the rules are to move over and let the faster car through. So interesting that we can see that push to pass and let's say it in use.
Yeah, so we're live at Fink now, having a look there. I reckon if Geddes keeps doing what he's doing, he will be on par for the time that Toby did last year, I reckon. Yeah,
let's see. I think the big key is that it's going to be interesting, because what Billy would really be looking, I imagine, is to be in second place coming in behind Bo. I don't know if he's going to be able to, it's going to be, I'll call a spade a spade. Yeah. If you're passing cars, to run Bo's pace is going to be very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah,
however, what he can do is put himself into second on corrected time, start out a second right behind Bo, and then all he knows is that he has to go for the win on the way home.
Absolutely amazing, ladies and gentlemen, to see this footage. And so the dust is there, but that's still not a hindrance to Smoothie. You can still see he's absolutely flying at the moment in that machine. And just pushing, trying to stay with Geddes, but Geddes is just, licked the stamp and said, catch up, mate. This is insane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so hard. We're going quiet in the commentary box here because we're just enjoying all the action. We're looking at all ourselves, the 56, the 434. These are all the things that we're talking about. It's starting to look like they may have passed the 56 as well. Yeah. Wish we had, but we're going to see here on Smoothie. Smoothie's starting to come up into dust again. Could be hanging on from Billy Geddes. Again, we did have that information that down the further end, it was definitely, down the southern end, it had dried up. There'd been a bit of a breeze. A lot of the bike boys were talking about how the track had dried out and there was going to be some dust down further. However, again, can't say this enough, could not be said to be an issue for Brent Smoothie and this in-cab right now. But you can see where they come out of the corners and that two-wheel drive. I was going to say that 56.
Not official, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, he's still doing 149 k's an hour. I'd say that's just a tracker point. Yeah. They are right on the road there, down in that section.
So it's all
that's brown. Yeah, so that seems like a tracking. I think it's going to update.
Yeah.
We didn't see any vehicles. It doesn't mean that they didn't get tucked off to the side somewhere, but at this point, it looks like they're still moving. Again, just keeping a good eye out. David Walsh doing a great job there. No doubt giving all that track knowledge to Brent Smoothie. And again, Smoothie, what an animal of a vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying this ride along, because I tell you what, there is nothing like being inside a pro class car, trophy truck. And I tell you what, if you're going to get a ride along in a four-wheel drive Mason, can't do much better than that.
It looks like he's coming up on the dust again. We don't know whether that's Billy Go-Getty's.
I tell you a car that's interesting. Am I on the right track? On my tracker, Aaron Havey has moved past James Cook, moved past a few cars. So Aaron Havey is another one that I was warning everyone that he would be a sneaky Pete. Keep a good eye on him, because they are moving. Aaron Havey has won the Don River Dash and had a great run there. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all goes here this weekend. And again, really we're looking, day one is settling and getting into the corrected times, and then day two will be the way home, and that's going to be a big key. If Aaron Havey can get up into that top 3 or 4 for the run home on corrected time and then start off a grid position, that's going to be one to watch out for, I believe.
Yeah, oh, it definitely is, and it's so very interesting to see what is going on out there on track. And this, ladies and gentlemen, please, there is so many stories going on through each class. We really are trying to wrap our heads around it all, so do bear with us this morning when we get into our classes and stuff like that, because yeah, we will we'll endeavour to give you all the information we can. There is just so much going on right now. We're really versed over this top 5, it's a top 10 at the moment. But look at this thing go.
Mate, looking at that tracker, that 56 is stopped. It's got to be. They've now made their way past, which puts the Billy Geddes not just second on corrected, second on road now.
Yeah.
So that's going to be very interesting to see how that goes.
And he should have a nice clear patch of clean air to run in.
Yep. So now he's running all the way to Apatula, to the Finke end. So these 3 trucks now have all essentially got clean air up the front, so they're going to really check out here and have a great run. Mason, Tisco Mason. How interesting. What a race. No doubt a race that the American manufacturers over there are enjoying. And I tell you what, if you're joining us here from probably over in sunny Southern California, we're a big shout out to you guys. We love having you, the Americans, you Yanks, along for the ride here at the Finke Desert Race. We'd love more of you to come out. We've got Gene Towler here this year, which is absolutely awesome, of Get Performance Alpha race car fame. He's worked with the likes of Robbie Gould on the Dakar vehicles and bits and pieces, so pretty awesome to have that level of competition out here, as well as our awesome Australian guys. Wow, have a look at all that traction that four-wheel drive system gives, hey?
And there you go, ladies and gents. We'll get some of the stuff that we've got up here in the box on the big screen. So the tracker on the left-hand side. Number 3 still very far out in front.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it very much, but Bo Robinson, obviously the man to beat there. They've had a really great run. Pretty confident that the Starling couldn't physically keep up with the pace there of Smoothie. So, yeah, absolutely amazing as we start to see down the far end at Apatula. I think that we're going to start, you know, seeing some trucks come on in.
Billy Geddes is through Mount Squires at 8:57.
Yep, absolutely amazing. So, Billy Geddes... Wow. I'm just doing the math on this because Billy Geddes started 12 minutes. Is that right? Behind, if he came out of 6. Anyway, you know where I'm going with this. If Bo Robinson went through Mount Squires at 8:46 and 30, and Billy went through 8:57 and 38 and came out of 6th position, that means that it is very tight for the overall top time. Again, Billy Geddes started at 8:40. There was that's right. So Billy started 10 minutes behind Bo. So they are a minute apart on corrected time.
Wow.
And Billy's put passes on.
That's insane. And when you got Smoothie through there now as well, that was 8:58.04.
Yes.
So 30, 40 seconds there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
So 10-minute start gap. There's 11 minutes difference right now.
It's all
and
playing
again,
out.
the passes have gone on. This is going to be absolutely crazy.
What a year we've got here for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, ladies and gentlemen. These drivers are putting it on. They do not want to disappoint.
Well, let's go. So who else through at the
Danny
moment?
Brown.
Yep.
Just gone through.
Absolutely. So that's a great run.
Oh,
the first of our pro buggies. So Danny Brown in that big two-wheel drive Lumicraft.
50-odd seconds
Nick
behind.
Commons is through Bunda now as well. We're expecting Brett Comiskey to be through. That's in that four-wheel drive truck very shortly as well. Kai Camilleri. So Kai Camilleri's actually moved up a position, I think, on road in that Jimco with Luke Hendry in the passenger seat. James Cook having a cracking run there as well. So, yep, going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out again. The problem is going to be that as we start getting down the line, these guys are dealing with that dust, aren't they?
Oh, definitely.
Again, it is definitely the best year for dust that we've had in a long time. I'd say 10 years.
Well, pretty much we ran to Mount Squires without dust, and even if you were behind the car, unless you were eating its rear bumper, you weren't really in dust at all. So it's been a year, and I think it will be one of the quickest years we've seen, ladies and gentlemen, in a long time. As here at the start-finish line, we get the works started so we can start our bikes later on in the day, but we're well-versed over the Finke end and bringing you all the action here from the start-finish line in Alice Springs. And I believe we've got Kiaiza down there to do some interviews once the top runners get in there, so that'll be awesome to hear from her once we get that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is all the things.
Or at that famous jump.
Yeah, at the Apatula end, down at the Finke jump.
It was working fine. Yeah, I mean, it's working.
Going to be very, very good. Again, it's how the game changes. I'm actually getting texts from the Race Wheels Australia boys, Michael Taylor, from the far end. He said, I'm standing on the Finke jump side and I've got 4G bars of 4G. Again, unheard of just last year.
That's
so
insane.
how cool is that they, you know, I'm assuming it's Telstra or the telco has, you know, put in a bit of an effort down there and they've got all the, you know, the coverage that we need down there. So absolutely awesome. And again, if you guys are listening along down at the Apatula end, big shout out from the commentary box. I actually wish I was down there, but I enjoy this spot too. So there's a lot of good spots, but I tell you what, there's nothing like camping down at Apatula. It is absolutely brilliant down there. It is a party. The guys that are just here for a good time, they know how to have a good time. Obviously, all the top teams are taking it very seriously, but if you're just a guy going for a spike on a motorbike, it's a good night down there in a swag. Big fire, got the temperature up, probably having a few cold brewskis down there, and I tell you what, it's going to be a time down there. I'm pretty sure that everyone that goes to Apatula can probably tell you a story about the night at Finke.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, as we look, that's Andrew Brown through Mount Squires at 9:01. So I believe Danny Brown got around him, from what I can work out here.
Past who, sorry, mate?
So that was it Danny Brown who got past Andrew, or?
Yes, no, Danny Brown got past earlier. He was in that pack because it was Brent Smoothie past Danny Brown on live feed. Yep. So we think Andy pulled over for possibly a tyre change or something because 3 went past him while he seemed to be on the side of the road there for a second. So, but it is all happening here. There is no question about that. I'm just clicking through, having a look at a few of the results for day one right now because I want to see. We've got some great vehicles out there obviously running, like Ryan Taylor's having a pretty cracking run down there as well. He's about to go through Bonduma, the 93s there as well. Tom Owens in the 30, keep a good eye on them. The 834, so no, there's some good runs there. 21 of Mark Burrows is having a good run as well. the first of our... No, that's not true. Mel Brandel is having a great one. I was about to say the first of our pro lights, but I remember that Mel Brandel is actually running a single-digit number on the roof because of his position last year in the championship. So big shout-out to Mel, and he's having a cracking run there in the Illumicraft, as is the 127 and then the 149, it appears. So again, it'll be interesting to see what the guys do overnight too, you know. Oh, as I keep looking down, 52 of Royden Bailey, the 31 of Kent Battle is there as well. They're having a good run there through Redinga. Again, we're keeping a good eye on the Bonduma times. We saw Nick Cummins go through there at 8:58. So, but we haven't had anyone for a little while now, Josh, which is interesting.
Yep.
Whether we've had a few dropouts and you know, there's a bit of a gap. Kai Camilleri is having a great run there. Just checking, his race number is 34. Yeah, so he's through Rodinga, and we're expecting him to come through Bonduma.
Just a little bit of housekeeping on our side of things. If we could please have Samuel Baines to the information centre, please. That's Samuel Baines to the information centre. That would be amazing. So we get these awesome, awesome shots from down at Finke. Continue to keep you versed on what's going on here at Finke. And it's very, very close between some of our competitors. So we are really enjoying this morning. So we keep our eyes peeled on the checkpoint times. And if you're playing along at home, there's a couple of different websites you can be versed across. So you've got the Tatts Finke Desert Race website that you can be on. You can be on the Rally Safe website as well, just to check everything out and see where cars are tracking and what they're doing. It's just awesome to see how far the technology has come over the years. So I'm just going to quickly open up and see what seems to be the go. So cars definitely moving. And moving quick. So last update on Bo Robinson, he was at 199 k's an hour. That is absolutely insane. You love to see it. So just working out some of the stuff that we need to be versed over once we have vehicles down into Finke. But it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. So I think with how remote we are getting now, a couple of the live streams have dropped out, unfortunately. So we can't continue to follow them. But what an absolute great thing it is to have pretty much a live stream in the top couple of cars there all the way to Mount Squire. So yeah, definitely some interesting times ahead, and we should not be too far away at all from Bo Robinson coming through.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. But again, Finke is such a wild beast. We've seen some of the vehicles already that, you know, we were tipping as right up the front, and they've had little issues. Hopefully some of them are back going again. You know, some of them obviously will not be back running again, I'd imagine. Like, it definitely seemed like Travis Robinson was stopped on the service road. We were looking at Carl Havey and where he was. Aaron Havey has made a stonking run coming out of that position that he started. Let me just check that. But yeah, started at 8:15 and is now 6th on the road. Is that correct?
I believe so. So Aaron Havey now through Mount Squires at 9:06.
Yeah, that's correct. So he's now...
No, sorry,
now 6th
Tom
on road.
Allen, I believe. Or it might be Ryan Taylor as well. Tom Owen and Ryan Taylor through Bunduma now.
Oh, there you go. So Ryan is having a good crack there, through at 9:08. Tom Owen through at 9:06. Again, the 30 was one that I said to watch out for. Those guys know how to go very fast in the rough, so keep a good eye there. But again, the issue is going to be that those guys are going to have to work through the dust now, aren't they? Unfortunately, again, you can see Carl Havey, that number, just slipping down the order as he hasn't come through Mount Squires. So he's somewhere between Bonduma and Mount Squires on the side of the track. I can see the two of Mel Brandel having a good run there too. He's down in the bottom of that pack, so moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like the track's suited to the trophy trucks this year.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I mean, rough and fast is always going to suit the big trucks. The big buggies are fast too. Again, it's hard now because everything's going to come down to, qualifying. It would be interesting to see the likes of Aaron Havey if, he had that pole position. Like, if it was just, and this isn't a real thing, but it would be interesting to know if they just started and ran start to finish with no, we give them 30 minutes gaps or something like that. What would be the outcome of some of these cars? Like, there's always a factor in it. I mean, you think about how fast Aaron Havey is right now. Well, again, I'll give props. I know he's my local boy and I'm a big fan, but Billy Geddes and Alan Cornick have physically passed 6 cars on the road or 5 cars on the road to put themselves second on the road and run just 1 minute off Bo. Bo has had no dust, no nothing. But the flip side is, we talked about this with Toby last year. Did Toby run as hard as he could or as hard as he needed to? Because when you're standing in top spot, I mean, Bo set the fastest time to Mount Squires.
Yep.
So why do you need to go any faster? You don't need to take any more risks. Maybe if Billy Geddes was knocking on the back door on the way home, we'll see what happens there. But at this point, Bo's exactly on pace for where he needs to be. He's driving like an absolute maniac. As the first lot of dust comes up, Josh.
Wow, this is going to be close to Toby, I can tell you that. From last year, I've got last year's results up just so we can look straight over to it and compare them. But Bo is on a flyer, ladies and gentlemen. He's already down to Fink. And here we go. So he'll make his way over that famous jump.
Yeah, beautiful. And see, this is what I'm saying. Like, that looks very controlled from Bo. He's doing exactly what he needs to do. I'm sure that they have enough information on board that they know exactly what's going on. They know that Billy's coming up behind him. They're through now.
So your number 1 position into Fink, Bo Robinson, with a time of 1 hour, 41 minutes and 8 seconds. So a little bit off Toby's time last year.
Yeah, but again, I'm going to go back to, I think that shows that Bo Robinson is in the zone. I think that he's done exactly what he should have done. He probably has enough stuff coming in through his ears that he knows that was the pace that he needed to run. Because again, why are you going to break your truck on the way down for something that's he's winning? So it's going to be very interesting. Billy Geddes is the big guy that I'm very interested in. He's putting the push on. Now, this brings us to another little point. Billy Geddes is supposed to get out of the truck and give Brett Comiskey the keys. Now, Brett Comiskey owns the truck.
Yeah.
I understand the position, but I'm telling you right now, I'll say it, and I know Brett pretty well. If I'm Brett Comiskey, I'm saying, Bill, don't change a thing. Send it home. Why would you change anything about that? Billy Geddes has absolutely smoked that run down. Now, the crazy bit, mate, we're literally going to have a 10-minute gap here. Bo is the fastest, well, on splits to Mount Squires, about 10 minutes. Billy started about 10 minutes behind. So, sorry, not 10 minutes faster than Billy Geddes to Mount Squires. They're pretty close on corrected time. And what I'm saying is the 10-minute start gap. So we're now, this is exactly what we're talking about. Bo's just got to sit there and wait.
Hey, it's all the waiting game now. And, what an event this is turning out to be.
Well, and the other point that we've got to talk about now that we're talking about this race on the way home, it is corrected time on the way home. So Bo knows exactly, like, if he's now first, which I'd say it's pretty safe that Bo's going to be the guy to catch on the way home. Billy can probably push harder now, right, on corrected time. He might be able to get on Bo's back door, get in the dust. Then Bo just wicks it up a little bit. You've got to physically pass him. You've got to get around the champion. And I will tell you, I don't know whether this is written in the rules or not, but I'm telling you, in this race on the way home, that push to pass will mean absolutely nothing. Because if I'm first on road, you've got to pass me. It's as simple as that. You're not getting around me. It's not corrected time. It's not like racing the other national rounds. This is to the line. So I'm holding it wide, and we're sending it. So, but again, amazing run from the OBR team. Bo Robertson, Shane Hutt. They have been in this position before. They have been the fastest down to Fink. They have been. I mean, there's been years where Bo and Trav have both reset the champion, like the fastest one-way time ever. You know, both of these guys, these Robinsons, are insanely fast. They know how to do it. Josh, I'm saying it. Is this old man age catching up with them and they're starting to get a little bit smarter? They're starting to get the idea that they need to run a pace, not just flat out. They've been fantastic competitors out here. And again, maybe this is just a sign of a mature statesman, Bo Robertson.
Yeah, no, definitely. And just keeping my eyes versed on everything that's going on. So, Mel Brandle and James Cook, wow, they were very, very close between Mount Squires there, so they're both on the push, but I believe from what I can see there is James Cook is past the number 2. Nick Commons through Mount Squires now as well. Carl Habe's definitely stopped somewhere. Comiskey through Bunduma. Mark Burrows through Bunduma. John Towers. So very, very shortly. But it looks like we're going to go down to the Fink end. So we will go down and have a look and speak with Bo Robinson and one of the girls.
Well, we made it to Fink and just in time to get Bo Robinson crossing the line. Bo, talk us through that run from Alice to here.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good. Clean run. The first part was actually a little bit misty or foggy or something, and just fogged up all the helmet stuff, so it was a bit slow through there. And then we lost power steering at like the 160, sort of playing up. So we kind of, don't know what's going on there. But a clean run anyway. It's nice not to have anyone in front of you, just either way. It's nice for clean air. But it's good. Good to be down here.
Are you happy with your time?
We definitely have more in it. We just too much at the very start there before deep well, and then also after the 160 mark with this steering. So not sure what's going on, but anyway, we're here, and we're good. But there's obviously a bit of action going on behind as well. So we'll see where it all stacks up.
We're hearing Billy Geddes is just a few minutes off you. Are you worried about him getting here in the next couple of minutes?
No, that'd be all right. I'm no stranger to that truck annoying me anyway. But no, it'll be all right. The boys probably have a clean run, It's good for the guys behind, isn't it? They've got clean air, so it certainly makes a race out of it.
And in terms of tonight, I mean, is the truck good? Is there anything you have to do, or what's the plan at the campsite?
We'll have to sort the steering out for sure. Otherwise it's all pretty good, so we'll be right.
Get some rest as well. We'll be back here as the next second and third trucks come through here, but until then, back to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, and it's interesting. Again, I just feel like Bo is in a position where he's just relaxing on it. He's not counting his eggs before it hatched. Like he said, I'm pretty sure it's 14th or 15th Fink out here that those guys have been running. They've been running a lot of years and a range of different vehicles. They were running the pro car buggies for a while, stepped up into the trophy trucks. Trav's still in a pro buggy, and it's interesting because again, he's been in exactly this position before. He is no stranger. So again, the question, and I get it, but the question of, do you feel? I think he feels exactly where he's meant to be. He's in the front. Again, we're talking about how he has to be passed on the way home. Listen, I'd love to see Billy Geddes come flying in here, but I'd say he's already at essentially, pretty much full pace. He did have to do those couple of passes, but, let's call a spade a spade. Dust was pretty good this year.
Yep.
I wouldn't say, obviously no dust is better, but, I'd say looking at that information, Billy Geddes is going to be just behind him on corrected time, and then that's going to be the red rag for Bill on the way home. It's going to be very interesting. But I tell you what, he might make it. He might hold that thing wide down that road section, and we'll find out. But 9:18 local time at the moment, so we would expect to see Billy Geddes in about 9:20. 9:21, somewhere along those lines. So, you know, that's what we'd expect. So we've still got about, 5 minutes until we see the dust kick up with Billy. But I tell you what, if we see the dust kick up sooner than that, well, we will be cheering.
Yeah, it's such an interesting race this year. And as Bo was saying, it's given the cars behind them as much of an advantage as they can to have that clear air and really make it a race of it. But very interesting to also hear about that power steering there at the 160k mark. So they obviously backed off a little bit just so they weren't fighting the car so much. But that 434 and the 847 are the ones to watch. But I'm just a bit worried now that I look at this screen because it doesn't look like the 434's moved in a bit. No, it has. We're all good. See, that's why we've got to be careful with what we look up here in the box.
And the 847, again, the track is hard. Again, there's been times, but the 4's right there as well of Danny Brown. So, and Danny Brown will be really fast on this last section as well. The 842 right there as well. So, Danny and Andy still tracking, still moving. They should be very happy with that. Andy Brown is at 186 kilometres an hour in the rough stuff. They'll do upwards of 200 Ks on this road section coming into Apatula. So, pretty crazy to think that that's a real thing. Out of interest, I want to click on Danny Brown on that big turbo car. 213 kilometres an hour. Danny Brown is doing currently on the live feed. So 213 kilometres an hour in a pro buggy in the rough. You've now seen from the in-cab what the track's like.
Yeah.
How do they do it, Josh?
I don't know. And very interesting as well as we spoke with Jeremy, those fast eyes. You're going to need them for these cars as well because far out are you moving, and you're moving quick. I don't know how you'd be able to call those pace notes and do what you're doing at that speed because it's just insane. And I'll have a quick look a little bit further down in our classes just to see where we're at.
Well, remember Mel Brandel. Again, that's a tricky one. Mel Brandel's running right up the front in Pro Light. At the moment, who's our first sports light? Is it still the Montesalvo twins
that is
in the 10?
I just saw that 10 number. Yes.
Rod Visser looks like he's having a good run as well there. So Rod Visser in the 1057. James Mogford going really well. Royden Bailey. Montesalvo's right up there.
Yep.
Lachlan Bailey in a side-by-side, the 622 as well. Where is Shivers? Nathan Shivers was first off the line in a side-by-side. 604. Oh, sorry, McNiven. It wasn't Shivers, I lie. McNiven was first off the line.
They're through Bunduma.
That's absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen,
I wonder if
they've run a sub-hour and a half to Bunduma. Listen, I wanted to be a hater so bad, but these side-by-sides are so fast now. It is next level, and they're only getting better. That's the crazy bit. With the advent of the new Pro R Polaris and the Can-Am, the new X3 with the walled upright arms, you all know what I'm talking about. Absolutely amazing. So that is simply brilliant to see all of those competition right through the different classes.
Well, it's awesome. I just heard in my ears we've got over 4,500 people watching us on the live stream at the moment. So I hope you are having a great time, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the live Fink end. It looks like the 434 of Billy Geddes is making his way towards the Fink end. And yes, he is. Let's see what time he does and where he will sit behind Bo Robinson.
Yeah, amazing.
Sends it.
Yeah, Billy known for a good jump there. He's trained by the best in the business, Bernie Gwynn. And when the Gwynn boys know how to send that jump, Billy's going to be through now. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Yep, so through.
Ladies and gentlemen.
For a finish, we've got the times. So that's a nice close run. But pretty much so they held the time through Bunduma. So looking at our corrected time, Billy Geddes is 1 minute and 20.
And then you got Smoothie right
and a little bit of change. Yep.
coming through
Brent
that
smooth
jump
as
now.
well, but remembering that Billy's
past him.
Brent is going to be a little bit down, but still, what a fantastic position to be on the run home. These guys, all three guys are mates too. That's a cool thing about it. Like, when we're talking to these guys, you know, Bo wants no will ill on any of these guys. Like, they just want to race clean and fast. And Brent through now, again with so that's a 1:45. Yeah, so Brent a few minutes, basically exactly 4 minutes slower than Bo on the way down.
Yep. And you can
58 seconds. So a good run there.
Can see how dusty it is down that other end though, now that two of those trophy trucks has come through. And there is the 4.34 on your big screens.
Yeah, absolutely amazing to see that truck down there. They would be so happy. I'm sure it's Alan Cornick in the passenger seat of that truck, so he'd be enjoying that. He's a guy that likes to go really fast, and he doesn't like to lose, I can tell you that information. So it's fantastic to see those trucks there together, and Billy Geddes having a great run there in the DGI, the Brett Comiskey truck. So again, interesting to see what happens here, because if I'm team executive, I'm saying, Bill, don't change a thing. Head her on home.
Sounds like Danny Brown making his way closer now as well. We can see that dust.
That's a V8 truck, isn't it? So the next car that we should see through will be a turbo car. So I wonder if that's the sound of Smoothie's truck in the background. So, oh, listen.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's throw down to an interview with Billy Go Geddes.
Hi guys, back here with Billy Geddes. Billy, you're just a 1 minute 20 off Bo Robinson. How are you feeling about that time?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, we had a little bit of dust getting around a couple of cars, but other than that, it was a pretty cruisy run down. Had a couple of little get a little closer to some trees there one bit, but no, not too bad, hey.
And in terms of the track, what are the conditions like out there?
Oh, the track's rough. There's some big holes. They're sort of like San Felipe style bumps through there now. But yeah, the truck sort of soaked them up. They've got this thing set up just beautiful. It's a beautiful car. Credit to Toby and Bretto and the guys well, Brett now owns the car, so yeah, hell of a job.
Does it give you a bit more confidence out there knowing you're driving last year's winning truck?
Oh, look, I've been racing in the States in a really good truck as well. This is the first time in the car. I only drove it 20 Ks before we got in the race, so. But yeah, look, if Toby's got it set up, it's going to be good. And the guys at SDG in the US, they really know their stuff with shocks. But yeah, we just kept feeding it what it liked, and it just kept going. So.
And the plan for tonight, is there much that you have to do to the truck, or is it good to go for the morning?
No, we'll get it all apart and look at our wheels and stuff like that, and yeah, stuff.
Brilliant. Well, good job. You've definitely closed that gap on Bo. We're going to go chase down these other guys who have just crossed the line, but we'll be back to you very shortly.
Old Slippery Muldoon, hey? Have a look at him go. That is a very impressive drive from Bill and Alan Cornick, and those guys talking about it. You know, Alan Cornick has done a lot of racing in America too, so even if you haven't seen those guys racing around the place in recent years too much in Australia, they've been doing a lot overseas, and you know there's a constant move there, and really great navigator with a really great driver. Again, it's fantastic to see the skill set develop over the last 15 years, you know.
No, definitely is, and as we were in that interview, we had Danny Brown across the line in the number 4, the first of our pro class. He did it in a time of 1 hour, 48 minutes and 55 seconds, so not bad at all from him. That's a stonking charge from the number 4.
And Andy Brown, it'll be interesting to see him come across the line too, because we're sure he's still moving on our trackers, but I would have expected him right on the back of Danny Brown there, looking early on the trackers. So I'm now wondering if he's not maybe limping a little bit. See, that 842, James Cook looks like he's right on the back of the 842. Actually, unfortunately, is that 842 looks like it's stopped again, doesn't it?
Maybe.
847 has got around them. So the 847, is that Brett Comiskey in his four-wheel drive truck?
No, the 847 was Smoothie. So I think,
so that's just a catch up on the tracker. So we are waiting. This is the trap that we talk about. The tracker,
exactly.
It's moving. But again, the 10 looks like it's definitely gone past the stationary 842, which is heartbreaking. But the 10 on its way down and through, and the 2 right behind it. Mel Brandle in that little Aludicraft Pro Light.
For the Pro Light class.
That's not just in the top 10, that's in the middle of the top 10. He's going to be like 5th outright.
Yeah, no, it's very, very interesting to see. And, yeah, not too far away from seeing, hopefully, the next couple of vehicles through.
The other side of it is I'm very interested in James Cook as well, so that's going to be amazing to see as we throw on down to the far end with Keziah and Brent Smoothie. Oh no, Denny Brown.
How are you feeling coming in 3rd here at Finke?
Yeah, we had a good run down. We just tried to keep it together. We had a couple of real big moments in big whoops at 120. I was driving down. I was thinking there was something about 120, and I could just hear George in my ear, and he was going and going and going. And yeah, we went to these big whoops. I was just in la la land. So that was a bit of a reality check for us. But yeah, no, I'd be happy to call it now and go home. That'd be good.
Go home with 3rd place, not a bad place to be, but it's not 1st. In terms of the car, is there anything that you might need to do tonight to get it back out in the morning?
No, the car held together really well. Just a once over. We got a bit of knock off in the brakes, but that's nothing major. But we'll just give it a look over, gas the shocks, put some fuel in it, have a few beers, and well, not beers down here, but you know, we'll hang out.
We'll forget that one.
Yeah, we'll just have some dinner and yeah, watch the bikes come through.
The beers are for tomorrow night. There's going to be plenty of celebration to be had, I'm sure. In terms of yourself and your navvy, how the body's feeling?
Yeah, no, pretty good. Yeah, you get used to it after a while, so it's not too bad. And these cars are really good, so it's not too hard on the body.
Brilliant. Well, I'll let you go have a chat to these guys. We've still got a few more cars coming in here at Finke. It has just begun here in the middle of the Finke Desert in Apachula. Until those cars come through, we'll head back to you guys.
Now, it's awesome to have you guys down there, but unfortunately, Keziah, a little bit of a change there. Danny Brown actually came in 4th overall and 1st in class. Brent Smoothie, but again, with the amount of information down there, it's all happening down there, so we'll forgive that little discrepancy. But yeah, Danny Brown actually in 4th overall in the number 4 car. And just an interesting little fact, depending who comes in next, it could be, actually looks like it might be James Cook. But even Andy Brown. So looking at that, it's possible that our top 5 now, none of them have ever won a Finke before.
Wow.
So is that an interesting point? Actually, I think it's going to start looking like no one in our top 10, or maybe Tom Owens, but interesting fact there, if Tom's driving, that's not true. Glenn Owen has won Finke before, but Tom has not. So basically, no one in the top 10 has ever won Finke before at this point in time.
Absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen. This is, wow, this is big. It all sets the story for tomorrow on the way home, and who can get back into Alice first and stand on that top step and be crowned the king of the desert. Shouldn't be too far away from the next of our vehicles. Just having a look down at the Finke end.
And again, 842 is definitely moving, but moving slowly. So Andy Brown, obviously, we were talking about it. It seems like they're stopping, starting.
Yeah.
When he limps through is the word that I'm going to say, because Mel Brandle looks like he's passing him on road right now. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's got. Has it got no tyres? Has he knocked a pair of tyres off it? Is there something going on? Is there, you know, again, you've got to carry everything, so it's not like you can just find a tyre on the side of the road. Yep. Although we have heard of stories about people magically finding CVs on the side of the road before, but, you know, we won't get into that too much. But the moral of the story is that Andy Brown is still moving here at the moment, so we're sort of trying to keep an eye on this far live feed. We're seeing the information just like you are at home. Again, welcome if you join us, 4,500 people on the live feed. Great to have you along. Glad that you're getting involved. Love the fact that you're chatting to us and talking. We're going to keep up to date with all the action. Again, I'm excited to see James Cook, the side-by-side killer, now stepped into a pro car, and a beautiful pro car at that, a Get Performance car, and we're going to see how that goes. Gene will be down there very happy, I'm sure. And again, this is the trick with the tracker. Look, the 842 actually just is jumping back and forth with the 10. Again, we understand that that's just a time lag thing, but what we're saying is that I genuinely do not know who is about to come across the line first. How crazy is that?
No, we definitely don't. And it's just, again, we continue to talk about stories because it's big this year. The top, our top competitors here, that are running down the pointy end of the field, they're not Finke winners. So that is massive, massive for these competitors to want to be crowned that king of the desert. I think we can hear one of the vehicles making their way into Finke. Just waiting for it to pop up on the screen. Trying to listen in here.
I tell you what, again, technology is amazing. I literally just got a text message from Adam Maguire that was in the navigator's seat of Ryan Taylor. Unfortunately, they're pulled up at the 155. They've actually had a turbo oil line pull off and a small engine fire. The word was small, so they're both out of the car and safe, but I don't think there's anything panicky there, but just letting everyone know, following along with the 24. Now we're going to throw back down to Finke.
Brent Smoothie, third place according to corrected times at the moment, 4 minutes behind Bo, 2.5 behind Billy. How are you feeling about that run?
Oh, no, we were really happy with that. It was pretty clean, you know. Picked up 2 cars at about the 110, 140 mark, got both of them, and sort of went to sleep, I suppose. My fault. Should have just stayed on the gas, but I thought, you know, look after the truck a bit, and then had Billy catch us at about the 170, and I couldn't believe it actually, but anyway, that's how it rolls. But we've got to go back yet.
We got some pretty cool vision of that pass actually, because you've got the cool in-car cams now. Good on Billy.
Yeah, no, he did a great job, and you know, to come through the dust. I mean, you know, earlier in the week we thought it was going to be a mud pit, but you know, it's actually quite dusty still out there, and yeah, I was a bit devastated. But anyway, good on Billy. You know, he did a nice clean run. He raced fast, he raced clean, and that's also always good, you know.
You act so supportive, but I know there is a deep competition running through your blood there. How are you feeling about your place heading into tomorrow?
It's going to be tough. If he's on his A game, see where he stops, but you know, it's a long way back there, and it's going to be a different track tomorrow. It's going to be a totally different track, you know.
And just quickly, your navvy, he jumped straight out of the trunk. He's already on his way back to Alice, is that right?
So he's in the chopper and trying to change his outfit and put his motorbike boots on, and he's got to come back down. So, but he had a flawless run. You know, he knew every rock, you know, we're hitting blind passes at 190 k's an hour, and it was just, you know, you just trust him. You know, he knows what he's on about. It's fantastic.
It's probably actually a good run for him to get a run of in the truck before he has to come down here in a bike, and hoping to win that one. In terms of tonight, what's the plan? Is there anything that you do need to do to the truck?
It looks good, you know, there's no oil, there's no marks on it. I certainly need a couple of beers, but...
We're not using that. There's none of that down here, actually. Sorry.
Waters. And, yeah, the truck looks really good, you know. All the panels are in good nick. I mean, the steering, everything's fine. We didn't have any alarms or anything come on. You know, we've got the big Joe Gibbs in here, and it ran like a dream with the Matic transmission. The truck was good.
Four-wheel drives, they are really fast out here. The trucks, they're incredible to watch as well. Great for entertainers. I'll let you get some rest, get some waters into you, and we'll be chatting tomorrow morning.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you for now. We've just got a couple more cars rolling through at the Finke end.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is all happening at the Finke end as Mel Brandle comes across the line. I think that was Aaron Havey literally on the back bumper. It was like a flicking little shot there, coming in behind Andy Brown. Andy Brown having a good run there too, and I'm looking for all the updates, but we're looking for the 10 car of James Cook as well. And again, it was the 57 that I'm interested in. My timing hasn't updated on my race results yet, but I would have sworn that the 10 is in and the 57 is in, if you had to ask me.
So just an update on classified DNF so far in each class that I've got up here in the box. For Pro Buggy, Travis Robinson, as we confirmed earlier, is out. So the number 60 of Brett Lewis is unfortunately out. The number 33 of Shannon Wrench, he didn't start. And Ivan Schmocker, unfortunately, did not start as well. The Pro Light, the Harry Weckett machine and Ryan Print machine, unfortunately, are out of that as well. Jake Williams in Extreme two-wheel drive is out, as well as Shannon, the Wildman Lander. So that's very unfortunate. Mark Wakeman in the Performance two-wheel drive is out, and Glenn Ackwood in Side-by-Side Pro is out at the moment. As we continue to have a look. Average speed for Bo Robinson this morning, ladies and gentlemen, over that 220 odd Ks, 130 Ks average. That is absolutely insane. And I'll give a quick shout out to all the legends at the Bunda checkpoint. I know they're watching the live stream, which is awesome to hear because, yeah, like we said earlier in the piece, 10 years ago, you wouldn't have even been able to get a text message from Bunda. It is absolutely amazing. So just trying to wrap our heads around what's going on down at the Finke end.
Yeah, we are trying to wrap our heads around because I'm getting information that the number 10 is definitely back in. It came in there on the back of Andy Brown, but I'm very confused because we've got no tracking time for them that I can see. So, wow, and have a look at this. James Cook. Wow, this is simply amazing images of Cook. Let's throw down there with Keziah.
I'm here with James Cook. Now, James, you had a bit of a rough ride at the end, but you've still made top 10. Talk us through what happened.
Yeah, look, we pushing pretty hard on the way down, obviously trying to get in a good spot to keep that top 10 position for tomorrow. And, yeah, we come through the riverbed section and clipped a bank, and I think we did about 3 rolls and landed back on our wheels, thank God. So the car cut off about another 10 k's down. We had to pull over and try and get it going again. But I don't know, hanging somehow and made it here, so we're happy. Yeah.
Crazy to still see you cross the line here. How much work do you think has to be done on the car heading into tomorrow?
We're going to look straight at the GPS because we didn't have GPS for most of the race. It ripped the antenna off, so we'll try and chase one of those up. Yeah, it was pretty sketchy driving without notes, so just driving what we saw, and yeah, we'll see how we end up.
And this is your first time racing in the Pro Buggy. You've done it twice in a Can-Am. What's the difference?
Speed, top speed's ridiculous. Like, we're going so much faster. Like, yeah, it's an awesome ride, and it's rough, but you're getting on top of the whoops and stuff like that. It's an insane ride. It's just something that you can never match.
I think it's crazy that you both have jumped out of the car looking physically fine. Do you get your rest in tonight, but are you feeling sore, or are the body's right?
I think I might have something going on with my rib, but I'll push through. I'll take some Panadols in the morning and we'll send it. Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, well, we'll be bringing you even more action here from the Finke end. So exciting to see all of these drivers coming in here.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Keziah. And as we look into Pro Buggy, even though they had that rollover, ladies and gentlemen, they came in quicker than Danny Brown, that James Cook machine. And we're having a quick chat there. We thought the Cook car had maybe lost its transponder because we didn't have a time, but no, it's still there. And what a time it is, a 1:47. That puts him provisionally at the moment in 4th. That's a great start.
And first in class.
Yes, exactly.
He is the fastest Pro Buggy with a triple roll. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah, big shout out to James. Hopefully he got that car sorted. Listen, if you wanted someone, Gene Towler, who built that car, is down the far end.
Yep.
So, you know, someone to look over it, no doubt in that position, they will be looking at everything. And considering he ran no navigation notes, had a roll, and ran into, how far back is he? So he ran a 1:47. That's absolutely insane. He's only 2 minutes slower than Brent Smoothie with a rollover. That shows the talent.
And he had to stop because the vehicle, had a moment there, and they had to get it restarted. So,
Cookie, you are a menace, mate. That is absolutely amazing.
See, without those little bits and no notes as well, no navigation because that got ripped off. They could have been right up there. Like that's the thing. We've still got big competitors coming through the field. That can place themselves in very good vying positions.
Absolutely, because I was going to say, as you pointed that out, I looked up and we've got the 30 of Owens, 93 of Aaron James, the 21 of Mark Burrows, and the 57. Now, they stopped for a little bit, but they're going again. That's Aaron Habe. So Aaron Habe was right in the mix there with Cookie, but unfortunately, that stop on the side of the road slowed him down. Now, another one that we can't mention enough is Mel Brandle in the pro line.
What a drive that is. So 6th provisionally currently, an hour 52.22 with an average of 117 Ks. So just having a quick look at the update. So Andrew Brown in the 842, the extreme four-wheel drive. just came through as we continue to have a look at the pitches down at Finke. But we're going to have a quick break up here in the commentary box and leave you with some of our awesome sponsors. We'll be back shortly when the next vehicle makes its way in.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbrine, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Deering Cat.
The Finke Desert Race ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
It is absolutely amazing down here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. I just had a look on the tracker. The production four-wheel drive class of Craig Lowndes and Brad Lovell, so the 788 and the 773, I do believe, are their two numbers. They are quite literally fighting out on track as we speak. They are on the tracker going, one's in front, the other's in front. The one's in front, the other's in front. So for the Chev v Ford battle here in the desert, it is playing out very, very well. So I cannot wait to see who comes into Finke first, whether they do make it down to Finke first, as well as we get these amazing shots from down at the Finke. And it's absolutely amazing to see all the locals down there, and as well as all the people that get down there and camp and spectate from there. And this year I heard they had some caterers, and I had a look at the menu, and I'm pretty jealous I'm not down at Finke this year, because it looks absolutely amazing with everything going on. But that's the thing, all these crews are set up down along the track, and it's awesome to see. But yeah, that production four-wheel drive class, ladies and gentlemen, they are quite literally on the same piece of track going side by side with each other. That is awesome. So I can't wait to have a chat with Craig or Brad down there. But we shouldn't be too far away from seeing the next of our vehicles come through. We expect the 57 to come through at this point in time. I'll just see if I can pull it up. So yeah, it's either the 57 or the 479 that we're expecting in there. But we'll wait until it comes into view. But so many different stories, ladies and gentlemen. And there you go. Wow, ladies and gents. The 93 of Aaron James is coming through, and that's going to put him in a great position to start tomorrow. Let's see what he does. We'll just have to wait until he comes across the line. So definitely something happened there. But Aaron James across the line down at Finke does it in a time of 1 hour 52.45. And that puts him third in class for the number 93 of Aaron James.
Yeah, it's crazy, Josh, because not so long ago, and that is an amazing run from AJ through the dust and the conditions and passing cars and everything else that's going on. But a 152 was beyond a winning time not so long ago. You know, I think it was 2013 or whatever year it was that, you know, they ran a 158 and won the event. And now you're getting 10th place for that sort of speed. It's amazing, isn't it? And the track is rougher. It's not easier, it's rougher.
And that's the insane thing I think we're trying to wrap our heads around, is that it is rougher and it should be harder on the gear, and it should be harder to get through and down there. But obviously
all our top 5 are all sub 150s, all of them. Yeah, absolutely amazing. And a 141, that was the fastest time ever a couple of years ago, and now it's Bo Robinson with no power steering protecting his position, you know? I'm sure he wasn't cruising. That would be a misrepresentation of his driving. But, you know, again, compared to what he's fully available and what, you know, if he gets it wicked up because Billy starts pushing him along, I think we're going to see some crazy times on the way home tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It is going to be on for young and old.
Even crazy listening to Bill. Listen, I suppose it is what it is, but that conversation, like, he's like, oh, really, we didn't think we weren't taking too many risks. It's not like he was going silly on the way down. He was driving it, you know, even down to, I wonder, Josh, again, I'm sure it doesn't when you put the helmet on, but how does it play out in the mind that it's someone else's truck too? You know what I mean? Like, is that something that's in the back of your head?
Well, you don't want to hurt something like that and put it in a position. Wow, okay. We are missing a couple of competitors.
Yeah, so Mark Burrows in now.
He's going to be happy with this though, Dan. He really is, because that's a great drive. He started down the pack, well, not too far down the pack, but it was not like Mark Burrows to be a little bit further down, but he's driven through. The car's held on for him. And let's see what he does.
And I think the key, what you're getting at, is it puts him in such a great position for the run home. Like anyone running out of sort of that, you know, top 10 sort of position now, on the way home is going to be in a solid position.
There you go. He's coming third in class with a 1 hour 52.11, and he's come in 6th.
Gee, that is a fantastic position to be in, 6th overall. Or, do we say 6th overall, 7th overall?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's going to be a great time home. He's going to start on corrected time, only 10 minutes behind, you know, the likes of Bo and Billy, and then going to be putting himself in a good position with the fast guys. Because, you know, like as you were alluding to, like qualifying back in the classes a little bit. Because, again, we've talked about that too. It's very difficult. The side-by-sides, and again, I'm not knocking them. I'm telling you that I'm a fan now.
Yep.
But they qualify here so well. They are so fast on this, you know, smoother speedway track, we'll call it. It's not a speedway track. It's got big whoops. But, you know, again, it's hard to... And then you get down into those Bunda whoops, and that's where a trophy truck or a pro buggy or a pro light really shows its mettle. Like, there is no way yet when a side-by-side, it's max speeds 140, something along those lines. Like, you know, again, we showed multiple times that Denny Brown was doing 220 kilometres an hour.
Yep.
So, you know, that speed difference down on the big, fast roads is very apparent on the track and not so much on the prologue track.
Yeah, no.
If anything, it's an advantage to have that little four-wheel drive buggy that it essentially does 100 kilometres an hour instantly out of the corners. They're amazing, those side-by-sides.
Definitely. And I think while we were talking there, it looks like there was an update on Nick Commons, the 479 truck that went in, the Extreme two-wheel driver, 1 hour 48.41. So that puts him provisionally 5th outright and 3rd in class. So to me, it's looking like it definitely is that that four-wheel drive sort of like the bigger truck. But then again, you look at James Cook, who had rollovers and stops in the number 10, and he probably could have been up there. So yeah, there's very many stories to try and keep our heads crossed, and still like...
Our heads crossed?
Our heads crossed, wow. Yeah, I think it's a bit early.
Yeah, I hear you. My head is crossed, that's for sure. No, you're absolutely right. There's just so much going on here, and there's so much to get your head around and so much action happening that it is very interesting. Again, that Nick Commons position 1, congratulations. That's awesome. The Westline guys, they're, you know, newer to this, and to come in with a 2-car extreme two-wheel drive trophy truck team, and now to have a car in the top 5 here at Finke, what an effort, that Brenthal down there. And then the flip side of that is, you know, that pushes Denny Brown down 1 position, again, puts him right with Mark Burrows, I apologise. And, you know, it's right there. Everyone's in the mix here, aren't they?
Yeah, no, definitely. They really are.
And again, we talked about Ryan Taylor on the side of the track, so unfortunately, I don't know whether they're going to fix that and bring it home, or where, you know, Ryan is an excellent, he tends to just chip away at championship points, so he's good at it, so hopefully they get that sorted. Again, the pro buggy of James Cook. Listen, really a lot of that fiberglass and that was pretty superficial. I'd say the car looks like it's still pretty solid. Came right in on the back of the four-wheel drive truck of Andy Brown. So, but unfortunately, that was one that we missed. It scooted through, but we couldn't really tell. Hopefully someone gives us an update on Andy and sees if there's any information there. We heard that Carl Habe went out with a head gasket issue. Aaron Habe had issues, but was still moving. So hopefully he's still moving now, although he hasn't come in yet, has he? So...
No, it's definitely a year for attrition outside of the top 10, I think. It's about making sure you get the car down there and in a good and safe position, because there is a lot of names and a lot of numbers popping up on our screens now saying that looks like they're out. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, oh wow, that's very unfortunate there for the sports light. The 10:59 of Darren Wright and Chloe Wright, the Alice locals. They're a DNF, unfortunately. I hate to put that out to all my other Alice locals that would have been following them this weekend. I'll just give us an update here in the comm box. See, yeah, okay, here we go. So the 70 of Jacob Booth, unfortunately, out as well. Jamie Lawson, Anna Lawson in the Extreme 2-wheel drive. Another set of Alice locals, unfortunately, out as well. Production 4-wheel drive, the 798. Hank Parker, unfortunately, is out in his machine. So, wow. Very, very interesting indeed. As we continue to wait for the next of these vehicles to come on through. So go back over to the live. So Aaron Habe still somewhere out on track. Tom Owen as well. The 919 though, Jared Purcell, I think is the one that we need to watch. And it looks like the Tom Owen vehicle, the 30 from what I can see on the tracker, that's sitting stable at the moment. So the Monte Salvo twins are still, oh no, that's Justin there through Mount Squire. So maybe they're out. Brett Taylor was through Mount Squires as well. That's good to hear. Rod Visser, it looks like, is the first of the 10 cars through there at the moment. So the first of the sports lights. So they've gotten past the Monte Salvo twins, or whether that vehicle's stopped. Yeah, the Ryan Taylor we heard. Brett Comiskey as well. That was another name that we hadn't seen after Bunduma. Yep, the Monte Salvos. Rory Taylor was through Bunduma as well. Yeah, I guess we've just got to wait until we see some more Bunduma and Mount Squires numbers come through. And then into Finke. So, wow, this year it looks like we've lost a lot of our competitors due to some, technical faults just down the track, or whether, it's been dusty and they haven't seen something at the last minute, or, wow, it's a lot of DNFs that we're seeing pop up. But here comes the next of the vehicles, and if I'm not mistaken, that looks like the
No, I was going to say, is that Percival?
Yeah, no, sorry, that's the 9.
Which is a great run.
919, wow.
The 919. I thought he started a long way down. So, so again, big. Sometimes it's just show that the prologue doesn't mean everything. That's Brad Belcher through there in the 22 as well, so that's fantastic. Very happy with that. The other one that should be in there now that we're mentioning these guys is Ken Battle in the 31. They all started very close together. Look how bad the dust is though once you're back down in that 10 to 20 range, and then, going on from there. So again, that's Belcher's car. Gee, how good does that V8 sound? Listen, I like the turbo cars, but my goodness, those V8s, whoo-hoo, they make me feel good, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you got to love it. So Brad Belcher comes through 5th in class with a 1 hour 53, and then the 919 of Jared Percival as well comes through in 6th in class, 1 hour 57.29. So they've plopped themselves in, respectively, at the moment, 10th and 11th provisional on day one on corrected time. So a lot to play for here, ladies and gentlemen, and looks like, from what I can see, is the production forward driver Craig Lowndes is still up and about. They were very, very close last I checked with Brad Lovell. Quite literally, it looked like they were playing silly buggers out on track, passing and having a good time out there. So it'll be good to see.
So interestingly, I don't think it's secret information. It's normal sort of race car stuff. But Dan, oh, this is where I'm getting confused. Dan Hardman, who navigates for Andy Brown, not Dan Brown. So Andy Brown's car, they lost a tyre, changed it, and then lost another tyre. So came in with no on 3 wheels.
Yeah.
So that is why they were on pace, on pace, on pace.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately just dropped right at the end. So they're going to have to work hard tomorrow.
Yep.
And it's easy fix. Put another tyre and another spare on board.
Yep.
Sometimes it can be very cruel. So, hey, beautiful images down here at Mount Squires. Again, pretty much the service road is directly behind us. You can see the hut set up, the race official checkpoint. And just brilliant to see that beautiful red dirt. This is where it gets its name, isn't it? It's so beautiful to be out here in the red centre. And, mate, there's 600 kilometres of this out there, isn't there? Like, if you cross the Simpson Desert, it's just beautiful out there. Now, what are we looking at there? That looks like one of our little sports lights, maybe? Or was that even the Weir entry?
That was the Weir entry. That was the 255 of Tim Weir. And they have someone chasing them pretty well.
Well, that looks like loose cannon.
Rory Taylor. Wow, the Alice locals are on each other's backsides. That's going to be very, very interesting to see how they come through. So that's Rory Taylor in the 199 for the Pro Light. So he'll be second in class as that comes through. And Timothy Weir, that's a Super 1650.
Yeah, pretty impressive, hey. When they've got them wicked up, those 1650s, particularly in a race where you can maintain speed.
Yeah. As the tuning comes through there at Mount Squires. You love to hear it. So, wow, everything. It's very interesting. There's a lot of people that have looked like they've either dropped out or they're parked on the side of the road trying to fix something at this point in time.
Oi, and only at Finke. So I'm actually getting, and again, this is amazing. So I'm in contact with Dan Hardman. The tyre came off and actually hit their roof of their car. Wow. It delaminated and fell apart that hard. So yeah, there is physically tyre marks on the GPS and sat nav of that thing. It looks like someone's done a burnout on their roof. It is wild.
Insane.
So that just shows you about how much it tests everything here, and how unfortunately just one flat, 2 flats, whatever it is, can really just change the whole course of your race weekend.
52 of Rod Bailey, I believe.
Yeah, Royden,
sorry.
No, that's right. Fantastic. Coming off a really good run at the Don River where he won it outright. Unfortunately, they had that issue in qualifying, so they would have been working their way through the pack today. But yeah, really cool that Royden Bailey's down there safe and sound. Toby Watley. Now, there's a name synonymous with going fast, the Mullet Man. So he's optioned as a navigator there for Royden Bailey, but I would think that Simon Harriman's in with them. Got a few more. That looks like a trophy truck, or is that a street car running along there? Or that could be the Patriot truck, could it? Is the 484 down that far? No, that's a street car.
That's a street car going too slow.
Definitely. No, that's right. I just saw what I thought was like a yellow banner across it. I sort of remember one of those trucks had a colour code a bit like that. We would expect to see a few. Has the other West Lime truck come through yet? That Geyser truck, we would expect it.
Sorry, I've had to stop you there. The first side-by-side, Jeff McNiven and Jack Nicholson, 2 hours, 2 minutes, flat.
Insane.
Wow.
We said was so they're so close. They've been. James Cook knocked right on that 2 hour mark as well.
What a drive from them, I believe. Yeah, the 604, Jeff McNiven in Finke.
So that's them, just in case you guys were wondering, that's them just going down to the service area. They're finished. They're just getting ready for a camp. So when you come into Apatula on the racetrack and you are basically in Apatula, you turn right and then go down into a big cordoned off area, and there's about, let's say, 400 acres of area there which you can camp. It's almost like a little mini city. Josh, how many people are we talking? There's probably 1,500 people down there, isn't there, by the time you look at car service? Because, like, some of the big trophy truck teams, like the likes of OBR, turn up with 15 people, 20 people. So it adds up very quickly. You know, every motorbike guy tends to have at least one, maybe two pit crews. So, again, with 450, 500 odd competitors down there, it very quickly swells to 1,500, 2,000 people down there. There's helicopters landing, there's little planes coming and going. It is pretty wild. Some dudes have semi-trailers, some dudes have a ute with a rooftop tent and a swag. Like, it is very interesting to see the different levels of competition and what everything that's going on down there, and it is an awesome opportunity if you ever get the chance to go down there. Make sure you do it, I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's great to see these pictures.
Yeah, that's Kent Battle coming in now, so the 31. Great to see him in his element. Car's sounding very strong still. Beautiful turned out Brinks performance motor. Now, did Smoothie say it was a helicopter that was... yeah, see, there'd be teams taking planes down and all sorts of things. I remember the year they flew, I think it was Billy Geddes, ran a light aeroplane back, and I know that David Walsh, you know, Smoothie has that helicopter with him for David Walsh. And the reason behind that is that if they do break down, and it has happened before, they just stop on the side of the road. David Walsh gets in the helicopter and comes straight back to the start line. So we'll see him back here about 11:30.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much longer. Kent Battle done really well there. Put himself provisionally in 12th position with a time of 1 hour 56 minutes and 40 seconds. As we see these shots down from Fink. Each driver and navigator will get a bottle of water to rehydrate themselves. Because sometimes you can just be on that loud pedal for the hour and 50 odd minutes and not take a drink whatsoever. And it's the same with the bike competitors as well. Jeremy brought that up. It was a really good point yesterday, was that a lot of those riders will ride for 2 hours without rehydrating themselves because they're just that focused on the mission at hand. So very interesting indeed.
It's pretty crazy here. We still really only on our timing. I think there's a couple of extra in, like, because Kent Battle, oh no, Valeri is there, Kent Battle. So we really only have 15 cars in down the far end. So at the moment, everyone is still coming out of, they're just about to bump off corrected time, because McNiven will start on corrected time. No, just off corrected time, if I'm right. He would have been on corrected time if Billy was in front, but not with Bo's time. So he'll be the first car starting on, it's a minute gap down there, or 30-second minute gaps. So they'll start cranking through there. But again, he is essentially in the hunt to be corrected time. Kent will be on corrected time. Jared Percival, again, amazing, coming out on corrected time. Andy Brown with those couple of tyres. Gee, no, I got it wrong. Andy Brown is not on corrected time by 0.03 of a second.
You got to love the margins here at Finke.
That is insane. Yep, it is really that close. That is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed.
And isn't that nuts too, just the difference between prologue and racing? Like, Bo's average speed was 130.5 kilometres an hour. How good's this? Another little pro light in, the 187. Local built car too. You see the way that they run through the corners, like keeping that corner speed up in a pro light or a sport light is everything.
Wow, what a drive from Justin Montesalvo.
Yeah, that's a great run from them. And again, this is what we expect. Like, he has that wicked up now. We can tell that it's wicked up. So, yep, not really sure. I'd say it might have been a bit of game plan strategy to just warm in this morning. Make sure that you don't do anything silly and binner in the prologue section, because that definitely happens, as we've seen many times. But interesting, again, down at Apatula end, the Patriot truck just would have flown across the start-finish line, or the finish line of day one down there at Finke.
So Ben Falk came in the 187. He did it in a time of 1 hour 58.07. Justin Montesalvo and Jamie Montesalvo in the 484 have done it in a time of 1 hour 50.54, which puts them currently in 7th.
Yep, that's an excellent run.
That is a massive run from them.
Yeah, so 150. So only like 9 minutes behind the leader. That's pretty impressive coming through the crowd. Hey, just shows you. And again, I think that's it's a good year for it with the conditions, the racing conditions. But a great run there out of the Get Trophy truck by the Patriot team.
Looks a little bit dirtier than it did when it crossed the line, and that looks like the mild waters, so that's very good to see them through there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a bit hard to tell whether that was just with that footage, whether it was the other Thornbilt truck or not. Not really sure. But yeah, fantastic run there. And again, right where they want to be in Class 4, running down in those Thornbilt trucks. Those, you know, what do they call them? Trophy utes.
Trophy utes.
Yeah, it is a bit unfair to call them a trophy truck against the like of a Mason or a Get, or a Geyser, or, you know, a Tisco even. So, you know, there's some really impressive bits of machinery there. And then those Australian-built Holden-based utes are definitely interesting. I believe there was a push there at one point to have them as a class themselves.
Yeah, okay.
That's where it all started from, but unfortunately there just never was enough sold to make it a competitive class. So that's super impressive. Oh, that was that Jimco champion that went through there, the red one. Sorry, I can't remember the number off the top of my head. It was flashed past there very quickly, but I feel like they're probably pretty new to the sport and really coming to grips with it. I'm sure it's an American car, and I tell you what, it looks like it is working very nicely there. Those guys would be settling into the groove.
Yeah, no, definitely. And just a little bit more housekeeping here at the start-finish line. And if you're at the venue, just a reminder, ladies and gents, if you've got anything lost or found, or if you've lost something or you found something, please head over to the information centre right next to the bar there. That would be awesome. So yeah, just have a little bit of lost property down at that area at the moment. So if you're missing anything or you've lost anything, head down to the information centre and they'll be able to help you out. As one of the that was a extreme two-wheel drive, came through with pretty much no body panels. So it's going to be very interesting. As we look like we'll go down to the Finke end because we've got an interview lined up down there.
All right, Justin and Jamie, you've made it across the line. The first of the Patriot campers in the truck.
To get down there after our qualifying yesterday, we had a horrible qualifying. We took off in position 50. So we had a lot of traffic. We got held up by a lot of dust. We've come in time and was an hour 50. It's cold over there that we can sit in 7th outright at the minute. I don't know whether that's true or not.
I think it's about right. You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, but look, we just stuck it the whole run down. We did nothing silly, nothing stupid. Yeah, it was a really, really good run down. We had to baby the car about past 40 Ks, somewhere around there. The rear diff's extremely hot, went off the temperature sensor. We started smelling oil, so we just let the gas off the last 50 Ks and just kind of coasted it in. We just had to get it here, and we did the job.
You made it here, and you were telling me the other night that you'd had some upgrades done to the truck. Maybe a little bit more tech, or was it that much different to last year?
No, look, to be perfectly honest with you, we heard the commentators saying the other day, we put a second spare out the back. That was our trick. We're trying to get that weight moment right out the back of the truck, and that was Jane's idea, obviously out here from Get, and the boys at SDG, Duncan, he gave me the tip as well to get another spare out the back, and that's what we did, and the car seems to be picking the front up a lot more through the big bumps. We had a couple of moments today through some G-outs where I was just like, holy shit, this isn't going to end well. But the truck just soaked it up, did everything right, and yeah, that's from last year. We pulled it out of the shed, we gave it a wash, changed them all, put a second spare on the back, and we've come and run Finke. This is my first time in the truck in 12 months.
Well, you definitely fooled me, and I think you might have rattled some competitors out there, but your times rattled them even more. How confident are you heading into day 2?
Look, Finke's really, you know, the attrition at Finke has got to be accounted for, and that was part of the strategy from today. I'm always better from the back. I always have been. That's how I race. I don't, you know, prologue always gets the better of me. I'm a shit qualifier. I just can't get it done. But when it comes to race day and I see the dust in front of me and start picking up lights, you know, it's just, I don't know, something's just going to kill mode, and I seem to run better. So if I am in 7th outright, if that's actually the case, that's not a better starting position for day 2. There's nowhere better to be, you know. 5th, 6th place. If I could pick, that's where I'd want to be. And if that's the case, well, we're in for running to maybe finally get the big Patriot truck on the box, and that's the aim.
Now, we just have to see your boys come through here as well. Do you get any update at all, or are you lost until you get back to camp?
Look, when I was coming in, we caught dust as we were coming through. We passed the other 10 cars about 50k back. I was hoping that whole time, that past 20k's, it was the twins. I was really hoping I was going to come up on the boys, and you know, and I would have stuck behind them. There's no way I would have gone around them that close. You know, it's all about them. We're concentrating on those kids, you know. They're up and coming. Eventually they'll be in this. I haven't got forever left in the truck, but I just heard that they're stopped back there. I know that they're past Bunda because I saw my chase crew as we passed the hills now. So they're somewhere between the 160k mark here, which is heart-wrenching again for them from leading, you know, their class to another issue. So look, we'll figure it out.
Well, hopefully we can get a little bit more of an update on where they're at. But until then, I will head back down to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome to hear that. And you can hear those little tweaks, those little bits that just make all the difference, isn't it? So interestingly there, Josh, that he was talking about that double spare. We picked up on that change, and it's something that they've been really pushing over the course with these trucks. Again, we've talked to a number of competitors. Honestly, we picked it up with Toby that he was running double spares for Prologue a couple of years ago when that TSCO truck came out the first time, and since then it's been very obvious that that's a trend that is continuing to happen. And again, the weight is actually good. It's a consistent weight. I think these trucks, let's get pretty technical here, Josh. The problem with the trophy trucks and where they have their fuel hanging off the back is that it is an extremely changing weight. So as they burn off 300 litres of fuel out the back of those trucks, they have typically had a tune that's only good at, or perfect at one set. So, I mean, they're still dealing with that, although a lot of the trucks now are starting to shift some of that fuel weight around. And I think that the constant weight of those 2 spares hanging off the back is giving them all the drive and the performance that they need. And again, it's cool to see that the Patriot truck has had a few little tweaks. And the other thing that I'm glad that he touched on, as we mentioned in Prologue, about some of those sensors. These guys aren't just using a set of old autometer gauges on the dash anymore. You know, they've got Motex or Haltex or Trotting, whatever the brand is, and they're really running with a whole heap of gear. They've got a lot of data sensor, and it's just fascinating to hear those awesome commentary from down at Finke. Let's go back down there with Keziah.
I'm here with Brett Taylor, his 31st trip here to Finke. He's a local man and a legend, I'm hearing. Brett, how was that run?
Yeah, I don't know about legend, but definitely a local. Yeah, pretty good. We were pretty steady, just, you know, wanted to get here. Last few years we've had dramas that have stopped us up the road, so we just wanted to get here. About 10k out, we've got a really bad vibration developed in the truck, so we've got to get in and try and investigate that, see what's happened. So we had to basically limp the last 10k's. But other than that, it was a good run, nice clean run.
And I mean, racing Finke now for a 31st time compared to 30 years ago, how much has that changed?
Heaps. I remember the first Finke we did, we started at 3 o'clock in the morning with the cars going back, and we were all we stopped for yo-yo biscuits down at the river, so it was pretty casual back then. It was different. There was lots. Yeah, it's definitely changed over the years. Definitely a lot more competitive now. Deal with, but it's really good fun.
there's something special about going there and going back in terms of the campsite setup. What are the plans for tonight?
Yeah, so all the guys, got some guys that got all the gear down here, brought a truck down with all our equipment. So living in Alice, it's a bit easier for us logistically. So yeah, we'll go over the car tonight and have a bit of lasagna for tea that my lovely wife cooked for me. So she feeds us all every year, so it's good. Yeah, we've got a big camp, most of the local cars, we all camp together and have a few laughs and a bit of a feed and then do it all again tomorrow.
We love that. That is what is so special about Finke, and especially special about being down here at the Finke start-finish line. We'll have more interviews coming your way, but until then, we'll head back to you guys.
Yeah, it's awesome to catch up with some of those living legends of Finke. Brett Taylor, I know he wouldn't, he clearly said, oh, I don't know about that, but he is. That's the reality. The Loose Cannon crew are here every year. 31 Finkes, absolutely insane that they just keep lining up time and time again. And yeah, again, we get to see some of that history every year on the loop. They show some of that amazing footage. Got to be honest, even when the race isn't on and they put that old school loops on, Josh and I up here in the box are just watching the old race footage. It was so good. And, you know, it's a steeped traditional race. And, you know, even though it's getting faster, it's getting wilder, the names are changing, but, you know, it still has that same history, that same excitement, the same buzz in Alice Springs, the same buzz around the world. It's absolutely amazing. Again, it's crazy to think that not so long ago you used to buy your ADB magazine and read about the stories and, you know, dream of coming to the Alice for this race. And now you're sitting at home. This is as live as it gets. What you are seeing right now at Apatula is happening in live stream time. You're watching what we're watching. How cool is that?
Yeah, no, definitely. It is absolutely amazing. And while we were in those interviews and having a chat, we'll just let you know who has crossed the line since. So Brett Taylor with that interview, we saw him come over. He did a time of 2 hours and 3, so not bad at all for him. Gary Turnbull made it in the 79 car, 2 hours and 8. Then we had Lachlan Bailey in the 622, 2 hours 14. The 51 of Michael Zacher and Dylan Blake, absolutely stonking time, 1 hour 54, so not bad for them. We'll see where that puts them. The first of the sports lights made their way through. The 10:57 of Rod Visser and Cody Visser did it in a time of 2 hours and 5, as well as Paul Tigger in the 10:10, 2 hours and 5:39, and then Matthew Barrows made his way in the 1:23, 2 hours and 1. So we just have a look back at all of our timings and just to see whether anyone's dropped back in anywhere. So Michael Zerker's time, that was good enough for 12th for him.
Sorry, mate, Mikey Zacher.
Michael Zacher,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, but you're right, 154, that's a pretty solid run down there considering that he started out of, was it 50 something 55th?
Like that.
So again, another one that just didn't qualify.
Shows how many vehicles that are out at this point in time or are parked on the side of the road.
Absolutely.
Like, that's why, ladies and gents at home or you're here at the venue, that's why you're seeing such big gaps between between cars, because they're either really congested and they're in each other's dust, or there's a huge amount of gap there. So.
It is hard though, because I suppose the reality dictates when you're not a sharp pro logger out here at Finke, like it does show, like there will be stories like we ran down one year in the old Jimco that we've got, and we passed 20 cars before the 65 kilometre mark, you know, because we were out of position with our qualifying and all that sort of thing. So I'd say if you talk to either the Patriot team or the Zacher team, that they'd be very much in the same boat, where it's like, holy moly, how did this happen? But we've run out, and then once they got the groove on and the car gets warmed up, you know, they would have been passing cars quite quickly, particularly when the weather is like it is. Again, we keep saying it, from those in-cab from Smoothie, we can essentially confirm that, you know, there's been years where if you've been in 3rd or 4th position, you can't even see the back of the cars, whereas at this point, that was a pretty clean run. You could see that even when Billy got past Smoothie down there, Brent didn't have to compete with too much dust. Again, obviously any time that you're in the dust is time lost, and it's difficult, but it's a very big difference to, you know, you're basically chewing dust from cars, 10 cars in front of you. That makes it nearly impossible to run, you know, these 140 times that they're currently running.
Yeah, definitely. No, it does. It makes it a little bit harder to get the vehicles down there and just send them down. So still having a look down at the Finke end. See if I can give you an update on any more names that have popped up in our DNF section here. Doesn't look like at this point in time that I can. No, so no more updates on DNFs, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. But as you can see, vehicles still coming through our checkpoints. And I'll just have a look at 788 of Craig Lowndes and see how he's tracking still. Look at that. I love that. They're both at the 144k mark. This was both 40 seconds ago. The production four-wheel drives of Brad Lovell and Craig Lowndes are literally nose to tail at this point in time. They're just like, then that's the greatest thing. It's very unfortunate we don't have live streams for them to watch this, but the in-car footage and the outside car footage of these two teams is going to be insane.
Yeah, and for the spectators too, you know, if you're down there at that position, like you're just having an absolute hoot, aren't you?
Oh, you definitely would be. I cannot believe how close those two are, and yeah, it'd be very interesting to see who comes in first for production four-wheel drive. But that's the thing as well. They're big, heavy cars. They are still pretty much factory vehicles. So yeah, it won't be as easy.
Yeah, absolutely right, mate. Yeah, brilliant to watch. Yeah, again, we're just seeing the dust kick up. We're down at the Apatula end, looking at that rocky outcrop. Getting some great shots of people set up and enjoying the campsites that are available down there. There's a bit of a valley there that's always a bit of a popular spot, as well as a few big flats down. You sort of travel about 1 kilometre back to the north.
There's another one of our vehicles makes its way through.
Yeah, I think that would probably be a sports-like car looking at it. One of our 10s. Great to see. A lot of the cars still, like, isn't that impressive? You're just bringing up a few of the times. The 1008 is running at 186 kilometres an hour. That's fast at a little 2.4 cylinder, isn't it? Those guys have got it absolutely cranked up. Some would even say that they're probably on the bopper.
Oh, are we going to start the on the bopper game?
We can do that.
Oh, here we go. So
Sandy Bowman isn't drinking enough.
So if you're following along at home, and I actually got us like a whole new household of on the bopper players yesterday. I explained it to them, and they're like, "What? What do you mean by on the bopper?" I explained it to them, and they're more than happy to join along. So yeah, if you're at home and you've got a couple of sneaky red cordials out the back or some sugarcane champagne in the fridge, yeah, every time we say on the bopper,
Josh, I was going to say maybe that shouldn't happen.
It's like how we opened Bojangles up a couple of years ago.
That's right. We did indeed open Bojangles up. You're right. You've got us to thank.
Yeah, no, shout out to Josh Curran. I think he was the driving force for that. And a shout out to him as well for giving us all the info behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Big shout out. Spewing he couldn't be here this year.
Oh, I'm not, mate. It's good that he's not here. It's been a much more enjoyable trip.
Oh, I gotta love the brotherly love, eh?
Hey, now, Josh, talking about this, one of the side-by-sides coming in is that new Can-Am.
That's cool to see. So let's see what they do in the 651, what sort of a time they get. And I think a lot of the Can-Am drivers may be thinking back to last year when that one went for a bit of a rollover on that famous jump.
A little pirouette.
Yes.
It was pretty wild. And another time that we got to see it with the live footage, which is amazing because normally that doesn't happen.
Yep, and across the line there, I'll give you a time on that one. That was Lachlan Bailey in the side-by-side pro class. He's done it in a time of 2 hours 14. So that's really showing that Jeff McNiven is the man to watch this year in side-by-side, it looks.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's in a good position where he's not battling, you know, through the pack. It's going to be interesting to see whether he can then get on the back of like some of those fast, you know, pro cars and run with them.
Yep.
Because it'll be interesting. Like he would have lost 4 minutes passing cars on the way down. So is it possible that he can make 4 minutes on the way home? And that would mean a sub 4 hour total run for Fink.
Yeah.
Listen, again, I'm saying it. Anyone that can sub 4 hours in a vehicle, you are fast. That's reality. So, you know, that's moving very well. This is the new Brad Close. This is the new Hammerhead, the Jimco.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Shannon Wrench out with a gearbox issue this year. Made it through and yeah, really unfortunate. But this is a Hammerhead as well. You can see it, a very unique looking vehicle. We pitched it before. It's almost a bit like an Ultra 4 looking car, but two-wheel drive pro car. Has a trailing arm with transaxle, which is a little bit different. Almost a little bit like a really long arm Polaris or Can-Am. Theoretically, it should make it turn a little bit better than the traditional trailing arm setups that the Jimcos have used before. But very interesting because, you know, we're going to see them. They're doing very well in America in the big races at the hands of the like Wilsons and Parkhouses and whatnot. But it's going to be interesting to see how they go in Australia. Not really sure if they're exactly the same. I think it's an Australian version of the Hammerhead. Looks a little shorter. The ones over in America run 40-inch tyres, which is just huge. Although Brad Close's looks huge there, doesn't it?
Yeah, no.
It looks like it could be on 40-inch tyres.
Yeah, no, it looks like one of the... I'll say this. Please don't kill me for it. One of the typical mall crawlers here in Alice Springs. The boys in their four-wheel drives, put them up on 38s, 39s, 40s.
Whoa, the big tyres. I like it.
They, they get around and do a lot of mall crawling.
Yes, love it.
But that's just a part of this lovely red centre that we live in as the dust picks back up again down at the Fink end. I believe now this may be the 255 Tim Weir. I'll just wait to see it though and confirm that for you, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see that we've still got an awesome crowd out here tuning in at the start-finish line. That is Mr. Phil Bunda, if I'm not mistaken, in his full-length machine.
Yeah, Filthy Phil love it. So good to see him out racing so consistently. Another one. I tell you what, he's in the Hall of Fame, that man.
Yep.
And he's still out here having a good time. Motorbikes, side-by-sides, went into a four-wheel drive trophy truck. Unfortunately, I think they might have had issues with it and gone into the side-by-side this year. And again, the reason that they're running in that Class 8 rather than in a side-by-side class is that is a full chassis side-by-side and out of America, and it just doesn't fit into any of the classes. Now, are we thinking... No, I think Smoothies...
I don't know which end that is. It may be down...
Down at Apatula?
Yeah, it's down at Apatula.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else either showing up or coming back.
A few of the rock stars.
There's a few that get around. It's another one of our competitors there. Here we go. Here's the 255. The first of the Super 1650s, and Tim Weir, the Alice local, doing it for Todd River Pastoral Co. You've got to be happy with this drive from Tim Weir and Mark Nitschke. He had a massive moment at the Alice Springs Off-Road Club earlier in the year and nearly wrote this vehicle off. So it's awesome to see how well it's gone in Fink this year down on day one. We'll see what sort of a time he does. Young Timmy Weir across the line down at Fink. Does it in a time of 2 hours 14:43 with an average speed of 97. Not bad at all for a Super 1650, I can tell you that.
So, Josh, what's his relation to Lockie Weir that's been racing a lot of years?
Yep, so that's his son.
Father and son, yep. So Lockie's the father?
Yes, Lockie's the father.
Yeah,
and then
awesome.
I believe that was Ryan Taylor, who just came in behind him. So great to see those two. Rory Taylor, I apologise. 2:18 in that Pro Light, 95 Ks with Cam McDonald. Got to be happy with that for the Loose Cannon team. They've got both vehicles now into Fink.
Yeah, that is very good. They would be happy with that. Have a listen to Ryder, just absolutely up on the gas. No more RPM to give as they cross the line. That's a long little strip down there.
Yeah.
After you come out through that rocky little S-bend after the jump, so you actually hit the finish line, what they called the finish line jump. I tell this story every year, but if you haven't heard it, I'm telling it again. when I first rode a motorbike, I didn't have enough time to pre-run all the way down there. And I hit the finish line jump and thought I was finished, and then realised that we were still racing. So I didn't realise the finish line jump is not the finish line. So there's a bit of information for you. Yeah, I thought that was the finish. Anyway, long story short is you go through this little S, and then there's about, do you reckon it's nearly a kilometre straight line run?
Yep.
So, and then you run all the way down there. You know, it's got to be at least 700 metres. You fairly get some speed going down there. It's really cool. You click through a few gears, and we often see dudes doing monos, don't we, on their dirt bikes? Not so much the racers, but more the guys that are here to get a spike and trail riding it. And it's a good time as the 6104 now coming in again. All of these are good positions, ladies and gentlemen. It feels like it's been a long time since the trophy trucks. That's true, but you've got to remember that the way it spaces on the way down is quite interesting because they're not on corrected time leaving. There's those 2-minute gaps. So some of these guys didn't get off the line until 30 minutes after Bo took off. So where they are right now is actually a great time. I hope that made sense.
No, yeah, it definitely did. Well, in my head it did.
Yeah, in my head it did too, mate, so that's good. As long as it sounded like it sounded and two funny-looking guys doing funny-looking, yep, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, the moral of the story is that it is very good, and those guys are having a great run, not just in class, but overall. And again, a lot of these cars are exactly where they're meant to be. Again, we talk about production four-wheel drive, the Chev versus Ford battle. You know, that's exactly where they want to be. They're protecting their position. They're working. Brad Lovell probably knows exactly, even down to, I wonder how much it plays in. Just as he does that, he starts looking. But, you know, Brad Lovell is probably reasonably aware that he doesn't need to go around Craglowndes. He just needs to keep Craglowndes, you know, in sight, because he's physically got him on corrected time for the way home, and he knows that if he's going to damage his vehicle, well, that is not the move.
Yeah, very interesting. So Brad Lovell saying he is at the 154k mark.
And doing, what, 157 kilometres an hour. So down this track, they're doing 150 kilometres an hour in a production four-wheel drive. That is insane, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no.
You can be a Ford guy, you can be a Chev guy, but you've got to give props. Both of these guys are out here hammer and tong and having an absolute crack and making sure they battle all the way to the end. How good is that?
Yeah, no, they definitely are, and it is great to see. Hopefully we'll see some more manufacturers throughout the years.
In my ears, Josh, I just popped up because, man, someone is on the gas over there. Is it a side-by-side? I was going to say, I heard them hold it wide open, and I wondered what we could hear. But that's it. It's a Polaris XP, that unique Polaris sound. And I wonder if that's not, is that Jordan Butcher's? You go, it's flicky right at the wrong time for us, isn't it? But that's a long wheelbase one. There's not too many long wheelbase ones around. The 672 anyway, coming in.
Like the 672, Jordan Sora Butcher.
Yeah, so those guys are the team that were giving us the live feed earlier on. Unfortunately, I'd say that once we got down the far end, because it happened with the OBR feed as well, unfortunately, Starlink wasn't up to the task down at Aperture. So again, that shows you just how, we're talking satellite doesn't work down there. You know, you can see how choppy we are, and we're on hard lines and, you know, satellite and bits and pieces. So, you know, it really is. I know I keep saying it, but I'm trying to impress on people how remote this is. When you guys think about the Simpson Desert and Outback Australia, again, well, let's put it into perspective. If you walked from the Finke Foot and had to walk to Alice because that's the nearest bit of water, you're walking for about, what, 220 Ks, which makes you, I'm talking hours, months, days. It'd take me months anyway.
It'd take me, yeah.
I need a motorbike.
No, definitely. And as another puff of dirt pops up on our screens, we'll see who it is and who's making their way towards us. We'll continue to keep you updated on everyone who's coming through, and some updates on people when we can on DNFs, but it looks like the 932. This thing is a lovely sounding machine.
Beautiful car by SS Race Tech. Beautiful looking car. I love those radius rolled roofs. Yeah, it's very unique. You can tell it. And it sounds good too. They build good motors. They build nice chassis. So cool to see the 932 coming through now. So this is back down at Mount Squire, so about 180 k's down the track. Still got plenty of vehicles coming and going, running through Mount Squires. That audio that we hear will be the 932 down the far end at Apatula, at Finke. I was going to say, we're probably not crossing over to Redinga anymore, Josh, because there's that much dust and cars coming through. That was starting to be pretty thick now, though, with all those side-by-sides. You can see on our Finke Desert Race tracking just how wild that is, all the transponders. They really are packed up now. The last 60 Ks, I think you'd be, what's there, something like 40 or 45 cars in that area, Josh? That is a lot of vehicles on one stretch of racetrack. A lot of races too, a lot of red eye, a lot of mist coming over, and guys trying to make crazy passes, going wild. And how good is that? All the teams and competitors. There'd be a lot of bike teams now starting to make their way down. Hey, have a look. The big Jimco champion is making its way in as well, which is awesome to see. Again, big fan of those Jimco champions. Bryce Chapman, if you're listening, got to get that 58 out of the shed, brother. Dust her off, come on down and stamp your authority on the Finke Desert Race. You're due.
Yeah, you love to hear it. As the 96 makes their way towards the line. Beautifully presented car. Reminds me of the old Kittles cars back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. The other ones were, again, I was mentioning Bryce Chapman. They're the run-amok cars. They were, so both of they had two of those Jimco champions back in the day. And again, the champions everyone always favoured the Aussie specials. They were a little bit smaller, a bit lighter, but I think as Australian tracks rough up, like Finke, we're now running full-size trophy trucks. There was an era there where no one ran a full-size truck because they were just too big. Whereas now all the top trophy trucks are full-size trophy trucks, and all the top pro buggies are now full-size pro buggies. Like the Illumi Crafts are exactly what they run in Baja. Again, the Jimco champion had won many races down in Mexico and around America, and now you're starting to see them more and more, which is interesting because the Australian cars tend to be, like when they call Aussie special, it's funny, really what they do is give us what's called a 10 car over there, which is like their sports-like car with big arms, gives it more travel, gives it that 22 inches, but the chassis is light, it's small, it's nimble, whereas now, again, we're seeing, Danny Brown's showing, he's running a full-size Illumi and running fantastically. AJ's been in a full-size Illumi for a long time now too. These Jimco champions, and now even with the hammerheads coming in, if they're on 40 or 39-inch tyres on a pro buggy, that's absolutely insane. Mick Marson and Talbot Cox have been running full-size races now for a while with some fantastic results. So big shout out to all those guys. Hey, there'd be some good names. Imagine if Mick Marson and Talbot Cox could come back for the 50th. We'll keep pitching it, hey. These guys that have had great runs out here in the past, might be time to run it back. And again, the other thing that we kept talking about, other than Mark Burrows, are we right in saying that anyone inside the top 10 currently has not won Finke?
Yeah.
So, and there's a lot of legitimately first times in the top 10, like James Cook, Nick Cummins, Justin Montisalvo. It's going to be really cool to see how this plays out. Aaron James is a hard charger. He's come through and stood on the box in second before. So, Billy Geddes is right up there. Never been on the actual podium in outright positions. Has done very well in extreme two-wheel drive. But how cool is that? And two trophy trucks, a four-wheel drive trophy truck, pro buggy, trophy truck. It's all happening here in the top of the field at Finke.
Yeah, no, definitely is. We might take a quick break up in the box just to give ourselves a breather and grab some water. We'll get some more information as it comes to us. Hope you're having a good time here out at the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. If you're here at the venue, I hope you're enjoying watching all this awesome action coming from the live stream. And if you're at home watching on YouTube, hit the like, hit the share, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on a thing. We'll be back very shortly. We're just going to take a quick break up here in comms.
Hey, just a little shout out there. One, there's been a big jump there from one of our trophy utes. But the other thing that's awesome is the 639 came flying across the line there. And that's Jamie Harrison. And we were talking about that before, the UTV surgery vehicle that they did the modifications to make it so that he could race. So he had that accident at Finke on a motorbike, told us that story at scrutineering night about the injuries that he's got. He's permanently in a wheelchair now, and they made modifications to that vehicle, again via UTV surgery, tuned it up. He is a true competitor, and he's back here to take on the Finke. So again, huge shout out to Jamie Harrison. He's made it there. I tell you what, it's looking solid like he's going back, but so great that those guys have all got involved. They ran at Nayback, I believe it was 4th in class or 3rd in class or 4th outright, something along those lines, at his very first race. And now he's out here taking on the Finke, so absolutely amazing effort from them. And again, just a bit of a run through. We were talking about our DNFs before. Travis Robinson obviously out. Matt Hansen was out as well. Trevor Chandler unfortunately out. Kai Camilleri, that's the 34 with Luke Hendry out as well. Brent Lewis is a DNF in the 60. Jacob Booth in the 70 is out. Shannon Wrench never started this morning. Neither did Ivan Schmucker, unfortunately. Or Schmucker. In our pro lights, we have Harry Weckett out, and the 161 of Ryan Print is out as well, unfortunately. Again, Timmy Weir is in with a 2:14, which is excellent. Hannah Bentley now on screen and coming in these rounds to drive the 418, that Racer Engineering trophy truck. Unfortunately, Hayden Bentley not racing this year, had a mechanical issue with his vehicle. Talking about DNFs again, just sticking with that at the moment. Unfortunately, in the 409 is out. Jake Williams also out in the 437 in that trophy truck, as is Shannon Lander, I apologise. Josh Lander this year in the passenger seat, and Jamie Lawson. So again, big shout out to Bentleys. They've just run across Mark Wakeman in performance two-wheel drive, the 508, unfortunately out with an issue as well. And Michael Shipton has finished. He's a 225, so a great run there in performance two-wheel drive. In our side-by-sides, it's an absolute, there's a big list, but Glenn Ackroy, unfortunately, I can confirm, is a DNF with Andrew Cassidy, so if you're waiting for them, unfortunately, the 617 no longer racing. Production four-wheel drive, Hank Parker is out. However, the Chev and the Ford are still running currently. Unfortunately, Brett Comiskey in extreme four-wheel drive is a DNF, so that's no good. And again, I doubt, I think there's going to be a bit of a conversation about, does Bill stay in the truck on the way home in the two-wheel drive one? Does Brett get in? I would say coming out a second with a real position, you'd be mad not to keep that moving. Continuing to look down our spotlights, Sam Bentley, unfortunately, is marked as a DNF, and Darren Wright and Chloe Wright. That's that family from, I want to say Gladstone, I think it was, or Central Queensland, but I'm sure that's the right story, 10:59. So unfortunately, a DNF for them as well. So we now have, and this is how it changes, isn't it? We now have 45 cars in, probably 46 if we count those. So, you know, the change, as we were talking about with those times, now you could throw a wet paper bag over the top of these guys. Don't know why it'd have to be wet in that situation. But, you know, let's just say we could put a blanket over the lot. And these positions from 20 to 45 really are very close. They're all running in that, you know, 2:15 to 2:30 sort of mark. And it's a great run there. Again, amazing footage from down at Apatula. So 45 cars in, and again, just a real rough guess. About 20 marked as DNFs. So still, you know, 40 cars out on track at the moment, still battling the Finke desert landscape. The red centre. Another one of our fantastic side-by-side competitors coming in now. Again, if you're listening along, so Shane Greening is in now. Justin Ryder we saw and called in before. Michael Shipton is home as well in the 585. That's that performance two-wheel drive. 6149 is home as well. Kyle Reid. Andrew Cummins is in the Extreme two-wheel drive in the Geyser Trophy truck, the 467. The 657 of Kane Jones is in as well. And we just had a shuffle there. I want to say that I reckon someone just ran a good time and actually moved up the list a little bit there. Jordan Butcher's in, which we called in. Jordan providing that live feed for Prologue. And again, big shout out to OBR as well. Shane Hunt absolutely killing the game with the feed on OBR 184 YouTube channel. A couple of cars running down to Finke. We got a great perspective this year of the racing. Absolutely amazing. Again, we'll come and go, enjoy the scenes at the moment from down at Apatula. We'll come back and give you a little bit more commentary in a couple of minutes with a few more catch-ups, but again, enjoy these amazing scenes that, again, this is the future of desert racing, getting to sit in the couch, but there is nothing like getting that red dust inside your nice Land Cruiser. It never comes out, I promise you that. Maybe do a Hertz Hire rental instead. Might be the move. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the view, and we'll be back very shortly. was telling me about the single-seater trophy truck, but we've also got Michael Dole and Mr. Diggett through now. Good jump there for Mr. Diggett. Getting plenty of motor. Going to be interesting because I'm going to say that that's out of position for him, so I'm sure he's got a story about something on the way down. But the moral of the story is it is very good to have him down there. Those guys are very hard chargers. Again, Michael Doolan and Pete Morris in the passenger seat of the 455. Andrew Cummins also came in there. I know we were talking about him before with the Geyser truck. Ben Nixon, there's a few side-by-sides coming in now. Ashley Foote in the 638. Again, we talked about Shipton, the one and only remaining performance two-wheel drive at the moment. David Bird is in the 433, the local single-seat truck that Josh was just talking about. Yeah, again, Michael Doolan ran a 256 there. So again, I would say they spent a bit of time on the side of the road, and hopefully we can find out that story about Doolan.
Yeah, Dan, with a Red Bull in the stomach, it's amazing what the brain can do. We're back up in comms. It's great to be having a look around here, and we're just trying to find some particular vehicles at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're clipping through the same thing. Now, listen, our latest time, but it was 6 minutes ago, says that Jamie Knight's still travelling along, although that tracker looks a little off course. That doesn't always mean anything. And at the moment, there's nothing in the DNF list. So we think that Jamie Knight is still out and running. Who else is out there? And that just because we just got thinking about Michael Dolan, obviously had some downtime there. The Mr. Diggett car. One of our little sports lights coming in now, I would imagine.
Nearly one of them famous moments here at Fink.
Yeah, absolutely wild there. The 606, that looks like. So the 606 with a bit of a ride there.
Yeah, definitely gave the crew a bit of a ride.
The Stevens entry, but held it wide all at the end. Again, this is probably what we keep saying. We think that that's wild, but he's like, Bud, that happened 50 times down this track. I don't know what you're even talking about.
Yeah, no, and it's actually really interesting. I just had a quick chat to one of the crew members in the suite, and yeah, there's some iffy points down along the track. So it's going to be very interesting to see how a little bit later on all folds out and plays out.
Yeah, mate. And again, I actually just got a text message from Huddy, Shane Hutt. So he said that they lost pressure in that power steering pump. So about 100 Ks out. So Bo ran the last 100 Ks in that trophy truck with no steering pressure was the wording that was said, just in case you're following along at home. But they'll have the spare parts, I imagine, to fix that. Yep, coming across now. So good run in the 86 there. The Isa boys.
So we've had since, we've had Brett Johnson, Jamie Anderson, Bentley, Jordan Sorora, Paul Cogan, Daniel Challen, Matt Bray, Justin Ryder through. Great to see the 1008 of Shane Greening through there. Michael Shipton, Ashley Foote through there, and Richard Hagen as well. James Hagen through there. Kyle Reid, Adam Spicer, Ben Nixon, David Bird, Brad Garrity, Andrew Commons, Kane Jones, Michael Dolan, all through, and Jack Moldwaters also through there. So great to see that they've made their way down. Brad Garrity and Courtney as well. Now, we've got a handful of some pretty cool names coming through. Just go back to our classes. And so, yeah, DNF there for Brett Comiskey is now coming up, as well as Sam Bentley. Wow, and Christian Montesalvo is out. So that's put Shane Greening in a really good spot for the sports light class. Paul Tigger goes to the top of that. And still James Cook quickest in Pro Buggy. But as of this morning, if you're only joining us, Bo Robinson currently first on the road for tomorrow. And then behind him will be Billy Geddes. And then Brent Smoothie. In fourth was James Cook. In fifth, Nick Cummins. In sixth, Danny Brown. Seventh, Justin Montesalvo, which was a great drive from down the pack. Eighth, Mark Burrows. 9, Mel Brandel in that Pro Light buggy. Again, an absolute stonker of a drive. As the other Chambers vehicle makes its way across the line, the Sports Light, I think, or the Super 1650. Those ones actually might be. I do apologise. And then, yeah, Aaron James rounds out your top 10. So very, very interesting indeed to see what's going on. I'll try to give young Timothy Button an update as well. I know his mum's down here at the moment, having a listen in. So he's at the 133k mark, but I don't think I've seen him move in a while. So hoping that that vehicle is all good. He's just outside one of those checkpoints there. So, but he's still green on the tracker, so he should still be in. As some more vehicles make their way through. Northern Territory flag being waved as these competitors make their way across the line. But so far, we've got 60 finishers. Kane Jones and Anthony Harris they're both across the line now as well on the side-by-side pros. The 682 making their way towards the finish line, which will be the start line tomorrow. And they're in. Sorry, the 682, I do apologise, that was Ryan Rook. 69 making their way in. As I start to hear some bopper in the background. So just to see. So Ben McNamara was across the line in the 69. Craig Lowndes was through Mountain Squires, so we should be seeing some of them vehicles making their way very shortly into Fink. Let's keep you updated on these vehicles crossing the line. James Mongford across the line down at Fink, 3 hours, 3 minutes. One of the choppers making its way back. I wonder if that has got the reigning King of the Desert in it. But I'd say he'd probably be back by now. So this year really has been, can make it down to Fink. A lot of DNFs from what we can see so far. So, give you some updates. So, top 3 in each of the classes so far. Pro Buggy, number 10, James Cook in first. In second, Danny Brown, and the number 4. And in third, the number 21, Mark Burrows. Pro Light currently is Mel Brandle, Ben Falk, and then Matthew Burrows. Your top 3. Super 1650 is Timothy Weir in first, Rick Chambers in second, and Brad Garrity in third. Extreme two-wheel drive, so our top runners, Bo Robinson in first, Billy Geddes in second, and Nick Commons in third. Performance two-wheel drive, Michael Shipton out in front, Michael Niven out in front in side-by-side pro, Greg Campbell followed behind him, and then Troy Besham. Still no finishes in production full drive so far. Brett Smoothie, Andrew Brown, Phil Lovett, your top 3 there. Unfortunately there for Comiskey, he's a DNF. And then Paul Tigger, Rod Visser and Shane Greening, your top 3 in Sports Light. So a bit going on as the vehicles continue to trundle on into Fink. And all the start line prep is being done here on our start-finish line down at the Alice end. Getting ready to see what they are going to do. But our bikes, it's such an interesting story as well to see who will get down to Fink first. We're just waiting for some more vehicles to come through. So yeah, just a bit of a lull in the action at the moment. Just waiting for some more vehicles to make their way across the line. But yeah, not too far whatsoever. Down at the Fink end, just waiting. One of our competitors going to see, obviously, some crew members there.
Well, interestingly, Josh, that's probably a great time to talk a little bit about the logistics of Fink. Like, it's interesting, so some of the vehicles would have gotten dropped off. You know, obviously, if you're a big team, you've got a team at this end, team at that end. You know, you've got to get your car here in the morning because you're obviously not driving it down the road. So, you know, you need a trailer at the Alice Springs end. And then down the far end, it's about 6 hours drive around. So even if you dropped your car off at 4 o'clock this morning, they're still travelling around. They don't get there until midday. So they're still another 40 or 50 minutes away. And again, if all of a sudden your morning was a little bit, let's use the word messy, you know, if they left at 7 o'clock after the car left, then they'll be looking at, you know, another 2 hours or so until their car even turns up, until their pit crew turns up. So for some of these smaller privateer teams, you know, they'll just be waiting. That's essentially what they're doing. They're waiting for their swag to turn up, waiting for their spanners. They're probably having a look over the car. Hopefully they've scammed, we'll use a Red Bull as an example, off someone sitting up there on the hill. and found a position to have a look. But yeah, again, that's one of the things they probably don't talk about a lot on the, like on the brochure, is some of the logistics of racing. Think the fuel stops. We're lucky that we've got club fuel stops for the motorbikes, but again, this is remote Northern Territory. It's about as remote as it gets, honestly, and to get basically a full pit crew down there, it's a massive effort. So big that some of these teams are running helicopters. That's how, to get gear in and out and do different things. So, yeah, it's amazing, these pits down here. So a bit different to the American stuff. Like, often they've got pits down the track. Like, so I think I'm right in saying that, like, say the likes of Toby Price at Baja had pits sort of every 100 miles where they were fueling, dumping fuel in. They'd get another spare. They'd do all these things. Whereas, again, in Australia, there is no hot pits. So, and that's true of every race. There might be a live pits, but it is a pit ground where everyone is together in some of our racing. But at Finke, essentially you race all the way down. You can't have anyone else work on your car or, give you parts or anything. So what's on your car when you leave Alice Springs has to get you to Finke. And then after that, you work on the car overnight and then they'll come back in.
Side-by-sides wanting to do an endo over the jump.
Yeah, 677 now. I think that might be the Shivers entry. Well, but yeah, the moral of the story is that it is interesting because one of the big things about Finke, particularly for any of the races, is the logistics side of it. It is not an easy thing to do.
That iconic High Honey. I've made it to Finke. Bonnet still down at the Finke end. It's always great to get a photo with that one. Locals down at Finke absolutely enjoying this great event. The next one of our pros makes its way through the 45, left at home. Definitely not on full kill capacity mode. It's unfortunate for the 45 team as they make their way towards the line. Yeah, really interesting to see. I'll see if I can find where Craig Lowndes is. It's 211 k's down the track. And let's see where Lovell is. 202. Ooh, I might be reading too much into that, but we'll see how that 773 continues to go. It does seem to be parked off to the side at this point, but you never know with this tracker, so we'll continue to wait and see who comes through. 996. Single-seater making its way into Finke now. So that should have been...
So Paul Tuck-Lees come through there in that Mudgee Cranes vehicle, the 996, the one-seater. One-seater, the single-seater? One-seater, it is a one-seater. But I was thinking about the 788 like you were talking about. So, like you said, they're really following the tracker. They're probably about to cross the river.
Yeah.
So nice and close there.
Yeah, we shouldn't be too far away from seeing a 7-time Bathurst winner. Multiple-time Australian Safari winner. And he's won a couple of Supercars championships while he's at it. And now he gets to play the game with the legends over at GM Special Vehicles. He still drives a V8 supercar in Bathurst as a wildcard entry every year, which is a great initiative. They get a young kid in, which is always great to hear. So another one of the side-by-sides makes its way through. But yeah, as I was saying with Craig Lowndes there, he always, each year, him and the team at Super Cheap field a car with a young lad to give him a wild card entry into the biggest race of the year when it comes to circuit racing. But we're at the biggest race in the desert racing calendar. This is the Bathurst of desert racing, is Finke. At the 48th running, once again, proudly brought to you by the Tatts Corporation. It's great to have them on board. They've been on board for many, many years, over 10 plus years now with us, as the next vehicle makes its way.
So Josh, the 1088 now moving well on the tracker.
Yep.
Just in front of the 788. The 773 just popped into our view on the tracker as well. So right there, you know, there's only a couple of kilometres between them. And to be honest, they started a couple of kilometres apart. So again, I would say the Ford versus Chev battle is alive and well. Again, I keep laughing about this. It's the American truck with the Australian driver versus the Australian truck with the American driver.
Yeah,
both extremely experienced, both extremely fast. That's going to be a real talking point of this Finke.
Yeah, no, you'll love to hear it and see it, especially with them. I can't wait to hear what Craig's got to say for his first time down the track. He really shouldn't be too much longer. The last car in, was Tim Wadlow and Scott Elvish. So not bad at all for them in the 685. Done it in 2 hours 42.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. And again, we were talking about those production four-wheel drives, the speeds that they're doing. 158 kilometres an hour we saw on the track. You've just clicked on Brad Lovell, and apparently he's doing 206 down that, because there is a fast section there. It's actually a road section. So he's doing 206 Ks on a dirt road in the Northern Territory outback, making up some serious time on the 788.
Wringing the neck out of that.
Out of interest, the other car that is it moving is the 24. Did they fix that little oil fire and it's going?
I don't think so. I haven't seen it move in a while, and it looks like the 773, which is Brad Lovell, is, he's gone past him now.
There you go. So it's just that. So that's how close he was just there. I think I missed it before when it was jumbled up with all those numbers, the 24, but now, I do see what you're saying, unfortunately. But they're very close to Finke, so they're a long way down.
No, they definitely are. Very, very interesting indeed, ladies and gents.
Again, we were talking about, so that means that some of these guys, remember that whilst Finke is a race on its own, it's also part of the Australian Championship. So what the likes of the 24, Ryan Taylor, would very possibly go get his pit crew to come and grab him, bring him down, fix it overnight if it's nothing too serious, and then race back for Section 2 points on the way home. Because if he can have a good Section 2, he still gets section points. So I believe that's the rule. Again, I'm sure one of the people that are more heavily involved in the Australian Championship will remind me, but I'm pretty confident that you get points both ways, and therefore there is at least some semblance. And heck, you've come all the way to Alice Springs, you've come all the way to the Finke Desert Race, you just want to come across the line. Even if you've had a rough day one, you can fix it in day two, can't you?
Yeah, no, definitely can. That's the great thing about this event. Well, I was just looking at the timing of Mount Squires. So at 10:45 was when, 10:46 was the time that Craig went through, and then Brad went through at 10:49. So there's only really a couple of minutes between them at this point. Looks like Craig's just sort of, pulled out the gap.
On the live feed, have a look, check out. Old mate's got the biggest Chev in the world. That is a big truck. It's got beautiful method wheels on it, looking at that. Step ladder to get on your step ladder, and they've got double cameras going on. There's a lot going on in that picture.
Yes, no, it looks like they're definitely well versed over the machines.
So a good time there had by all. Let me guess, they're cheering for Craig Lowndes, I reckon.
Yep, I would say so. So the 674 making its way towards the line now. That's Christian Apostles and Taylor Apostles. Good to see them across the line. They do it in a time of 2 hours, 44 minutes and 12 seconds. Massive shout out to all our volunteers down at the Finke end as well. Very, very remote place of the country. But let's see what this vehicle is. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Craig Lowndes and Dale Mascot making their way in, and look at that. Wow, the suspension really working. But he's going to be very happy with this, and Chevy take the first blow. Oh, even get some four-wheel action there. All four off the air. Off the ground, sorry, in the air. As he makes it through the iconic Finke riverbed.
That's wild, isn't it, Josh? Absolutely using every last bit of, and even surpassing the suspension travel on that Chevy Silverado, but moving along very nicely there.
You'd have to be happy with that.
Absolutely, mate. You know, now you go back to the pits and you have a look over, give her a service, and do you take it down the local Chevy dealer and just book her in? Maybe they are taking it back to Alice tonight on the highway. Now, to talk about how much of a production vehicle it was, Craig was saying before that it has a heated steering wheel and climate control, and the radio still works in that vehicle. So when we say production, we mean production. Four-wheel drive. It's very cool. Yeah, a bit toasty this morning on the hand when he had the heated steering wheel on this morning. The Ford Raptor probably has exactly the same features. They are a very nice car now. The dual cab ute market has come a long way, and it's fantastic to see both Ford and Chevy here testing their metal, Josh, making sure they're proving just how tough their bits of gear are.
So the 6158 makes their way across the line, or the 6159. I'll just wait for it to pop up. It was 6159, I apologise. Clint Bromhall and Robert Quillam, they do it in time of 2 hours, 51 minutes and 1 second. Craig Lowndes, ladies and gentlemen, did it in a time of 2 hours, 56.11. So be interesting to see what sort of time Brad did last year down to Finke, just to compare it.
Yeah, very interesting.
But he shouldn't be too far behind Craig as we speak, so...
Listen, that's insane on its own to think that they're doing a sub 3 hour run in a production four-wheel drive. It wasn't so long ago that production four-wheel drive, essentially, it was a battle to see whether they'd make it under the 4 hour time limit. So they're now 1 hour and 4 minutes under the time limit. They had plenty of time. So that's crazy. It's a proper race now. Craig Lowndes, Dale Muscat, very impressive run from them. And again, as you said, started a couple of rows behind on the grid. So if Lovell can come through now shortly, they're going to be very tight on time.
So it looks like Lowndes set a new record in production four-wheel drive for the first day down to Finke. He did it in under 2 hours, under 3 hours. And Brad last year did it in 3 hours and 5. So Craig has done really, really well there. 2 hours, 56 minutes, 11 seconds. Round about 9 minutes quicker than last year's production four-wheel drive that got down there. So very interesting indeed. And still doing 71k an hour average down to Finke is very, very cool.
That is insane. Average speed is faster than you can drive around town, and you know that they're going through that kind of terrain.
Yeah.
I wanted to use the word crap, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. It's rough down there. Look at the rocks. Look at there's all these shelves under bull dust. It's crazy. The dust. It is insane to think that these vehicles are capable of that now. David Beavers-Tooth has been through in that 45. That's awesome to see with Peter Costello. Again, we called in Paul Tuck-Lee before. Yeah, so unfortunately the 30, the 57 and the 56 all just sitting. That's that section. I'd say Kai Camilleri sitting there, the 1088. So that's where they block the road. That's the service road before it drops down into the river. Often you'll see spectators sitting there because, you know, you just wait for the road. They open the road. The cars can go down during the... what's the correct wording? After they've completed or closed the course. So the sweep car will go through. But again, we've got another odd hour of racing to go here to get a few cars through. Probably not quite an hour, but again, we've got our production four-wheel drive cars through. Craig came through and he only just ran a 250. Which again means that there was cars off the line after him, and they do have a full 4 hours. Although they do start closing checkpoints if you can't keep up with that pace. Unfortunately, yeah, that looks like the Gwyn team, the 244.
Yeah.
Have they updated recently? John Towers is updated. A few of those cars, because again, that is that real fast section.
Yeah.
The 6634 moving now, the 6190 still on its way, Brown and Ferguson. I think that they said the 544 is out on the DNF on our list.
Okay.
So I think, but maybe that's stopped and that's an old time, although...
Yeah, no, we're just having a quick look at our
trackers.
Our trackers, just to double check. But I think, yeah, with the gaps we've got at the moment, we've got a contingent of, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 vehicles waiting for that road to open back up. And then, yeah, behind that, it's just an absolute contingency. Unfortunately, for the 1021, Miss Button, Timmy looks like he is in transport. So that means he is either on the back of a trailer or he's parked out in the scrub. The single seat dreams, unfortunately, have not worked for him. Very, very unlucky for young Timmy Button. In the fast one, it looked like this morning when he got off the line. Unfortunately, it's turned into a slow one.
Hey now, Josh, one of the awesome stories, again, we're just having a look up and down. I just noticed that Jamie Harrison, which is our wheelchair driver in the Can-Am UTV surgery built vehicle to make it so it's got the hand controls and the quick exit is probably more the correct wording, so that it can pass the CAM's rules. And he is in 5th in class. How amazing is that? So again, pretty impressive run there for a guy, and it's just great to see, you know, again, had that incident on a motorbike, it would be easy to say, well, that's it, I'm not doing that. Hey, Josh, look what just showed up. Sorry to cut off Jamie Harrison, but yeah, we're now talking about this.
So you got Brad Lovell and Bayham Lovell, so father and son team. Can't see anything that would be wrong with the 773. Working very well.
I was going to say, you can see that suspension.
Maybe, I think they were running 2 spares this morning, so maybe they've got a flat. That's why they've dropped back that little bit that they were running with Craig Lowndes there. But it's great to see 2 production full drives backed by Ford and Chevy making their way across the line. Brad Lovell in the production Ford Ranger Raptor goes across 3 hours flat, 35 seconds. That's not bad at all. That's quicker than what he did last year by 5 minutes, so he's going to be very happy. That proves that that vehicle, what the little tweaks they did to it, have worked.
Absolutely, mate. So that's amazing.
No, awesome to see. And I think we might even get to have a quick chat with the legend down there.
I was going to go
Craig
in the middle
Lowndes.
and try and get both of them.
But just waiting for everything to drop into place for that one.
Now, I love this, Josh. They'll probably never tell us, but just analysing that vehicle going off, looked like the back end of that vehicle was a little bit, let's say, soft. So I wonder if they've, you know, had to back it down a little bit running that pace. It's 5 minutes faster than they've ever run before for Brad Lovell. And then, you know, Lounsey just a little bit in front of him. It would be interesting if they, and I bet you they never tell you the truth, they're racers, they'd be keeping their cards very close, but you know, whether they do some slight changes there, because you know, that Raptor comes with some really impressive suspension under it from the factory. It is the, I believe it's the Fox gear, and you know, there would be an opportunity here overnight to do a little bit of work with that. It just, did you notice coming across the line there, that back end looked like it had done a bit of extra work, which is absolutely understandable in a production car. I wouldn't mind betting the likes of the great Jeff Pickering, like there's a fair chance that he would have changed a complete set of shocks on his Pajero down the far end to keep that car alive and moving. So, you know, it'd be interesting to see and know what maintenance they do on it overnight to get them home. Again, can't stress that enough. It's not like a chop at anything. It's amazing that these production four-wheel drives do what they do. Honestly, a standard road going, you know, I'm not trying to pick a brand, that is what I'm saying, but you know, you took a Korea down the road here, you know, a few years ago, you'd be lucky to make it to the 80k mark with that sort of. So again, it's a testament about how amazing these vehicles are, but it'd be interesting to know what is required to do overnight, and it's just going to be an amazing rundown. Let's go and have a talk to Craig Lowndes.
Well, welcome back to the Finke start-finish line. I'm here with a legend, not so much in the off-road racing, but your mate's done it quite a few times. Dale Moscow, you've done, what, three Finkes and a couple of Dakars in there. You're pretty well accomplished in this track. But, Lounsey, this is your first time coming to Finke. How was that run?
Yeah, pretty good. I think we actually were underdrove a little bit. You never know what's going to happen. And of course, you sort of encounter so many different terrains. You know, you got the sandy side, and then you got the rock section. You got some dips, jumps, everything going on in that course of that 225 kilometres. So a lot of notes from Dale, which is really good because it's sort of, I can know what's around the corner or what I'm going to encounter, but of course knowing that there's so many trucks and buggies and everything else side by sides that have been in front of us, it still chews up the sand. So whatever we learned earlier in the week, we're still going to encounter what we got today, and again, it's going to be very different going the other way. So proud to be down here. Great to have the Silverado finally get its first run down. I know that the team are really delighted because there's been a lot of effort, a lot of love put into this, and again to be able to I suppose reward them back at home as well as with the crew that are here this weekend, that we've finally got to Finke.
And there is that battle going on for you guys in that production category. You didn't just make it down here in the fastest time for the production four-wheel drives. It's the fastest time ever from Alice to Finke. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, pretty delighted. Like, to be honest, it's been a little bit naive is probably a good thing because I'm not really knowing what's going to happen and what's going to come to us. We had a couple of moments, nothing scary, but of course with the longer wheelbase, the rhythm through the whoops and everything else, you just got to get right. A couple of times I think I approached them too quickly, and then we got through the first couple, and then she started to buck. But really, look, it's built like a Sherman tank. So I'm looking forward to going back tomorrow.
And Dale, you've done this a couple of times, but you haven't done it with Lounsey before. How did he go?
No, look, he did a great job. As I said, from the first test we had, it was about 30 metres till the rust fell off him in 10 years or whatever since he's been on gravel. And yeah, I mean, obviously he's a professional. That's what he's been doing for a long time. And adaptability is one of the key strengths. And you have to be able to do that here, even if you've got experience in this event. What gets thrown up against you is always surprises around the corner as well. So, yeah, I think he did a great job. As I said, it's very hard to gauge yourself in this, especially, you know, I would assume the Ford had an issue because we went past them. And then you've got to think, okay, do we pace ourselves back? How do we go with this? Because, you know, in the production class, it's a strengths and weaknesses game, really. So, yeah, we try to pace ourselves, and, yeah, we'll see whether that's enough tomorrow afternoon. But it's certainly enough to keep everyone happy and all the guys and girls back at home that put this project together. Yeah, we're super stoked to be, you know, here speaking and driving it on behalf of them.
Yeah, no, great effort to make it here. You said you did a run on Tuesday just to test out the track because you hadn't done the Finke track before. How did it compare today compared to Tuesday?
A little bit different. Firstly, the vehicle that we used was really a stock Silverado, so it sort of bashed through some of the rough stuff like a little bit worse than what we encountered. But again, there was been a lot of rain last week as well, so there's a lot of mud holes. But then today, probably I reckon 80% of them have dried up, and again, there was one that we actually deviated around, which everyone has. So it's vastly different. And then again, as Dale says, you know, when you've got so many trucks and buggies going in front of you, it again changes completely the complexity of everything, all the whoops and everything that you think you know, you don't know. And then again, going back that way tomorrow, they all become sharp edges. So I'm not sort of foreign for that, but again, I've just got to drive to what I can see and listen to what he has to say. I didn't pull the radio plug, so he must have been all right.
Still getting along, still communicating here at the Finke end. Well, there's still a long night ahead until tomorrow when you get going, but some sympathy out there maybe to those buggy drivers. They are going a lot faster, but this truck is pretty smooth.
Well, it's not too bad actually. I've got to say that there's been a lot of support along the way. There's a lot of spectators that obviously are back on the dunes, and they're all cheering us on, and they're giving them the toot and a wave, and that's sort of the fun part of it. Is I've been those people. I've been camping along the track, and I have to say that even that first sort of, I suppose, 60 kilometres, there was a lot of retirees, and that's what they all talk about this race. It's not necessarily winning, it's surviving and actually getting to the finish line. And now we've done that. We've got Part A done. Now we're going to get Part B done tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it's a huge trip back, so I'm sure you've got a pretty good setup compared to some of the guys out here camping, but have a good night, rest up. Just quickly, is there anything that needs to be done to the truck, or is it good to go?
Oh, look, there's always everything needs to be sort of looked over and everything else, but look, fundamentally, I can't see a big problem with it.
Well, the windows still work. They still automatically wind up and down, and you guys aren't too dusty, so...
The aircon still works.
The aircon's working, that's all we need. Great job. Well, we'll keep chatting to some of the guys coming in here at Finke, but until then, back to you.
What an interesting insight there from Craig Lowndes and Dale Mascot. It's absolutely awesome to have them have a chat with us, and yeah, Craig's pretty chuffed with that new record that he's set in that vehicle, and as he said, it's a big relief for the rest of the Chevy team back over where that car is built.
Yeah, absolutely, as he should be chuffed. And interesting, because he did make a good point. Now, listen, I laugh again that we keep saying Craig Lowndes. It's his first time at Finke, but it's not his first time driving a car on the dirt. It's not like this is new to him. He's been a multi-time Australian Safari champion. He's got a lot of experience, and yeah, again, he's been to Land Cruiser Mountain Park. He's run some trucks. He's run some different things. I'm sure he's been around the traps long enough to know the skill set, as he has had a great run down there to Finke. And again, it just proves again that sometimes where I was going with that was he said, sometimes the naivety is a little bit good. Again, he's right. Maybe that time, he just did what he knew. He knew how to adapt. He knew how to race. He knows how good he is at it, and he's just made it happen.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's great to see the Honda Talon making its way through to the finish line, 6.634. Let's get around about to that.
So interesting. I just wanted to point out there, Josh, hear that gear shift in that. So that is pretty cool. So obviously the Honda Talon has some sort of gearbox in it, manual style or paddle shift. The Yamaha was famous for that as well. So whereas the Can-Am and Polaris are both a centrifugal clutch. So for you side-by-side guys, and if you're looking at that class, just something to think about, something fun to use. I mean, personally, again, this is just my opinion. If you're just looking for a fun driver's car, you'd have to look at, like, say, the Yamaha, because a clutch and shift in gears, it's a great skill set for the young'uns.
Yeah.
And, if you're teaching your kids to drive or something, what an opportunity to do it. Whereas, again, don't get me wrong, Can-Am, side-by-sides, the Polarises, awesome race cars. If you're building a race car, you'd be silly not to look at them, but I'm just purely talking as a fun car. How fun would it be pulling gears in one of those side-by-sides?
Oh, look how good that is. That's Benjamin Olive and Nina Kells, Alice Locals, in that lovely looking machine.
Which is good. Hey, I think that I misrepresented that before. I said that I thought that the other Class 5 car was out. Obviously not out, still tracking. Maybe stopped and just had a look at something. Might have been, again, had something come up, a water temp or something like that, and they've just made a little adjustment, and they're on their way again. So the 544, exactly where you'd want to be. The old Holden Ute looks absolutely awesome. Have a look at it. Nose up, throttle down. She's making its way down again to the Finke.
Yeah, no, that's great to see and hear that those locals made it down there. I'll give you a time for them as we have a look at that chopper up in the air. So Benjamin Olive and Nina Kells do it in a time of 3 hours, 5 minutes and 59 seconds in performance two-wheel drive. So not bad at all for them. But it's getting to the pointy end of our car competition. Yeah, it's close to coming on to that time cutoff. We're only 15 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. So if you need to do anything, go anywhere, go to the toilet, grab a drink or anything like that. If you're here at the venue or watching the live stream, go do it now. You've got 15 minutes until we start the bikes here in the Red Centre down at Alice Springs. I can already look down out of my comm box and see that everyone is getting ready. The bike riders are getting ready. Our lovely Finke ambassadors are getting ready. The crowd is getting ready. It starts to get pumped up in here again. Me and Dan get another Red Bull into our systems and we get loud. And I know Jeremy's hiding around the back of our comm box at the moment, so we've got the insight for all you bike lovers out there as well. It's going to be absolutely amazing, this year's coverage. We're so proud to be able to bring you this awesome, awesome footage. Yeah, insight, all this stuff
Jeremy
this
actually
year.
said that he's going to spill every team's secret.
Oh, God.
No, he didn't say that. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I don't think the man would be able to walk out of this joint if he did that.
Yeah, true. No, it's awesome to see again those bikes on the line now. It's going to get very, very crazy here in a minute, and it's exciting. So, out of interest, yeah, again, the 4 on the line. We're waiting for the 5 to come onto the line, aren't we? Liam Walsh, our pole sitter. And as we mentioned before, 2 first-timers, or not first-timers, that's a silly statement, sorry, Dan Curran, but the 2 of the people that have not won Finke before, with 2 of the most winning riders ever on the grid right behind them. I think that's an awesome tale, and it's going to be interesting. And again, we saw those conditions. We saw that dust in the cars, not as much as of a factor. However, 100 cars have been on that course now. That will no doubt change the game.
Be interesting to see how much conversation goes on here now as well. Watch these bike riders, whether they sit on the bike and they stick to their game plan, or they have a conversation with who they're riding out the gate with, or to some team members or something like that. This is where it really gets into the mental games, and yeah, we're about to go racing here in day 1.
Absolutely, mate.
No, it is great to hear and see. Not too long now, and shout out to my mate down in Adelaide who's just gone through surgery. Hopefully you're feeling better, man. You're watching the live stream. We're bringing bikes to you very, very shortly. But
this first corner too, like it, you know, it's always been that long sweeper, and there's been a fair bit of room, and it's always a race to it. But you know, now that it's again, it's a straightened S, but it's still an S. It's going to be very interesting because this is much more like a motocross start now, isn't it? They're going to have to get into that apex of the corner. I'm going to assume being on the right-hand side or the outside of the corner initially is going to be the advantage. So position 1, I'm guessing, is going to be on the right-hand side. I think that's where I'd like to be if we're starting 2 at a time. To again come around that apex to the left.
Yeah, definitely. It's always interesting to watch the stadium section with our bike riders, because they really do battle to try and get out of that first back gate first.
Hey, now just some interesting facts. I've been getting a few messages, which I always appreciate, but just going back to Jamie there, driving in that Can-Am, it's actually a modified 2017 model. So it's a good few years old now, an X3. It's actually one of the early X3s that came out. And I was just getting some information about it, that it would be somewhere in the vicinity, like a new Can-Am, obviously always developing, and you know, you want to be in the newest equipment you can. That's true of almost everything. But I was just getting some facts on that, you know, like, they'd be about 50 horsepower down compared to a new model. So that's pretty impressive. And again, we're not talking about 850 horsepower versus 900 horsepower, which is still a gap. But, you know, we're talking about 150 horsepower versus 200 horsepower. So we're literally talking about, like, say, the top competitors running in the new vehicles. They'd be, you know, 50 horsepower up, or, you know, basically another quarter of the power on top again of where Jamie is. So I tell you what, Jamie is absolutely putting on a show in that Can-Am, and again, it's great to have him back racing, and he's here to compete. He said that. He did go, oh, anyone can just drive down and back. He goes, I want to do well in it, and I think that that's truly awesome that is going on, so very exciting.
Yeah, it definitely is, Dan, definitely is. So, 10 minutes away from the start of this great event. Cannot wait to see what goes on here. Yep, and yeah, we are having a great time up here in the box. The nerves, well, I guess they're settling down on the start line.
Well, we still haven't got the fast KTMs on the line just yet, have we? So, you know, they're still coming and they're only a couple of minutes away. Maybe, as we said, you don't want to sit on the line burning off that nervous energy. Basically, just want to roll in, saddle up, yep, and the temperature up and everything else in your gear. So they're going to roll in, basically hear that national anthem go, and then we're going to be on the grid and away. So it's all going to happen here very quickly in a very short second.
Yeah, no, we're not too far away from getting the official proceedings underway down here on the start line. So we are really looking forward to it here today. Bike riders are coming through now, just getting into the position. As we get ready up here in the box. Jeremy joins alongside me as we see a couple of vehicles making their way back down into the Fink entry. Oh, big jump from the Yokohama machine. You love that. Live down at Fink. And one of the side-by-sides behind them. But Jeremy, man, I heard you had a good chat with some of the bike competitors last night and their crews and stuff like that. I'm not going to go into any of them secrets that you want to say, but what's it looking like, man?
Yeah, no, it's good to be back. It's been interesting, especially since yesterday after prologue. We definitely saw a lot of the riders go out and give it all they've got, and for Liam to put it on the box, we keep talking about how amazing that is. So, for excuse me, so for him to do that, it's awesome. So I can't wait to share what we've heard.
Yeah, no worries. Well, we're going to go down to the start-finish line now for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. In joyful sounds we're home, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well, thank you very much, Shauna Hartig, for that awesome rendition of the Australian National Anthem. But we're going to go down now to the start-finish line with Rihanna to talk to some of our top bike riders.
So just ride like that again and take my time, obviously taking off with Liam. He rode really well yesterday. Great rider here, so be clean racing with him, and can't wait to get out there.
A couple of young hard chargers in front, but you've got a couple of really experienced guys just behind you. I mean, does that play on your mind at all?
Yeah, for sure. Having David and Grabbo there, they've obviously, Walshy being a four-time champ, and he's going to be hard to beat. And then Grabbo, he's won plenty here. They got plenty of experience, but yeah, we'll try and keep them behind as long as we can, and it should be good.
Wish you all the best, mate. Thanks. Good luck out there. Stay safe. Just want to quickly head over to Liam Walsh. Liam took out the prologue yesterday. Congratulations once again, Liam. Blistering time yesterday, but today is a whole new different day. You've got to get down to Fink. How are you feeling?
Yeah, look, it's 2 long days ahead of us, so yeah, same plan as yesterday, just get down, nice smooth run there and home and see how we go.
Have you had a chance to sort of soak up yesterday in those celebrations?
Nah, not really, not yet. Like I said, tomorrow was just a little part of what the race is, so I've got to go get these 2 days done and see how we go.
Does it change your strategy this morning as what happened yesterday?
Not really. Yeah, just same plan. Stay on the rubber side down, and yeah, see how we go at the end of the weekend.
Liam, we wish you all the best. Stay safe and good luck. Corey McMahon, just tell me this morning, how is the bike?
Yeah, everything's good today. Ready to go, and looking forward to the day ahead. We left ourselves with a bit of work to do in prologue, but it's not as dusty as this year, so looking for a good race.
How's the body feeling?
Yeah, body's sweet. Obviously, we do a lot of pre-running out here, so 4 minutes around a prologue track isn't much. So the big test is today, and we'll see how we go. But yeah, feeling really good. Bike's good, and yeah, super comfortable.
Wish you all the best, Corey. Good luck out there. Stay safe. I just want to actually head over to Jack Mentha. Just want to check, how's the body?
I'd be lying if I said it was good.
Just give us a bit of an understanding what's going on right now.
I had a little bit of an off pre-running. I guess that's the sport we play. Not much really we can do about it. Caught that leg again yesterday in prologue. But like I said, we'll just try to block that out and just forget that that's an issue, and we'll try to race our race and just set a good pace and lock in early and try to get the job done.
Straight off from Baja, you must be physically pretty exhausted.
It's been a big couple months, yeah. It certainly has. Overseas to America and then racing down in Mexico. It was a pretty cool experience. Totally different one. It's nothing the same over there. So now back to our terrain, which is a little bit more, I guess, familiar, even though it's only my second year out here, but yeah.
Wish you all the best, mate. I hope that foot holds up.
Thanks very much.
And Luke Hayes, one of our locals. Luke, it's been a lot of development with this chassis. How's the bike after yesterday?
Yeah, the bike's superb. I'm honestly really happy with the package this year, and yeah, feeling comfortable, so just time to get after it now.
And the prologue yesterday, was it good for you?
Fairly happy with it. It wasn't perfect, you know, we had a couple of little errors and that was all on me, but you know, like as far as the previous years, it's pretty good for me, so no, coming away with that, fairly happy.
Luke, wish you all the best out there.
Thank you.
Stay safe, and I really want to see if we can grab a couple more before we take off. Ben, a couple of very wise heads over here, Ben and David Walsh. I mean, Ben, this is a pretty amazing situation to be in for you.
Yeah, it's exciting. Like 5 years ago, I would never picked a line up next to this Desert King, and I think we've got 8 wins between us, so it's yeah, a pretty special moment for me.
How's your head? I mean, you've got to focus on this race, but you've also got about 15 other bikes that you're looking after this weekend and mentoring.
Yeah, distractions are good for me. I'm not really thinking about the race, to be honest, so get out there and twist the throttle and react, and generally that works pretty good.
It's a little about to run out of time, but I definitely need to speak to David Walsh. David, mate, how are you?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, and like Rabbo said, it's a pretty cool moment for me to start with him. He was a mentor at one stage, team manager, and now we're starting together, so it's cool.
How is the mindset for you this morning? Prologue's fit, one and done. We're all about the race now.
Yeah, no, look, I'm just looking forward to get out on track and see if I can't chase these boys down and see what happens.
A couple of quick young bucks up the front there.
That's right.
Wish you all the best, David. Good luck. And just a couple more riders before we head off. I'm running out of time here. How are we feeling, Brady?
Yeah, not too bad. I feel quite relaxed this year coming into it. And just put my head down and see what I can do.
New bike, obviously, for the year this year?
Yeah, new bike, new class, so we'll just see what we can do and try to be up the front in the class.
Wish you all the best, Brady. Stay safe. And I think, boys, I'm about to get run over because these bikes are about to head out to Finke.
Quick, Rihanna, get out of there because it is about to go down. This is what we've all been waiting for, what the crowd's been waiting for. Jeremy, we're about to let the front two off.
Look,
it's going to be very, very interesting. Liam Walsh versus Callum Norton. 30-second board is up, ladies and gentlemen. The 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The bike section is about to start. Wow. It's going to be a very, very interesting run to the first corner.
Yeah, it will be. Callum Norton always hasn't had a good year last year with the prologue, so he's really going to be focusing this out to get out as fast as he can, and Liam's going to try and capitalise as much as he can.
Looks like they're both fueled to go quite a long way as well in those enduro takes, but here we go.
Oh, beautiful start. Liam's got the jump on him.
Cuts across, looks back, and they go into it. This is going to be very interesting to see who comes out in front, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. Liam's definitely holding that line, and he's got that high berms that he was talking about before, really trying to rail it, with Callum also trying really hard to get that overtake. He's going to probably try and cut in the corner at some point and get that overtake, which is what he wants to do to get out at front, especially in that first 40.
1 minute gaps, ladies and gentlemen, between our riders.
There we go. He got that on that high side of that berm, which is really great, really showing the dedication to hold those lines.
Next off the line, Ben Grabham on the number 9. And your reigning king of the desert, number 1, David Walsh. Everyone's hometown favourite. Mentor v student back in the day.
Absolutely, and the Gas first KTM, Gas first year with the 500, so it's going to be an absolute drag race here.
Well, here we go, Jeremy. The ambers and then the green. Let's see who gets to the line first.
Beautiful pull. Absolute power out. Awesome drive from David to get that power all the way down, step it all the way through. This battle is going to be intense all the way through these corners.
Yeah, definitely will be as we look to the big screen now to see who takes which line and who will get out the back first. So very interesting. So many different things coming to us at this event. The bikes, it's all on for young and old.
Absolutely, it's an absolute battle out there. I didn't get to see who got out of the stadium first, and that would have been interesting because it's all about that first 40, 60 and 80 because that's where the big overtakes and that's where David will catch everyone. So it is going to be exciting to see who took out.
Yeah, definitely will be. The number 10 up next and the number 4, Jeremy.
So we got absolute legends here as well. Corey McMahon stepping up on the 500. He had a bit of a rough day yesterday, so to see him come back and fight today, which is awesome. And then we've also got Lukey Hayes, the big local.
Here we go, the red spill. McMahon versus Hayes off the line. Looks like McMahon's got it. Very
he's
close
pushing him out. He's pushing him out, which is great. Trying to get nice in inside that line and take it wide through the chicane section. The absolute power coming out of those two bikes too. Those 500s absolutely ripping this year.
Wow, it's all going on in the start here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
You can see there Corey took another high line where Lukey took it in a little bit tighter. Obviously, everyone's just trying to find the most grip they can in this stadium section.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. And it looks like the 17, Jack Murtha, and number 7 of Corey Hammond are out next.
That's it. Jack Murtha had a bit of a crash yesterday and also through the week. His foot's a little bit damaged, but he said today he's just going to go. He's not going to change much of his riding style up, which is great. I think it may help to slow it up, but he's not going to do that at all. He's got to push it.
Yeah, no, definitely. And here we go. They're going to build the revs and the ambers will drop, then the green lights. But that's the thing, that will be the last of our 2 pairings off the line.
Beautiful.
Love it, the purple Alpine gear.
Absolutely. He stepped it out a little bit. Corey kind of stepped into his way, but Jack was able to hold the line. He's going to try and tuck it inside here, but if he can get that pace, he's going to be able to pull it all the way around the corner.
Yeah, no, definitely will be. And next off the line will be Ray Cole, Brody Waters, Campbell Hall, Declan Gibbings, it looks like.
That's it. We've got the 2 fastest 450s here. They really came out of nowhere and pushing it, which is great to see. These 450s have that pace if they can be swung off the back of, and Brody's definitely got he's got a lot to go for this year, and Ray came out as well yesterday and really put it down. So Brody's got a long way to go to keep pushing that bike, and to have Grabber in front of him too, it's awesome.
Yeah, no, definitely. And ladies and gents, I do apologise. We're still going in couples at the moment. I was a little bit early there. But we have the 8 and the 24 off the line.
The 450 drag race, this is what we're here for. Listen to those bikes rev. Look at it go, absolute power in them. As you can see, those 450s do have the power to do this, and they're going to have the pace of the 500s.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it looks like it's a real battle.
That's a race, isn't it? All the way through.
Wow.
They've both got an absolute point to prove that these 450s are up there, and it's great to see them both start at the same time.
So this time we've got Campbell Hall and Declan Gibbons off the line. You love to see it. We've got eyes and ears everywhere in this comp box right now.
But we can still see on the screen, Brody absolutely battling their way through. It's nice and tight, choosing lines, seeing, you can see taking high, hitting those bumps a little harder because they're coming in so fast. No one's really trying to take that inside line because there may not be as much grip and they can see it. So to see them battling the way they do is really interesting. They're choosing different lines from each other to try and just get that inch or even millimetre of grip that they get in front.
So here we go.
And it was Ray that got out the back there best.
Yep.
Oh.
So another drag race to that first corner.
You can
and
really
it's already
see,
becoming an issue.
That's those ruts from yesterday that were coming the reverse. Those ruts are really going to start sticking. We saw great footage from Danny Foote yesterday coming through. She didn't have that power. It tucked the front and she got some great tag slappers. Luckily that 500 pulled her out. And that's a big part of the bikes here. If she was on a 250, it would have been all over for her.
Yeah, definitely. Jack Colbert on the X77. He's up against Mitchell Outram.
That's it. Mitchell Outram and WA boys 627 team. Great to see them come come over, but this will be another one of those battles all the way through, and hopefully they can keep that battle all the way out of the stadium, which is what we're really here to see, especially the fans are absolutely loving it. It's the last time we get to see these bikes before they disappear into the trees.
Oh, yeah. And it is still at fever pitch here. The bike competitors all raring to go.
Absolutely. We're on screen and watching them slowly start disappearing out now, which is great. We're going to start seeing times come in, hopefully so. Look at that, absolute power. Watching him come to that first chicane, really seeing that back end step out, squat down, and they get back on the power, really helps that bike drive through it.
Yeah, no, definitely does, and it looks like we'll go to grid 8 now, which is Kent Collins on the number 16, up against Bradley Greenfield on the number 15 bike.
Absolutely, we got CBS there on Bradley's bike, absolutely killing it. He's been so smooth this year off the track, and he's coming this year really hot and fast with a lot to prove. Obviously, he's running his own race too, but Greenfield name is synonymous out here in the desert.
Yeah, no, it definitely is one I'm keeping my eye on this weekend. It's going to be good to see these two KTM riders get out there.
And if you can have a look too, their bikes are set up so smooth.
Yep.
It looks so great that they're coming this year to really compete.
Here we go, the reps build. And the next.
Oh, that is a great start from Bradley. Kept that weight down all the way through. No lift in the front.
Yeah, he's definitely got the
smooth
experience out here.
That was great. That's what you want to see. Nice and controlled all the way through. That clutch control was perfect. Light of throttle, but able just to keep that front down and all that drive, which was great.
Yeah, grid number 9 now. Jay Simster and Tyler Radford, bike number 13 and 293.
Jay Simster rocking the Jamalca off-road, which is another great desert race as well. So a lot of experience here to come to Finke with, and hopefully he can take that. That was a great race. That once again, Grabo won that one this year, so he really shows he has the skill to do as much as he can.
Definitely does. All these competitors on the bopper. If you're playing along at home. The 13V, the 293 off the line.
Beautiful. Great shift there. Puts him nicely in front coming through that first apex.
He somehow saved that.
That was beautiful. That was hard. He came out really wide. Oh, Jay pushed him out wide, and that was good. Taylor's able to save it. He hit a big hole there, but that 500 pulled him through. Came off the bike, leant on one leg. That was close. That would have been a big moment. Once again, he was able to stay on that throttle and keep control and pull that bike. I reckon if he had popped off that throttle and let it kind of idle through, he would have been a bit more. But I tell you what, he's going to have the willies leading out of the prologue track now.
Definitely. Ryan Cossins versus James Heenan on the final two-pair grid. The number 10.
And both on the Shercos, both the tweaked performers. Absolutely awesome to see the Shercos out here and repping as well. So to line up together, that's something real special for them both and looks absolutely awesome.
Definitely does.
Oh, the sound. Oh.
Got to be race fuel on board. Them bikes.
Beautiful. You can see that because they're starting a little while back, they've got those little towels hanging off the back to wipe their goggles, because even these two boys will probably be battling each other, and trying to keep those goggles clean is great, because there are some wet spots out there that get sprayed with mud. Usually it's the dust, so you don't have to worry about it too much, but this year they're definitely going to be some puddles. But that was a great start, and mate, that footage of him coming through, that was hectic.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the first of the 4 grids. Simon Growler, Blair Outram, Liam Dinage, Jesse Moore, and Lewis Moghan. As we look to go to the next one, we'll go down to the start line to speak with some more competitors with Rihanna.
I just want to try and get a chat to Maddie Healy. She was the quickest of the female class yesterday, just rolling up to the start-finish line. Maddie, congratulations on yesterday.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good ride. I was a little bit cautious, but yeah, the real day's now, so see how we go.
Body's good, bike's good?
Yeah, feeling unreal, so really excited to get out there and just, I have no expectations at all, so yeah, just see how it goes.
Good luck, stay safe.
Thank you.
Yeah, great chat there, Rihanna. Great to hear from one of our girl competitors out there on the grid. I'll quickly give you the next names. You got Austin Shaw, Dusty Clem, Lee Stevens, Ben Benazzi and Jake Cobbin on this grid. Grid number 12.
And this is what we were saying before, the Kawasaki from Dusty is back on the track here. He did an absolutely awesome run. The Kawasaki is definitely a bike, so big shout out to them to be able to bring it out here and to Dusty to be able to bring it out as well. It's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's great to have young Austin Shaw that far up in the field as well. He had a great prologue yesterday. He's one of those young Alice locals coming through. It's great to see. You got to be proud, mum or dad, in this moment here. But here we go. The next four get off the line.
Look at that. Just absolute mayhem to that first corner. Now we're going, because we're going 5 wide, it is going to be interesting going to battle through that stadium. We just saw before old mate try and take that corner really wide coming out of that apex, and he found the one pro hole that you don't want to find. So when we're going 5 wide, they are going to kind of either bottleneck or they're going to try and go bar to bar. And that can always lead to so many different line choices. We come out here and you walk around the track, but you've got to manage to look out of the whole track because you never know where you're going to end up once that flag drops.
Yeah, definitely not. And these are 1 minute gaps for these competitors at the moment. On grid number 13, Ollie Pitchford, Dean Haraway, Cody Stevens is in there, Thomas Kruger and Jackson Gould as we go back down to the start line with Rihanna.
Will Deppler, 17 years old. Where's the pink? You said you were going pink for Fink.
Yeah, now I'm kind of going to be blending in with this gold, with this dust. But, yeah, no, yesterday wore a whole different kit for the prologue. But going to come out here, have a good time, enjoy it, go pink for Fink and have just the greatest weekend ever. Hopefully come back flying, swinging off it with smooth colours.
How do you feel about starting your first Fink?
Oh, I'm over the moon. It's crazy to think about, like, I'm here, but I'm looking forward to it, and yeah.
I'll let you get going, mate. You've got a race to start. Let's see if we can get a couple more of our riders as they gear up to get going for Fink.
Thanks again, Rihanna. This inside is absolutely amazing. Off the number 14 grid, Jesse Ryan, Reece James, Xavier Oakley, Brad Wilkinson, and Dylan Vivian, all off grid number 14. It is awesome to see. There's a gas, there's a Yamaha, there's a Husky, there's a little bit of everything on the start line.
Absolutely, another 250 as well. Oh, mate's just there to run his own race. That is a smart move too. You may think, why did he delay that start? Well, sometimes it is better because then you've got a line choice. You know what's going to happen. And we spoke to a few mates who are doing this, and they kind of want to step back a little bit to try and get away from the rest of the pack.
We're going to have a look at this replay here.
I'm just so distracted by it. You can see super wide, missed that corner, blew out, hit that big hole, and you can see right off the bike, but you can see here, he's kept that power on the bike. He's kept it all the way through just to control that bike and keep it straight. It was beautiful. That body position is definitely not how Grabbo would train you, but to know to keep that throttle on there, to keep that bike upright was perfect.
So we're going to go back down to the start line with Rihanna.
And Taylor Maurice, our reigning champion in the women's class. Taylor, lining up for your second year here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really nervous, but I actually feel really good. Yeah.
And prologue for you yesterday, were you comfortable?
Oh, look, wasn't exactly that happy with it, but I mean, yeah, I was happy with the result in the end, so happy to make it back safely.
How's the bike? How's the body?
Oh, bike feels incredible. Yeah, body feels pretty good too, so I can't complain.
I wish you all the best. Stay safe. Get there safely.
Thank you.
No worries. Let's see if we can get a couple more of our riders.
Thanks once again there, Rihanna. Josh Harris, Jesse Bannister, Brock Parker, Warren Strange and Reece Cole off the line just before. And off grid number 16 will be Arthur Rutford, Jesse Hansen, Luke Thompson, Gary Cole, Jethro Hilton, all out now.
It seems to be getting away quite clean as well. They've seen great decisions, get out of the stadium, move on. So these bikes are really going to be battling all the way through. They really want to get ahead. The dust doesn't seem that bad as last year, so it is quite good if they can get out in front now, especially. They'll hopefully have a clean air to be able to catch the next one, but it's all kind of going to be up to the desert, especially past that 110, 120 part. It can get real dusty.
Yeah, well, this first corner really has almost undone multiple people already this morning, Jeremy. So it's got to be interesting whether you can get through the first, 500 metres or not.
That's it. Also, making sure you don't blow your arms up as well, because arm pump is a big thing here, and you're going to have a lot of adrenaline. We can see here some of them have gone off-track excursions. So, especially on the line now, we have such a big range of riders. We've also got a Simford team here, which is great to see because they really do push this sport. So it's great to have Simford on board.
Maddie Healy, the 922, is the best placed female rider at this point in time off grid number 17. Ethan Colas, Brandon Colas, John Stewart, Tate Prime and Maddie Healy off the line for grid 17.
Just all the power, beautiful control heading out. Once again, you watch that rear, dig in real hard, find those ruts, get that power out there, squat that bike down and keep pushing through. It's all about that power and control.
Yeah, so the first of our female competitors out on track, and don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be following that very, very closely as the day goes on. Off grid number 18, Michael Kirkers, Chris Adams, Thomas Lindsay, Thomas Winter, and Jackson Tyson Spears.
It's great to see the girls really pushing as well and banging bars all the way through. Talking this morning, it stepped up to the 450s and 500 this year, so for them to still be this competitive, and they feel a lot safer on the bike. Even though the speed is there with those bikes, they feel a lot safer because they can do a Danny foot and pull themselves through some really hairy situations. So I really hope this means the progression of females on bikes are going to be in the 450s and 500s.
Yeah, no, it would be great to see, and we really, really are proud of all those female competitors getting out there. It's awesome to see. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the second of our females off the line. The 999, the one we were just talking about, Danny Foote, had a massive moment yesterday in prologue. Somehow held on to it and kept it going and put herself in a really good position. She's off row number 19 today. Levi Stevens, Dion Nagaru, Lachlan Wilcock, Danny Foote and Scott Risk, all off row number 19.
Absolutely. For Danny to be this high up in the starting line is absolutely awesome for not only herself but also for the entire sport. It's great to see such a mix of riders all the way through here. So hopefully we can see her battle her way up, because once she puts her mind to it, she is going to be an absolute fierce little rider.
Yep, everyone just tapping that right foot eagerly there. And we will watch this start, and we'll go back down to the start line with Rihanna for a chat.
Let's catch up with some more of our riders. Lachlan Morton, how are you feeling ahead of Fink?
Oh, a bit nervous, but yeah, not going to push it too hard. Just going to get there and back pretty much.
First time?
Yeah, it's my first time, so just iron it out this time.
Keep it safe and keep it alive. Amy Butler, how are you feeling ahead of Fink?
Yeah, good. Pretty nervous. I'll be happy to get going.
First time here at Fink?
No, this is my second year. First year was last year.
Yep. And what are you hoping for at the end of this?
Hoping to just get there and back safe. So, yeah, hopefully be back here tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing you back. Stay safe out there. Matt Treadwell.
How are you?
About to kick off Fink. How are you?
Feeling really good. Big trip just to get up here, so I'm keen to get the race started, and 2 days to go hell, so looking forward to it.
Where are you guys from?
From Melbourne, Victoria.
First time or been here before?
Raced last year. Last year was my first race, so yeah, keen to get up here, top under this year, and yeah, hopefully just have a clean run. So
wish you all the best. Enjoy it. Stay safe.
Okay, that. Cheers.
Yes, Denny's second.
Yeah, grid number 20 there. Greg Jackson, Mark Blake, Devon Brown, Will Deppner and Blakey Patterson all off the line. And we were intently watching Danny Foote as she got out the back there. She did really well, Jeremy.
It was great. That was a really great battle to see them all. Danny got the jump at the apex, which was great to see. She really pushed them out. Took a little inside line, which she got kind of overtaken on the outside, but she managed to get out second from the stadium. So yeah, that was still great that she pushed so hard, and it was definitely a battle for her.
Oh, we're going so thick and fast right now at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to keep you updated on all the riders going out. Bailey Wallace out, Sean Cheatham out, Nathan Brockdup, Zach Meyer and Ryan Waldhutter all out on this next grid. Start grid number 21.
And it was great to see Sean out here as well. He's another WA boy from the 627 crew. A long history here racing, and it's great to see him back here again and really pushing the sport.
Yeah, awesome shot that we just got off the start-finish line. All those bikes lined up, ready to rear down to Fink.
It's great to see as well on the start line. There's a lot of riders who may have started lack further down the pack. They're here all geared up, ready to go. So hopefully we can get them inspired to keep racing as well.
Oh yeah, we'd love to see it, love to hear it. So still no deep well times as of yet, but they won't be too far away. Next off the grid will be James Wildhunter, Jutta Benny, Luke Nixon, Andrew Parkinson, and Aidan O'Callaghan and Eli Elbrecht.
Absolutely, we've got a two-stroke coming up as well, so it's great to see them already so far in the pack, which people usually write them off. So it's great to see two-stroke. It is going to be a hard day for a two-stroke. Yes. I tell you what, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely will be, but we love the noise of a good old two-stroke here in Alice Springs, I can tell you that.
Yeah, we're so used to that power, hearing them absolutely fly down with those four strokes. So to hear those angry mosquitoes heading down the Fink track is something special.
Yeah, it definitely is. And again, this shot that we've got on the big screen right now, absolutely amazing.
Ooh, once again, they're getting pushed out wider and wider.
They definitely are. Start grid number 23, Ashley Stokes, Andy Brack, Fraser Della Bosca, Jacob Sortel, the Alice local, and Sam Smith out of grid number 23.
425, Andy Brack, an amazing rider as well, coming out here from Western Australia. So it's great to see him out here really pushing, and I really hope that he can get up this year because he had a bit of a rough year last year. So for him to be here and lining up, he's got a lot to prove.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's so many different stories making their way through today, and we're just trying to keep you well equipped over all of them. Here we go though, Amber's going out again, and then we go green light racing. 236 odd Ks of brutal.
That's it, hold it in, come on Andy. Oh, they've got the pull on him.
Desert racing.
I tell you what, if you've never been at the back end of a roost like that, it hurts, it stings. So it's always it's a lot. It's a very overwhelming thought sometimes to be inside a massive start like that. So it is interesting to watch them pull away. And once you get into that stadium section, that dust is starting to set up. So not only are you getting rocks and stones pinged at you, but you're also battling the dust. And another thing is also the sun creating shadows in some of those holes. You can't see them as well as you previously thought. And they can be a bit bigger, or they can come up a lot faster than before.
Yeah, no, definitely. Jeremy, Carl Johnson, Edward Hampton, Carl Conaway, Jet Hicks, David Curd, all off grid number 24, the next grid to leave here in Alice Springs. They continue to make their way up to the line, thick and fast, 5 in a row.
And they're getting out of the stadium even faster. It's great to see so many lines being chosen, but so smooth as well. It's really showing that track has kind of been different to yesterday, and they're still pulling out real fast.
Oh, some bump and bar action on the start line between the KTM and the Honda.
And look how wide they're getting pushed. You can really see that inside line now. It doesn't seem to be the fastest one because there is a massive rut that's getting you, and if you're not on that, it's popping you right in the bum and pushing you out. So it is really interesting to see. We've finally got 939 as well. She stepped up. So Taylor Maurice out here.
Yeah, you got Emma Haylock on that grid as well as Shane Carson, Grant Brotchup, and Tyler Coulone, all on grid number 25. So you got 2 class number 9s there. So the girls will be battling all the way out into the stadium section. That's your reigning queen of the desert on the start line, but we're going to head down to Rihanna. Just as the next grid gets set off, we'll go to start grid number 26 now. Darcy Stevens, Jason Gunter, John Harkis, Daniel Briggs, and Geordie McGuff.
Is it first time to Fink or been here before?
I've been here before.
How many times?
23.
23! You know exactly what you're doing then. Have you got a particular strategy in mind?
Hang on.
Sounds like a plan. Stay safe, good luck. Let's head down to these guys down here. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
What's your name?
Dominic.
Dominic, you been here before? Or you?
I haven't been to the Fink before. I don't think I've ridden any longer than an hour in length, so this is going to be pretty new to me, so a bit of a challenge, but...
You've only got 223 kilometres through the middle of Australia to get to the other end.
Yeah, well, they just told me to ride down and race back, so that's what the plan is.
Sounds like a great plan. Enjoy, good luck, stay safe.
All right. Yeah.
What cool stories we've got here down on the start grid.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. And as you can see, Taylor Maurice leading that pack out the back.
Which is absolutely awesome for her. She's going to have so much confidence now leading out into that first 40 where she has spent so much time routing that 450. And as I said, it's great to see these girls stepping up on the bikes. But a lot of people kind of put it saying that these bikes are too big for them. But all the feedback that I've been getting is that 450 is a lot safer from the right because they can pull themselves out of trouble. And obviously Taylor now leading out of the stadium, that really proves that she knows how to handle that bike.
Yeah, no, definitely. Start grid number 27, Graham King, Adam Dutton, Matt Easton, Josh Gillies and Kane McQuire, all off start grid 27, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming through thick and fast, and we love it. They're all on the bopper. They're hanging off that throttle and just sending it. It's what we love to see here in the Alice. Having so much fun up here in the commentary box with Jeremy. We can't contain our excitement. So every time we go off air, we're just watching it. And you can tell because we've got 6,000 viewers at home watching on the live stream. That is absolutely amazing. Let us know where you're watching from, and if you're as excited as we are. I can't even get the words out now.
No, absolutely. Give us a shout out too. If you know a rider here, give us a shout out. We'll give them a shout out because that's what it's all about. Yep. These riders have such amazing stories to get here. We want to share them as well. And you're right, these riders getting out of the stadium is absolutely awesome. If you're not pumped up watching them leave the start line, I'll tell you what, you don't like bikes because it is absolutely awesome. That dirt is getting absolutely torn to pieces. Yep. The lines are getting worse. The ruts are getting worse. Everyone's getting excited. The smell of fuel, that sound of 4 strokes leaving it is an absolute thunderdome. So you got to be here. You got to experience. But I tell you what, there's no experience like being down there on that bike, holding that throttle wide open and leaving it. So it's definitely one of those things that everyone needs to be a part of.
Yeah, no, definitely true. Ben Stevens off the grid on this one. This is grid 28. Rise Brown, Drew Blackburn, Billy Johnston and Billy Walsh, all off start grid number 28.
Oh, just coming in there, giving his front tyre a little tap, just telling him he's there, which is all a part of racing. But I tell you what, the way that you probably came in yesterday on that prologue, you thought, oh, I'll definitely take a wide line. You do not want to take a wide line now because there are holes and there's a whole bunch of fun stuff in there.
So start grid number 29, Daniel Piggott, Liam Jenkins, Brendan Rose, Kellen Whitelaw, Benjamin Dixon and Brock Ritchie, all off grid number 29. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost to grid 30 already. This is so cool to see, and we're around about that 30-minute mark, so we are keeping our eyes peeled on the deep well checkpoint to see who comes through there first and where this storyline goes from here, Jeremy. It's only just starting.
Absolutely. I've managed to strategically put some people down the track to try and get us some feedback, which is good, but at the same time, it's also hard because we are so invested in just these riders taking off because there are some amazing riders, amazing looking bikes, and we're so deep in it now. Oh, no, oh, mate, I think he stalled it. Oh,
yeah, I think he has, the poor X22. Lucky he's got that electric start.
Absolutely, back in the day, the kick, but that's also a gearing choice. That if you don't have that experience taking off, especially at these starts, you may be in the wrong gear. Too low a gear, you can pop that front up really high, and too high a gear, you're not going to get that drive. So it's all about that experience, and I tell you what, he now learned a good lesson from that.
Yep, definitely. Rise Pavali, Jet Bryan, Tallis Little, Ryan Conray, and Luke Cousins, all off the start line on grid number 30. I repeat, Luke Cousins, Ryan Conray, Tallis Little, Jet Bryan and Rise Privlet, all off the grid for number 30. So that's the next one on the line. I'll continue to give you all the names that get off the line, so if you're watching at home and you've got family, you will not miss them. We're trying our hardest to keep you well versed over everything. I can tell you right now, with 3 commentators in the box, one is watching out the window for us and the other's watching the TV. I've got the laptop. It is all happening here in the Alice. We are absolutely loving it.
Absolutely. We're getting all your comments through and loving it, so make sure you keep sending them through. We'll slowly get through and give them all a shout out, but for now, we're just so focused on seeing these riders leave, and also trying really hard to understand exactly where these people are going to be placed later on down the track.
Well, I just got some word in my ears. 17 countries are watching us around the world. So let us know what country you're watching from, because that's awesome. So it must mean that there's heaps of different fans all around the world watching this motocross event. It's absolutely amazing. Desert Racing here in the red centre, Jeremy. Start grid number 33, Alistair Rodich, Daniel Allen, Bailey Clare, Lee Piggott and Jaden Watkins all off start grid 31.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing is better than hearing a four-stroke just bounce its way down the desert. So I'm so glad that everyone can join in and we all have that passion for this sport, because that's what we need. We need to keep this sport alive. We need to keep this race alive, because as we said, that sound, that absolute cracking sound, absolutely killed it.
Wow, okay, it's changed. David Walsh is first through, Callum Norton second through deep well, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, David Walsh has passed. Grab him, Liam and Callum. Callum's got past. Liam Walsh comes through now at 12:30.23. Wow, so there's your top three. It's changed in that first 40.
I just got goosebumps,
Jeremy,
mate. That's incredible. So David Walsh has come through at a 12:30.07 with Callum Norton 12:30.11 and then Liam Walsh at a 12:30.23. That is absolutely incredible. It's that experience, as we keep saying before. That first 60, 80 is all David Walsh. He knows that. Liam would have been battling his rear off to try and get in front. And so for Liam and, oh man, David Walsh is absolutely smoking. Callum will be in a good position now. He's right back, not that far. He'll be able to see the dust. He'll be able to see where his lines are, so he's going to be absolutely fighting. He is in a good spot as well.
Wow, start grid 32. Luke Smith, Tyson Goodchild, Sam Currell, Gabriel Walker, Jet Hansen, all off the line for grid number 32. 33 now, the grid up on the line. Todd Quick, Lachlan Morton, Amy Butler, another one of our female competitors there, 998. Matthew Treadwell and Warren Zerner, all on the line now. So I'll get those names out to you. And then we're still waiting on Ben Grabham. So, wow, it's changed up here in the box. Deep Well has got the first three numbers. I'll see if I can get a little bit more info.
We're also trying to check out number 7, Corey Hammond, as well. There's a lot of love for him coming through, so it's going to be an exciting race. Hopefully we can see him push, because he did a really good job yesterday to come through. It's right behind Lukey Hayes, so Corey Hammond, another rider to watch. It's exciting, but tell you what, that was exciting. That was real chills to see those numbers come through, and for David to have picked up that time, so now he's picked up a minute. As we keep saying yesterday, that is where David is dangerous. When he gets that gap, he can really start pushing. He knows that track really well. Callum at the same time is a very big and strong boy, just like David. He can push as hard as he can through that section. We can see out in the distance there's not much dust, so that would mean very clean racing for both of them, for all of them in fact. And then we go.
Corey McMahon.
Oh, Corey's come through at a 12:32.19.
Wow.
Ooh, so that's 2 minutes.
There we go.
Grab him on his
10 seconds. Only 10 seconds.
Corey McMahon, 12:32.19. Ben Grabham, 12:32.29. 10 seconds. That is not a gap you want for Grabham. He is going to be hunting you down. He'll be right on that back tail. But that's also shows the sign that Corey McMahon is absolutely killing it. He is at 2 minutes behind Liam, but I tell you what, that will catch up real quick.
Luke Hayes right behind Grabham as well.
There we go.
20 seconds.
12:32.49. 20 seconds behind. He would be absolutely killing. This is where Corey Hammond, Jack Mentha will really start picking up, and I'm really excited to see even how the 450s are doing.
Absolutely insane. Matthew Shanks off the line, Wayne Erickerson, Lean Capone, Scott Corish, Sean Fraser, all grid 34. Then grid 35, Riley Delbox, Matthew Powell, Alan Henderson and Jason Bridges, as well as Tate Nettle off the grid for number 35.
To see Lukey Hayes get there at 12:32.49, that's a good time. If you started to do the math and work it out, those boys are on pace. They are absolutely smoking it. So for half an hour to deep well, I mean, that's a big effort. That is pushing hard. And that section that we're talking about, that first 40, is deep. It's treacherous. The whoops and the square edges there are absolutely huge. So to see them just at a 30 minute, mate, I'm speechless because it is fast. That is an absolute smoke. Woo.
God, we love Fink. Oh my Lord, ladies and gentlemen, it's all happening as the next grid gets off the line. Just want to have a quick look there.
Corey Hammond just came through as well. Now he's on a 12:33.53. So he's not that far behind. We're looking at probably a three-quarter minute behind, which is good. I mean, he's only really 4 seconds behind Lukey Hayes, so he'll be pushing Lukey as well. We definitely see a little pockets of the riders kind of coming in the two. You may think that a break like that from say 12:30 to 12:32 isn't that much, but that is enough breathing distance for these riders to really be able to set into their pace and get that flow and the style of riding they want. It's always a bit of a scramble getting out of here, and sometimes the line choices and your riding position situations can change because you are so focused on getting that overtake. Once you have a little bit of breathing room and you can still see the bike in front of you, you can then settle into your race pace and your race kind of comfort zone, which then makes you faster. Because sometimes, as I said, when you're racing bar to bar, all that goes out the window and you just want to get in front.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's the thing. All our top riders that are through that deep well checkpoint, they're all on par with last year's times as well. So that's really interesting to see.
Absolutely.
Off the line, Jason Williams, Sam Harmon, Paul Elbone, Kelvin Johnston, Lee Van Panhuris, all off grid 36, and then on the grid right now, 37 is Christopher Hood, Hamish McGrath, Rylan Brown, Damon Jones and Samuel Lachlan. So they're on the start line now as we speak. They won't be starting in too much longer. Wow, it's all happening up here in the comms box. We're trying to wrap our heads around everything.
Absolutely, like watching even the live feed and watch them still come through the stadium is it's awesome. You know, that's what we want to see. And for the girls to go, well, look, we've even got the old school Katie in there on the line as well. So it does show that all these bikes can race. There's a bit of smoke at the bottom.
Yeah. Nah, she'll be right. Hopefully she'll be right down the track.
I tell you what, as long as he gets out of the stadium, that's fine. He can make it the rest of the way.
So next off this start grid, grid number 38, you got Joshua Griggs, Anthony Blakely, Kane Roberts, Will McPaul, Ian Downey, all off grid number 38.
So for those first people joining us here as well, this track does open up. We have a stadium section, then it goes for another 230 something Ks after that. So it does go out in the open. There's not much footage of it. There'll be a lot on social media, so watch the following days after this because there's going to be some amazing footage. But for now, this track just kind of shows what the riders are, clumps them together, and then by the time they get out of the stadium, it usually settles them in for a long day. So the track is long. The track is very rough this year, and it is very heavy. Most will say moist, but it is a very heavy track out there, and it does zap a lot of the power of the bikes, which you can talk about a bit later on.
Yep, so Brody Waters through deep well now, 12:36.40, so 3 minutes off Corey Hammett, but that's not bad at all, Jeremy.
No, look, that's 6 minutes off pace. It's definitely not where Brody will be. I know he'll be very hard on himself. He is a very, very in the helmet kind of racer, which is good in some ways, but he won't be happy. However, he will be very, very precise now of how he's going to rate. He is a very, very calculated rider. He knows where to take risk, and I think at the spot that he is, he will be pushing, but he will be also containing himself for tomorrow, which usually is when the riders don't leave anything out there at all.
Yeah, no, definitely. Start grid number 39, Elliot Webb, Mark McDonald, Dean Murphy, Timothy Alcock and Brad Nichols, all off grid number 39. And then we go to grid 40, Aaron Berthelot, Matthew Lyle, Mark Shepparton, Matthew McCard and Doug Hayden. They're all off grid 40. So 39 and 40 are the grids that we are sending very, very shortly. Just trying to gauge on where we actually are. So the 191 off the line. So that was grid number 39. Now on the grid is start grid 40. So again, Aaron Berthelot, Matthew Lyle, Mark Shepparton, Matthew McCann and Doug Hayden, all off this next start grid 40.
Because you also have to remember that these times will get changed by the time. Just because they've come in at a 12:38 doesn't actually mean that it's taken them that much time, because David Walsh obviously took off at a 12:01. So for him to come in at 12:30, it actually only equates to a 29-minute run to deep well. Whereas, say, if we went through to Corey McMahon at a 12:02 and he came in at 12:32, that then gets corrected time as well. So the times at the moment that you see on the screen aren't the actual efficient times. You have to then kind of look at their start times and then the times they get to deep well and do some math, which is quite hard for us motorbike riders to get ahead a few times. So I'm not going to do that on the fly. I need a calculator and some working paper, but that's how this works. So don't take the time from deep well as their final time.
Yep, so and we had Declan Gibbings and Campbell Hall through there, so we'll have a chat about that very shortly, but we're going to go back down to the start grid with Rihanna.
Yeah, and as the bikes continue to flow on through to get their start underway, how are you feeling?
Well, a little bit nervous, to be honest.
First time or been here before?
No, first time.
Okay, tell me about yourself. What's your name?
My name's Mike, from Ballarat, Victoria, and just come here last year for a viewing, and just thought I'd get on the bike this time and get it done.
Time is now. Off you go. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Brooklyn Boomer, how are you feeling?
Not too bad.
Been here before?
Yeah, second time.
Okay, what's different this year?
Bigger bike, on a 450 this year instead of a 2, so hopefully a bit more speed.
And what's the strategy for you this afternoon?
Keep it up on 2 wheels.
Sounds like a good plan. Good luck, enjoy it. We'll head over to here, bike number 679. How are you?
Good, thanks. How you going?
I'm brilliant. Are you excited for this?
I am excited, but probably more nervous than excited at the moment.
All right, is this your first time here?
It is, yeah, it's first time.
What made you think?
Oh, look, it's I just like riding, you know. I try and ride all the time, so I thought this is one of the best rides you can do. So, yeah, hopefully I can do it.
I'm sure you can. Good luck and stay safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here we go, a couple more riders down here. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, great, thank you. What's your name?
Jacob Wilkinson.
Jacob, first time or been here before?
First time.
Okay, what's the plan this afternoon?
Make it there, that's the plan.
And what do you about your bike? Tell me about your bike.
Yeah, 22 350 XCF, a little bit of a small boy, but we'll see how she goes.
Okay, good luck, stay safe. We'll get one more rider before we head back to the commentary team. 793, how are you?
I'm doing awesome. Until I spoke to you yesterday, I got penalised in prologue, so I'm back here, which is pretty cool.
Okay. So we've got a bit of work to do, but this afternoon, what's the strategy?
It's exciting, and I'll just push through and see what happens.
Okay, good luck.
Hey, thank you. Cheers.
No worries. We'll throw back to you boys up there.
Yes, thank you very much, Rihanna. You're doing an absolutely amazing job down there between all those bikes at the moment. I'll quickly catch you up on who's off the grid. Daniel Diachaks, Jamison Snelling, Jay Smith Lee, Timothy Walker and Dominic Bryan all off grid number 41. Then grid 42 was Chris Daniel, Harry D. Elbox, Josh Oliver, Daniel Crombie and Russell Haffel off 42. And now 43 is Leo Barrett, Clayton Snelling, Aidan McKenzie, Jack Olive, and Evan Pedretta off grid 43. And we've got some names that have come through.
We do apologise if we get the names wrong, because it is quite difficult.
Yes.
We're trying to read so much information, and the pronunciation may be wrong, so I do apologise. We're still trying to get them out, but you're right. The names have come through so fast. Now, we were talking about Brodie Waters at a 12:36.40, and then in his class, the 450 class, we're looking at a 12:39.37 from Ray Cole. So he definitely has that space, and is really pushing the whole thing. And we had Bradley Greenfield come through as well, 12:07 at a 12:40, which is crazy fast. 12:40.43. It's so good. And then he's obviously in a little pack as well, because Kent Collins came through at a 12:40.08, as well as Mitchell Outram came through at a 12:40.02. So it's very close, as we keep saying. What usually happens is when you get out there, you end up tagging with a rider and you both push each other. If you aren't by yourself, sometimes you can lack that push and you don't really know what's going on. So it is better to have that kind of battle with someone, and that will push you through to the next kind of group and then to the next group. So we are getting these numbers kind of through really fast. James Finster's come through at 12:41.01, Jack Colbert 12:41.17, and Tyler Radford at 12:42.35. I'm a little worried about our man Jack Menther. He hasn't come through yet as well, so he had that foot injury, so hopefully he's still plugging along. If not, he may be on the side of the track.
So that was grid 44. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Cortman, Licken Via, Adam Eppelston and Nathan Scott, as well as John Pillar, all off that line. And now on the start grid, that will be next off the line is Stephen Morfitt, Andy Cosco, Bryce Sloan and Zeke Norford, as well as Lindsay Cox. Really looking forward to getting them off the line as well. As we have a look, still no update on Jack Murtha, which is
Tyler
very
Radford,
unfortunate.
12:42.35, and it would be awesome to have chopper footage of this. I mean, that's ideally what we'd love to have, but you also have to remember we're in the middle of the Alice. We don't have phone service sometimes between the track and town, so to get that footage back from the helicopters is just not possible yet. Hopefully in a few years where things get better and we get some more money behind the event, maybe we can get that footage, but for now, this is the best we can do. Keep looking at your screens. We'll keep up to date with times as best we can. We just had a couple more riders come through as well. So we had Simon Gower come through, 12:43.52, and James Hennon came through 12:44.06. So if we look back at Dave Walsh at a 12:30.07, to see James come through at a 12:44.06, those times are fast. Like, they are absolutely screaming through what most will call the roughest part of the track before you get to the open part. So that is great to see. We also can see there's not much dust on the horizon, which hopefully is kind of equating to why these times are so fast.
Yeah, no, definitely. Paul Rook off start grid 46, Raymond McCann, Trent Headland, Stanley Crow, and Nicholas Boyd, all off this next start grid. That's start grid number 46. And then we go into start grid 47, just to see if we can get an update yet. No, it doesn't want to do it. Just trying to see if we can get more, but still the same riders through Deepwell as that start grid goes off.
Some of the comments coming through great as well. We'll get to the riders, but bring back the quads. I mean, that is a very contentious issue.
Yeah.
Quads were here for a very long time. They still race at certain events, but quads are their own breed. They're their own special type of monkey to hang off that. And for the much appreciation I have, Jamie Brack and Victor and all these guys, the guys that I know who race them, you're in your own league.
Yeah.
To have them back out here would be great one day, but I tell you what, they make racing a whole nother thing.
Yeah, well, mate, I was watching in the lead up for research. I saw some sidecars go, and that was insane. But here we are, Rodinga.
Beautiful, there we go. Great shot through Rodinga.
That's David Walsh.
Let's look at the gap.
12:45.47.
And he looked smooth. And you also can see here, Rodinga, no dust.
No,
that's
exactly.
Incredible. Usually, if you talk to all the guys out there, usually this section is a dust bowl. To see that, absolutely cooking through there. He's got a good gap too.
Yeah, no,
another road just went up, but we're watching this live feed, and that is a good gap so far.
Yep, so off grid 47, Justin Simpson, Kevin Butzma, Watler Giddens, Joshua McDonald, and Ned Giddings.
There we go. Callum Norton just came through. So David Walsh came through Rodinga at a 12:45.47. Callum Norton just came through on a 12:46.18. That's a gap.
Yeah,
that gap is opening up. As we said before, David Walsh came through Deepwell at a 30.07, 12:30.07, and a 12:30.11 for Callum. But now that gap's opened up to a 12:45.47, 12:45.46. So that gap is opening up between the two.
I think the paramedics down at the Rodinga checkpoint have just realised they're live on stream. So, yes, if anyone's chucking them a message, make sure to go, yep, we just gave them a shout out. Give us a smile, give us a wave, and a massive shout out to everyone who helps us out down along the track this year. Without these people, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. Awesome, thank you guys. That is awesome to see you guys down there. Off start grid 48 though, Nicholas Thorley, Ryan Duffy, Keegan May, Dylan Growley off the line, Alice Local, and Martin Convoy all off the line as we go to grid 49. Darcy Poole, Joe Allen, Michael McAllister, Joe Paxton, and Hayley Miller on the 928. So another one of our female competitors not too far away for Liam Walsh to come through Rodinga as well, we're hoping.
Absolutely. We just had more riders come through Deepwell as well, trying to keep up with them. We've got Blair Outram came through 12:45.48. Lewis Monaghan 12:45.56, and Ryan Cossins 12:47.06. Oh, and Liam Dinage, 12:47.48. They're coming through real fast now. There is a bit of a gap, but also on corrected time. That is really quick. I mean, you have to, like, even if we just take in Liam Dinage's time, he's left at a 12:10.08, and he's come through at a 12:47. So that there in itself is a 37-minute run, which is really quick.
And I would say that's Liam Walsh.
No, Corey McMahon.
No, it's Corey McMahon, sorry.
Got him.
Yep. Wow.
So Corey McMahon just ran through Rodinga at a 12:48.08. That is absolutely awesome. He's obviously got him, Liam, at some point and taken the overtake, which should be exciting to hear how that happened.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait until we get down to the Finken with Kiaiza because it's going to be absolutely amazing. Grid number 49, though, Darcy Poole, Joe Allen, Michael McAllister, Joe Paxton, Hayley Miller. Sorry, I've already said that one. Let's go to grid 50. John Folty, Robert Sullivan, Andrew Dunlop, Liam Faulkner, and Jacob Russell, all off grid number 50. Ladies and gentlemen, they're coming through thick and fast. We literally get a minute to have a quick chat about what's going on, and then the next grid comes up. So, yeah, just scrolling through this entry list and trying to get all the names out so you don't miss anyone on the live stream. I know it's very important for people who are watching at home. They're watching their friends and their family out there. So we're trying our hardest to get all the names out there, and I do apologise if I butcher them. I'm only a young Alice boy, I can tell you that.
Once those riders get off the grid, we can sit back and go through the comments, give everyone a shout out.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep up with the times, and the times are coming in fast, so fast. I mean, we're still looking.
Oh, what's happened? Grabham's through
Grabham's got him. Ben Grabham has come through 4th at Redinga at a 12:49.08, absolutely smoking with Lukey Hayes 12:49.25.
Wow.
That's interesting. Where has Liam gone?
That is going to be very interesting to see. We are hoping.
As we said, it's always exciting to see these riders come in and push faster, but then when there's a rider that's all of a sudden missing from that rank, it does get worrying. And as I said, we still haven't seen all of them come through.
Yes, so off start grid number 51, Jacob Bostonsky, Georgia Hanaran, Benjamin Lachlan, Aaron Hunter, and John Downey. Again, I do apologise for butchering these names, but we're just trying to get their names out so people can know when they are starting and if they're off the line. But our next group is off. We're having a great time up here in the comms box. Our eyes are...
mate, on these numbers.
We're smashing around here.
Look, to see Grabbo come through at a 12:49.08, absolutely crazy.
You got Corey through there now.
Corey Hammond come through at 12:50. Oh, my goodness. He is absolutely smoking through there. But we're seeing Liam Walsh get pushed further and back. It is quite scary to see that. We still haven't seen Jack Mentha come through, so I'm hoping that I don't see him tonight back at camp, because that's not a good sign, and I was really hoping that that young fella would get up and get out there. So it is exciting to see. Those times are absolutely smoking. We left... David Walsh left the start at 12:01.08, and he is now at Redinga at 12:45.47. So for people who don't understand that, it is absolutely crazy. Oh, no. Oh, it's just come through. Number 17, Jack Mentha, bike troubles. That's not a message. Hopefully that's some Donald Trump fake news, and that's not true, because I don't want that to be true at all.
No, we don't. We really don't. That is unfortunate. There's off grid number 52, Robert Bardell, Jet Williams, Matt Gray, Jack Knight, and Jared Blackman off that grid. So that was grid number 52.
We still haven't seen Liam come through. We're waiting, because right behind that was Brodie Waters and Declan Campbell and Ray Cole. These guys are still going to be absolutely pushing. So I'm interested to see where that has put Liam and where it has pushed him back. I know, speaking to him this morning, he was already had a game plan. It changed a little bit, but he seemed to be really focused. And obviously these guys who have been coached by Grabbo know not to give very much away. So it takes a lot to get out of them. He has definitely pushing hard. And for him to be in front of his cousin as well, David, it's an important thing for him to really get out in front. He held it for as long as he could, but I tell you what, there are some heavy hitters on his tail. Sorry.
Yeah, no, definitely. The next grid is off, and that's grid number 53. Nathan Kelly, Christopher Morgan, Christopher Jones, Matthew Gray, Peter Ten Brink, and that's it off that grid. And then now on the start line, grid number 54, Jethro Duffy, Brett Bell, Kia Gilret, Michael Bontani, and Frank Wilson, all off grid number 54. And I know Frank Wilson has a couple of people here on the start line that will be cheering him on. He's one of the Alice locals, but wow, we've got a big update through Deep Well at the moment.
Absolutely. We've got Dylan Vivian through at 12:52, sorry. Josh Harris, 12:52.01, through to Brock Parker. They're coming in so fast. We'll just do the best we can. Brock Parker at 12:51.41. Jesse Ryan, 12:51.16. Cody Stevens coming through at a 12:51 flat. Now, he is a name to watch, because he had a massive off at the start of the week. End up going all the way to Brisbane, having surgery, and then is back out here. So to still be pushing these numbers, absolutely awesome for him.
Yeah, no, definitely. It definitely is. And once we get it up in the box here, we'll be able to give you sort of a bit more of an idea. Once we get to Rodinga, we'll be able to give you class positions and stuff like that. So do just give us a little bit. And
we're still looking at Corey Hammond, still the 12:50.
Still so Corey Hammond, the only one through there.
That's a bit of a gap now. We're looking at a 12:45.47 for Walshy to a 12:50.15 for Corey Hammond. So that 5 minutes has opened up. We do have, obviously, time correction still to put in place, but that's only 3 minutes. So it does kind of shorten the gap between the two, and they'll be still pushing. But if at that time, that is a gap where David will start to really settle in. We'll start to see, as I said yesterday, David Walsh is the king of seconds. He knows exactly where to put the bike to save time, getting further and further ahead. And I tell you what, Callum Norton will be absolutely making that bike scream. He's going to send those valves to the moon, and that's the way we like it. That's how we want to see it.
Next through, Brody Waters, 12:54.01. So you'll be happy with that,
very
Jeremy?
Happy, Brody. That's an amazing time. He left at a 12:04.08 and has come through at a 12:45.01.
Yeah.
So that is great time. He is making that 450 sing, which, as we keep saying, the 450s can do it. Corey McMahon has had a 458 here last year and managed to put it 4th. So Brody to have that bike is absolutely awesome, but it has pushed Liam back again with no times.
Yeah, next off the start grid, Coley Herford, Brooklyn Bummel, Julian Dino, Christopher Long and Jason Griffin. That's all off start grid number 55, and we're going to quickly run down to Rihanna with another one of our competitors. Thank you so much, Rihanna.
No, you're good. Katrina Fry, second time here at Finke. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm nervous. I want to stay upright and get there and back in one piece.
First time last year. What's different for you this year?
Oh, not a lot. I did want to go a 450 this year, but two-stroke 250 again. So, unfortunately, but I've done it before.
Bike's good, you're good?
Oh, absolutely. Just keen. Yeah.
Good luck. Stay safe.
Thank you. I'll need it.
No worries. You absolutely won't. Who have we got here?
Hello.
Hello, tell me your name.
Alicia Edwards.
Alicia, is this your first time? You've been here before?
No, this is my first time racing, but I've been here 3 or 4 times with my partner.
Okay, how are you feeling?
Yeah, right. Just treating it like a pre-ride.
Yep.
Yeah.
How's your bike?
Yeah, going good. I had Grabbo set it up, so she's looking real good.
Plenty of bikes out here by Grabbo. There's a lot of you guys around. Must be nice to have that support.
Yeah, definitely it is. He's a good bloke.
We wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Stay safe out there. Let's get a couple more of our riders. Rider number 686. Tell me your name.
Hey, Anthony.
Anthony, first time? You've been here before?
I did it halfway once.
Halfway once.
Back
We
in 21.
want to go all the way this time.
There and back, there and back.
And your bike, tell me about it.
It's a little KTM 350, yeah. So I haven't done any pre-running, but yeah, we should go all right.
That's all right. You'll be good. You'll be good. Stay safe.
Thank you.
And we'll grab one more over here. Can't see your bike number. Sir, what's your name?
Jamie Leon.
Jamie Leon, first time or been here before?
Come last year, bit of bad luck, so try and get it done this year.
Okay, how's your bike?
Yeah, going awesome, so.
And how are you?
Yeah, a bit nervous, but yeah, we'll be right.
What's the game plan here?
Oh, just get there and back.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Good luck, all the best.
Right, cheers.
Thanks, boys. Over to you.
Yeah, no, Rihanna, it's getting very interesting up here in the box because we've had Declan Gibbons and Campbell Hall through, and they're only 7 seconds apart.
Mate, 12:56.03, 12:56.10. So that is so close to be here. He on his tail, just eating roost. We just saw on the line there too. I mean, a 350, Anthony Wakeman. He's just an absolute legend of the sport with Finance My Bike, bringing so many riders together. So it's great to see him back on that 350. But I tell you what, we're all eyes glued to where Liam Walsh is. It is scary. This is the scariest part of the race for everyone, loved ones, fans, everything, because we just want to know where he is and make sure he's okay.
Yeah, no, definitely. Start grid 56, John Belkin, Toby Morgan, Peter Lethem, Tim Rickard, Claire Smith, and Justin, just Claire Smith on 56. And then start grid 57 was Justin Wright, Adam Corey, Jacob Wilkinson, Chloe Barton, and then Daniel Almos on start grid 57. And then we go to the next one.
Another great female rider out there, Chloe Barton. A long history here. She's done really well, and this year stepping up again, really pushing Finke. It's great to see.
Okay, so start grid 58 was Adam Copeland, Roden Chap, Roy Chamberlain, Daniel Ferrigo, Tom Kilgariff, and Anthony Lockett. There you go, Mr. Lockett out on the bike. Benjamin Bonbumo on 59, start grid. Dwight Howken, Rowan Adams, Sam Palmer, Terry O'Brien, all there. And then start grid 60, Matthew Corners, Jordan Glover-Smith, Meg Pitchford, Adam Young, Bennett Matisse, and now 61, Catherine Scoble, Matthew Secret, Daniel Snelling, Jack Brown, and David Addy, and I believe that's where we're caught up to now, is start grid 61.
Absolutely.
Sorry, guys, it's all going on.
And as we said before, you know, we've had Ken Collins, and then Mitch Outram just come through a dinger, but it's great to see Catherine Scoble out there, 9-time Finke kind of runner, which is awesome. So for her to be out here and pushing, I know her husband's back home and a bit bunged up, but I tell you what, he'll be excited to see her lining up this year.
Yeah, no, it is. It's great to see.
There we go. We just had Ray Cole come through. Okay, so Ray Cole's come through. Redinga at a 12:58.50, and there we go. Bradley Greenfield's coming through 12:58.57.
Right
so second,
behind
seventh. Holy moly, this is intense. It's close. I tell you what, they will be absolutely flying this year, and to see those times come through Redinga from the start is crazy. I mean, Bradley left at 12:07.08, and it's coming through Redinga at 12:58. So, I mean, 50 minutes to get from here to Redinga, that is absolutely cooking.
And then you've got Jack Colbert behind Bradley Greenfield, around about 30-40 seconds to him. And then, okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
So Liam Walsh, from
that's
what
not
I've
news
got,
we want to hear in AU. Holy moly, that's not
so
good.
Liam Walsh has come off at around about the 72k mark. He is okay, is the word that we are getting, and he's back on the bike and he's pushing. So yeah, very unfortunate for Liam.
That's what we spoke about before. That you know, the 40, 60, 80, that is where it gets tight. That's where it gets technical. We just see the guy off the line, Catherine. Good luck out there. It's a rough race, but for Liam to come off, that's sad. It's scary. I mean, he had a great kind of mindset coming into today, and he would have been really confident leading it out. So, but him at the same time, he was banging bars with Callum, and Callum will be absolutely just dead set this year of getting on once again onto the podium, but also really pushing it. So, I hope all the best for Liam.
Okay, so off this grid will be Keith Clough, Jason McMillan, James Nichols, Darren Wade and Joshua Granger off grid number 62. I'm going to go back down to Rihanna with some of our last competitors on the bikes.
We just want to get a chat with a couple of our final riders before they take off. Gary Cracknell, how are you?
Good, having a great day.
That's a good way to be. I mean, tell me, have you been here before?
Yeah, I came here in 21, so I got down the track, but unfortunately we had the crash and it got stopped, so trying to come here and get there and back again.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow nice and safe.
Okay, thanks very much.
Good luck. A couple more riders, bike number 211, how are you?
Yeah, very good.
Tell me your name.
Jack from Victoria.
And first time or been here before?
Second time, but we didn't make it back last time, so hope we come back.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Stay safe out there.
Thanks, cheers.
Where do we got bike? 787, Dave Siegel, how are you?
I'm good. Bit nervous, but we'll see how it goes.
First time?
No, second.
All right.
Yeah.
What's different this time?
New bike, still with my mate. Yeah.
Awesome.
See what happens.
Awesome. Good luck out there. Stay safe.
Thanks, mate.
Let's get our last couple. 6, 4, 5. How are you, sir?
Yeah, not too bad.
First time or you've been here before?
Sixth time.
Okay, so you're a bit of a pro. What's different for you this year?
I've been sick all week, so I haven't been on my bike.
Okay. Feeling all right to get there?
No, not really, but I'll get there because it's Finke and that's what you do.
Good. Like to hear what you're saying. All the best. Stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Well done. And the last rider, number bike 977. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much.
First time here or you've been here before?
First timer.
Okay, what's your name, sir?
David.
David, and what are you expecting out there?
Survive, make it down to Finke and back, and I'd be very pleased with that effort.
We'll be pleased as well. What bike have you got here?
It's a Grabham Spec Gas 500.
When you've got Grabham looking after you, you should be all good.
It's a very, very nice bike to ride.
Well, we wish you all the best. Get there safely. Enjoy. Well, that's it. Our last couple of riders here on the start-finish grid to Alice in Alice Springs. We look forward to seeing them all back here nice and safe tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Rihanna. You can go take a seat now because you've been running around all morning. You've done such a great job. We really do appreciate everything you've done for us down there. Nathan Glider off the grid of 63, Max Burtson, Terry Welch, Roger Allwright and Brad Ruffin. Start grid 63, and then number 64 start grid. Hayden Dybel, Thomas McKenzie, Ryan Crombie, Caleb Day and Lucas Eddy.
It's great to see more riders come through. Simon Gower, James Heenan, we've got a 13:01:36 and a 13:02:04 for those two. That's great speed, great time. Some great comments coming in saying we should mount the Starling to the back of the riders. I tell you what, I don't know if they'd be too keen on that, but I tell you what, if they can make it smaller, I'd be all up for it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like we've come a long way, but I don't think we've come that far yet.
We've got on the start line as well a massive rider as well. Miles Nichols, another great name here, but old mate here's got a full backpack on. So I tell you what, he must be taking lunch for everyone down the track.
Yeah, no, I'd say he's pretty keen. I've heard stories of back in the day that they used to strap their thing to their sandwich to their bike and eat it. So you got to love that. You love to see it.
Absolutely, and it's great to see because in different styles of riding, we also are known to tuck food in different places. We tuck them behind the hand grips and things like that. But look at that, Miles taking off.
He's off.
He's off. He knows what he's got to do. I'm disappointed he started so far back in the pack, but I'll have a talk with him later and I'll get up him. So it's great to see so many riders still going out and having a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, definitely is, definitely is. So now we're on grid number 66, which is Lauren Curd, Jamie Leon, Hayden Lilly-Jones, Timothy Reed, and Alicia Edwards on the 975. So that's start grid 66, ladies and gentlemen.
And so Lauren and Alicia, they're both great riders. Alicia's actually riding in the name of suicide prevention, which is an amazing thing.
That is.
Lauren Curd is riding on a WR 450 that's lowered as well. So to get her on a 450 is something special. And her husband as well. She actually stole her husband's 450 and decided this is what I want. So it's great to see these girls out here doing it and really pushing it. So hopefully we can see them both push their way through the pack, because prologue isn't always the best for some of these riders. You know, desert riders are known for endurance, not for the sprint speed. So these girls will be slowly picking their way through the pack. And oh no, come on, Lauren, get it up there.
Yeah, on the bumper of these competitors, we're getting to the pointy end. It looks like...
we had Lewis Monaghan and Blair Outram come through Odinga, both at a 13.04.19 and 13.04.34. So we're still seeing some great times.
So grid 67, next off the line, Anthony Wakeham, Nicholas Koch, Nathan Levy, Cameron Griffiths, and Brendan Caffey, all on the start line. You love it. Like, these riders can hear, majority of them hear, and they're giving us a pump up.
If Anthony can hear, mate, it's all you, buddy. Let's go through. Finance my bike. You want bikes, you go get Anthony. Tell you what, I'll buy another bike off you, Anthony, if you can win this one. If you win it to that first tyres, mate, I'll buy another bike.
Oh, we love stirring up the competitors as well.
He's going to try hard now because he'll want that bike bought.
Well, he's on the big screen. He will be shortly. It's absolutely awesome to, what we get to do out here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. You got to
he's going
love
for it. Come on, Anthony. Come on, Anthony.
Oh, you can't half tell we're having a great time up here in the comp
That's it. I've just bought another bike, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it works here. But that's
he
also
got the whole shot.
That's it. That's also the bike community. It's so great to be out here amongst them and kind of hearing all their stories. We're very fortunate to be here.
Leo Welch off this grid, Letitia Foster, Jason Dybel, Matthew Anderson, Bunduma, David Walsh through Bunduma, Jeremy.
Look at that. David Walsh is at Bunduma at a 13.06.22. That is an hour and 4 minutes from leaving. That is incredible pace for the big fella. The dirt out there is a lot heavier, a lot moister than we've seen it before. So for him to still be at a oh my goodness gracious, an hour and 5, he is smoking that bike.
Oh, he is on the bopper hard. So Gary Burns was last off grid 68, and then we go into grid 69. So not too much longer here until we've had all our bikes off the line.
That pink bike out there looks absolutely gorgeous too.
Yeah,
so.
no, it does.
He's even got the brake light attached though, so he knew exactly when he was coming into that corner. Now, on this final grid, it's still very competitive. We have one of the riders as well. It's an interesting kind of perspective from riders. You know, some people do it here. Another time for Bunduna, 13.07. Oh, he's opened that gap up. He's opened that gap up to a minute, I told you. When he gets that 2-minute gap, we're all in trouble.
So, start grid number 69, Bronnie Chapman, Gary Tapper, Christy Stevens, John McKay, and Andrew Nicholson. On grid number 69, they're about to get off the line. Building the revs. Oh, the starters stitched them up. It's a long time on the line. No. But Bronnie Chapman gets it, and she said, go.
Go, go. Look at that, straight out there on the brake, tail load up.
Yeah, no, it's
beautiful.
Great to see all these competitors out here. Next start grid will be David Singleton, Jack Cook, Gary Cracknell, and Philip Dunlop.
Look at that. So just looking back at the time, David Walsh to the 13.06.22 to a Callum Norton 13.07.23. That's a gap. That's a minute gap. As we keep saying, he is the second king out here. He knows where to find every part of that track. And now he's opened up 1 minute gap already. Absolutely crazy. So it looks like on the starting line we have a right turn coming up for the Yamaha instead of the left around the apex, mate. So glad you're indicating exactly which way you want to go, trying to throw off the other riders.
Yeah, that's the 734, Gary Cracknell.
He's too focused to know, mate.
Yep, no, he is. We'll let him do him.
I'm worried that it's going to drain all the power out of the battery, but he's off. Oh, no, he's fooled us all. He is going left, not right. He did try to trick us, but I tell you what, it didn't work this time, mate.
Okay, final grid of the day, ladies and gentlemen. 71, Grant Matthews, David Casalingo, and Jake Bundle. Our last competitors, and there you go. Corey McMahon, 13:09.11.
Absolutely, it's come through at a great speed as well. He is sitting nice behind them, and that's a good place to be. Obviously not in front where he'd want to be, but a 13:09 is still great. It is interesting to see him come through so fast, but hopefully that means he's keeping up and keeping that 500 pointing straight.
So going back to that final grid. And then we've got the little one, the Jeep. They are an awesome, awesome group that go out and help us on the sweep run.
And the final bikes are off, and they're still having a good shot at this.
That's Michael in the Jeep. I'm going to give him a shout out. He helps out at all our local off-road events, and every year when it comes to Fink, he'll jump in there and do the sweep. So big shout out to Michael and his missus in the Jeep. We really do appreciate all your help. The official sweep vehicle. Thank you very, very much for coming down and yeah, having a run. That's the thing. They get to have a little bit of a run down the Fink track as well.
Absolutely, but that's it. That's all the bikes gone. It is exciting to see them all head off now, all out there on the track. Time's still coming in. We can now sit down and actually breathe for a second. Probably get something to eat and try and figure out what has happened, because the times are so fast. I mean, we're still waiting for the likes of Grabo and Hayes to come through at the very front, but even through Redinga, it's getting very fast. Josh Harris at a 13:10. Xavier Oakley at a 13:09.56. Dusty Clem, he's come through at a 13:09.25. Lee Stevens 13:09.25 as well. So those two have come in at exactly the same time with only microseconds between the two. That would be a great race to be watching.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's all out there. It's all to play for.
And there we go. We've got Ben Grabham just through Bunduma now, 13:11.08 after a Corey McMahon at 13:09.11. So a couple of seconds. Lukey Hayes, he's coming through at a 13:11.25. So if Grabo and Hazy are battling, it is going to be something special. Those two have had a lot of battles over the years, especially at Kalgoorlie Desert Race and things like that. So for them to still be battling now, I tell you what, Grabo, he'll be a smile on Grabo's face bigger than anything.
Oh, yeah, no, he definitely will be.
And Corey Hammond just came through as well. 13:11.38. So Corey's probably watching these two Titans battle going, you know what, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to pick them off slowly because there's still day two and there's still a long way to go. Hopefully once they get to Fink, they'll have settled down a little bit. But I tell you what, the battles are absolutely awesome right now.
Yeah, so we've just got the shots of the sweep vehicle making its way around the stadium section here.
Tell you what, that doesn't look comfortable, mate. I'm not a car guy, but I couldn't imagine that be very comfortable going all the way down.
No, I think it's a TJ model, if I'm not mistaken, of the Jeep. So yeah, no, unless you've got Big Dobinson's Res Shocks or Kings or something like that, I don't think it would be very, very fun. But they've got the light bars and stuff. They're all set, ready to go. So
it'd be more fun if the roof was off, wouldn't it? That'd be more of a fun time right down there.
Let the hair get
let the dust just settle through the car. We are just waiting. There's more times coming in through Redinga as well. Corey Hammond, as he said before, 13:11.38. He is just sitting there watching those guys. But we can go through and who's got to Redinga now. We've got Dean Haraway, 13:11.44. Jesse Hansen, 13:11.48. Warren Strange has come through, 13:13.01. Dylan Vivian, absolutely killing it, 13:12.30. Cody Stevens has just come through as well, which is exciting. He's come through at a 13:13.03. So once again, we're looking at a time, and Liam Walsh is still getting pushed back. He's not coming through. But Levi Stevens, 13:13.15. This is getting fast. I mean, these guys are, as we keep saying before, you can see these little pockets of battles that are happening. The amount of Nutga riders coming through at, say, 13:11 is 4 deep. So, I mean, they're only a couple of seconds apart from each other. So inside that little battle group, they will be having an absolute ball. You don't have to be at the front to be having battles. I tell you what, they are going to happen all the way down the track. And once we sit here and start going through all this data, we can actually figure out exactly where all those battles are occurring and who's kind of coming out in front of them.
Yeah, no, definitely. And So we've got the top 6 through Bunduma so far, and that reads as David Walsh, Callum Norton, Corey McMahon, Ben Grabham, Luke Hayes, Corey Hammond.
Mate, those times, I'm going to start doing math. Now, we have a free moment to move. We'll start doing some math, and I can do quick math, but it's wrong math, you know what I'm saying? So it's not the best way to be.
You love to hear it.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah, great. So we're having a look at some times now, and the times are really, really good. They're really fast, and especially for out here, we were talking before that the dirt is a lot moister, a lot heavier than previous years, which zaps out the power. I was talking to the riders this morning, and they were very interested in how the race was going to go, because coming up to these big dunes, especially at the 100, there's a big one at the 30. If you were to back off, that power gets completely zapped, and you look like a Gumby going over those dunes, because it slows you all the way down to absolutely nothing. So for these riders, they're going to be absolutely focused on getting as best as they can all the way through and keeping that power on.
Yeah, no, definitely going to have to. So it's going to be very, very interesting indeed to see where these guys are. And it looks like, yeah, there's a whole host of people making their way through Rodinga as we speak. Still no more updates on Bunduma, so we'll just keep you versed on that one. But we look down at...
We've got some footage now. Is this at Mount Squires?
Oh,
Bunduma. Sorry, Bunduma. I haven't seen him with all these caravans here before. It's a different site.
Yeah,
usually
no, so they've actually got some really a flash setup there at Bunduma this year. So shout out to all them guys that are helping out down at that checkpoint this year. I know one of my mates is down at Bunduma, Jason Barker. It's great to have him chucking me a couple of messages throughout the day to hear from him. So it's awesome. And like that's the thing. It's great to be able to have people down track and give you that info. But it looks like we might have some...
No, I've just got some updates from John Barton, Barton's dad, and they're all down there waiting at the 150. So they're going to come in hopefully nice and fast, and hopefully we're going to get a lot more information coming through as it comes. We're still watching that live feed as well. There seems to be some information coming out through that we're not getting. So it is a great way to see, but we're kind of blind at the moment. This is always the most kind of terrifying part of the race for us spectators, because we just don't know what's going in and out of the track until we get information.
Yeah, no, exactly. We don't. So we have a look at Bunduma. But we're going to go down to the start-finish line and have a chat with some of the people that make this event all run with Rihanna.
We've been seeing all of the action on track here in Alice Springs and all the way down through to Finke, but I want to take you behind the scenes into race control. Now, official access only, but they're going to let me in just for a couple of minutes, so we've got to be quiet because they're actually working right now. So follow me as we head on in to the hub of where everything happens behind the scenes. And I've actually got Dave Stewart, who's clerk, of course, and hoping, Dave, you've got a couple of minutes that you can chat to us. Just tell me, what's your role this weekend?
My role as clerk of the course for both the auto and the moto is to work with the race control organisers, the organisers race control team, and we are basically supervising what happens between here and Apachula and back.
We're right in the hub. The race is actually happening right now, so we need to be quiet. But how do you manage the logistics, considering between Alice Springs and Apachula there is not much communication?
Look, it's a remote area for sure, and comms are hard to establish, but this team have done a great job. We've got voice over IP phones to all the checkpoints. There's 5 checkpoints going down. We've got constant contact with them. For the auto division, we've got the rally safe, so we're able to monitor the exact position and location of every car. We can message them. If there's an incident, we can send them a message and ask them if they're okay or they require medical. We get an instant response. We have probably 20 St John paramedics stationed down the whole distance. We can get emergency response, medical and recovery to a car within about 5 minutes of the incident being reported.
And you've got nearly 500 vehicles, bikes, cars and the likes, plus navigators. How do we keep track of everyone? Is everyone GPS tracked to ensure that everyone's safe home?
I'd love to put a chip in everyone and know where they are. Look, the cars are the easier part of the equation because we do have Rally Safe and they've got the GPS. The bikes are a lot harder. So with the 20,000 spectators that we have camped between here and Apachula, they're like our eyes and ears on the ground. And generally, if a bike rider's had an incident, they're calling in on the radio, and you can hear that in the background there. And again, we can get attention to them within about sort of 5 or 10 minutes.
Thank you, Dave. I know that you're busy and there's lots of things going on, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Rihanna. Bye.
So we are back live. We're having a look at Mount Squires because we're expecting those first bikes through there. But we were just having a look down the list, and Class 9 is all where it's happening apparently at the moment.
Absolutely. We're looking at Class 9. Maddie Healy, she's come through Deepwell at a great speed, 12.57 flat, and then now it's come through Rodinga. She's come through Rodinga at a 13.18.13, which is super fast. And then obviously in that same class, we have Danny Foote. She came through Deepwell at a 13 flat, still waiting for her to come through at Rodinga, but I tell you what, she is moving and there's a lot going on. We're trying to find Taylor. I'm trying to go through so many names. Here we go, Taylor Maurice. Taylor Maurice has come through at 13.06.08. She will love that. She will be feeling good. It's confident. That's not that far behind the rest of them. And we've got Ashley Stokes behind that as well. It's so much coming in. We've got Emma Haylock, sorry, has come through at a 13.07.56 through Deepwell. So these girl races, they're coming through really fast and they're pushing the boys. To tell you what, they have not let these boys go easily.
Yeah, no, they definitely haven't. And that's the great thing about this event. They're all fighting for positions.
There we go. We've got more riders come through. So we had more riders come through Bunduma as well. So Brodie Waters came through at a 13.17.29. So to put that in perspective, David Walsh came through Bunduma at a 13.06.22. Campbell Hall came through just now at a 13.20.05. And Kent Collins has come through at a 13.20.47. So there is a bit of a split there. Once you do the corrective time, there's still a little gap between everyone. David Walsh will be feeling quite comfortable now. He will be definitely in that race mode. He is nice and comfortable. He has a plan once he gets in front. He doesn't really change that plan from the start as well. So even though we keep saying that a lot of riders get into that banging bars in the first 40, 60, 80, he has a plan all the way through. And even those lines that he may not originally choose from when he's pre-running, he knows that track so well and how well it forms up. We were talking yesterday how a lot of these riders like to watch the car drivers and see how they go, because what they do is they watch how they throttle, how they go through the whoops, because that then determines exactly how the track forms up. And some of those holes get created. I know for you guys in the cars, it gets pretty rough and pretty wild. So imagine what it's like on a bike, especially coming up to those massive dunes. Those holes get dug out on the faces. I would hate to know what it feels like in a car, but if you don't come into those dunes with confidence and speed, once you get sucked into it, you are going to cartwheel.
Wow, David Walsh absolutely sent it through
that.
Mount Squires, 13.22.12.
That is an awesome time. He is now on the last stage towards Finke, towards Apachula, where it's all going to go. He left at a 12.01.08. He has gone through Mount Squires at a 13.22.12. That is flying.
Yeah, no, that is super, super quick. You could see a little bit of dust that did linger there for a bit, but it looks like the wind's pushing it off track, which is great to see. And any second now, we're expecting Carlton Norton to fly across the screen because it was only a minute.
The images you're seeing now too, you can see that dirt, but you can see, we like to call them little bundies, little rocks. Those little sand clumps are showing that there is still moisture in the dirt. For him to come through at that speed and not have a massive dust pile behind him is showing that this track is fast for that reason. However, this track is rougher than it has been for bikes in a long time. 2019 will always be known as the roughest Finke for bikes. It is slowly getting back to that stage. There hasn't been much grading on the track this year, and it definitely is rough. With this water, with these cars going across, it is rougher. But those times definitely don't show how rough that track is for Walshy to be able to do it and to be doing it that confident. I know his team will be watching these things and also watching what the bike is going to be doing, because the bike is working a lot harder this year because of that moist, heavy sand. So I am excited to see how far Callum is behind him, because as I said before, if David can get a 2-minute start tomorrow, it is his race.
Oh,
And that is the unfortunate truth when it comes to Walshy. He knows exactly how to do it. And last year, there we go. A 12:23.46.
So he's lost a little bit more time there,
yeah,
unfortunately.
It's head starting to split. Not very much. I mean, as I said before, and I hate to say it because once again, we keep repeating myself, but he gets 2 minutes, and that's what all riders will say. You know, I was talking to Jacob Smith in detail this year, and he was saying the same thing. Once they get he gets out in front, it is kind of race over. But as we said, Finke is a long race. We don't know how it's going to go. These bikes are new, and it's still got a long way to come back. They've done so much there and back training, but those times, 13:22.12, that's fast.
Yeah, no,
it's so fast.
It definitely is, and like we're looking at the screen in front of us here, and it's really, really exciting. Corey McMahon shouldn't be too much longer through, as well as Ben Grabham, and like the Ben Grabham Luke Hayes fight is something that I'm really looking forward to because they've been really close throughout the checkpoints, and then you look, I believe that was Tyler Radford just went through.
So Ray Cole came through on the 450, so he's in the same class before. Declan Gibbons has come through, so those guys have come through at a 13:12.05, 13:12.40, and Simon Gower has just come through 13:25.01. So these guys are once again in a little pack. They'll be battling because this dust is down, which what we can see from here. That also makes the racing way more intense. They'll be hitting things so much faster because they can see a lot better. Once again, though, it all depends on how they race, and the fatigue will set in too, because hopefully once they've got out past the trees and into the open stuff, past the first fuel stop, they've started to relax. Their arms may not have blown up. Their legs will start burning. Their lower backs will start to feel it. They'll try and sit down, and sitting down also is great because it gets that drive. Once they sit down, they can put that weight into that rear tyre, drive that power all the way through the dirt and step up. And because that dirt is a little heavier. Oh, hang on.
Oh, there we go.
13:25.41 for Corey McMahon. So 13:22.12 for David, 13:25.41. I mean, that's 3 minute gap. That's big. But that's also very comfortable for Corey. He should be happy with that. This is his first year on a 500 as well. So to step up and still be competitive, I know he was talking about going from a 450 to a 500. There is a bit of comparison, but he was really happy with the power. So hopefully that means in a few more minutes we could see him really push that bike, and hopefully on the way home it's not fatiguing him too much.
Yeah, definitely we are. But we continue to watch Mount Squires. Yeah, there's Corey McMahon, that 13:25.41. So, we've got the top three through Squires now. But we're going to go and talk with Rihanna with the awesome legends at St. John's.
Of course, is paramount here at the Finke Desert Race, and we are so lucky to be supported by the St. John Ambulance. Warren Purse, you've been around for a long time here at Finke. How many years?
About 17 or 18 years of the Finke Desert Race.
So you're well versed in what needs to happen across these weekends. Just tell us about the involvement with St. John Ambulance.
So St. John, obviously, we've got a number. Every checkpoint's basically got a crew of about 5 or 6 people there, a number of vehicles, so they can go north or south from that checkpoint. We've got 3 helicopters up as well. They've each got a paramedic on board. One of them's also an evacuation helicopter. And then, of course, we've got one of the others who will actually sweep the back of the track and account for all the other riders as well. We've also got a number of ambulances, as you can see here. These are the first responders that'll be out in the track, and they'll go and assess and help the other guys, and then we'll start pushing them back towards the Alice Springs or the Finke end, wherever they are.
We are in one of the most remote locations in Australia, in the world almost. I mean, just organising people and personnel over it must be such a difficult task for you all.
Yep, it's a really difficult task. The Finke committee is obviously fantastic. They've helped us, and we've been doing it for the better part of 30 or 40 years with them as well. And it's certainly developed. The skill set, the vehicles themselves, and all the other volunteers. We work hand in hand with the volunteers. We're only as good as the volunteers that we're working with as well.
Absolutely. Jessica, you're from Victoria, so you've come out of state. There's ladies and gentlemen from all over the country to be here in Alice Springs this weekend. What brought you here?
Well, we came with a contingent of 9 of us from Victoria, and I suppose we just thought, what an exciting opportunity. We were reached out to by Craig from St. John NT and said, hey, do you want to come down and come to the greatest race? So we were like, yes. sign us up.
It really feels like a family when you come to Finke, regardless of whether you're racing, supporting, crewing, working behind the scenes. It's a real family affair. Is that what you feel?
Definitely. We all hang together afterwards, even for dinner and coffee in the morning, and we'll just talk war stories and whatnot, and it's just really great. It's great to make new connections.
Thank you so much for both of you joining us, and thank you so much for all the work you do across the weekend.
And a big thing, thank you to the members of the public. They're the backbone. They tell us if something's happened. They go to the checkpoints. They help us all out, and everyone is a hands-on team effort the whole weekend.
Absolutely, well said. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
I love it, mate. Even St John's knows that it's the greatest race in Australia, so I'm a big fan of that, mate, and it's great to hear them come along because, again, we can't do it without all the volunteers, all the teams, all the help, and, yeah, it's just so awesome. And, looking down this race, particularly with the motorbike boys, mate, St John's do a heck of a job.
Look, it's always exciting because the bike's coming on because all the ambulances just scramble and try and get out there for prologue, so it was also good to see them all the way down the track as well because they definitely support us, and being on a bike and being in a couple of crashes myself, I know how important it is for those guys to be there straight away because I don't like laying around on the dirt. I tell you that. It doesn't suit me well.
And I suppose with the locality of Alice Springs, again, we're talking about it. We're in Alice Springs. Finke is 226 odd kilometres down to the south, and we never cross the same bit of track twice in the same direction. So you can't. It's not like a motocross race or a loop supercross race where the Ambo's set up next to the canteen. It doesn't work in this location.
Not at all. And then a lot of people don't know, but the racetrack actually crosses over the road as well. So the road does get closed, and that also must put in a big restriction for Ambos as well to try and get across. Because once the track gets live, that road gets closed. So for us as riders, or for all those riders out there as well, it's great to know that there's Ambos set up so many places down, and there's helicopters, and there's such a great support as well back in Alice. There has been some horrific crashes over the years, but those riders have come through because of what Alice can provide and what the St John's can provide.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Now, we were talking before about how some of these splits are lining up, and it's extremely interesting, isn't it? Breaking their start time versus their times now, and, all the positions. Again, you said about David Walsh being the man to beat in the desert. There's the reason that he's a 4-time king of the desert.
Absolutely. But
he's got a skill set on him.
Absolutely. But in the time we've been talking, we've had Corey Hammond come through Mount Squires, a 13.820, and then Ben Grabham slipping just behind that, a 13.822. So with Blair Outram coming through Bunda now at a 13.45, these times are very fast. It is interesting to see the gap now between Lukey Hayes and Corey McMahon. It is very close, but Ben Grabham slipped back a little bit. Now, that can be strategic from Grabber. He is known to kind of let people burn themselves out. So then in the day two, this man knows the track almost as good as Walshy, but he knows how to ride and kind of maintain that riding through 2 days.
Now, is there anyone on that list that you see, it's been really rough? They're through the rough stuff now. Mount Squires is terrible. The whole track's rough, let's just say that. But further down past Mount Squires now, they're on that big, fast road section, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it. Mount Squires to Finke is big. It's fast. I mean, a few years ago, there was I think it was a 20-25K section of just whooped out roads. Now, if you don't know what whoops are, I tell you what, you're lucky. Whoops are these big rollers. They can be anywhere between 12 to maybe even 20 metres apart. They are big, round, lumpy kind of rollers that you kind of go up and down of. Now, they're pros. The top 20%, they can hit them at full noise and float across the top. The rest of the riders, they will roll up and down and up and down. And 2019, with the year we talk about, those rollers, those whoops that we talk, that you could lose riders in there. Once they went into that hole, you could not see their head, and they'd pop back up. And there is some beautiful footage of that. So for me, seeing these riders come through, it's great. I mean, I'm really excited to see Bradley Greenfield come through. He's come through at a great time through Bunda at 13.23.14. He has spent a lot of time here, but at the same time, Brodie Waters coming through. He's really pushed ahead. He didn't have the best prologue, and he was really down on himself. But to see him really push now and get back up there, he's in contention. I mean, he's now battling with Ben Grabham, who it's his mentor, it's his trainer this year. Brodie had a massive crash, as we keep saying, at Kalgoorlie. So he's a really in the helmet type of rider, we call it. He gets kind of a little bit lost in there sometimes. So I really believe that he's broken that curse and is riding really well. Same for Mitch Outram. So he is a great rider, very smooth. So he'd be happy with where he's sitting. A lot of riders kind of maintain that momentum through the whole race. Mitch is known to really push day two. So as I said before, it is exciting to see so many riders in the mix and at Bunda already. But the split times once we do the maths on that, it will be even more exciting to see what times they come in at.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And the other thing is that it's so crazy to see some of those Grabo trail and track riders so high up, isn't it? Like, they're having a really good crack there on those gas and having a good time. So awesome to see that. He runs a great program there, and I tell you what, he's leading the way. What a trail ride.
Look, absolutely. You know, for Grabo to still be here, but then having 14 guys behind him and girls. I mean, there's a couple of girls in there. So to have that kind of behind him distracts him, which he runs better that way. I don't think he likes to focus too much on a race. He likes all the distractions. So putting bikes together, getting the riders out on the start line is a great little distraction for him to still be able to go and do what he did this weekend. And, you know, these other riders, Walshy, Callum, Corey, they just fixate on the race, which can be good, can be bad. But for Grabo, so many things going on, it keeps him on that edge.
Absolutely. He doesn't have time to think about the actual race. He just gets to the race. Now, what about
a bit
Blair?
too relaxed.
Yes, maybe too relaxed. Hey, Blair Outram and Mitch Outram both in the top 20, so that's obviously a good, you know, they're family members, I'm assuming.
That's correct, yeah, and it's great to see them both up there. As we said before, Simon Gower, local fella, Lewis Monaghan as well being up there. It's so great to see such talent coming through. I mean, these some of them are old dogs that have raced in other, you know, kind of races across Australia, really, but then to see some young kids coming through and really pushing it, it is exciting to see. Their times may not be the fastest, but we're looking at splits and also who they're in a pack with. So it is exciting to see them come through and really keep pushing the sport and also pushing that class that they're in as well, because you have to remember, just because you don't take the outright can't mean you win your class as well. And so a lot of people are just going for that class win.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Like you said, there's and that includes right down to like 252 strokes, you know, the 254 stroke classes, all of that.
The
there's
450 close.
450, yep. There's a lot of bragging rights within that alone. So absolutely, I do agree that if you hold your head high and on Monday night enjoy a beer at the casino holding a trophy for a class, that's a pretty awesome thing. Plus the age, you know,
yeah, age class 40s. As well, yep.
Yep, so yeah, there's a lot going on there. And hey, just down there, Jeremy, that was an awesome shot. I meant to, we were talking and enjoying, but it was showing the actual Apatula community down there.
Absolutely,
so there is some houses and a bit of gear, a bit of infrastructure, a school down there and a few other things. So that's a remote, you know, Australian rural community, isn't it? So it's beautiful to see those images and just see, that's true remote Northern Territory living, isn't it? Like they do
Australian living, mate. It's crazy.
It is crazy because when we say that that's remote, again, it's the big town near it would be classed as Alice Springs. Probably past that, you're really going down to Adelaide somewhere, you know, like there's that, not really a lot in between for big cities that are well known. So, you know, these guys, it's dirt road for, you know, 150 kilometres in any direction for these guys to head on out. So it is a true Australian remote community, and it's just interesting to look at it because, you know, it's a bit like, I'm throwing it out there, it's a bit like that Baja, Mexico community, isn't it? Like,
yeah, very much so.
We were so lucky, Jeremy. I got to go over and hang out with a crew there, and we actually did the Baja 1000. We were chasing for a truck. Actually, the cops, you know, the bad boys, for them, and it was awesome with John Langley and that crew, Harley Lettner and that. And it's crazy because it's very much like this, where you roll into San Felipe, and honestly, if you get out of San Felipe, it's bitumen in San Felipe, but about 3 or 4 kilometres out, you're driving on a dirt road. You know, there is the national highway through there, but if you're going to, we went to a 4-star Mexican, and I will quote it as a Mexican resort, and she had a dirt road to the 4-star resort. You don't stay in many McCures where you got to drive across the dirt road, is there?
No, absolutely. I mean, he said it's called the Finke Desert Race, but the race doesn't end at Finke. You know, it ends at these little communities, and they put it on so well. I know many times I've been down there and after a dirt bike ride, and I wouldn't call it a race. It's a dirt bike ride for me. Once you get down there, it's still a beautiful community, very, very hospitable, very friendly, and I think that's great for them to be able to have this race come here. There's so many iconic photos of Toby Price, and even the cars come through at the big jump, and all the locals lining the track. I think it's definitely one of the most appealing parts of the race.
Absolutely, and probably to explain that, back in the old days, the race was to the Finke River.
That's right.
That's why it got the name. The Finke River's about 10 kilometres out of Apatula, out of the community.
That's right.
So again, the original finish was once you got through the Finke River, thus the Finke name. However, really, it's now all the way to Apatula.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. But it's kept that name, and I guess that name has just been synonymous through dirt bikes and cars through as long as it's been on. We are actually looking at a few different unfortunate results here. We've got two DNFs now. Jack Menthar, the guy that we were kind of worried about before, he has now DNF'd, and a Grant Brochcham, he has not finished, which is very sad. And there's two Did not starts as well, Jake Blundell and Philip Dunlop. So it's they're your riders. They are out. Hopefully they're all okay. I heard that Jack's had bike issues, and hopefully Grant has the same thing.
Yeah, and then the other thing, while you were talking, I was reading along on the live feed on YouTube, and I think that Liam Walsh might now have a wrist issue, and I think that he's pulled up. So there was a bit of a conversation around down near the 80, which is why we wouldn't have seen him come through any of the checkpoints. So unfortunately, that's a shame for Liam Walsh, but we are told again, all the information said that he was okay after a crash, and he was back on the bike and riding, but I think that possibly a hurt wrist or a broken wrist or something like that, which, let's be honest, is so easy to do off one of these motorbikes. A little excursion off the track, or even running. Anytime you get off the bike, broken fingers, broken wrists, that sort of stuff, never a great thing. But back ready, I'm sure, man, it's so hard, isn't it, when you can only do this once a year. Another
beautiful
bike through Mount Squires.
Great to see that come through. We've got a couple of guys come through Mount Squires, before cutting you off. Yeah. Kent Collins, Campbell Hall, they've come through at a 13:38.43 and a 13:8.39.08. Now, those times, once again, will get corrected. And so, even if you want to look right now, do the math if you're good at it. 12:05.08 was when Campbell Hall took off. He then came through Mount Squires at a 13:39.08.
About an hour and 34 they've been on the bikes.
Look at
now.
that, quick
there
math.
You go. Yeah,
quick math, buddy, well done.
Yeah, not too bad. And then to put that in perspective, though, to show how fast David Walsh is, because we're still talking about guys that are top 10.
That's the top 10.
Yeah, David Walsh did that to Mount Squires in about, an hour and 21.
Yeah.
So that's flying, isn't it?
Yeah.
So all the way to Mount Squires. You're almost home at Mount Squires.
Look,
yeah, you don't say that?
That is,
you don't say
never
that? Yeah. See, that's a car thing, isn't it?
That is a car thing. That is not, because you still got to go through the river section.
Right.
There is a lot of stuff that goes between here and there. They've got that shaly rock section you got to go through.
Very true.
For you, well done, my friend. If we apologise, let's make sure the motorcycle gods don't hear that, because it is not what we want to be saying. But you're right. It is once you get past Mount Squires, a lot of these riders will start relaxing, because they know any push here is not going to be beneficial for tomorrow.
Yes.
They all are now in a pace where they can settle into, maybe relax the shoulders a little bit and just keep going, because as we keep saying, they are not going to make much more time here between Mount Squires and Finke if they're in this set position at position 10. So it is exciting.
The other funny thing we were talking about, Jeremy, with the cars is that so many things, we see the finish line jump and there's like a big moment, and really they've had so many moments out on the track that's probably not even classed as a moment for these guys, is it?
No.
Like the bike guys now would have been holding on for 2 hours. They're absolutely peaking, essentially. So
look, and it's also well known that they blow the bafflings out of exhaust because they're holding it so wide open. So for those who don't know, there are packing in the motorbike exhaust to kind of help with a bit more power, a little bit more, torque out of the bottom end. But after a while, that packing will get blown out of the exhaust. And so you're right. These guys have been holding on. There are some amazing jumps out there that you probably would look at and go, that's not a jump. But I tell you what, if you hit that at 145 to 160, it is an absolute booter.
It quickly becomes to the moon.
You go to the moon, you have time to check what you ate for lunch, and then hit the ground. It's absolutely crazy.
Hey, while we were talking there again, I think it was Mitchell Outram just ran through there, and so we've now got a time for him at Mount Squires as well, which is always great.
13:41.03. So we can put that in comparison. Walshy came through 13:22.12. Mitch just came through at a 13:41.03, and James Simster came through at a 13:40.30. So you can see these two are obviously battling as well with those times. They took off at the same, and we just had another bike come through. Bradley Greenfield, who we're big cheering for, 13:42 flat. He came through looking good. Now we also can see in that live feed, there is dust. We can see that very small amount of dust coming through. Obviously, when Walshy came through, there was none of that. We are starting to see it kind of fluff up a little bit, which will make tomorrow most likely a very dusty race if this is what is happening now. It's slowly starting to clear it all out. That moisture, we can see that dark pot right underneath. Another bike coming through.
And now this 20 to 50 positions, that's where the dust is going to be difficult, isn't it?
Jack Colbert came through 13:42.29. You're right. The dust is now coming in. The lines that are getting worn into, they're going to start dusting up. That will make it a lot harder for as I said, 20 all the way to the very back. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the last 200 riders. I tell you what, you'll be sucking dirt for the whole run.
Yeah, come back very red. As we said yesterday, you wouldn't want to be wearing white moto gear. I'm telling you that.
No one wears white. That's a motocross, supercross colour. If you want to look pretty, race motocross. If you want to come to the desert, different colour.
Yeah. Get the colours that suit.
Yeah.
Start with red, it stays red.
That's it, yeah.
No, absolutely, mate. It's awesome. And again, how good is it that we've got these amazing images from down the track this year? Again, we talked about it a little bit before. I know you guys did. But, yeah, not an option to put a camera on a bike just yet. Hopefully Elon develops something that is there like a helmet antenna or something like that? But at the moment, that's just not an option for us. But as this stuff gets better and better, and, yeah, again, even down to the trucks, like they had satellite dishes mounted on those trucks, either up high or on the ute tub, if you wanted to call it that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be ideal that we get as much coverage as we can of the race, but it just doesn't work. I mean, if you look at something like Baja and things like that, there's great footage, but it's not live, you know, and that's just how we race here. We just can't have it. You're right. Maybe in a couple of years we can get a lot more service down there. Maybe Mr. Optus and Mr. Telstra can pull their finger out and we can get something. But for now, we are running the best we can. And here we go, another rider coming through. And as you can see, it's really starting to fluff up that dirt.
Well, the one before too, they must be running that reel on that left hand to Mount Squires. Now they're starting to blow that corner out. They're up over the top of the berm almost and out in the soft stuff.
Yeah, when you come into this section in particular, it is very fast. And if you forget where you are, you can blow it quite wide. There is no line on the inside when they're coming in here, especially from Alice Way. You really get pushed out quite wide. There's a couple of really big off-camber sections before this. You will come in there, and if you can hold that line, you can get the nice tight stuff, which is what Walshy and those boys did. But unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way, and that dust is starting to push guys out. And if you're not on the throttle, it's really starting to step the bikes around.
Yeah, and especially now that we're getting out to like after the top 10, we're now talking about guys that, you know, they haven't spent their entire year riding this track. Hey, so, you know, again, these guys, I can't stress it enough. If you can come top 100 at Finke Desert Race, you are a superhuman rider. Like, do not think, like, if you can, I'll high five anyone that's a top 50 guy because, man, they can hold a throttle on. It's not an easy thing to do. So, just a lot of people probably, once the top 10's over, they start forgetting. These guys are the best race riders in Australia, aren't they? Like, they're better than trail riders, I can tell you that.
Look, absolutely. They definitely know how to hold it on, but there's a difference between holding it on and turning your brain off. And that's where that step from 100 to 50 to 10 really steps it up. And, you know, you hear a lot of riders go, oh, they turn it off between the ears. They really do. Like when we've been sitting with, say, Walshy or even Corey McMahon, and we talk to them and try and get an understanding of what they do. And when we've sat with them at certain sections, and I question them and say, hey, mate, how do you do that? And he goes, I don't really know. It's kind of muscle memory. And that's when you kind of look and go, right, for us as a normal rider, we overthink it. We'll go, okay, I've got to get my front wheel here. I've got to put the throttle on here. I've got to balance the bike. I've got to tap the brake to pull the front down. All these thoughts.
Yeah.
These boys, they just go, all right, I'm hitting that section, and the rest of it is just taken over.
Yep, they're not looking at the single rock in front of them. They're already looking well down the track, and really, if they hit that rock, they just know that they're going to have it under control.
Absolutely, they're 20, 30 metres down the track already, scoping it out, knowing what to do. Whereas we're not right on the front guard where a lot of riders come who are starting out. Look, but it definitely does show that these guys know how to manage things and keep that in their mind, and then prep the bike for that. So. It is a lot of skill, it is a lot of bike prep, it is a lot of time in the saddle, but it also just muscle memory on how these guys react and how they can then float through these sections.
They're super impressive, there's no question about that. Like I said, anyone in that top 10, but then top 50 even, to me is, very, very impressive.
So we've just had a couple more riders come through Mount Squires, Jack Colbert, Tyler Rudford, Ray Cole and Declan Gibbons. We're looking at times from 13:42 flat for Bradley. Now we're looking at 13:42.29. 13:43.47, 13:44.03, and 13:46.25. As I say, nice type groupings. Everyone's kind of getting together. Those times don't mean they're completely lined up with each other because of the correct timing, but they're definitely coming through at a great order and a great pace.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, the likes of Ray Cole came off the line at 12:04, whereas like Tyler Radford actually come off at 12:08, so he's got 4 minutes and corrected there.
Absolutely. So that's how it's going to work. And as I said before, I'm not the fastest with maths, so we'll work it out at the end. But for now, they're great times, and we keep talking about these little battles that are going to form throughout the entire day, and these are the ones you want to watch. And these ones are going to have the great stories tomorrow night where we'll be like, hey, what happened here? And he'll be able to tell you some great stuff. But it also makes it a little sketchy for the riders because I want want to stay nice and close together, which is always going to push you off that line that maybe you feel more comfortable with.
Absolutely. Hey, Jeremy, one of the great things, again, we've done plenty of years camping down the end. I haven't done it for a little while now that we're commentating, but, one of the things that you could always tell, like, the tension and the atmosphere just raised up every time. It's amazing because the locals down there definitely know before we did every time that they're like, it'd start, a group would come, and you can see right now, like, the people are starting to walk towards. There's dust in the air there too, Jeremy.
Yeah, we're looking at it. It's coming in. It looks good. I mean, that dust is. We used to be able to do it for the choppers as well. I mean, if you remember last year, David Walsh had a chopper follow him with Jaden on board, and I think Michael Carusi, his mechanic. Yep. They do a lot of that kind of stuff. We are looking at the first bike coming through, and it is the number 1 of David Walsh. He is coming through. Oh, he looks good, doesn't he?
He looks like he's doing it easy. It's amazing.
That bike is not on the valves at all. It is nice and controlled. As I said before, once you get that Mount Squires, you can really settle in, and he knows that track too well to be able to set a nice pace in that final section.
Yeah, and the gear looks clean too there, Jeremy. Like, honestly, I'm just, like, I'd say that he got past quite early in that first 60-kilometre section, and he's had a great run from there all the way through to the end. Day 1, David Walsh, the number 1, one hand firmly on the grip of that number 5.
Holy mackerel. So he's left at a 12:01.08, coming through Finke at a 13:48.45.
That's insane. So, yeah, an hour 47, 36.
So what did the cars do it in this year?
Hour 42, I think it was, an hour 41.
Mate, yeah, so we spoke last year. It could come back. Yep. It could be back to the time without battling.
Yeah, there was a time there where it was like a 20-minute gap, and now we've got it down to minutes. So, absolutely, mate, absolutely impressive that those bikes now are just going so fast. And the other key there is, when you think about it, it's even more impressive on the motorbike because, again, what's the top speed on a KTM 500? Like 180?
I think off the record, and I think from talking to teams at the moment, they're reaching about 182 on some of these, not factory bikes, but the race bikes. That's what they were getting through this year.
Yeah, and what I guess I'm saying is so impressive is that trophy truck does do 220 on those fast sections.
Jeez
so
Louise.
Pro Buggy will do upwards of 250 kilometres if they tell you the honest truth. Not many people do that because you've got to have the cojones to hold on to the thing.
Absolutely.
But what I guess I'm saying is we saw 220 out of Denny Brown's car as another bike comes through.
Who we got?
That speed difference, mate, is my point. Impressive.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. He should be happy with this result coming through. I know Callum will be not as happy that he hasn't got that front spot, but he have to be happy where he's sitting now. And as you're right, an hour 47 for David Walsh is quick. That is a very, very quick time. But what have we got? We got an hour 50 for Callum Norton, 13:50.32. As I said, 2 minutes. There's that 2 minutes. There it was. I didn't want it to happen this year, but unfortunately that's it. That 2 minute gap is what David would want leading out tomorrow.
Yep. So that's just pure experience, isn't it?
And
he knows what to do.
You also have to put that into a corrective time as well. So he has that lead. He has that ability to keep knocking those seconds away. And to be honest, it'll be interesting more to see exactly where that overtook happened, because those are the points where Callum has spoken before that he was working really hard to work on and get ahead. And he's been able to hold him off for a while. So that was great for him. But that overtake would have been a bit bittersweet for Callum to see that happen.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it? Because, again, it's just that time, that experience and all the knowledge that David Walsh has. But, again, it's great to see too, because the flip side is there's a reason he's the king of the desert. And, mate, the other thing is that we talked about it the other day. There was such an era where, and I know David Walsh is a pro. I understand that concept. I'm not trying to, but, he also drives nails on, the weekdays and runs a business, Like, what's impressive to me is that this guy, there was a period there where all the pros used to fly in and, now it's the local boys, isn't it? Like David Walsh, he's had the grip. We had Damon Stokey, and then, that was absolute legend. And, oh, man, still the best celebration ever was the skid and the Yamaha inside the casino. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that or not, but it was amazing. So, and David
I wasn't
Walsh,
here and I found out about that, so it was legendary.
Absolutely. And then, so, it's now been, including that, 5 years, all locals. That's impressive.
Look, and I think the Finke will always have that benefit for locals because they don't know the track. They know how the track forms up to, which we keep talking about. A lot of people don't understand that this track is alive. We can't take that away from the track. It doesn't get groomed every day, even though we've got the grader on the finish line here.
On this bit.
That track is not... Oh, look at that, Corey McMahon coming through. Now you can hear the difference. We're just hearing that he is a lot more aggressive coming in. While she wasn't as aggressive, that is the style of riding that Corey is. He is great, but he is aggressive. He's hard on the bikes. It works. It works for him, and it also works for the style of riding and the positions he gets, but you could really tell the difference. And he's come through at a 13:52.58, putting his corrected time at a hour 50:49. Oh, so he is... Oh no, he's just behind Callum. That is, oh, poor fella. He'll be devastated at that because Callum's come through on a corrective time of an hour 50:24. Corey coming through at an hour 50:49. That's close.
Yeah, that is very close. And what's amazing about that is that, starting off the line tomorrow, the green flag's going to drop, and then, less than 30 seconds later, the green flag's going again.
That's not where Callum wants to be.
Race.
Yeah, that's not where Callum wants to be. He doesn't want Corey to be that close. It does make a difference here on the track, that 30 seconds. You could have seen how they came through, but 30 seconds at the very start is not where you want to go.
And it'll... wind Corey up, won't it? He'll know what he's got to do to get in there.
He's got him right in his sights. He would have been trailing Callum the entire time, seeing that dust. Potentially, they could have been even closer than that. We don't know how it's gone. So he could have been eating some of that roost. So that will make him hungry. And I think we can talk about it now. Corey had a bad prologue. He had a bit of smoke, a white smoke if you picked that up, coming out of the bike. Yesterday, he then ran the whole prologue with a bit of a sad motor. Yep. And he will be good to watch tomorrow.
He'll be happy with that. Absolutely. Now, let's throw down to the far end for an interview with our number one on the way down.
Well, it's the reigning king of the desert, David Walsh. Walshy, you made it in here, I think, almost record time almost. 1 hour and 47 minutes is what I'm hearing. How were you out there? How'd you find it?
It was a bit different than I thought. The first part of the track was actually pretty good, and then I don't know, around the 150 everything got a lot more edgier and a lot more packed in from the cars, so it made it a little bit more interesting. Just sort of backed it off and stood on the pegs and just tried to get here safely.
And you took over Callum and Liam on that first checkpoint. You really got out there and gave it some speed.
Yeah, look, that first 70, I know what it is. It's just like, it's my favourite part. I seem to be extremely fast there every year. And, once I caught them boys, it was sort of, a big relief. I was just able to sort of put it in a bit of autopilot and just, get here as quick and smooth.
And starting on the second row this morning, what were you thinking last night leading into today?
No, it was actually my plan. I didn't want to lead from the front. It's actually so hard because you don't know where anyone is. So it makes it more difficult to, to track where you are on track, and if you need a push, if you don't. So I actually prefer starting behind.
And you were just saying before, Liam might have had a little bit of a crash around the 72-kilometre mark. I know you're watching some of the riders come in. Have you caught a glimpse of him yet, or what are sort of your thoughts there?
A little bit of concern. I'm not sure if he got back up and kept going. I haven't really heard too much report. So, I'm just keeping my eye out on the track. Hopefully he's okay, and hopefully he gets down here.
And you've got a little bit of a cousin rivalry going on. I mean, how does that play into that if he doesn't make it down to Finke?
It's disappointing. He's my teammate, he's my cousin, his family. I just hope he's safe and not hurt. And, I hope he just gets here in one piece.
Absolutely, we all do. So tonight, how are you feeling physically? What's the plan back at the campsite?
I'm about to go jump in an ice bath because blizzard makes us, which I'm not really keen on. But, we'll just sit around the campfire, spin some yarns and get ready to get in the car in the morning.
And the bike, was there any issues at all?
No, this bike is absolutely flawless. The new model, everything about it is just amazing. And then with choice suspension, he saved my life about 40 times today. So, I just like to thank them and their entire KTM crew that we've got here. So, I'm really pumped with the bike and with everything we've got, the package.
Beautiful. Well, rest up and we'll see you back out here tomorrow.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. I might just wander over here. Callum, how are you going?
Yeah, all good. It wasn't too bad. David rode bloody unreal and so did Corey. So he's a reason why he's a 4-time champion, I guess. So that was cool to watch for a little bit. And then, I just got unpumped early, but got through and felt okay. And then started getting into it a little bit, sort of halfway. And then, unfortunately, had a little issue with the bike. So our sneak peeks that we rely on, I snap both. So anyway, it's all good. Regroup and go again tomorrow.
And you probably expected Walshy to be coming up behind you, but what were your thoughts when he was coming up in your rearview mirror?
Yeah, I didn't really, honestly, I didn't look back for like 50 Ks, and then I just heard a bike on the outside and look and seen the purple and knew it was him straight away, and good old thumbs up he gave me. So we're really good mates, so good to see him do that. And yeah, it's going to be a mission tomorrow, but track's really tough too, so just going to have to be careful and get home.
And the bike, I mean, how is that feeling now that you've pulled in here at Finke?
Yeah, the bike was really good, suspension and everything like that, and even myself felt really good. It was just those little issues that I had and can cost you time, but it is what it is. I'm sure everyone had a few little dramas, so we'll just have to regroup and yeah, go again.
And physically now, what's the plan to reset ahead of day 2?
I'll go have an ice bath. The boys will have an ice bath set up, and then just get some food in as soon as I can, and then yeah, just chat away on the bike and maybe make a few changes for tomorrow if needed, and then just rest up and get ready for tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Corey McMahon, how are you? Coming in third here, I mean, are you happy with the ride? How did it go?
Yeah, still unsure of where I sit. Obviously, I've just got here, so it was a good ride. I thought it was pretty clean most of the way. I had a bit of a moment about 20 and just coming into Finke here, so kept me on my toes the whole race, but bike was awesome. Massive shout out to Choice Suspension and Apro for building a rocket ship and a bike that handles like a dream.
Yeah, they're hearing a lot about how good the suspension out here. How does the track compare to previous years, now that we had that rain leading up to this?
Yeah, I've never ridden something this wild. It was really, really tough to see the vision with the dark dirt and the dry dirt. Was really hard to see the big edges, so they caught me out a few times, but I've never ridden something this rough, this fast, and yeah, no, it's an eye-opener for me, and just grateful to be here and we're standing next to these two legends. Obviously, they're pretty big notes around here, and it's cool to get up here from an off-road background.
And it's always great to get here. It's the game plan heading out into the weekend, but you've got another big day tomorrow. How do you prepare now to start day 2?
100%. Just get back and rest up, have an ice bath and cool down. There's not much we can do, is try to not get in my head and just act like it's a new day. It's a different race tomorrow, and we'll try our best again.
Absolutely anything can happen at Finke. Is there any changes you might want to do to the bike? Was there anything that didn't sit quite right on the ride?
No, everything went smoothly. Obviously, I've done a lot of Ks out here pre-run and all that, so it's pretty dialed in by now. And yeah, no, really, really happy with the bike, and yeah, can't complain.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Go rest up. Enjoy those ice baths. We've got 3 boys jumping in the ice bath. We still haven't quite seen or heard an update. I haven't at this end about Liam. Close eyes on that. Hopefully he did get back on the bike, but you guys probably know a little bit more about that, so back to you.
Yeah, I suppose the word we're hearing up in the commentary box, and we're only hearing from down the track anyway on the live stream comments, but Liam was okay, he got up, but we do believe that he hurt his wrist, unfortunately, so that has stopped him now. So not bad, but obviously not the result they wanted to. Liam on an absolute perler the last couple of years. He's 2-time Don River Dash King, and yeah, unfortunately just hasn't gone any further. So made it through Deepwell, but no further there. So I'd say that's about right. 78 Ks, we heard about that 80 K mark, and that was the word. So, but again, listen, up, lives to fight another day, ready to go. So again, good to see him back on the bike. That's often a good, you know, if you can actually get back on the bike, that's a good start for a motorbike guy, isn't it?
Absolutely, and even just hearing now, just then, where interesting to hear their kind of take on the track and how it was dark in sections. What he's talking about there.
You've made it in here to the Finke end. How are you feeling?
I know I've done it, that's for sure. That was this is my 14th, and that was a pretty gnarly track. Like it was hard work, I think, after the rain, and obviously all the fast cars and fast riders. It was definitely probably the most physical track I've rode out here.
And you've won this, I can't remember how many times now, too many to count, and you've also, you know, just mentioned 14 times. How does the track this time compare to previous Finke races?
The track's super fast because it's so wide these days compared to what I've done years gone by, and it was rough. Like I don't race full time anymore, and I definitely felt it coming down there. The legs gave out about halfway, and the arms were suffering. But we're here, and I think there's only like maybe 5 bikes ahead of me, so I can't complain.
I think you've done a pretty good job. Now you also have your whole gas crew of riders coming through. What's the plan now? Are you sitting tight? Are you going to watch some of those riders come through? through, see how they go, especially Georgie, your women in the team?
That's it. Like, I got 13 people, customers on my rental bike, so I'm keen to see how they go, hear their stories. I might go jump in the ice bath first before them because I don't want to be 13th in that thing, and see how they all come in.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for having a chat. Well done on making it down here. We're going to keep checking in on some of these riders as they come through, but until then, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely amazing down that far end. And as Grabo said, like currently sitting, there's only 6 bikes in so far, and what an absolutely legendary effort. He's making a few of those masters, like they'd be questioning their life, wouldn't they?
Yeah, look, I tell you what, he looks rough. I mean, Grabo's a king of cool. And for him to say that the track was rough, holy moly, it must be rough. But I mean, you look at his time still, uncorrected time, he's an hour 55.16. That is a quick trip for him to go down the track, whereas Walshy's obviously gone down at a 1:47.36. That's unbelievably quick to be able to do that and kind of do it on a track that is now obviously clearly the roughest it's been in a fair long time. So if we can break down what some of the riders have said too, they're saying it was very hard to see on the track because it does go from light to dark. That darkness is that moisture, is that heavy sand, and that can also play havoc on your goggles and your tint as well. So a lot of guys yesterday were having issues with the goggle choice they had, whether it be tinted glasses. When you're wearing that tinted glasses or goggles, sorry, you can't see those kind of square edges in the dark stuff. It really does camouflage them. And so for them to hit a square edge, which is, you know, as well, for those people who don't really understand, a square edge is if you were to put a shovel straight through the dirt and cut a hole, you have a nice square kind of mark left in the dirt. That is a square edge. That is what the cars tracks leave behind. And once you hit one of them, it can be game over. So for them to say that the square edges are extra sharp and extra dangerous, I tell you what, for the back of the pack, they will be having an absolute battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And the crazy bit about it, that is sometimes those square edges are covered in bull dust.
Oh.
So it's like you drive through a wave of dust and then hit a square edge. It's a scary ride.
And you lovely car drivers do like to leave us some massive square edges on top of those whoops, those rollers we were talking about. And so when you come across them and you start skipping, if your tyre wants to go left or right, you're going left to right. It's how long you can hold it on. But it looks like we've got Brodie Waters just coming across. So he's looking good. He's looking quite still attack. He's got right that position, really fiercely kind of pushing that bike. It is good to see him come across the line now. He will be a bit more disappointed because he is behind Grabo, his mentor, but I tell you what, the chat in that kind of ice bath will be interesting.
Absolutely. And I suppose when looking at it, like his jersey still looks relatively clean. I'd say he's had no wild excursions or anything like that. Because, you know, we've seen it before where riders, and we'll see it this year, jerseys are ripped and sticks in arms. And
last year, Corey McMahon came across the line with no rear end of the bike.
No rear end of the bike.
He lost the guard, he lost the seat, he lost the whole thing. So imagine squatting for a whole hour and 50 minutes. That is a long squat.
Absolutely, yeah, very ordinary. But no, it's absolutely awesome, these images and the footage that we're getting down the far end. Now, Jeremy, I might just run real quick through some of these riders.
Yeah,
so
let's get some names out.
because I was going to say, so through Mount Squires at the moment, so obviously we've got our riders that are at home, and then the next there we're looking for Kent Collins, Campbell Hall on the 298, Jay Simpster on the 13, Mitchell Outram on the 30, Bradley Greenfield having a cracking run on the 15, X77 of Jack Colbert, 293 of Tyler Radford, the 24 of Ray Cole, the 291 of Declan Gibbings, the 499 of Lewis Monaghan, the 19 of Ryan Cossins, the 21 of James Heenan, Simon Gower on the 18 is also through Mount Squires. Again, this is all through Mount Squires now on their way to Finke. The 233 of Blair Outram, the 283 of Thomas Kruger, the X51 of Ben Bertonazzi, the X99 of Jay Cobban, the 582 of Reece James, the 514 of Liam Dinage. We also have 537 of Ollie Pitchford, the 23 of Jesse Moore, the 115 of Josh Harris, the 699 of Lee Stevens, the 701 of Brandon Keenhouse, the X98 of Levi Stevens, the the 495 of Jesse Hansen, the 541 of Dusty Clem, Ethan Keenhouse, So I'd say they're possibly brothers there, mate, in
Yeah,
the 207.
absolutely.
That is a very unique last name, so not too many of them around, I don't think. And then Dean Haraway on the 658, the 230 of Brock Parker, the 292 of Thomas Livesey, and the 899 of Warren Strange, the 493 of Austin Shaw, the 580 of Dylan Vivian, the X16 of Jethro Hilton, the 22 of Brad Wilkinson, the 29 of Jordan Stewart, the 554 of Jackson Tyson Spears, the 259 of Jerry Cow, and Xavier Oakley is our final bike at the moment through Mount Squires. Again, that is just through Mount Squires, and I basically have to read an entire list for Bunduma and Rodinga. There's still plenty of riders going out that, but that's where we are at the moment, and these people coming in, or the riders coming into Fink, is about to get pretty quick.
Absolutely, and we're just seeing some great footage from there. We talked to Callum Norton just before and got some kind of feedback from him. He's saying he snapped both of his steg pegs on the way there. Now, that man has put so much time in and put so many revisions into his steg peg, so you can see how much more he was hanging on the back of that bike. And we're talking about the new chassis design, so to think that he snapped 2 steg pegs, that will make that bike so much harder to ride. He's been relying on them, he's been relying on that to keep his momentum, to keep his flow and style of riding. So he losing those steg pegs, he would be gutted.
Absolutely, mate. Now, do they have a spare set down there, like at the far end?
I tell you what, they better have a spare set.
Absolutely. Well, it was. I only asked because you were saying about the custom set, and you know, you imagine your CNC up a set of steg pegs. You think you've got it dialed. You haven't broken one for 12 months, and then all of a sudden, well, I know it's not 12 months, but
no,
you know
right.
what I'm talking about.
12 runs.
Yeah, 12 runs.
You've done 12 runs, and all of a sudden it snaps on race day. They were going to change, when I spoke to them this morning, the team were going to change bolts and setups as well. So it definitely, they have spares, but I tell you, that would
imagine if you didn't have a mount down the far end.
Well, look, imagine if you forgot. I mean, James Simpson's coming in, he is looking hot as well. So Campbell Hall just came through, Kent Collins came through at a 12:01 corrected time. That is fast.
Yeah, Simpson did a great jump there, basically doing the whole tabletop. It's interesting because you see a lot of the guys, well, we've got another rider just snuck in there as well. So are we assuming that might be Campbell Hall? Or
that's why. So Campbell Hall's come through, he came through at a 2:04.20 corrected time.
Yes. Bradley Greenfield's got to be right there as well.
He'll be close. We've got Mitch Outram and Bradley Greenfield. They were battling the whole time. They went through Mount Squires at a 13:41 and a 13:42.
Brilliant.
Right on each other's tail. So they will be coming in. That dust is getting better, worse and worse. Better for us because we can see them coming, but it's better. We can see the plumes starting to follow behind. It'd be interesting to see that Mount Squires to Fink, because it is a very fast, very dusty track. And so once again, we'll keep putting it back to Grabbo. If Grabbo's saying that this is rough, you can't imagine how rough that actually is. He's done it in some of the hardest years, and also on bikes that weren't as plush as this year. So if he's saying it's rough on a bike that he loves and finds the funnest, in his words, it must be. Absolutely. There we go, Mitch Outram coming through.
Nice, clean hay, a very nice style there. You can see he's just checking up for those things because, again, no reason to risk it right now, just half a kilometre from home.
No, and a lot of people don't know that kind of view you saw when he comes up over the rise. Many riders have lost it there. The bike has stepped out, you're tired, you see their shoulders and their elbows drop.
Well, we were talking about, the wild man Ivan Long. I swear his bike was on the ground somewhere there. He rode through it. But you're absolutely right. They're those big square rock edges in that bottom of that creek. The water, it's nasty, and it does. It's like hitting pieces of steel.
Absolutely. Mitch Outram just came through on a corrected time of 2:04.20. That is still fast. I mean, we're still looking at just on 2 hours to do it.
Well, they're going to start on corrected time, and those boys there of Campbell Hall and Mitchell Outram, we've got split seconds.
Yep.
So they're going to wave the green flag. And
it won't have time to lift it back up again.
Campbell will start at the top of the flag, and Mitch starts at the bottom of the flag. I think that's impressive.
2:04.20 with a 4:50 and a 2:04.20 at a 9:34. It's that close. Yep, you're right. The flag wouldn't even hit the bottom before the next one's got to go.
So, yeah, that's going to be a cool race. We're going to see another drag race off the start line.
But Mitch should be really happy with those results. He's really cemented himself there. And then obviously battling with Campbell is great. We're now just waiting for Bradley to come through and the rest of the riders. But for now, those times are really quick.
Amazing. Hey, those big tanks. He's done 80 Ks and he's used all of that. She's empty.
Yeah, look, these bikes usually do 2 fuel stops, as we keep talking about it before. It is very strategic in the past where these fuel stops are, but these bikes now are so well kind of tuned and understood that they know exactly how far they can go. We now have Bradley coming through, looking great. He's still looking fast. I tell you what, that bike is looking smooth. You can see it kind of bucking underneath him, but it's not bucking him, the person. So that's why it's so great these guys do so much time on the track to get the bike to settle as well as it can, but then also, as you can hear, just so smooth. That power's being delivered, not as much roost.
Yeah, and it's amazing. Still a race all the way, as it is, to the flag. Like, you want to, every split second, as we see before, really does count.
And he's come through at a 2:05.17. So
there you go.
That's close. You know, less than a minute in front, behind. So he's got a good position to start tomorrow. I mean, from David Walsh do we get a 1:47. Bradley's come through at a 2:05. You know, that's good.
And that's amazing because he's also in 12th position currently. So that's awesome to see. Big 50. His number plate, he was 15th last year, so already in a good position.
Yeah, he'd got to be comfortable with that. He hasn't put as much time on his track. He doesn't live here anymore like he used to, so he really does make the most of the track when he gets here. They've all got themselves dialed in so well, and with Jack Colbert now coming across the line, it'll be interesting to see what time he can put in.
Interesting, Colbert there just had a little look back, didn't he?
Yeah, well, these riders will look back because they really want to know exactly how they're going to set themselves in. He'll be able to see, obviously, Bradley in front of him, see the dust and kind of gauge exactly where he is. He'll want to know how far back because it's all about tomorrow and getting that start, getting ahead. So he's come through at a 2:07.10 corrected time.
Brilliant.
That's fast. I mean, we can't take it away. These top 20 riders, they're setting some amazingly fast times. It may not be the top 5, but I tell you what, a 2:07 down a track, that is this incredibly rough. I haven't done the entire track this year. I've done sections, and I can tell you it is rough and punishing. So to be able to link this all together in race conditions, yeah, you're doing well.
Especially when a 14-time rider, 4-time champion Ben Graham says it's rough. So yeah, absolutely amazing times.
Absolutely. Well, he stepped it out a little bit. That back end dropped a little faster than he was expecting. You could hear that when he was in the air, he gave a little throttle. It dropped the back end, which then can sometimes get you caught right into a rut and kick you over.
Absolutely. But again, it comes back to that. Again, he's very comfortable on that bike.
Looking
he probably
back,
isn't real concerned about it at all.
No, look, he's having a great time.
Is he doing the horse ride there? Were you giving it a slap?
Mate, anything to get that bike across the line.
Beautiful.
And it looks like we've just got word now. Liam Walsh is out of the race. He has a DNF, so hopefully he's okay. I know he does wear an air vest, so that must have gone off, which can save a rider. And if it's just the rest, that's better than what it could have been. So now Liam Walsh is officially a DNF for the race. You can see that bike get well and truly up and balanced in the air. A little touch on the front, little touch on the back just to get it level. You can see them really trying to get that grip into that bottom corner to power out. Some people like to ride that corner, stay wide, but he just jumped straight into it, put the power on, popped them out, and he'll be happy to see the finish line, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Which is great. He's done it at 2:11.06.
A great ride.
Great time.
What happened yesterday?
And again, all the action is going to happen down the other way too. Going in the morning, race day 2, we're only halfway there.
Absolutely, it's going to be good. We're actually looking now, Maddie Healy, first of the female, she's come through Mount Squires at a 14:11.19, which is a great time. She's really pushing. We'll just try and find the rest of them, how they're going. Danny Foote, she hasn't come through Mount Squires yet, but it was a good split between the two, so it's going to be close for these two. It's only about 4 minutes between the two at Bunda, so Danny should be coming through very quickly. Oh, as we said, she just came through now, so Danny Foote is closely behind, running at a 14:16.12. Taylor Maurice is behind that. She came through Bunda at a 13:57.57. So these girls are close. I mean, they'll be running battles with the boys as well, but they are close together.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, you know, on track, they're only 7, 8 bikes apart. So, yeah, very cool, and only a matter of minutes. So, very cool to see.
Oh, so cool to see. So cool to see. We've got Cody Stevens, one of the kids that came off at the start of the week and have a big off and have to get taken to Brisbane for surgery. He's come through Mount Squires at a 14.08, so he's still pushing. Maddie Healy has said at a 14.11.19 with corrected time, that's quite good. She left at a 12.16.08, so she's still at the 2 hour mark now. But that would put her. Yeah, no, she's doing good. She's right up in competition with the boys.
Yep, absolutely brilliant. It's funny too how, again, we talk about these top 10 guys, the guys or the top 20 that can turn their brain off and just run. This shows too, doesn't it? There's always this little bit of a gap after the guys that are, let's call pros. And then after that, you know, all our really fast, I can't stress this enough, really, really good trail riders and really good, you know, recreational riders. And then, you know, they come through in an absolute storm, don't they? There's just so many riders that come in that 50 mark that it's crazy to see the dust coming through, the way that the track's changed. It has all that, you know, that effect of 50 motorbikes, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and this also shows the endurance of a rider because you've gone through some of the hardest parts of the track. Really, all of the track is hard, but you've gone through hard. This last maybe 10 Ks, you can kind of sit down and really rest, but if you are still on that fight, still on that drive, this is where that endurance shows, and you can push really hard.
Finding those split seconds.
Absolutely. This 10 Ks is always the fastest for us guys who know the finish is there because we just want to get there. So for the riders who have already gone through 220 Ks of just absolute agony, if you can hold on and push, it is still the best part of the track.
Absolutely. No, it's so awesome to see these guys coming through now.
And as we keep saying before, they usually start clumping up as well. So what happens is the prologue, it doesn't always set you with a group of riders that is your main kind of riding style or even just riding skill. What happens is when you get out on the track, you actually can start forming up with riders that are the same level of skill and have a bit more battle that way. Even the back part of the pack, they will start clumping up. You can find 10, 15 riders all grouped together, riding together, and it kind of helps you push you along. The last thing you want to be doing is riding here by yourself because you kind of can get lost. You kind of can then lose that motivation. So it is great to sometimes ride with a bunch of other riders. Plus you make good mates. You have no idea who they are before the race, but tell you what, by the end of the race, you're having a good laugh.
Absolutely, sharing a beer at the casino later on.
Absolutely. Plus there's someone there to pick you up if you have a bit of a lay down. You know, if you decide to go for a nap, they're there to pick you up and say, not today, buddy.
Absolutely. No, I love it.
Yeah, there's definitely a big gap now, though, isn't there?
There is just a bit of a space. But yeah, the other thing that I think is always amazing. So when I rode the Finke, like seeing your pit crew too made a huge difference. You know, you pull up. We did our own pits. I think that was quite good mentally for me. I know the club pits are awesome, but you know, seeing a dad or a brother or a mate, you know, like you pull up and they spray some water in your face and tell you to get on your way, and it's amazing how much that gets you going for the next 40 or 50 kilometres. You know.
Oh, absolutely, and like you also they're there to say, get up and get going. What are you doing? Stop slowing down. But they can give you a little bit of food, a little bit of water, give you a slap on the bum as you go past. It's great.
Yep, absolutely. You tell them to slow down, fueling the bike. I don't need an 11-second pit stop here, guys. Give me a break.
Yeah, I mean, there's always, you know, you always have that laugh with the crew. They're like talking about, okay, when you come in, oh, here's... This is when you start really noticing riders. From our aspect anyway, you start watching him and you can just look at him and go, oh yeah, he came through pretty good. But if you, his bum wanted to go overtake his head. We saw Walshy come through very smooth, not much on the throttle, just keeping it lugging. He's come through very quick as well, but very aggressive. That bike is high revving kind of bike.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a listen to him. He is singing.
He wanted to get through.
Yeah. But yeah, it is funny, just that, you come out to the Finke and that camaraderie with your pit crew, with the other riders, it is something that is absolutely one of the highlights. I think that's a big thing that keeps all of us coming back, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we're talking about that bike coming through revving quite high. That was Lewis Monaghan. He is on a 250. So as we said before, you can hear the difference of the bike's written. If you want to ride a 250, you have to ride it. And then that's how I always try and class a motorbike. Now, bike, you either ride the bike or the bike rides you, and that's kind of echoed through everything.
And as you pitched, mate, it's crazy. Now there's a bit of a battle going on.
Absolutely.
There's a number of riders all together now.
Yep.
So the 18 of Simon Gower is through. And I believe that'll be Declan Gibbings, the 291, I'm guessing, coming through right after that.
Yep.
Yep, times have just popped up. Again, a 2 hour 11 and a 2 hour 16 respectively.
Absolutely.
Good rides.
Which is great. So we can start seeing also the class winners. Class 2 is David Walsh. Class 4 is Lewis Monaghan. Class 5 is Brody Waters. Class 6, Ben Grabham. Class 7, no, we haven't got one for Class 7 yet.
No. This will sound bad. Where does Grabbo fit in? Is he 6 or 7?
He is Class 6.
Gotcha.
I mean, once again, mate, I'm not saying anything about Grabbo's age.
Grabbo's going to knock me out.
He is. He's not going to be. That's the second time you've done it.
I didn't say anything.
I think you were calling him the top 50, weren't you?
That is now you.
Yeah, mate. There we go. We've got the first Sherco coming through.
Yep.
Absolutely awesome.
That's the 19?
Yeah, that's Ryan Cousins.
Beautiful right there.
He's a great ambassador for Sherco. He does so much for him, and he really does show this race off. And we saw him lead off with those little towels hanging out the back, so he hasn't seemed to use it that much. We may have not seen, but it's really great to see these Shercos out there absolutely killing it, and they sound great too. The
and
Shercos.
he started off the line with the 21, didn't he?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, so Ryan Cousins came through at a 2 hour 13:37.
Yep, perfect. And this is him there now, is it?
That's
21?
It. 21. That's it. Yep.
Beautiful.
Oh, there's going to be bragging. There's going to be bragging right now. And he hasn't lost any of his towelies as well. So
they don't even look dirty, to be honest with you.
Mate,
I'm sure there's plenty of dust, but
tell you what, there'd be more for toilet rags than eye rags. You know what I'm saying? Like, there would have been some moments out there. The way those guys are talking about the track and how dirty and how the dirt's formed in these square edges. I tell you what, if you haven't experienced a square edge, you're a very lucky person because you don't remember your first. You don't forget your first one. Sorry.
No, definitely not. No, amazing that. That is fantastic riding from that team. And again, like you said, great to see the Shercos out there having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really pushing it.
So interesting too, Jeremy, like talking about not getting in your head tonight. Now you've got essentially 12 hours, 24 hours, sorry, until you're back on the bike, or, you know, about 20 hours until you're back on the bike. Now you've really got to relax, haven't you? Not burn that energy. You've got to attempt to get a good night's sleep, which is not always easy to do down there. There's always a lot going on.
Yeah, look, for the top 20, probably not easy. For the back half of the pack, they're going to sleep very well tonight. Some may not even get the bike service before they're heads on the pedal this way. Whoa, that was beautiful. Just clicking gears. I mean, once again, this is the same spot. We'll watch this footage come through. This is the same spot that catches a lot of riders out. That back tyre getting booted, and if you're not prepared for it, it really does kick it off. You can see some of the rear tyres going higher than the front tyres. But back to what you were saying, absolutely. Tonight is going to be a long night for them. They can sit there, the cramp could start settling in between your shoulders. The muscles, the bar hanger muscles that we call them, right between your shoulders will be burning. Your lower back's burning. So you will sleep well tonight. But I tell you what, the top 20 guys, there's a lot on their mind. And what can happen is you can kind of get in your head sometimes and start thinking where you've lost time, where you've made up time, what's going on. And that can also be a bit damaging for tomorrow.
Yeah, honestly, because that carries over to the car guys. I've seen it so many times. Guys down there, and they, like you said, they get in their heads and they start tweaking tubes on suspension, thinking that they go the wrong way. And often we've seen cars on the way, home, they actually slow down versus speed up. And, often sometimes something that you're comfortable with and it's been working for you for 2 hours previously, you don't want to muck with something good. But often, we've seen it many a time where someone psychs themselves out or, starts overthinking what they're going to do, which is interesting because you've already had 2 hours of, doing all the right things.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And once again, pro for the cars, once you get in your head on a bike, it can really slow you down. These guys will really want to push hard to get in front. And once it's very sad to hear what happened to Liam Walsh because he was really ready to give it a very hot shot. And Callum North will be in a different headspace now, knowing that he's got that 2 minute step back that he didn't really want.
Yes, absolutely. So I think that was the 283 going through there on the live feed. So that's Thomas Kruger.
Yep, he corrected time as 12:14:01. Now, which is interesting if we look at the time. So Thomas Kruger came through at a 2 hours 14, but right in front of him was Blair Outram that came in 2 hours 14:27. So in corrective timing, that actually puts Thomas in front of Blair. And that's kind of how it works. Thomas actually steps right up in front of a whole bunch of people because of corrected timing.
Yeah, but also an interesting point, Jeremy, is the one after 20 minutes after David Walsh. So all of those guys won't start on corrected time tomorrow. So that's going to be just another little bee in the bonnet because, like you said, Blair physically has to be in front of Thomas Kruger, but they're starting on the grid, probably the same grid. So, you know, it's actually pass and time and make it happen. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, that positions, once you're off that top 20 corrected time, it actually gets a bit of a bit of mathematical genius. You've got to be a bit Einstein to work out where you are.
Mate, that's what they brought you in for, you know.
Wow.
But it also has changed Class 5. Class 5, the winner is Bobby Waters and Mitchell Outram has come to take second, pushing Jack Colbert back to third.
That's amazing. Hey, I just put it out on the screen for a second. The 514, I think it is. Yeah, Liam Dinich, but he did a really nice bit of a booter over there. For some reason, he must have hit something on the up ramp. Was that the James Stewart move?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
The Bam Bam?
He loved it. He floated that bike, corrected it, and then hit the ground.
Yeah, perfect riding. So, yeah, it's very cool, some of these guys getting out here. And again, it is a bit of a sigh of relief when you hit that final finish line jump. Again, it's not actually the finish line. That's a bit of a trap if you've never been down.
Absolutely, you got to keep pushing.
But yeah, beautiful ride there. They're through.
We've got our first girl as well. So Maddie Hickey is through Matt Squires, 14, 11, 19. She is pushing very hard. Incredibly hard, with Danny Foote just behind her at a 14-16. So 5 minute split, that's not very much between the two top girls.
And only about 7 bikes in total in between there as well.
Absolutely.
Through that time. So, yeah, it's very close. And considering Danny Foote started off a couple of grids behind as well, is that correct? So,
she's pushed up. She's pushed up really well, and it was great to see her get out in front as well right at the start. So Danny is really pushing. She had a year off the bike last year, and she's only just come back. Probably not the pre-running and I guess best lead up to Fink, so it's great to see her out here and on a 500 too, so she's really stepped up and right out of her comfort zone in regards to bike size, but she's really made a really good mould to that bike.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, it was interesting to hear her say that she thinks that the 500 and the power actually saved her in that little moment in prologue, so that was great to hear.
Our first two-stroke coming through.
Yes, definitely. That'd be a KDM 300.
Absolutely, and you see he really floated across those big stutters there. He just didn't want to be stuck in them and get booted.
And the 537 also making their way in as well. Keeping it nice and low there.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to keep that bike as level as we can.
Again, plenty of bikes over that iconic finish line jump now. These guys still having a really good crack here. Again, Levi Stevens will be on.
Beautiful. He's come across. Levi's come through at a corrected time of 2 hours 11. So even though he's come back so far, he's still in front of, say, Ollie, who came through at a corrected time of 2 hours 17. So
yes,
just
by a bit.
Yeah, just because they're coming through in this order doesn't mean they're going to start in this order tomorrow.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, 2:11 puts him right up the list too, doesn't it?
Absolutely, puts him right back up the top 11, I think. Yeah, it puts him right up there.
And we'll have him starting on corrected time, I believe. So that's awesome. So, mate, I'm sorry if I'm stitching you up with this statement. Do you know if Levi Stevens and Lee Stevens are family, friends? Just amazing that on that list, up both in the top 30 are two Stevens with the same last name. It almost seems
let's hope they're related. Yeah. Absolutely, let's hope they're related. It's
interestingly, Lee Stevens is in Class 6, and then Levi Stevens. It'd be an amazing story if that was like father and son or something.
There's definitely a lot of father and sons that are out there. I'm just kind of having a look now because we just had Ethan Keenest come through. Now, Ethan and his dad, Brandon Keenhouse, now they're father and son. Great to see Ethan come through. They run through the same so Ethan's coming through, and Brandon's come through, the dad. He came through at 2 hours 19. So thank you, Ant, for giving me the correct pronunciation of that. But yeah, with Ethan and Brandon through at some point, hopefully soon, it is exciting to see father and son, and there are a lot of those things. So massive shout out to those two and the Simford team, because Simford also are out here running fuel for so many other riders. These two riders, Brandon and Ethan, both run at Simford, but they have been providing fuel for so many more riders out there, and it's really these teams that are out there that we can't see helping these riders get through. It's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's massive. There's no question about that. And again, as we were sort of saying, like once you get on a team with team fuel stops, it really does make a huge difference. Again, not knocking the club stops in any way, but doing those 3 stops often is just a little bit difficult. I don't know, I remember when we were riding how many people we ran past when doing 2 stops versus 3. Yeah, it's just amazing. These guys provide that sort of service. There's a lot of teams out here, isn't there? Like, you know, friends, they're really just mates that all race together. And if you you know, give the right people the right amount of rub cans and that, often you can end up on one of these stops.
There we go. So we've just got, I think that's Ethan coming through now. So as we said before, you're right. The teams out there are absolutely awesome. It's not just STE, all those other great kind of KTM guided riders out there. We also have, once again, Simford Racing. They come through and help so many races. And that's not how we expected to go over that jump, I tell you what. But once again, it's great to see these riders get so much support all over the place. And it is, we've said before, when you get to these pit stops and you see a massive Simford sign, you go, I tell you what, I'm very grateful right now. I can have it. And you tell that Brad Harris is out there doing an amazing job refueling. You go, Brad, just slow down a bit, mate.
Just give me a couple of seconds,
Yeah,
mate.
don't worry about it. Oh, well, you dropped it on the floor, mate. Don't worry about it. But unfortunately, he's too efficient, Brad. So next time, mate, slow it down a bit for me, okay?
I love it. No, that's so good. And again, we're starting to get close to seeing Matty Healy coming in and Danny Foote, so that's going to be exciting.
Closer. Yep.
Yep. Jed Hicks is in there as well. Cody Stevens, we were talking about before. Luke Thompson there. Yep, it's going to be great. There's a lot of great riders out here.
I will say we just had Dean Haraway come through, Brock Parker come through on great time, but it is interesting. Dean Haraway came through first at 12:16. Right behind him was Brock Parker, who came through. He's come through at a 2:19. In front of him, Dean Haraway came through at a 12:21, sorry. But on corrective time, Brock will actually be in front of Dean, even though Dean crossed the line before him.
There you go. Gained some great views.
That dust really settled there, isn't it?
It does. It's actually amazing. And again, not a cloud in the sky. It doesn't look like there's any breeze either down there. We're talking about there's not a breeze at this track here where we are. So very interesting. But luckily, so it would have been murder if it was a dusty year. I can tell you that.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it'll be interesting to hear more from the top riders, hopefully get some more insight from them about how dusty it was. We keep talking, as we said before at the start of the race, David Walsh, he is dangerous in that first 40, 60, 80, and you'll hear me keep saying that because that is his home. He knows how to wheel faster, and that's where he caught everyone. So it'll be interesting to see if it really is that square edge and kind of moistened sections, how that is going to equate to the way home, because it is super dangerous. Liam had his crash there. Jack's blown a bike up. I'm not too sure what happened there, and I'll find out tonight. I'm going to find out tonight for you. But it is interesting to think, what's that going to be like on the way home? We know that he has that 2-minute head start. That 2-minute gap that I keep talking about is dangerous for Walshy. So once he gets out, he is now in 100% comfort. That is a dangerous place for Walshy to be.
It is, yeah, because he starts getting back to it's just another pre-run, another day on the job.
That's exactly it. That is why it's so dangerous. Once he has that 2 minutes locked and loaded, he is a very hard man to catch.
Yes. Because again, often in this desert racing scene, the more comfortable you are, the harder it is, the easier it is, that everything's relaxed. You haven't got that arm pump, all those things that are going on.
But you also have to remember, he managed to make a minute up just before the 80.
Impressive, hey?
Like, that's crazy to think about. Like, he started a minute behind Callum Norton, who is incredibly fast. It's Liam Walsh, incredibly fast riders. He managed to make up a whole minute, catch them, overtake it, and then put another 2 minutes on top of that.
Insane. Completely insane.
So that's...
In 60 kilometres in the roughest country.
The roughest. I really hope that we can get some footage of what that's, because when we came this week and saw it, I could not believe where whoops are forming, how deep some of the corner whoops are. We talk about whoops in the straights, but there are now whoops in corners. So you'll come into a corner, all of a sudden there's 3 lumps in a corner that you've got to go over, and it, like, I've been watching some of the guys jump the whole corner because it was easier than going around it, and that still blows my mind.
Yep. No, I totally agree. The first time I've ever seen whoops up on a berm, 3 metres in the air, and they are whoops. They're full-size whoops. I just never seen anything like it.
And to be able to take it at speed is another thing, because once you load and unload a bike, that is dangerous. That is when centrifugal force of the motor and the wheel and the drive of that motor can turn the whole bike. That's where we get that bike to step out. So trying to stay smooth through it is difficult, and that's why GDR, Choice Suspension, TuneTech works so hard to make sure that rear wheel, and they call it this, sucks to the ground. It's very, very weird concept, and once you get suspension done right, it is an awesome feeling to feel that wheel just get pushed straight down without the bike actually pushing back up. So what can happen is when you get into the air and then your rear tyre sucks to the ground, once that tyre hits the ground, that rebound can actually push the rear of the bike up, and that's where you can get that butt pop, shoots your bum to the moon. So that's why the suspension track shocks and things like that have come into play. That reduces the level of bike. These bikes skim across the top of those bumps and the bike stays level, and that's all down to the suspension that they're using and how that rebound and all that stuff works. I'm not a suspension wizard. I take my advice from Stealth at one point, but I tell you what, when you listen to these guys talk about it and then you actually start watching footage like that, it is incredible. And I think people really need to start watching the footage of it, not just, oh, that looks cool. It's like, oh, wow, look where that swing arm travels. Look where that front axle travels. It's all these little parts that make these bikes and riders so fast.
Yeah. And internally, they use different weighted oils, different shim stacks, different valves.
Absolutely. The spring rate in the front, even one spring rate can be so different on a bike.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, no, very interesting stuff, the way it all works. Hey, and again, everyone's got their own way to skin a cat. So,
secret way to skin a cat, too.
Secret,
I tell you what, I'm not even allowed to talk about some stuff, so we're just staying right out of it.
Absolutely.
But there's a lot of stuff that these suspension tuners use, which I think makes this sport so great. Because it's, as you said, there's so many ways to skin a cat, but not only that, there's so many ways that these boys then individually skin that cat as well.
Absolutely. No, absolutely interesting to think of all the modifications that go into. Hey, let's throw on down to Keziah down at the far end of things.
All right, I'm here with Lee and Levi Stevens. So, Lee, you're the dad. You've got both your boys racing in this and also your missus. So you're waiting here at this end for the other two to come back through. But how was your ride?
My ride was really good. I've done it a few times, so I sort of know how to get from one end to the other without issues. So I had a clean run, hit a few square edges and had a few moments, but other than that, consistent the whole way, and that's why I'm here.
And both you and your missus, you've done this 9-10 times. Do you bond over this? Like, is this,
It's just something to work towards for a few months of the year. Like, you put your entry in February or whatever, and then you start getting fit, set the bikes up, start riding with the family. Like, we just do it all together. Then we come out here a week or two before, a bit of practicing, and then just race down the back and plan to finish every year, which we have.
And you've come all the way from Newcastle as well, and you've got both your sons in it. So Cody is the eldest son, he's 19, he's done it quite a few times. I'll head over now to Levi, just 16 years old. This is your first time racing Fink. Tell us, what was it like?
It was pretty loose. First couple of, from like the start to probably the 80, I was just hanging it out, but then it got past me brother, he was just cruising, and then got to the fuel stop and I was like, where's Dad? And they said he's about a minute away, so I just kept pushing till I got him.
And you're currently sitting in 18th, which is pretty good for your first run down here to Fink. But your brother, he broke his collarbone just a little while ago?
Yeah, he did on Tuesday, I think, and then he flew to Brizzy and got it all fixed up, but yeah.
Shows the commitment of making it out here. How important is it to be able to race this all together as a family?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty hectic leading up to it, but bringing all the bikes out, like working on them, but lucky we got here people helping us, otherwise it'd be too hectic.
And your parents have had a pretty good run at setting up the campsite and everything like that. What's the plan now?
Go back. I don't know, can't have a beer. Not old enough, so probably just chill out, wash my face, I don't know.
Not old enough. You also can't have them out here.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, well, good job. Well done. I hope the other two get in very shortly. We hear Cody's taking it easy with that collarbone. But we will head back down to you guys and I'll gather a few more of these riders up here.
Yeah, that is awesome. Got Josh back in the commentary box now, mate. What a race it's been so far.
Yeah, no, definitely, mate. I walked away for a bit and the times came through for Fink and I could not believe it, That is absolutely amazing. Hats off to David Welsh, Callum Norton and Corey for the top 3 riders. Awesome job. And yeah, we're still welcoming the first of our bike competitors, the first of some of our other bike competitors over the line. And we still anxiously wait for the first of our 9 class competitors, our females, but they shouldn't be too much longer.
Yeah, we think it's the 922 of Maddie Healy having a great run there. But again, we are watching. It's a very close battle to Danny Foote there as well. So going to be keeping a good eye out for there. That would be the 999.
Yeah, I see Austin Shaw, the 493. He's a young Alice local. That's a very good ride from him to go as fast as he's gone. That's a 2 hour 26:24, so not bad at all for him. A lot of these riders seem a little bit cool, calm and collective as they come in. This rider not though, he just wants to get off it. Oh, see, as I say.
Yeah, that is the commentator's curse. Absolutely. But you're right. You know, now, not the time to throw it away.
No.
Just making it all the way to the end as quickly as possible, because obviously those split seconds do count with your run home. Want to make sure you're on the right grid position. But again, the run home historically has been much better. A lot of these guys probably didn't qualify in positions that they wanted to, and therefore they've come through the pack. It's always a hard day working through the pack. And it is crazy because we talked about that qualifying. Historically, desert races, not great qualifiers, although they've had to become great qualifiers for these events. It's if you're at the top of the food chain, the likes of David Walsh and whatnot. But for the average guy, a lot of these guys do end up, you know, they qualify 80, 90, and then they have to work their way back up to 40th or so. So, yeah, going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out and, you know, where it shuffles to. And then on my point there was that on the way home tomorrow, it's going to be much better for them to floating home in positions with riders that are basically the same speed as them. It's actually really interesting. On the way down, I swear there seemed like there was hundreds of motorbikes both ways. I passed bikes, I was getting passed by bikes, I saw bikes in trees, it was wild. But anyway, but then on the way home, almost settled into a pace, and you know, I reckon between some of those checkpoints, I never saw anyone. I wondered if I was racing on my own for a while there, other than spectators, because there's so many awesome spectators. But yes, it was very interesting. Once you settle into a groove at the correct pace, you almost see no one.
Wow, the 12.
Yeah, that's that story about Stevens. I think that was the conversation with the crook's shoulder.
Yeah.
So again, Cody very fast. I believe the statement was that they went to back to Newcastle or something like that to repair the shoulder. But amazing, you think about that. Like he's had essentially shoulder work done, and he's out here.
Yeah, he's done it. So not bad at all for him as he makes his way.
Yeah, no, completely amazing.
As the X55 makes their way to the line, which is Tate Prime on that one. So he makes his way towards the line, and yeah, just having a look at what's going on down here at the Alice end. They're just run some water into the track.
And again,
touching it up for tomorrow.
We are getting excited because Tate Prime, you said, and then Thomas Winter was through Mount Squires, and then we had none other than Maddie Healy. So as we look and see the dust at some point here, we're going to see the first of our Class 9 competitors. We've had our first 2-stroke through. We've had our first 254-stroke through, 450s. We've had a lot of our age, or our masters and our veterans and our sixes, and so they're really starting to flow through now. Again, some of these guys are still racing for positions in their classes. So I think that's going to be Take Prime on the X87 by the looks of that. A little bit, yeah, it looks like an A7, and this will be 922. So if you're cheering for the ladies at home, get on your feet, make some noise, because Maddie Healy is in the stadium area now, down at Apatula. What a ride from her.
Yeah, Maddie Healy makes her way in. The first does it in 2 hours, 30 minutes and 58 seconds, and is that the 999? No.
We're looking for the better beer bike, aren't we? Yeah. So just keeping an eye out.
Jet Hicks, that is, on the X50s come through. And then the 401 of Blake Pedersen. .297 of Eli Elbrecht making their way in. Yeah, so Danny shouldn't be too much longer now. There's maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 bikes between her and Maddie.
Yeah, brilliant.
That's really close.
Absolutely, especially when they started off the grid, and essentially, Danny was a couple of grid positions behind, so had a couple of minutes there. So yes, this has turned into a great race.
Definitely competition still out there, I can tell you that. Still some of the top 5s to be determined in each class. So
now Reese Cole's also coming up in that class 3. That's that 252-stroke class. So that's going to be interesting to see. The small bore 2-strokes.
Yeah, definitely will be.
So at the moment, that would be for second in class, wouldn't it? Because currently we only have, oh no, that's the 115. So
yeah,
the only 2-stroke in class 1 so far. Class 3?
No
bikes through. So actually, when we say that, so if the 398 comes in of Reese Cole, he could potentially be the first of our class 3s as well.
Yeah. So still, yeah, we've still got some class honours for the day, ladies and gents. That's up for grabs. It's always good to be up in that pointy end of your class as we continue to have these vehicles, these bikes come through. You can see the dust there. Well, it sounds like it. No, that's the 747. See how they go.
So that's never a great sign there.
That's Devon Brown.
747 through now. So Devon Brown. Oh, and I saw some great things. Let's throw down for our first female finisher.
All right, the first of the girls to make it across the line, Maddie Healy, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I actually feel really good. I had a few close moments out there, but yeah, made it home safely, so it's what I wanted to do.
And we're hearing Danny's probably about 7 bikes behind you. Is there a bit of competition there? Are you glad you got in first?
Well, to be honest, I'm just stoked to be in front of her, at the moment, to see where she comes in. But yeah, Danny's an awesome rider, and she's done this many years, so yeah, just to be, close to her is a great start for my first thing.
And in terms of the track, how did you sort of take the track?
Yeah, well, with my pre-running, I didn't actually get a whole 2 think, so some of the sections were a bit new to me. But yeah, it's probably suited to me a bit because it is a bit rougher, but yeah, I enjoyed it.
A few of the boys were complaining about the conditions, saying this is probably the worst time they've ever ridden it, and we're talking about Walshy and stuff who's ridden this many times. you just said it played to your conditions, but is it tougher than what probably you're used to riding?
Nah, well, with Hatter and stuff like that, like it's all fairly rough. So it's just more like the lime or the stone that comes up, and you just like it catches you when you're not expecting it. That's probably the like where I struggle a little bit. But yeah, the deep stuff, like I'm pretty good through that stuff.
And starting off tomorrow, are you out in front? Are you hoping to bring this one home?
Oh, look, whatever happens, happens. Like, I'm most happy to finish it. That's my main goal. And if I come out in front, that'll be, the best outcome you can possibly get. But, wherever I come, I'm happy with.
Awesome. Well, great job. Rest up tonight. I'm sure you've got a campsite set up ready for this. We'll throw back to you for now, but we've got a couple more girls coming through as well.
Yeah, no, we definitely do. Great to have a chat with our first female competitor in there. I'm guessing that with the sound of that, that's got to be the 398. But I may be wrong again. I'm not the best inclined bike rider or listener, so I do apologise if I get it wrong. But there's the 999 of Danny Foot making her way towards the finish line. That's a great result for Danny Foot. Not too far off Maddie at all. She's going to be happy. Luke Nixon came across the line. That was the 165. So I was wrong on that class 3. That was, Luke Nixon on his 251 and above two-stroke.
The big ball, the 165.
But yeah, they're coming in thick and fast.
Sounds like another two-stroke as well. So
there you go. Danny Foot comes through in a time of 2 hours 34:33, so she'll be happy with that. Bailey Wallace on the 288 at 2 hour 32.
I tell you what,
there you go. There's Reese, first in class.
We didn't do too bad though. So we're through back down to the far end at Finke.
Well, I've caught Cody Stevens. His brother and his dad made it through just before, but Cody, you had your collarbone broken on Tuesday.
Yeah, broke my collarbone, a few ribs and punctured a lung, but we're back out here trying to get down and back.
And talk us through that, because you had to go to Brisbane, get it plated to even be able to compete. That was just Tuesday.
Yeah, so Tuesday crashed obviously and flew to Brisbane on Wednesday morning, and then I was in surgery by like 4 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, and then flew back here on Thursday.
So tell us, how is your body feeling now that you've just done that huge run from Alice?
Oh, everything feels good except the collarbone. It's hurting.
I'm sure it's pretty sore. In terms of the bike and everything, you're pretty happy with it? Happy to make it back to Alice tomorrow?
Yeah, just want to get back there tomorrow. If I can get back there, that'll be a win in itself.
Absolutely, and to have completed that entire feat of, surgery, flying to Brisbane, all in a matter of a couple of days just to race the Finke Desert Race. We'll be back shortly with a couple more interviews for you.
Yeah, absolutely amazing story there. How on earth do you go to Brisbane for surgery, end up back out here and still ride? Gee, pretty competitively considering that you got a clipped wing. Very impressive.
Oh, crazy, man. And yeah, I know he's in the top 30, but yeah, that's the commitment some people really love to show. And sometimes it is just about getting there and back, Dan. It really is. So yeah, that's one of our top 30s. He's hurt himself, put himself out of the running to get one of them real good high positions, and he just wants that survivor's bike with yeah, carrying some big injuries. But hats off to him. He's done a great job as Cody. Cannot flaunt him enough for that, because that is a big effort and a big ride. 230 odd K down to Finke in some of the roughest conditions Finke's seen. Yeah, hats off to you, man. As we continue to watch the dust rise in the background down at Finke, it's great to see all our spectators plopped around the place, obeying all the rules, watching from an awesome distance.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That is a great point. Normally you do see people ride on the track, or in previous years, I want to say, but it's great that everyone is following the rules. We do genuinely appreciate, because as you keep saying, don't be the reason.
Yeah.
No one wants that. We want to do 50 more years out here.
No, exactly, and this one looks very interesting. It looks like the next of our Class 7 seniors is going to make it across the line. That's the 731 Mark Blake. Puts himself 4th in class. And what a ride from him. 2 hours 36 for a bloke over 45 is definitely nothing to, yeah.
No, super impressive. You're absolutely right. Brilliant for that. And, you know, still to be up in those top positions.
Yeah.
Yep. Right there, crack it on the edge of it. Only a couple of minutes there, and especially starting out of, you know, down the pack and in that grid position. Now he's going to set himself up for a good ride home.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like that was Ryan Woolhutter across the line in 2 hours 36.15. So, not bad at all. So we've got top 5 in the Masters, top 4 in Class 7. We had our first veteran, so over 55s, Warren Strange. What an absolute ride that was from him. 2 hours, 21 minutes and 16 seconds with an average speed of 93k an hour.
Super impressive to do that over that terrain consistently. Absolutely amazing.
Next one of our competitors, that is the 244.
I think it's a 244. Oh, did a little flick. I don't know, and it was self-inflicted there, I think. He was being a little bit sneaky or showing off over the jump. Or just stretching something out. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, rear end of that bike was getting a little bit dicey in that final section.
Yeah.
But we'll see how he goes across the line. But it looks like we're going to go back down to Fink and chat with some of our competitors.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get back down there, Josh, in a second. Unfortunately, just a little bit of audio issue there. But no big drama. We'll catch up with Danny Foote very shortly, I would say.
Yeah.
But again, we're starting to punch some bikes through here, some riders through, some different classes through. Again, Reese Cole through on that 252 stroke.
We'll get one through there as well. Chris Adams, Mark Blake, Ryan Woolhutter, 244 of Jacob Sortel. The Alice local, got to see him before he jumped on the bike, so great to see he's made it down there in a respectable time. And then Greg Jackson as well, Edward Hampton, or Eddie Hampton as he's known here locally. He's just made it in the X66. There he is on screen. Great to see Eddie in. Hopefully cousin Dylan can get through. That would be amazing. And yeah, we shouldn't be too far away from seeing the current reigning queen of the desert, Taylor Maurice, unofficially. She should be not too far away on her bike into Fink. And then we'll be able to give you your top 3 for Class 9. But it's awesome to see a heap of competitors making it into Fink. Got around about 70 bikes into Fink now. But I think it's sort of going to be the same as the cars this year. The attrition rate is going to be pretty high. Just to make it down to Fink will be worth it. In the end, the 551 making their way into Fink. He's had a solid ride from Mount Squires into Fink. Looks like he caught a couple of competitors. Yeah, looks like it. There's a couple of them now. Continue to watch these bikes. That's a 453. That's Tyler Cogan. Or Coley. Again, I do apologise for the butchering. The 497. Daniel Briggs. Making his way into Fink. Oh, nearly lost the rear end there, but somehow got it under control. So 2 hours 35 for both of them. We've got our Class 7 competitors making their way in. You can hear a two-stroke in the back. Making its way through. Awesome to hear. Oh, Quacker, that's why. Kawasaki.
Yeah, 650 throughout. 35 class. They are indeed masters.
Looks like Kane Macquarie on the 650 bike making his way in.
Yeah, thanks, man. Sometimes I just miss the call.
Yeah, that's amazing. Nathan Brochup should be coming through anytime soon as well. Again, plenty coming through now, Josh. Not really a break, although, looking at it, all of these guys have had a pretty good dust-free run, really. The 470, one of the little 252 Oh no, that might be a 450, isn't it? Because there's Class 5, the 252 strokes.
I believe. We just coming across the line, that 470, which is Brandon Rose. Does it in time of 2 hours 34 minutes. Sam Smith does it in 2 hours 40. 424 and 425.
I was on the right track, mate. Class 4 is the 252 4 strokes, and Class 5 is the up to 450cc. So that's why it sounded like a really cranky bee. She was revving, getting that valves flowing.
Yeah, Andy Brack made his way across the line on the 425, 2 hours 41 minutes and 8 seconds. As a little flyby happens. Love the noise of these bikes coming through. On the cameras, it's great to hear. Telling her to come on home. A little air push. Towards the line, that's Ashley Stokes, so last year's one of them bindies the competitors talking about, and yeah, nice wave to everyone. Hey mate, I made it. Awesome, that would be Nathan Brochup, I do believe, 2 hours 41 minutes 57 seconds. And as well as Ashley Stokes and Fraser Delabosca made it across the line. The 939, I do believe. Dale Maurice making her way to the line on that Honda. Just wait to see once they actually cross the line. Adam Dutton over the line, 2 hours 38:33. Zach Meyer, 234. 2 hours 44:50. 7:34. Yeah, a couple of names out of whack at the moment, so I do apologise. I must have read a number wrong there, so I'll continue to try to keep you updated. It's just there's so much going on up in the com box as well. The screens, we've got Class 1 results, so yeah, just trying to wrap our heads around it all and bring it all to you. Zach Myers is through on the 234, Ben Stevens through on the 290, 2 hours 44, 2 hours 38. Darcy Stevens now through, Jaden Watkins now through. Stevens as well. So Darcy and Ben may or may not be brothers. It'd be awesome if they are. Oh, massive moment there in the river section, and that might have been the bike I was thinking it was. It was Taylor Marie, so she's very lucky to hold on through that final section. 2 hours 42 and 4, so that rounds out your top 3 in the female class. Maddie Healy, Danny Foote, and Taylor Maurice. So 2 hours 30.58 for Maddie, 2 hours 34.33 for Danny, and for Taylor 2 hours 42.04. So some good times for them. As Dion makes his way over the line, the 5.52. As the 4.98 makes their way. That's Jet Bread. Looks like another one of those Grabos bike experience bikes. So awesomely tuned out machine. You probably wouldn't want to be on anything better set up this weekend than one of them things, especially if you haven't ridden feet before. With how physical we're hearing the track is this year. So recap for all our people, if you've only just joined us here today, I hope you've had a lovely day so far. But your top 10 so far, provisionally by the way, ladies and gentlemen. In first place, you've got David Walsh. In second place, you've got Callum Norton. In third place, you've got Corey McMahon. In fourth place, Corey Hammond, an absolutely stonking ride from him. Fifth place, Luke Hayes. Sixth place, Ben Graham. Seventh place, Brody Waters. Eighth place, Jay Simpson. Ninth place, Ken Collins. And in 10th, Campbell Hall round out your top 10. As the next group of bikes made their way across the line, looked like that was Josh Gillies, Andrew Parkinson, Emma Haylock, another one of our female riders. She's come through and done it in 2 hours 43. So that's a good time for her. Lachlan Morton is through, Callan Whitelaw is through. As I mentioned before, Mr. Piggott and Billy Walsh.
Big mono there across the line too. Yeah, so many people, so much information going on. Great effort. And again, we are glancing, I will use the word, we're not reading, but glancing at the live chat. So Debbie Drew, big shout out to John Downey and Josh Granger, Ain Downey. So big shout out there. It's very cool to see all these people having to read. There's plenty of conversation going on in the Tatts Finke Desert Race line feed. Fair bit of chat. Yeah, again, amazing that Cody has ridden with that crook shoulder. Absolutely amazing. The brother and dad having a good crack there. 16-year-old and running in the top 20. Absolutely amazing. So Lee and Levi, father and son. And Cody in there as well, so absolutely amazing. Lee and Thomas shouting out Corey Hammond, so good. He is indeed a legend.
Yeah, definitely. As we have some more bike competitors make their way around. And that was Arthur Rodford, John Harkness, Kyle Johnson, Kyle Conaway, Geordie McGrath, Ryan Conroy, Daniel Allen, and Rise have leaked. All making across the So very interesting to say the least, but it really has opened up tomorrow's running once again for the ride home back to Alice.
Yeah, absolutely
going to be
amazing.
Very interesting indeed. Just looking at a roundabout. So yeah, over. We've got our top 100 bikes in now. And just a reminder on our confirmed DNFs, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, confirmed DNFs. Liam Walsh, Jack Mentha, Jason Bridges, Dylan Gowie, Jesse Ryan, Jet Hansen, Alan Portman, Katrina Fry, and Jesse Bannister. Unfortunately, all DNFs this year for the Tatts Finke Desert Race. A couple of Alice locals in there as well, so that's unfortunate. So it looks like Scott Risk and Alan Henderson make their way across the line.
Again, a few more cheers. The 779. Lauren Latta yelling out on the live feed. He says, Cohen Kane Roberts, up the old blokes from Bucker.
Hey.
So a bit of cheering going on there. So Lauren, great to have you on board. And again, Danielle Hefferon, massive shout out to the Whiskey Throttle Race and James Simster and Matty Gray. Wish I was there. Don't we all wish?
Yeah, who doesn't love a good old whiskey throttle, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. So, very cool. So, again, love having you all along right to the very end. You guys are the hardcore fans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
here till the end, watching Finke. I'd imagine Josh Curran's here listening. He loves this sort of stuff. He'd be set up.
Yeah, no, definitely. I know I've still got a couple of mates tuned in from around the traps, so massive shout out to them this weekend. I hope you're enjoying your weekend, watching from home.
Get another one of our Class 6 riders in there. I think that's the 87 or 83.
Yeah, I think my eyes are starting to play silly bugger on me. It's getting to that time of the day.
Might be 687, I think. Michael Kirkness would be the correct sort of position that he came through Mount Squires. So a good ride there, and again, pretty darn impressive ride there. Great run. And again, what a feeling to take that Northern Territory flag down the far end.
Yeah.
You're definitely starting to feel a lot better. Actually, I take it all back. There's no way Josh Curran's still listening. He's probably sipping warm milk somewhere or, being a big softy.
Oh, warm milk and Milo, eh?
At the best. That guy drinks out of a teacup, I'm telling you.
Oh, you'll love to hear it out here in the commentary box.
Another one of our two-strokers coming through. Big Class 1, so that'll be our 300. So nice ride there. And we were talking no CR 500s this year at all. That's got to be the end of an era there. Don't get me wrong, they'll return. They'll definitely return, especially with those new aluminium frames, CRs. That's always a popular option. But, gee, it has been a long, long time since the CR 500 hasn't at least lined up and taken start.
Yep. Yeah, no, definitely. As the next one of our Class 1s makes it across the line, I believe that was Elliot Webb. And he's going to be happy with that. 2 hours 36 slots him in third in class, provisionally down at Finke. So not bad at all. That was what we were talking about earlier. You can start down the pack and have a good ride and make up some positions throughout the day, so you can be a little bit better matched on day 2.
Absolutely.
The X32 making their way now. That's Benjamin Jump there. Got that light on the front, just in case.
So guys, just again, another couple of shout outs. We are now that it's settled down a little bit, I'm able to see the live feed a little bit more, and we can say so. Big shout out, Georgia Hanrahan, still on the way, 997, so bring home. And then also, if you hadn't caught it yet, Liam Walsh, unfortunately, did have a crash. And we've seen he's definitely up, moving, looks good in, no doubt. I don't want to use the word good spirits. I can't imagine it's the way he wanted his weekend to end. But it does look like he's got a clipped wing or a clipped wrist. some sort. Hopefully we see him back on a bike sooner rather than later. He's got to go up there to the North Queensland area to bowl and defend his Don River Dash title. He's a two-time king up there, so I'm sure he's very keen to see it as 3. But yeah, just so you know, unfortunately Liam did have an issue with his wrist. Got back up, got on the bike, and I believe he stopped. I'm pretty confident he stopped at the checkpoint to get looked at and fixed up. So big shout out there.
Couple more bikes across the line as well. It looks like we've got, we had Benjamin Dixon, Graham King, Rise Brown, Luke Cousins, Todd Quick and Jackson Gould all on the bike and through into Fink. Great accomplishment for them.
Now, another little note there, Josh, if you're looking for a leaderboard and some race information, it is all on the Tatts Finke website. So if you go to the Tatts Finke Desert Race, there is live results there, and you'll have the same information that we have. So if you're chasing your rider and we haven't called out one, apologise immensely. We are trying to call as many as we humanly can through here, as another one of the 302 strokes come through, the big class ones. But again, there is your availability to see the checkpoint times. You've got to click through some links there, but basically if you go to bikes and bike results and then click through the drop boxes there, you will end up in a position where you've got all the live timing just like us. And again, a couple of shout outs. Christopher Long on the 820, big shout out, and a shout to Levi 347. Big two-stroker from the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, the 163 Jutta Benny through there, and I actually got a message before. I know we're in the motorbike section of our racing, but got a message before saying that SVG, the Australian slash New Zealander, got it done over in Sonoma in NASCAR, so massive congratulations to him. He's gone back to back over there in the Xfinity Series, but we're back onto the bikes. That's what we are worried about right now. But I can tell you right here, what a weekend it's been for motorsports here in Australia. There's been a little bit of everything on from what I can work out. There's drag racing, there's, heaps and heaps of stuff. Rally, and of course, the one race that everyone's watching, the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, mate, it's amazing what Australia's doing in sport at the moment for a little island in the middle of the Pacific. We're having a good crack at the moment because you also mentioned about SVG going back to back, which is absolutely awesome. Also, Paul Wheel and Toby Price at the Baja 500, the first Australian ever to win in Mexico. So that's pretty in that off-road racing. So pretty awesome. And again, we've got so many great things going on at the moment with this racing. So yeah, pretty cool. And obviously we're talking about the motocross, you know. We've got the Lawrence brothers at the moment. They're doing amazing things. So pretty darn cool to see the talent going global at the moment.
Yeah, definitely is. And yeah, you got Sexton as well out there racing around in the States. And like this year, we're missing Jack Simpson. He's back over in the States. He normally does ride, but it's been 2 years now that he hasn't come out, and I think that's just due to because he is racing over in the States. He doesn't have that time to do that long pre-run and have as much time on the bike as he usually does. But I remember that one year that he came off big time and had a big crash. And yeah, he's got all the sponsors over there that are helping him out. So why not stay over there and do what he's doing? He's been really good in positions over there and in championships. So yeah, we do miss Jack, but it's great to see some new names up in the top.
Absolutely, it is. Hey, you also shouting out Dean Haraway from George there online, and also Nikita saying 257 Colby Hereford. And David Walsh came in first, mate. So that's for Enos. David Walsh, the reigning, the leading, the king. There's a reason they call him multi-time. I don't know if they call him multi-time, but we're going to start it here this weekend.
Yeah, might have to start calling him 4-trophy Walshy.
Well, this could be the fifth. The fifth, and it's going to be 5 in a row. But again, maybe we shouldn't talk about that yet. No, we do not want to put that curse on him.
No. So we've got Gabriel Walker through now, Matt Easton as well, Samuel Laughlin, Michael Kirkness, Jason Williams, as well as Mark McDonald, all across the line down at Finke. So they're coming through at a steady pace, just making their way in.
You're absolutely right. They're now working their way through.
I think that's one of our female competitors there, another one of our Class 9s. So we'll see, that might be Amy Butler actually, the 998. That'd be good to see. It is. Congratulations, she gets it done in 2 hours 49. I think that's still good enough for her in the top 5 positions down there in Class 9. Yep, it is. So top 5 for your women at the moment, all into Fink, Maddie Healy, Danny Foote, Taylor Maurice, Emma Haylock and Amy Butler. Unfortunately for the 994 of Katrina Fry, she's a DNF. Hamish McGrath over the line as well. Some more competitors making their way in. Wow, that last little river section is quite bad now.
Yeah, getting very rough, very rutted. Some of these guys are definitely looking for a cold bottle of water. They've come. It's been a long day on the saddle. Hands are blistered up. They've struggled through not just one lot of arm pump. They probably had 9 sets of arm pump coming down here.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is no joke. I'm being serious.
No.
If you're a good trail rider, the Fink will beat you up.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, like if you're sitting at home going, I'd ride better, it would be very interesting to see. Put your money where your mouth is and come see how the Fink goes for you. Because I'm telling you, a lot of these guys, they're probably the best riders locally around their place. They're, you know, pretty good club riders. They've done some harder enduros, and then all of a sudden the Fink's out here, and it's like nothing you've ever done. The training is different, the riding's different, the bike's different. So again, I implore you, come out, have a ride, check it out.
Definitely.
Put your noms in. 50% first timers. That's a stat that shows just what the Fink's about. A lot of guys, they've got that bucket list item as the 773.
Yeah, making his way towards the finish as we had Warren Zerner and Riley DeBox across the line, the 898 and the 581. As this rider makes their way through the riverbed section there and onto the flying straight finish down at Fink. He'll be happy to get off that bike and get some cold water into his system, maybe even jump in the ice bath after that, because man oh man, I can tell you, if I get arm pump in the first half an hour of riding a bike, I cannot imagine what these guys have done for 2 hours and 40 to 2 hours and 50 on something that grueling. Making their way across. It looks like a majority of our riders, from what we can see here, are through to Mount Squires as we just scroll through our
But just so you know,
list.
there's still a heap out there as well, isn't there? You know, we're scrolling through the list and there's plenty of riders still coming. So having a look through. So Georgia Hanrahan still on their way. Catherine Scoble, I see, is out there having a good ride too. So still plenty going on. Amy Miller. But there's plenty of riding. Wow, that's a lot of bikes still between Mount Squires and Fink. I scrolled for a long time there is what I'm telling you at home. So still a lot of riders still coming. Wouldn't be too concerned at this point. Everyone's still making their way along the track. Again, the sweeps will be coming through.
Alistair Riddock, Leon Campagioni, I'll try that one again. Levi Van Puis, all through the finish line down at Fink. So they've got their halfway done. Get some tucker into them overnight, get a good night's sleep, do it all again tomorrow.
Now, I'm assuming we won't have seen him yet, but I'm interested whether that older KTM made it all the way down. Listen, they're old faithfuls. I don't know why it wouldn't make it. It's probably got about 80,000 Ks on it now with only 2 oil changes, so why would we be worried about it now? This is just another day.
710 of Ian Downey across the line. Well, I think if a 2AZ Toyota motor can run off like 2.5 litres of oil over 6 months, I think one of these motorbikes would be able to do too.
That's right, it'll love it.
Yeah, I learnt that the hard lesson. 778 making their way across the line. Oh, sorry, 779, I do apologise. So yeah, Ian Downey on the 710, Kane Roberts, 779 across. So yeah, competitors continuing to make their way through, just steadily at their own pace. We're at the point of the field where, yeah, these competitors are trying to get there and back, not hurt themselves, and just let the family know that they've made it down to Finke. The 598 now makes their way in. That's Stephen Morfitt. Does it in time of 2 hours 42, 34. And 3-4. Another one of those, from what I can see, gas bikes from Grabo. I think they've got pretty much like 90% finish rate on those bikes. From what I heard last year, a majority of those bikes finished.
That's super impressive, isn't it? Shows you about going with the right team, with someone that knows what they're doing, the right coaching.
Yeah,
even if you've only got a couple of days of coaching, it's amazing what you can take in. Open your mind and be like a sponge. Absorb everything that Ben Grabham has to say.
Luke Smith, Bailey Clare through now as well. 634, 235 into Finke.
A few shuffles through the order, isn't it? This is Daniel Dietrich, and you know, he's had a good run from Mount Squires to Finke, moved himself well up that list. He's picked off about 6 or 7 bikes on the way home.
Yeah,
ran a 2:47 too, so you know, he'll be in front of a number of bikes that have already finished here when he gets home. So again, all the times that we're seeing, they're going to get on corrected time, so probably later tonight on the Finke website it'll have start time. So if you're looking you know, for one of your riders and where they're going to start off the grid, make sure you check back on the website, you know, after dark tonight, and they will have shuffled and sorted out grid starting positions for all of these guys. So, and again, we love having you guys along.
Continuing with these bike competitors making their way through. Daniel Dietrich is still on the 703, as well as Liam Jacobs. Great to see another one of our 8 class competitors. Definitely a great ride for our over 55s.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, now another note, just remember that this is the bike section of the competition. If you're chasing any car results or bike results from earlier on, make sure you jump on and have a look at the Tatts Finke website. They do have a great page there with plenty of information, how to enter the race in future times and all that sort of stuff. And they do have all the results from day one. So again, the likes of, I see there's a shout out there for how Carl and Aaron Havey went and their results. I think both of them had issues, unfortunately. Carl actually had a blown head gasket. It was almost all the way down. But again, all that information is on the website, and you'll be able to see their times and where they're sitting in the vehicles at the moment. It is Bo Robinson at the top of the 30K with Billy Geddes in Brent Comiskey's car, and then Brent Smoothie. So David Walsh, the navigator in that. And David Walsh is the fastest bike home. So again, this is the bike section. They don't run the cars and bikes on the same track at the same time. This isn't Mexico. We don't race like that. So again, the cars were all swept and cleaned off the track before David Walsh was on his way down. So we are at the bike section at the moment.
Through now as well, Christopher Hood on the 612, Samuel Carroll on the X54, and Nathan Scott on the 501. So great to see all these competitors making their way through. And as we said just a little bit earlier, we still have a heap more of bikes to come. There is a heap, yeah, there's probably hundreds through Mount Squires and between Finke at the moment. So stick around if we haven't read out your rider's name yet. But make sure also to jump on the finkdesertrace.com.au website and you'll find all the info you need if you're looking for someone in particular, and they've got the search ingenuity to do that. So if you go into the results and you want to look for a certain name, you just look it up, or a number, you can look it up. But we're going to go back down to the Fink end for another interview with
Alright, I'm here with Warren and Jason and Alistair. Warren and Jason, you've done this before. How was today?
Too rough for me. Way too many whoops today. It was just rougher.
I actually enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it today. That was good. So, yeah, good run on the way back, hopefully.
And we have Alistair here. It's his first time. You haven't done Fink before, so thrown in there with what I'm hearing is one of the worst tracks it's ever been.
Yeah, well, I don't know any different. Like, it was painful. About 50 k's to go, I was over it, but like I knew I was going to make it. So yeah, it was good fun, but I was over it.
And what made you join the boys? Because you've all come out together and you've got a bit of a campsite situation going on. So what made you join the crew?
We just happened to find each other. Oh, well, I actually went to school with Jason like years ago. We haven't seen each other since. And yeah, I bumped into Bill just training one day, and then Jason and Bill knew each other, so it just worked out perfect. Just meant to be.
Brilliant. I love this. This is how we all make Fink work. So what's the plan tonight? What's the campsite setup?
Sleep.
Lay down,
Lay down and sleep.
So we've got somebody organised down there, probably a couple of k's down. We'll have something to eat tonight, rest up and make it halfway, go back again tomorrow.
Made it halfway, got to get back there tomorrow. That is the mission. How many times? So 2?
9.
Oh, you're 9,
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is 3.
3.
And 1. Oh, half, sorry.
Perfect. And you said you've done it twice before. Caught me out there. Well, guys, rest up tonight. Good luck. We'll see you here tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. See ya.
Great to hear down from the Fink end. And I'd just like to give a quick shout out to my older sister and her family driving back from Streaky Bay. Because of Starlink, they're watching Fink in the car on the way home. So
it's awesome. Yeah,
that is awesome. I'll give a shout out to my nephews who will be in there, Bo and Tucker. Shout out from Uncle Josh. But we still have a heap of bikes to come through. It's awesome, isn't it? We're seeing all these names come through. So since we went to that one, we had Nathan Scott through, Josh Olive through, Jake Olive. So maybe brothers there or father and son. Tate Nettle through, Ryan Brown, Anthony Blakely, Lincoln VR, Lindsay Cox, Joshua Griggs through there, Jay Smith Lee, Doug Hayden, Scott Croshish, and Liam Faulkner all through to the finish. And Jeremy joins me up in the box again, and man, what a day it's been for bikes.
It has been, and I was just kind of stepped away for a bit just to try and get a bit of a lay of the land, see what has been said out there, and it is crazy. I was speaking to one of the legends of the sport, Sam Davies, just before, and he kind of was telling me how impressive it was for David Walsh to be really getting up there. Him and Jacob Smith, both Sammy and Jacob Smith, have battled David at this race multiple times and had seen first-hand experience what David can do in that first 40, 60, 80 that I keep talking about. So it has been an incredible race, and for David to take it out and once again get that 2-minute break that we've all kept talking about this weekend, he will be very, very confident leading in tomorrow. So big shout out to Sammy, because I know he's just found out he's having a little one, and he has now completely retired from desert racing. Hopefully we can get him back, because Sam Davies is an absolute legend on the bike, and same as Jacob Smith. They really flew the flag for Husqvarna here for a while and managed to get it on the box a couple of times. So it'd be great to see those old dogs back, because as we've seen before, Grabbo's running as well, and he's really at the pointy end, and hopefully maybe tomorrow something will change and he goes, you know what, I'm going to get 2 gases on the podium, because that would be amazing for a gas of 500 to be here on the podium. It's great, but if we get 2 of those things, holy moly, what a way to start the year for Fink.
Yep, no, it would be awesome, and I think Gas would be extremely proud of themselves for doing that with that new bike, and it's just awesome to see how far they've come. Like, I remember a couple of years ago when they first brought the Gas out to Fink, and it was interesting because It was there. It was a bit competitive, but it wasn't as competitive as it is now.
Look, gas have always been around, and it's been interesting from the hard enduro scene or even just the enduro scene. The two-strokes haven't always had the best reputation. They've always had starter motor issues. Same as like the KTM, they had massive starter motor issues, but the gases were renowned for it. And then obviously Husqvarna has always kind of been the staple. They've always had a good solid base, whereas KTM have been a bit turbulent as well. So for gas to get purchased out by them to come on board, and then obviously to create a 500. Now, the rumour is that the 500 was built for Fink and the gas range. Now, that's a rumour you hear for both Sherco and Gasser, because there was no real plans for those guys to make and to create a bike like that. So can't confirm or deny. Once again, these are just the rumours that we get told. But when they've come out with that 500, I know Corey was probably the most excited. And last year when we heard rumours and went to the launch to see it, it was absolutely unbelievable that they came on board. And then when we got to ride one, it is a crazy bike. We said yesterday that this bike came out with the same number out of the box, same horsepower number as David Walsh's winning Fink bike last year.
Wow.
So that's just the level. Now, if we go and even start talking about how much time Grabbo's put on, he's put about 150 hours on one of his 500s.
Wow.
That's a lot of hours on a bike. We could talk about K's in the car, but we talk about hours on a bike. 150 hours is a lot, you know, considering he just only took 2 hours to do a Fink. So imagine that for 150, he's done that. That development on a bike has really shown what he loves about it. And if you start looking at his bike, he's still running stock suspension, stock ECU, stock ignition. All these things usually get changed, especially if you look at the other bikes from the previous years. They do start doing, like Rex from Fuel Talk does amazing things with ECUs and starts tuning and playing with. But Grabbo was like, not today, buddy. We're going to keep it the way it is. He has put an exhaust on it, which is very Grabbo. He loves to play with those kind of things. But these 500s out of the box, same as the Husky and the KTM, but these gases out of the box have been absolutely amazing. And the ones that we've been very fortunate to ride in different forms, you can't really tell the difference unless you're at that level. So I think what's happened now is these 500s have come out. Any man and his dog can get onto it, have a run, and feel confident, which has also shown with the girls stepping up on a 500 as well. They're still as confident. Usually the 500, back in the day, as we were talking before, the 525, the 520, the 530s, they were pigs. They were these big, horrible bikes. They were heavy, they were lumpy, they were torquey, they were unpredictable sometimes as well, whereas these 500s, they're smooth, they're reliable, the torque curve is beautiful, and with the amount of tunes you can have on it, it's kind of just the best all-round bike to use here at the desert or even in the single track if you can do it.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with all the R&D that goes on with these great bikes and with these riders as well, like you can get these experienced riders. There's so many out here in this country. So it's great to see these manufacturers doing what they are doing. And like, as you said, the rumours around the 500s and stuff like that, it's very interesting to hear because, yeah, like some of these manufacturers really won't do it. Well, I had a conversation with my older brother last night about how certain bike manufacturers were coming up through and stuff like that, and he said really even the Hondas, like unless Honda make a 500, I don't think they're going to be able to compete. But will Honda do something like that? And I don't think they would.
No,
so,
yeah, I mean, you have to remember that Honda also, the sole focus of where their bike sales are is in Australia.
Yeah.
And also their enduro scene is very small. I mean, they do have a great scene over in Europe. The European GP is very Honda dominated, but KTM and that don't race sometimes in those GPs. So look, Honda does have the opportunity here in Australia, but they don't have it anywhere else. You know? So even their Dakar bikes are only a 450.
Yeah, okay, wow.
Because that's what the limit of the class is. So to bring a 500 with Honda, I just don't see it. Same as maybe Suzuki, maybe the same as the Kawasaki. I know, as I keep saying, Empire Motorcycles have got a great team with Kawasaki, and they're able to make those bikes amazing, and people really should see them. But to have that market here in Australia, it's just not big enough for these manufacturers to see it. KTM will always see it, Husqvarna and Gas now. Sherco have come on board and they've got a 500, which is great. I mean, they haven't had the best run out here, but as we've just seen, Costin's got it all the way through, so they can be done. It's just hard, you know, and these manufacturers are only going to go and make bikes for the market, and that's it. And I mean, the same thing, Kawasaki, Suzuki, Honda, they are motocrossers. I mean, you look at Supercross, you look at motocross, that's where their sales are, and it's just not elsewhere.
Yeah, no, that's their bread and butter, and they'll stick to it, why fix something that's already working?
And Honda's having a great run as well in the desert in America. You've got like the Baja series and things like that, they're Honda 450s and they run them, and the 500s. And Baja is very much a motocross race on steroids. You know, it's a crazy, crazy race. And for you guys in the cars, as we keep talking about, I couldn't imagine how rough it is, but then you go put a 450 with a massive oversized tanks, all the lights, all your spares, it becomes a different race. And for guys to go over there and race it on a Honda, it's kind of suited for that terrain. A 500 is great out there, but you don't actually get to use the full power of a 500, whereas the 450 motocross, it's got the better gearbox ratio, it's got the better power curve in it to make it more torquey. So there's things like that, and that's why I just don't think Honda will bring out a 500. But I tell you what, all this naysaying on the 450, I'm really hoping that they do, because it'll be an absolute magical bike.
Yeah, I'm hoping a couple of either CEOs or reps for these companies are watching this and are going, these two blokes in the commentary box at Fink have no idea what they're talking about.
Absolutely. We say that about Gas too. We're like, Gas will never bring a 500, and then next minute here they are with a 500, and Corey McMahon and Grabo are putting it up there.
Exactly.
So it could happen.
No, it is great. So we've got a plethora of competitors through down at Fink. Lindsay Cock, Joshua Griggs, Jay Smith-Lee, Doug Hayden, Scott Kroshich, Liam Faulkner, Sam Harmon, Wayne Erickson, Timothy Walker, Aaron Berthelot, Chris Daniel, Will McPaul, Leo Bartlett, Waitler Giddens, John Pillar, Trent Headland, Harry DeElbox, Brad Nichols, Ryan Duffy, Andy Cosco, Daniel Crombie, David Curd, Nicholas Boyd, Jameson Snelling, Kevin Butzma, Paul Albone, Russell Heffel, and that is all in there. But they are coming through in packs now, so...
As we keep seeing those packs of riders coming through, once they come through, they just kind of feed off each other, because these guys and girls have been kind of riding together, and that's what keeps them going. The rider in front may choose one line, and the rider behind can say, oh, that's not as good, not as smooth, so they've chosen another one, and that's what keeps them all equal, which make it. But we're going to cross across to an interview now.
Yeah, no, definitely. But we're going to go back down to the start line for another interview. Sorry, finish line.
All right, well, I'm here with Kevin. Kevin, you're an image of how muddy it is out there, or how wet some of the track is. Talk us through that ride.
Yeah, look, at the start of the track it was pretty wet. Took a few bad lines, and just got sprayed a bit of mud and struggled to see for a little while, but anyway, that's the way it is.
How did that make the rest of the ride? You know, you've got mud in your eyes.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit difficult, but this race is difficult, so if you don't have a pain tolerance, you're in the wrong game.
Do you have a clean suit when you change to get on the bike tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely. You won't even recognise me.
Brilliant. Well, I'll be down here having a chat to you before you take off and make sure I can. We're just going to have a little bit of a wander here. I'll go round the back to some of these guys. Oh, how did you go? How was your ride?
Hey, how you going? Yeah, no, it started off pretty well, and then, about the 80, 90k mark, had a high-speed crash, and, done a fair bit of damage to the bike, and, but yeah.
But you got back on it. How are you feeling physically?
Yeah, no, just a bit fatigued, you know, a bit worn out, but we've got here, and that's the main thing, you know.
Get here. The mission now is to make it back tomorrow. Rest up tonight. Might just see whether we might be able to walk back this way. Maybe grab one of these guys while they're still on their bikes. Hello, how are you going?
Good, thanks. How are you?
How was that ride for you?
Oh, it was hard work. Yeah, I was sort of dead in the middle there, but come good after the second fuel stop.
And how many times have you done this before?
Half.
You've half done it. This is your first time. You're one of those 50%ers.
Yeah, 2019 I came down and then made it about a kilometre out of Fink. So I've come back to finish the second half.
Oh, brilliant. Well, hopefully you do that tomorrow. What's the game plan tonight? Is the bike ready to go?
Yeah, the bike feels great. Should be good to go. So just good meal, early to bed and send it home.
Perfect, 100%. Make it here. Now you got to get all the way back to Alice Springs. How about you? Is it John, is it?
Yeah, that's it.
John, how are you feeling?
Awesome. That was an awesome run. No problems or anything like that. It was the best fun I've had on two wheels, for sure.
Have you done this before?
Nah, first time.
Brilliant. Have you ever gone down the track? Did you do any pre-runs? How did you prepare for this one?
Came up here a week early and got some pre-running in, which definitely helped out today with the big sand whoops and sections that are a bit tricky. So it was good kind of having the knowledge behind me, yeah.
We've seen a few pretty muddy blokes come in. You actually look quite clean, so you must have known where to go.
Oh, I wouldn't have known. I just held it on.
That is it. Hold on for dear life and pray for the best, right? That's the game plan. We'll rest up tonight. I might just... You're going to take off on me, or would you like to have a little chat? How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty sore.
How was your ride? Was there any issues?
No, the bike went pretty good. Just had a one off about the 150k mark, but...
But you made it here.
Yeah, other than that, it was pretty good.
And the bike's good to go for tomorrow?
Hope so. Give it a check over the night and see what happens from there.
Brilliant. Have you done this before? Or is this...
Yeah, done it last year. So.
And you made it back to Alice Springs, so you got to do it again?
Hopefully get back again there.
Do you remember what your time was when you got back? Are you trying to beat yourself, or are you just doing this for fun?
Nah, trying to beat myself. I think it was 3 hours and 9 minutes last night, so hopefully done a bit better than that.
Well, hopefully you're on track to do that.
Thank you.
Get back to camp, have a good rest. Might just head over this way actually, because those guys got helmets on. Hello, how are you going? How was that ride for you?
It was challenging. I've never ridden for over an hour before in my life, so to sit on a bike for that long and at that speeds was something else. I was pretty out of my comfort zone the whole way.
We love that. Love hearing that. What made you choose to do Fink?
I just heard about it, and I just heard how challenging it was. So I'm not normally an off-road rider. I just sort of normally do motocross stuff. So I just thought I'd do something that was way out of my comfort zone and something that was going to be a real challenge. So and it's proved to be, and I'm only halfway there.
Exactly. Talk us through the bike of choice to get you here to Fink.
I hired this through the local guys that do the Outback guys, and so they set it all up for me. It was just easy to fly in. My bikes aren't set up for this kind of stuff, so they've got a really good artillery of bikes there and sort of flown in, and they sort of almost treat you a bit like you're in a factory team kind of thing, so it feels pretty good. They look after you really well, and yeah, so anyway, halfway.
We love that. We love the full experience. So they've got the campsite set up for you. You've got any ice baths?
Yeah, campsite set up. Hopefully there's an ice bath there. I don't mind a little bit of Wim Hof, so we'll see how that
Got to rest those muscles. It's a long trip back to Alice tomorrow. We're going to wait for a few more bikes to come in, but until then we'll head back to you guys.
Yeah, it's awesome to get that insight from down at the Fink end, and what a grueling race for some of those competitors. And like for one of those blokes, he'd never ridden a bike for over an hour, and he's just thrown himself into Fink, which is probably like a 3-hour ride for him. He is probably very sore.
Look, it's very common. You see these riders come out and, hats off to them. They have a crack. They want to do it. They get it off their bucket list. And once again, Outback Tours, they come along and you can do that. You can come and actually have just a full rock star experience, turn up, have a ride, and it saves you thousands and thousands of dollars because you don't have to set up the bike you have at home. So it's great to see it's at Outback Tours and Grabbo's Track and Trail. They all provide it. But as I said, he only spending an hour on a bike and then, not an hour, but no longer than an hour on a bike to come to Fink. He is definitely feeling it now.
Yeah, definitely. So Paul Rook through and Adam Elphinstone.
So Adam Elphinstone's out of Tasmania, another amazing rider. Has spent a lot of time on a bike. So Elphinstone is a big name in the off-road scene, but the desert scene. So it's great to see him come through as well.
Yeah, Darcy Paul as well. So yeah, just continuing with these bikes making their way through to Fink. I'm just having a bit of a scroll to see how we're going so far today.
They keep moving in though. They keep coming in too fast, which resets our computers. It's definitely looking good. A lot of names coming through.
And it looks like we've got a majority of our riders that are still riding.
Yeah, there's not many left, is there?
Yep, no. So
I guess also if you're looking for your rider as well, that's maybe not finished. A couple of ones that have not made it now are starting to line up here. We've got James Waldhunt, Hutter, Jesse Ryan, Jason Bridges, Dylan Gowley, Liam Walsh, Jed Hansen, Katrina Fry, Jack Mentha, Jesse Bannister, Adam Cortman, Grant Brotchup, Jake Blundell and Philip Dunlop. If they're your riders, they have a DNF, so hopefully they are doing well.
Yes, it's always an unfortunate thing at this event. But as I look at our confirmed, yeah, so we're probably with these riders coming across the line down at the Finke end, we're probably around about 200 into the finish line there now, which is great to see. Heap.
I know, we're starting to get class winners now too, which is great to see. We can really start seeing where everyone's formed up. All the classes are starting to fill up.
Yeah, it definitely is.
The veterans class, we're looking here, class 8. First is Warren Strange, then Warren Zerner, and then Anthony Blakely. So that's cool to see. Then a women's class, absolutely awesome. Maddie Healy, Danny Foote, Taylor Morrice. We're looking at the times as well. So Maddie came in at a corrected time of 2:30.58. Danny came in at 2:34.33. And Taylor came in at 2:42. Right, okay.
Yeah, very interesting times there. But I guess they're riding their own race. That is the thing. So
4 minutes behind Danny, though, from Maddie. So Maddie's great. She's an Elliott Bros rider, and she's got a huge future ahead of her. An amazing rider. So for Danny to be pushing her, Maddie must feel the heat, because Danny has a long history out here as well, and amazing rider. So Taylor will be kind of pushing, because she's only got a minute ahead of Emma Haylock. So it's going to be close for these females. This class is just pushing faster and faster.
As we speak about females, I do believe Hayley Miller just came across the line. Yes, she did. Did it in 3 hours 03. So not bad for her. So we've got yeah. So
there's still a fair few.
There's not too many that haven't made it through to Mount Squires yet.
No, it looks like we've got a full class now. All the riders at least through Bunduma, which is great. We're just on that final push now to Finke.
Yeah.
Once again, it's a nice quiet patch going to Finke. As we keep saying, these riders come in groups, so hopefully that means that there's another big group coming. We do have a lone rider. Hopefully that's the start of another group that's going to be pushing through.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's the 515, if I'm not mistaken there.
Oh, there we go. The first missing tyre. So this always seems to happen. Last year there was a fair few rims that busted. A lot of spokes get blown out. So this one we have our first no rear tyre. This does happen. You can roll a bead depending on their setup. If he had a flat tyre, a lot of the riders out here will use ultra heavy duty tubes and 2 rim locks to keep that tyre in place. But every now and then, if you go on a bit of an excursion or you find a rock, you will bust a tyre. So the issue he's going to have, he got all the way through, but tell you what, now the bead on that tyre is going to be incredibly hard to reset. Sorry, the rim on that tyre is going to be incredibly hard to set the bead. So he made it across, but I tell you what, that rim, it may be completely cactus.
Yes, no, and that's never good. So that was Tyson Goodchild on the 515 bike.
Good child, bad tyre.
Yeah, good child, bad tyre. All right, Jeremy.
And that will be. I mean, he managed to pull it in front of these guys, so he may have only just lost it. There is a section. There's many sections where the rocks get real squarey and real hard to see. So if he's clipped one of them and got a slow leak, he's lost a tyre somewhere. But for the tyre to be completely off, that tyre's been shredded and ripped in half. Well, usually you see these bikes come across, the tyre just flapping around in the wind. It is interesting that he's completely lost it.
Yep, so you had Johnny Becken on the 750 and the X65 of Aaron Hunter across the line. As a couple more riders make their way across the line. We're going to go back down to Finke and have a chat with some of our bike riders.
All right, we have to check out this. Just Tyson Goodchild just rode in, no tyre on the back here. This is how Finke is done. Tell us, when did this happen and how was the rest of the ride?
It happened about the, I think the 80k mark, or 100 mark, and then rode to 150, met some legends there from Darwin. They're absolute legends. And then they helped me get the tyre off. I've got a spare coming tonight, so it was either get here or don't. So then I just chucked it on and went for it.
It's a pretty rough ride, riding on the metal there though for 100 Ks.
Yeah, she's seen, oh Jesus, that's the first time I've looked at it, yeah. She's seen better days.
I think there's a song about that, but how are you feeling? Would have been bouncing around there?
Yeah, I feel good. I think adrenaline got me over there, so it's good.
Have you done Fink before?
No, this is my first Fink.
And have you done much riding that is similar to this off-road stuff?
No, not really. Come from Enduro. I've done Hatter once, but that's it, yeah.
And it's a way to do it. It's a way to do it without a tyre. Talk us through the campsite setup. What have you got going for you tonight?
My old man's come down to help me. We're just setting up some tents, and it'll be good to fix this thing up and get it ready to go for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, good luck. I mean, it's a hell of a ride. These are the stories that make Fink what Fink is. I was just going to see whether we've got a couple more riders pulling in here. We could have a little look here. How are you going? Better now? Oh, we've lost her.
So unfortunately there, we lost our connection with the lovely Kiaiza, but we're going to continue to see these bikes come back through. So Bet Bell through there, Jeffro Duffy, Ged Giddings, Daniel Almos, Christopher Morgan, Keegan May, and Matthew McCann, all through on their bikes.
And it was great to see that bike. We were just talking about that tyre coming off. Oh, as we said, there is a section that you kind of cross over the road after that club fuel stop.
Yep.
Very rocky. If he was to clip a rock, that was going to give him a puncher. Then to find an old mate to rip that tyre off, because as we said, it was interesting to see the tyre gone. But to tell you what, from 150 to here with no rear tyre and to still put it in a good time, I tell you what, that is legendary. That rim though, I tell you what, I hope he's got another rim coming, because it will be absolutely cactus.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be. Joshua Rikers across the line, Tim Richard and Pieta 10 Brink, as well as John Downey.
Well, that's great. I mean, seeing Josh Rikers across that is awesome, because he did start very, very last. He was one of the last riders to come through. So for him to get into that point, very exciting.
Yeah, no, definitely is. All these riders are doing a fantastic job on making their way into Fink. It is great to see, and that was a great insight on those riders. That would have been absolutely grueling to ride that bike without no rear tyre.
Mate, it would have been a very long time.
Yeah, no, and I saw a competitor here who had already made it back to the start line. His tyre was flat, and he's like, yeah, nah, mate, I'm not dealing with that. He was already back at the start-finish line. So hats off to that man there for getting all the way down to Fink. That's an epic effort.
Oh, absolutely, and you're right, riding with no rim. I mean, you've got no drives, you've got no real kind of way to get out of trouble, so he's just relying on absolute throttle control to get through. He wouldn't have had any grip to get through the whoops too, so he's hitting the real hard whoops right at the back of the 180. He's hitting that without any control on the bike.
In here, actually, and you be on. I won't go further than this.
Yeah, no, definitely. So we are continuing to watch our final bike, well, not our final, but majority of their bottom runners to the finish line, and we're going to go back down to Fink to have a chat.
All right, I got a group of guys here. Nick, talk us through that ride.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, pretty dusty. I think I smashed my foot in one of the big holes out there, but I hope they've got plenty of ice here so I can ice it and rest up and try and get back tomorrow.
I'm absolutely sure we can find some for you. Talk us through your crew. You all came and gathered here together. How was that ride for you?
Dusty, rough, good though, yeah.
Have you done it before?
Yeah, did it in 22, yeah.
Have you guys come out here all together? What's the story?
Yeah, come out all together for a week, done a week's pre-running. Just never seems to be enough, but...
Something to plan for in the middle of the year, is that right?
Yeah, we've done it last year as well, so, well, I did it last year and we decided to go again, so yeah, here we are.
How'd you finish last year?
Me and the partner took a steady, so she was the first in the part of the women's class, so yeah, we took a steady and I rode beside her.
Oh, you did good. You got a bit of a sore voice going on there. Is eating too much dust? Absolutely. And tried to do a bolt before too. He didn't actually want to do this interview. In terms of the plans tonight, what's the campsite setup look like?
Lots and lots of sleep.
I keep hearing that, but the fun down here, it is the campsite. It's the camp out, it's the crew and everyone who comes down. Who's come down to support you?
Michelle and Blake behind you there. They come and drove the support car down with all the swags, but tomorrow night will be the better one. There'll be a few tins tomorrow night.
We'll see you at the award ceremony tomorrow night. Perfect. Well, we'll keep chatting to a couple of these riders. It's really cool to hear these Finke stories, just your average person getting out and giving it a go. Until then, we'll head back to you.
Thank you very much once again for the insight we are getting from the Finke, and a couple more competitors across the line. Looks like John Downey, Nathan Kelly, Jack Knight, Jason Griffin, Jet Williams, Peter Letham, Tyler Morgan and Stanley Crow all across the line.
And they're doing it, as I said, good time. I mean, the cut-off is about 4.5, I think it is. So they're well within time and looking good. The field is getting smaller and smaller that's out there. But I tell you what, when that sun starts dropping and those shadows get a bit longer, you can really start to feel it. If you're still on a bike now, you've been on that bike for 3 hours, and I think that's what we don't take away that enough. No. The front runners, they're on the bikes for what, it was an hour 48, 2 hours maybe. Like it's, you know, even the top 20, 30 guys, we're looking at 2.5 hours on a bike. We are now looking at people who've been on the bike for 3 hours 12. So that is a long time on a bike, a long time to be beaten around this track as well. And now those shadows are getting longer and the dust is settling just a little bit. Without that breeze and those long shadows, it makes the track a little bit more sketchy to be on. You're also getting very fatigued. You lose those things that we call race eyes, which means you can't lock into certain places. You get a bit more jittery. When you get fatigued, you can't focus as well. And that's when accidents start to happen. And hopefully we don't see that, but it means you also then start riding a little slower. And so the riders that have got the timers on their handlebars will be looking down going, oh, better start picking it up. And then they push and then it gets hard and they push. So it is a great time of the day to really dig deep for these riders and to push through. So all the best to them. I hope they can do it. But I tell you what, to be at the 3 hour mark on a bike, you're really pushing what you have inside your tank.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely are. You got to take your hats off to them. Continually pushing.
Yeah, I mean,
towards the end.
From experience, I know when I've been on a bike for some races, we're on the bike for 4.5, 5 hours. Yeah, you feel it. You're going through a lot of emotional things. You love the bike, you hate the bike, you love the race, you hate the race. It's a lot. So for these guys, they're constantly moving. You know, when you race some other events, there's a stop-start kind of factor to it, so you get a breather. At Finke, there's no breather, and that's when also dehydration come into it. There are some amazing brands like Soulstream, which are a hydration pack that you can wear on your back with a button on the handlebars. You push that button and it squirts water in your mouth, because not many people can ride, take your hand off, put your little hydration tube in your mouth and drink. And so it is very common, especially tomorrow. We talk to a lot of riders. They may not have drunk any kind of fluids for maybe an hour or two. So that's really where companies like Soulstream have developed amazing systems to hydrate. And I've used it, and I think they're a great thing. And when I was talking to, unfortunately, Liam before the race, you know, I was kind of getting a vibe of how he manages his hydration. He drinks 6 to 7 bottles of water before race. You know, to overhydrate. And then he even says there's maybe 3 or 4 spots where he can take his hand off when he's wide open to take a drink. That's it. That's the only time he takes a drink, when he knows he can sit down wide open, doesn't have to worry about gears, doesn't have to worry about anything else. Take it off, put it in his mouth, have a drink and keep going.
What a crazy man.
And so if you think that's fast, I imagine well, how Walshy must do it, or anyone else, but it's in the later part of the pack. How are they drinking? How are they staying hydrated? There are these energy gels you can take, which when you see at the pit stops, they'll come in, quickly get as much as they can and take off. But as I said, for us down the back of the pack, we may stop for a little second and try and eat a cheeseburger and a small roast to get the food that we can inside of us.
Yeah, no, exactly. Just like the Finke there, well, the there and back there, where people used to strap their sandwiches to the handlebars because they didn't know how long they were going to be. And that awesome story we had from Brett Taylor earlier in the day from the car section, back when he did his first one, he said, we left Finke at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and apparently they were eating yo-yo biscuits in the river. So, you know, like those kinds of stories, it's great to see. And yeah, we've still got competitors making their way through into Finke. So we've got Bryce Sloan, Christopher Jones, Terry O'Brien, all through, and a couple more making their way across the line now as we speak as well. That iconic territory flag being waved in the sun.
And it's great. I mean, the times these guys are coming through, Sam just came through at a time of 3 hours, 6:57. So once again, we're looking at a long day in the saddle.
Yep.
They'd have some amazing chafe going on between them because those seats have been ridden hard. You know, when you're looking at the 3 hour mark pack, you're sitting down a lot, and it's you're going to get some of that monkey bum that we all talk about, and it's not a fun time.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. So it looks like that was Sam Palmer over the line in 3 hours and 6 minutes and 57 seconds. The 486 making their way in. Another one of those gases, so great to see how many gases have finished the race this year.
Absolutely, it was great to see Grabber also had a wide variety of them. He didn't just run the 500 that he was running, he had some 450s and 250s as well. So you really got to choose which bike you wanted from him, and I think that's the great thing, same as Outback with the Shercos, you really get to choose the bike that you feel comfortable with. You don't have to just step up to a big bike if you come here. There's so many more you can choose from.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a great initiative from those guys. Matthew Gray across the line in 3 hours, 14 minutes and 7 seconds. As well as Matt Gray. Wow. Matthew Gray and Matt Gray. 3 hours, 15:15.
Yeah, that's close with both names and time. So, and it seems that those two have come together for the whole way.
Yeah.
Which is how we can see it, which is great. We can see these results and their times coming through. You can see who have stayed together, who has pushed forward to other packs, and that's kind of how Fink is. You know, you may get comfortable in your own rhythm, but then you can see someone in front of you. You then push a little harder to chase them down. You can pick them off one by one. I know I was speaking to a few of the riders who don't prologue very well, and that's their game plan. They can pick 100 riders off in a day. That's just amazing. You know, Ben from KDR, he was saying the same thing. You know, he got pushed just outside the top 100, but he picked his way now and he's in the top 50.
Yeah.
So to push 50 spots is crazy at this level, and also to be able to know confidently that that's what you can do, put your head down and get bum up, you'll be able to do it.
Yeah, no, it is awesome, and I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't realise as well. Like there are some riders that they'll show up, they have a bad prologue, not to their own fault, but just, you know, either get stuck in the dust or something like that, and that was a factor yesterday. And then go out there, and we've seen down the far end there's been a little bit of a dust issue, but not really down the track. So for them this year, it's sort of pack riding, and if you can find a group of people that you think you can fit in with, you'll stay with them for the race. So.
No, you're right, absolutely, and that's the other great thing. I mean, if you think that back, as I said, Grabbo, we go back to him, we were talking before, and he was saying he started at 16th once and managed to come through for a win. Yeah. You know, it really doesn't matter with prologue, because you've got 2 very, very long days to pick your way through and get up the front, and that's what they've done. So Ben Stevens absolutely killed it, managed to get from that 100th all the way through. So I'm pretty sure he'll be sore because he'll be pushing hard, but it set him up for a great day tomorrow.
So Julian Galdino through on the X57, Jared Blackman. And there you go, Catherine Scoble has made it through. She did it in 3 hours and 7 minutes and 6 seconds. That's not bad for Catherine whatsoever.
No, she'll be very happy with that time. That's put her right in front of a lot of the people who finished in front of her. So Catherine has done a great job.
Those 3 girls were riding as a group.
Absolutely. So you've got Catherine Scoble, Georgia Hanrahan and Chloe Barton. Those 3 have come through very close.
But you've got to give Catherine Scoble credit where credit's due. Yeah. She started at 1 o'clock. The others started like 10 minutes in front of her.
Yeah.
So she's ridden through, caught up 10 minutes.
She's caught up through a lot. Hence why we've got that time correction. She's come in at the record time of 3 hours 7 minutes. Georgia has come in at 3 hours 18 minutes, and Chloe has come through at 3 hours 12 minutes. So Catherine's had a hell of a run. She has been pushing hard, and she's on a 250 as well. So she's really making that bike run. She feels comfortable, and I know there's a lot of talk of girls stepping up, but she said she loves to ride that thing, and that's exactly where she is on that bike.
Brock Ritchie across the line, Jacob Wilkinson as well, all across the line.
We got a great message from Chloe's dad as well, saying that they were keen as a bean to see her at the 150. So I tell you what, Chloe would have been very excited to see her dad there because they're a great team, but Chloe's a great rider as well.
Yeah, Claire Smith, another one of those riders in the 9 class, 3 hours, 14 minutes and 37, so not bad from her at all. And Adrian Copeland's made it down to Finke to 3 hours, 12 minutes, so not bad for him either. But we're not too far away. So our last little packs making their way through into Finke now.
It's more interesting now that we talked about those battles at the start of the day where everyone's kind of hustling and jostling. Now it's survival mode. Now it's just get to the end. Yeah, there'd still be a little bit of battles. You can see someone you want to kind of beat, but I tell you what, with those drop shoulders, they're just hoping to get home.
Yep. Definitely, Jeremy, definitely. So we had Joel Paxton across the line there, Benjamin DeBono and Kia Gilret on the 996. So again, that female class has done very well with their finishing rate again. I'll just have a quick look over. I think we only had one that was confirmed so far as a DNF.
Yeah,
yep.
Katrina
And we've
Front.
got 11 in to Finke so far. There was 20.
Yeah, I mean, look, statistically, if you look at the female class, they are doing way better than the men's class, and for time-wise as well. And then we look at the times for, say, the girls to come in. I think it was said before, David Walsh did his time in corrected time was 1 hour 47 minutes, which, I mean, that's crazy fast, unbelievably fast. However, if we come down and say, hang on. We come and look at the women's, she did it in 2 hours 30 minutes. So an hour difference is not that much here, especially for these girls to have their own class. An hour, that's a great result for them.
No, it definitely is. It really is. We're having a good time here up in the box as the 111 makes its way to the start-finish line.
Right around those berms, that corner with all the whoops in it. He's picking his line now quite smart. Hopefully we see a nice big wheelie from him because it's great to hear those two strokes on the pipe.
Yeah. But we're going to go back down to the Finke end for another interview with some of our competitors that have finished down there.
All right, I'm here with Catherine Scoville and Chloe Barton. Great ride, ladies. I love seeing the girls get down here to the Finke end. Catherine, you've done this how many times? This is your 10th, isn't it?
It's number 9. Still got to come back and do another one.
That's right. The goal is to make it to 10, right? Yeah. Talk us through that ride compared to the last 8 rides you've done.
Yeah, I prologued really badly, so I came from 13th. I think I got down to passed down to 7th. So yeah, we had a really good run, and I nearly had a couple of big moments, but yeah, kept it clean, and yeah, we got here, which is really exciting. But yeah, it was definitely a lot rougher than last year.
How are you taking it this year? Is it the goal just to finish it, or are you really trying to compete for that top women's spot now that we've got that women's category?
Just trying to finish, really. Like if I can get into the top, 6 or 7, I'll be really happy. That's where I think I can get this year. But yeah, just to finish would be.
And the bike, how did it go?
Yeah, the bike was unreal, really. I had James Veen from Brisbane do my suspension this year, so much better than last year. So yeah, I really enjoyed the ride. The bike was amazing. I just have to ride it a bit quicker.
Well, you've still got a trip back to Alice to beat that time, so good luck. We'll be talking to you again tomorrow. Chloe, talk us through that ride for you.
It was good fun, much better than last year, I think. Happy to make it back here in one piece and hopefully make it home in one piece.
That's the goal. We definitely hope that for you. How did the bike go? How are you feeling after that?
The bike went really well. Scotty Watts from Dirt Bike Services got it running pretty well. I forgot what you asked.
Oh no, how'd the bike go? That's all right. We get a bit of fatigue down this end of Finke. This just goes to show what it takes out of you when you ride more than 200 kilometres out here to the middle of the Finke Desert. In terms of resting tonight, what's the plan?
Just rest up, drink heaps of water, get some fluid into me, eat much as we can and get ready for tomorrow.
And it's your 3rd time doing this. Are you feeling more confident heading into day 2?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, perfect. Brilliant job. Well, congratulations on making it to this end to Finke. So awesome to hear these stories coming in here at the start-finish line, middle of the Finke Desert.
thank you very much once again for the insight. We're getting lovely, lovely interviews down from the Finke end, and it's absolutely great to be able to bring you that footage.
It's been interesting to read these comments. We were just talking before in regards to Toby Price not racing. I mean, he just finished Baja, so he's definitely not going to be here racing bikes. And with his sponsorship ending with KTM too, he's a bit more of a free agent now. So it'll be interesting to know how he's going to come back, and if he's going to come back as well. Finke is a massive risk for these riders. We were talking before about Jack Simpson coming out. He has a long history out here at Finke too. He was actually one of Toby Price's, Liam Walsh's teammates at one point. So it is a lot of risk to come and race Finke, and it is very expensive, it's too. And with Toby's sights now kind of on the trucks, which I guess he's now in your territory, boys. He's not really in mine anymore. So he's having such a great run over there. Bikes are just one of those risks that I guess you don't want to take. You have to be so calculated with risks when you are riding and or driving and or sponsored at that level. Finke is probably just not on his cards for a while.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think with last year we saw it with KTM pretty much saying, no, mate, you can't ride in Finke because if you come off, well, there's your Dakar gone. So yeah, it's very interesting and a little bit upsetting that he didn't get that backing from KTM again, but he's still got Red Bull behind him, so he'll be able to swindle that the right way, I can tell you that. The X25 is through now. Dwight Aiken, Adam Corey, Tom Kilgariff, Brooklyn Bumler, Christopher Long, Meg Pitchford, Jalen Bostinsky, Jack Brown, James Nichols, Timothy Alcott, Adam Young, Josh Granger, all through there. And there was another massive pack of riders that just came through as well. So we shouldn't be too far away from them making their way up onto our timing screen. But yeah, no, it's very interesting to see the way Toby's taking his career, because yeah, no, he's had time in the truck, and I know he was doing time in the stadium super trucks for supercars there for a bit with Red Bull and stuff like that. So the man can drive, the man can ride. There's so many opportunities, not only here in Oz for him, but overseas as well. I think that man can walk into any sport he really wants to, and he'd get a drive or a ride.
Absolutely right, and Toby still has the skills on the bike. You know, to say he's one of the greatest motorcycle riders that we've had is definitely up there.
Yeah,
to say he is the greatest, that's a big call, and that's very hotly debated. He has had such an amazing career in the off-road scene, 6 days, 4 days, things like that. And then obviously Finke had and then obviously to move across to the Dakar as well. He had an amazing run over there. Injury plagued, which is always an issue, but he still managed to hold his south better than anyone else. For him to continue on the bike, I mean, it's a smarter move for him to go to the cars. I think he's done what he needs to in a bike. He's done so well. He still has that opinion from all of us that he is one of the greatest Australian motorbike riders of all time. And so for him to go to cars, that's just a great move for him as well, because that's really the step up. He's using all the skills that we learned, or he learned anyway, in motorcycling to then take over to cars. And I assume there'd be a lot the way you handle the car, what you shoot, where you do things. So, yeah, I'm devastated when we may not see Toby back on a bike. It is sad, because he was in an era where social media was so big that people see him and see what he's done. But I think people also have to remember and look back even further past that. We had Stokey, absolute legend. I mean, he had a very, very amazing career and had a great win here. We had him. We had Grabo's era. We had all the other winners eras that, like Branford, Greenfield, all these kind of guys that we forget that era because they didn't have that social media presence that Toby has. And I know Toby will always be one of the kings out here, and I really hope that maybe one day, even at the 50th, we may see him back on a KTM. But for now, I think we just got to let that man burn those four wheels and fly that Australian flag.
Yeah, no, it's great, and I think that's another great thing about Australian motorsports at this point in time, is that we're producing so many top-tier competitors, whether it's road racing, whether it's desert racing, whether it's bike riding. Like, that's the thing. There's an Australian in pretty much every top tier of motorsports in the world at this point in time. There's one in F1, there's one in AMA Supercross, there's so much going on. Like, it's very, very cool to see the caliper that Australia puts on for motorsports people. And a few more people through down at Finke. We had Matthew Secret, Darren Wade, Daniel Ferrero, Jordan Glover-Smith, and Anthony Lockett all through down at Finke.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Australian talent. I don't know what it was like in the car scene with Australians over there, but I tell you what, if you wanted to line up the Australians we have in the motorbike scene doing overseas, I mean, you mentioned a fair few with the motocross and supercross, but if you're into the other style of riding, we've just had Erzberg, which is one of the biggest hard enduro races in the world, and we've just had our first Australian finish well within the top 50. He finished 20th, and that's Ruben Chadwick, absolutely killed it. Anthony Sola was just behind that. So to have Australian talent as well competing in something that we're not really known for, hard enduro. I mean, we've got an amazing championship over here, and there were some amazing riders that went with him. Adam Giles, the Wade Ibrahim, the Bull. There was amazing riders that, if you don't know that scene, they're huge names, and they're kind of like the David Walshes, but in the hard enduro stuff. So it is great to see that Australian riders are doing so well over there. We were saying Jack Simpson, will he come back? I mean, he doesn't really need to. He's doing so well over in America. Why would you come over here and risk what it is?
Yeah, exactly.
That's also the issue that Australian scene has. There's not the money here for the riders. I mean, they risk so much, and they really are still doing it. You continually talk about how David Walsh is still a chippy. He's going to go to work on maybe not this week, but he's probably going to work next week and have to swing a hammer. So I think that's the issue that we have here in Australia, not to keep our great riders here racing these races. Why would they? They go over to America, go to Europe, and they just make a living from it. A young kid, Sam Brachira, he's been going over. Sammy P's been killing it here in Australia. Finally cracked it in America and gets to run over there with a team. And it does take a lot to get into the teams. It does, and a lot of sacrifice. But when they're there, these guys can be comfortable. They're not going to make $1 million living like the Lawrence brothers, but they will still make a living. Whereas here, it's almost impossible.
No, and I look at it in the same format as our Formula, so our kids that get into go-karts here in Australia, and what they want to do is they want to chase the Formula Series, and they've got to go over to Europe, and they've got to spend the big bucks to get a sponsorship, or someone needs to back them. But that's the thing, the talent out there, you can get someone like there's 2 Australians currently in Formula 1. You got Daniel Ricciardo and Oscar Piastri, and I know Daniel got a bit of a serving from an old F1 driver last night, but you know what, he proved his point. He's a great driver, and he's also an Australian. So that's the thing, we're just trying to push as many Australian riders, drivers, everything out there, because we love our motorsport here, and if we can promote it a little bit more, and that's the thing as well, try and get some Europeans over here, some Americans over here for this great race. How awesome would that be?
Absolutely. I mean, even get some of the Dakar riders like Skylar Howes and things like that. If they came over and gave this a crack, it would be really interesting to see. They always comment that when Australian riders go over there, they think that we're the loosest guys out there, because we ride to a different style. We seem to be able to throw those bars and that throttle all the way back and keep going. So it is a funny scene, and when we go over there, we have a lot to prove, but we also can really mix it with the best and throw it around. So that was a great thing with Toby going over to Dakar, which everybody wants to see him come back, but really why? Like, he's got such a rich career and future in something that's going to actually pay away better than what it will be here. So it's, as said, it's a controversial thought, and if you really want to hear more of it, you should probably go to ADB magazine, because those guys do so many in-depth interviews with him. So go check out that. But since we've been talking, there's been even more riders come across the line, I think, as well.
Yeah, definitely have been. So Hayden Lewis-Jones through, Jason McMillan through, Justin Wright through, Miles Nichols, Betta Matisse also through, another one of our female riders. She'll be happy with that. Then you got Roger Allwright, Keith Clough, Terry Welch as well through there. So we should not be too far away from finishing up here today.
And it's great to see Miles, a good friend of mine, and probably a competitor of mine, because we're both trying to currently set a world record at the moment, trying to cross 10 deserts of Australia unsupported. So it has been quite fun with me and him battling, and so to see him take off, I'll still be able to give him stick, because he didn't start where he wanted. So he's a great rider, and he does a lot for the sport, and I think it's great great that we get so many disciplines out here. Him and Josh Rikers, they both have a tour group in the Snowy Mountain, no, the Vic High Country, sorry. And so they run tours there you can go and tag along with, and I think that's a great thing for all riders. If you wanted to go experience something, you can go see them. It doesn't cost much, and you get a couple of days through the Vic High Country.
Well, see, and that's the thing. You've got like Grabo with his VIP experience, and you've got the Outback team here with their VIP experience. And then, but you look into a regional New South Wales, a regional Vic, you've got your trail and tracks with those teams, and they take you out, and you get to experience a whole different side of country. I think that's amazing, and again, it's growing that sport. And like I saw David Walsh went and did one.
He did that one, so he did the next level one.
So like that's really cool to see that he's branching out and riding other bikes and getting on different pieces of equipment. So no, it is really awesome to see, and it really does open up sports to all different competitors. Because imagine you jumping on one of those, and all of a sudden the king of the desert, David Walsh, is riding next year. Like,
I know, it is, but it's also a great way to see that country, because as we keep saying, you know, we produce great riders, but we also have the best terrain in the world to ride. And I'm very impartial, and you know, I'm about to go do Baja next year and to experience that. And then there's Cambodia tours, Mongolia tours, you know, Alaska, all that kind of stuff that we're very lucky to be able to go do. But here in Australia, it's still my favourite terrain. I love the desert. It'll always have a very special place to me, but I love my big high country stuff. I love the coastal rides we can do. There is so much here in Australia, and I think that's a great thing about Australian races here. We can do it in some of the most beautiful places in the world. We did a hard enduro at the start of the year, the Kosciuszko Killer. That was through the Kosciuszko National Park. It was raining and wet and miserable, but any other day it would have been beautiful, you know. And then a couple of rounds later, we're high in the hills of Bathurst, racing around that. So there's just, we have such variety. And now here we are sitting in Alice Springs, and I can't see a single hill in sight. So you know, it's so varied here. It does take us, you know, maybe 30 hours to get from one place to another. But that's why we have such an amazing talent, like array of riders as well. We have riders that no sand, no hills, no grass track, no rocks, no, you know, swampy areas. It really does give us the best type of riders. And Corey McMahon is definitely one of those riders that come from that. He comes from the mountain, like the Blue Mountain area, but he knows how to ride sand when he comes out here. He knows how to ride deep white sand from down Castledon, and he also knows how to do Hattar as well, which is even deeper red sand, which makes him one of the best riders in Australia currently. He can go over to 6 days, which is a massive forum for all riders. He can go there and represent Australia and win.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's an ever-changing world in the motorsports world, especially when it comes to motocross and enduro and all that. When it comes to two wheels,
it's hard to keep up. We can't keep up half the time, and you know, even with the off-road scene nowadays, you know, we've got Daniel Milner, an Australian legend. He's back in Australia racing. It was very unfortunate. He tried to crack it over there and managed to get on a Fantic, which a bike that you may not hear very much of in Australia, but have a reputation over there. Didn't work out for him, but has come home, and it's been so crazy to see, say, Milner come back to the off-road scene, and he's now doing, at the start of the year, he was doing 12 to 15 minute gaps in a section. That's crazy, because that's where he's been put up against Australia's best riders. What we thought were top level riders, Milner's come back from racing and being in the European circuit to come back to that and just smoking them. Our riders have been just not only humble but educated, and that's why I think our guys are stepping up so fast, because now we're so far into the season for the Vic off-road, for the Australian off-road. Our riders' gaps closed up so much in that time, and I think that is what we need here in Australia. We need our riders to go over there, get that experience, get that knowledge on how to ride tests, how to ride specials, so when they come back, it just levels us up so hard.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we shouldn't be too far off. We continue to watch these bikes come through. That was Hayden Dybel and Lucas Eddy, as well as Roy Chamberlain, Andrew Nicholson, and Colby Hurft. Some of those riders through. Nicholas Panagolius, Paul Murphy, Ryan Coombe, Anthony Wackham, and Terry Welch.
You can see there's still a couple of girls to come through, but not really that many. So it really shows that class of girls are finishing, and that's a great sign too. Because last year, a lot of the girls, and my hats off to them, you know, they were really pushing that time limit, getting through. Whereas now we're seeing girls actually really kind of keeping in that mix and not having that time barrier chasing them down.
Yep, as we see the Fink chopper land. So they've obviously done their final little check of the day, and that must mean the sweep vehicle is coming through there as well.
That's good. That's where we need to be commentating from.
Yep.
I think we need to figure out how to do it in the chopper.
Yes, I think next year we need to sort out a budget where we can get one of them bad boys with a Starlink on the bottom of it, and we're hanging out like having the best time ever. I think that would be sick.
Hang on, budget? What are you talking about, mate?
Someone help us out here.
Yeah, I was doing this for the free bottles of water.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta love it. So I believe through there. So Nicholas Cook and Matthew Anderson down at Fink as well. They're going to continue to come through. Lights on now. They're starting to see the shadows come out on the track.
Yeah, and so you can see that was a great view. You can see those little whoops starting in the corner. Now imagine them about a metre deeper. That's what the riders are dealing with. But now we're also seeing those shadows start crossing those corners, which then hide them. Not that bad for these guys and girls who are coming across now because they are a little slower, but that does play into it, and potentially tomorrow it will play a lot more because, you know, you have to remember these riders are coming back into the sun now tomorrow.
Yeah, yes, no. And that's another factor as well. This morning the sun was killer for the driver's eyes on this stadium section, so be interesting to see how it plays a role for our bike riders that are going to be making their way home from around about 12 to 12:30 tomorrow back to Alice Springs.
And then once again, it'll be one of those days where we're all here in the booth, just absolutely frothing on every time. It was an intense moment watching them leave the stadium. So every time one of those a name popped up, it was goosebumps. So it's going to be exciting.
Yep. No. If we had a camera on in the commentary box the whole time, I think we would probably get in trouble because
absolutely there was hugging, there was crying, there was a lot of emotions going on, and tomorrow's is going to be exactly the same because it is such a momentous occasion for these bikes to be going out at that speed, and we know how hard they're going to push. Those we're going to say top 10, they were pushing hard, but that battle between Walshy and Callum Norton, I mean, wow, that was intense.
Yes, Bronnie Chapman. Get it up there. She was one of the last off the grid. She's going to make it down to Fink. You got to put your hands together for her. If anyone's still here and they're waiting for Bronnie to get through, put your hands together.
That is a smile, I tell you what. You can't see it, but you can feel it from here. She would be ear to ear.
No, she's got to be happy. She had her kids here on scrutineering night. We're showing them all the cars. I didn't realise she was getting on a bike, and then saw her jump on the bike and was like, you go get her. Like, you legend of a thing.
Look at her tucked in.
There you
She's
go.
loving it.
She's made it home. I'm going to give her a clap here up in the box. That is awesome.
And a good time. She did it 3 hours 23 uncorrected. That's awesome. That's well within the 4 hours. She's killed it. I tell you what, as I said, we can't see it, but there would be the biggest smile right now.
Yes, the 689 making their way. That will be Caleb Day. That older Yamaha, if I'm not mistaken.
That's it. Just an absolute tractor of bike, those Yamahas. The WRs were always known as a tractor. I mean, go a little bit back, they probably weren't the most aggressive thing, but I tell you what, they're amazing nowadays, and they can wheel. I tell you what, they can absolutely fly. We've got a couple of Australians on them now, especially here in Australia. Jessica Gardner and things like that. They're absolutely killing them on the Yamahas. So it's great to see them still being so competitive.
Yeah, no, definitely. The factory teams and support, they definitely get out there here in Oz, and they like to muck around in the motorsport scene. So here's another one of our competitors making their way now. I believe that's the 887, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Gary Tapper.
Yep. He's almost done.
He's coming in very conservatively, very happy. He'd be very happy to see it. But this is when they start turning on a little bit. They go, oh, there's cameras around. A better step on it. So don't just keep your head, big fella. We're almost there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think as soon as you hit that the finish line jump, as we call it here, you see that first camera and you're like, oh. Obviously, we're almost there.
That's it.
We're almost there.
The few spots in the horizon that you know civilization, you're like, oh, well, I better turn it on now.
So I believe that across the line is Alicia Edwards on the 9.75.
Fantastic. We said this morning, but Alicia's doing this for suicide for prevention for one of her friends. So if you want to go out there and follow her, Alicia Edwards, number 975, she's doing it for a great cause. She's a part of the 627 crew as well. So if you go find them, follow Alicia. She's doing great things for the suicide awareness. So she lost her friend, and so it's great to see her out here representing that. Her bike looks spectacular. It's all sign written up, some great sticker kits on that. So Alicia Edwards, congratulations. That's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, no, awesome to hear that story. Letitia Foster making her way into finish 3 hours, 28 minutes and 48 seconds. So not bad from her either on the 911 bike. But had a little bit of a technical up on the big screen and up in the box here. So we'll just continue. Oh, no, we're all good now. Got the next bike making their way across the line. Hanging off it. Sorry, that was Daniel Snelling, the 797 that went across the line, not the 911. There she is, right on cue. Is the 911 of Letitia Foster. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. But that's her now making her way to the finish line. So she wasn't too far off. She must have heard
you talking about her and after it.
Her ears were ringing, so she decided to pop over the berm. Great to see. She makes her way through the Finke River and on to the finish line, which becomes the start line tomorrow morning for our car competitors. I do believe they get set off quite early tomorrow morning, so I'll just give you a quick double check so I don't give you any false information, because that would be terrible. So I do believe cars will leave at 7:30, if I'm not mistaken, because they arrive at 8:30, and then 12 o'clock for our bike competitors, they'd leave, and they arrive at around about 1:30. So make sure to get out here before those times so you can watch all the action, and then we get to have some fun after that from 6 to 11, and award from 8 p.m. at the presentation night, proudly presented by Tab at the Lassiter's Casino.
It's going to be a wild night, I tell you. It always is. So I know a lot of people are looking forward to that. And I tell you what, the car guys, you must be really looking forward to it, because I know the bike people, it's just the thing that they get past that last fuel stop, they start counting the boards down, and when they start seeing that 10, they're like, this is it. This is, we're going for it. We're going to happen. And it was funny. I was talking to some of the riders, and they were like, after saying, "Hey, can I get an interview with you afterwards?" I said, "Yeah. But just remember, Jez, by the time you see me, I'll be a couple cans deep." I'm like, okay, that's okay, and I'm all right with that. So they are waiting at the finish line. Everyone's, it's funny, day one, they're all waiting down there with water and electrolytes and food. Day two, they're waiting with beers, sausages, and more beer. That's all we're asking for, you know?
Nah, that's one of the things about this event. You love it, because at the end of it, we can all come together, we can all share our stories, and we can have a cold one over the awesome accomplishment all these people once have done. And and that's the thing. It's not just the car competitors don't just stick with the car competitors or the bike competitors. We all mix together and we have a lovely night out at Lassiter's Casino.
Not only that, not only that, even beforehand you go to the showgrounds where all these big tents are set up and pits. It's not bikes on one side, cars on the other. It's all interbred, and it looks great because it just shows the community of the off-road scene. We talk about the car scene and the bike scene and how supportive it is, but it seems that when you come to Finke, those two scenes collide, and two beautiful worlds kind of make one majestic Pandora, and here we are.
Yep, we just love our desert racing here in the Red Centre. I can tell you that.
It must be the lack of brain cells that both communities hold that brings us together, because, there's nothing like trying to talk to someone who doesn't love desert to try and bond with, but then you talk to another brother from the desert scene, they're like, oh, yeah, we are all rock breakers. That's all we are, That's how we love to bash it with a hammer, and we like to go fast.
No, exactly. They like to MacGyver it out here in the NT. Caleb Day made it through. Gary Tapper made it through. Alicia Edwards on the 975 has made it through. Daniel Snelling has made it to the end. Letitia Foster, as I said earlier, she's made it through. Jamie Leon has made it into Fink. Nathan Glider on the X96 also, as well as Lauren Curd on the 993. She's made it in the Fink 3 hours 33.19.
It's great to see Lauren come through. Her partner's already made it in, so for Lauren to come through on that 450 the first year, for her to do it on that big bike, which has been lowered, it's great to see.
Yeah, no, exactly. Great effort from her. And
that list is very small to come in.
Yep.
We can almost see the bottom of it. Yeah, we can. That's it. We can see the bottom.
We're not too far away. I've got to give a shout out. There's still a couple of stragglers here at the start-finish line. Shout out to you guys for sticking here this long.
Just baking in that beautiful Alice sun.
Oh, why wouldn't you? Yep, we'll give you a wave. Thank you very much. Dan's just given them a good thank you for sticking with us here today. It's been awesome. Like the atmosphere you get here at the start-finish line is always awesome. And they were on the same fever pitch as we were up here in the commentary box when both the cars and the bikes started. And then when times were popping up, like I went for a quick walk to go get a drink down in one of the breaks, and you look at those timing boards and it's just people glaring. Packed, and they're all having a chat. They're all intensely waiting.
Who are you looking for? Who are you looking for? Can I help you find your rider? Can I help you find? Yeah, it's great. I was sitting there just smashing a couple of pancakes, which are bloody delicious. But it was cool. I was just kind of sitting there and just, you're right. They were talking like, oh, who are you looking for? Who are you looking for? And they're really helping each other out because the screens are big. There are so many riders, so everyone's really helping each other out. And you're right. It's been a long day. I mean, you've been here since what, 6:30, you guys? I mean, I was still asleep. That's what happens when you're a bike rider. We don't really turn up, but it's you've been here for a long day. Everyone on the live stream's been here for a long day, and the viewers that we've had, it's been massive. Awesome. And the amount of message we're getting both on the live stream and personally, it's been great, and it's so good to see that once again people are getting involved. I mean, I think we hit 6,000 at one point. 6,000 viewers for Fink. That's awesome numbers, and that's just a credit to the Fink committee, to this whole broadcasting team.
Yep. No, it definitely is. But I believe Kiaiza is getting ready to finish up her day down at Fink.
Well, we just have the final bikes coming in here at the Fink start-finish line ahead of a big day tomorrow. Now, just to recap a little bit, we had Bo Robinson come in first for the trucks, just a minute 20 ahead of Billy Geddes in Toby Price's winning truck from last year. Now, they're going to have a little bit of a driver change. Brett Comiskey is going to be jumping into the driver's seat for that one on the trip back. And then behind them, we have Brent Smoothie. Now, here's Navi David Walsh. He's also leading the bikes. Right behind him, Callum Norton and Corey McMahon. Plenty of action is going to be happening right here at the start-finish line, and we'll be bringing it to you live from 6:30 Central Standard Time from right here at the Fink start-finish line.
Thank you very much from down at Fink. You've done a great job there today, talking to all the riders. And yeah, we are down at the pointy end of things up here in the comm box. Got around about 15 bikes still to come. The 721, he's getting up on the pegs and just enjoying it.
There's one rider I'm a little concerned about, Sean Chatham. He's at Western Australia. He's a rider. He's a great rider. He has been a bit slow. It looks like he's kind of slowed up a little bit. So I'm kind of hoping the best for him. He left at 12:20 and he hasn't come through. So I have a few messages popping in asking to see how Sean is. We're giving you the best we can. So hopefully he comes through very soon. But he still hasn't made it to Mount Squires. He's not there as of yet, and he's the last rider to get to Mount Squires. So hopefully it's just a hard day for him. He may have had a bit of a tumble, but I tell you what, we'll keep an eye out for him.
Yes, no, we will, and we'll try and keep you updated as soon as we do get that info up here in the comp box.
Because we're now looking at riders. The last rider that's come through Fink was David David Eddy, and it's come through at a 3 hours 42. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's a long day. We've been talking about 3 hours now. We're almost at the 4 hour period for them to be sitting on this bike. That's a long one.
Yep, and these last couple of riders, some of them will be flirting with, oh no, they've got 4.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken. So no, they will be right. I thought we were closer to the 4 hours, but that's all good. These competitors should be right. The chopper looks like it's getting back up and ready to go. They'll do the final check of the track. The sweep vehicle will pick up all the straggling riders with their bikes who have unfortunately not been able to make it down to Finke or have had an off or something like that. So
all piled up on that little Jeep, just stuck on the roof, stuck on the bonnet. It is always a sad sight too, because I'm getting some photos back of say Liam. He does look like he's standing up, which is great, and he's got his arm in a sling, which is good. That's coming back from the track. It looks like there's some reports too from down the track now. People are coming into service that the battle between Callum and David was epic. Some of the stuff I'm getting back now from pit stops, they were almost bar to bar in some section. There was some section where there wasn't even time for the sound of the bike to finish the crackle before Callum was coming in. So to have that amount of speed, but also how close it is, we may say that Walshy's got it, but I tell you what, Callum has stepped up his riding to another level to be that close to him and holding on that much. To be able to think that fast and react to a rider in front of you is another level too. So we can say that David Walsh caught him and took him and got that minute up on him, but for Callum to hold it and still react the way he did, massive hats off to him.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we see some more dust being created down at the Finke end, we'll see how they are going. So we shouldn't be too much longer. I can see one of those riders making their way through the tree line now as they come towards the camera.
Also getting some feedback from guys now. Everyone's coming back into service and all the field stops are kind of letting me know it was an absolute battle as well for Brody and Grabo at some points. Corey McMahon came through very, very smooth. So it's great to see that all these riders have really been pushing through. They were saying Corey Hammond looked absolutely on fire, and Lukey Hayes had a couple of moments where there was fire coming out of the back. So he must have absolutely been rip-roaring that bike.
Yeah, no, definitely. If you got that bad boy back frying, you're definitely on the bopper, I can tell you that. Get your last couple of sugarcane champagnes in before we finish the stream today. So, yeah, why not? We're having a good time here in the com box. I can't wait to have one of those once I get off air this afternoon.
I tell you what, I feel bad doing it, so I'll hold out for the riders, you know, because I feel bad already. They're already giving me a hard time that I'm not down Finke end, I'm not running fuel, so they give me a hard time that I'm going back to my Airbnb. I might even have a spa tonight, but I'm not going to tell them that now, but I do feel kind of bad this year that I'm not helping out.
I think you'll have a couple of bike riders tomorrow night coming to use that spa, I think
we do. I've got a whole lineup ready, and I tell you what, I'll be there with a loofah to make sure they're deep scrubbed because they deserve it after this weekend.
Oh, that is great. What's that, $5 a scrub?
That's it. You want a deep clean, come find Jez's Spa. Here we go.
Oh, you can't have to tell it's getting late in the day here at Finke. We're having a great time up here in the com box. Oh, we're not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to also give a shout out today to all our camera operators, all our volunteers, everyone along those lines. Without those people, we would not be able to do that. And I've got one of them walking back. Without Sal, we wouldn't be able to do a lot out here as well. So we give a massive shout out to all our volunteers and officials over the weekend. Without you, we would not be out here doing what we love. So thank you very, very much. And I've also got to say a quick thank you to next door to us, the production team. They've been doing an awesome job this weekend, bringing you all these awesome shots from down at Finke, checkpoints, interviews. The crew here, absolutely amazing. They've been with us for multiple years, has this production crew. So massive shout out to Global Headquarters for all their help they give us on the production side of things. They make us sound good and give us the good pictures. So
they whisper sweet nothings in our ears as well to keep us updated with what's going on, positions, riders, and some replays as well. I think they're going to bring up the replay where there was a rodeo in the main centre of the stadium where the whole mate decided to go for a bit of an exploration. went full rodeo, bucked that thing around, but managed to pull it in. So it was great to see that, and also great to see so much footage from everywhere else.
Leo gives us a wave. How you going, Leo? The 8:49 making his way across the line down at Finke. Not too many more riders to go. You see a couple of method machines out in the background there. So great to see our car competitors that didn't make it all the way down there, that started making their way down now, and they're getting all their cars and stuff fixed up as we speak. I know my mate Timmy Button, the 1021, he lost a wheel at the Bunda checkpoint and then tried to chuck it back on, and then was out of time, I do believe. So that was very unfortunate for him, but big shout out to the King Chrome guys that helped him get a tyre on. He is in a single-seater, so massive thank you to them. And that's the thing, this camaraderie we continue to talk about. Off-road races, no matter who you are, what class you're in, someone will always stop and give you a hand if you look like you're struggling. Or even, like, you hear the stories of bike competitors having an off or something happening on their bike, and they pull into someone's camp down Finke, and they've got what they need, and they help them fix it, and they're back on the bike and gone. Like, it's those stories as well. It's awesome. It really is.
And it's right. When we do our riders brief, it's always the same. Every riders brief under MA, it can go for a little while. It can be a bit boring, but it's very important information. I shouldn't say boring because I may get in trouble for that. But it does seem like you want to go racing, but it's important because you do get time correction. So if you do stop, you've come across a rider that's down, you get that time back, because there's no position more important than helping a fellow rider.
Exactly.
Like, I guarantee you, these top riders everywhere in any field will stop and pick up a rider, because that could be you. And the last thing, and as I said this morning, the last thing you want to do is be laying on the dirt by yourself. There is no scarier feeling than that. And, you know, us riders, probably you car guys, we're a bit stubborn, and if we fall down, even if our arm's hanging off, we'll still try and get back on the bike. And I am probably very guilty of that many times. But it also is great that here, if you have come to crash, you have a gutser, you're sitting there, the riders following you or behind you or with you will stop and help you and get you to the end. Or at least waiting for somebody to get you. And that's the same for all these crews on the side of the track. There is that 30-metre buffer zone. But I've heard stories, especially from last year, where campers have run out, grabbed bikes, grabbed riders and pulled them off the track. And that's what the great thing about the sport is. We may have to have that 30-metre barrier, but we're still there to pull riders off and give them what they need.
Yeah, if we need to, we'll do it. That's the camaraderie, and you never ever want to see any of your mates, friends, or even people just competing in this event. That's the thing. We're all an off-road family out here. We don't want to see family hurt, so we all help each other out, and I really do thank everyone once again for helping us out this year. Yeah, without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do this great event. And from what I'm hearing is great reports on the spectator side of things as well again this year. I haven't heard anything on that side of things, so that's great to hear once again. Recently in Finke though, while we were talking, Jason Johnson, Gary Burns, Jason Dybel and Nathan Levy through there. Matthew Coronaris as well. So not too long now. It looks like we've got around about 10 bikes to go. Big shout out to all our sponsors for this great event as well. I'll spruce them off while we've got some time here this afternoon. Once again, we'd like to thank our naming rights sponsor, the Tatts, or the Lot. They've invested over $1,000. I apologise. $1 million in sponsorship since 2000.
That's a bit different, mate.
Yeah, I think Tatts would kill me if I said that.
Don't worry, reading is getting hard this late in the day. Don't worry, I get it.
Yep, I think the beer's calling my name. And I think it's from one of our platinum sponsors as well, 4X Gold. Massive shout out to them, the Milton Mangoes, as they're otherwise known over that way. The Northern Territory Government, TAB, the Alice Springs Town Council, Lassiter's, the Centre of Entertainment in Parja, and of course Method Race Wheels. Our gold sponsors, Remote Area Machinery Hire, Chubb, Exact Contracting, Adbury, and Morton Brothers Contracting. A massive shout out also goes to our silver sponsors, Asprint, Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza, Desert Tech, and Sportsnet Holidays, as well as our True Blue sponsors. Next time you think you need something, go and see one of these guys. Red Center Technology Partners, Thrifty Car Rental, APJ Concrete, the National Australia Bank, Central Pest Management, Hastings Deering Cat, and the Alice Springs Correctional Services. Without these sponsors, we would not be able to do the great stuff we do. Look at these guys, they're making it all the way, double monos. Yes, you love to see it.
That's what we like to see, and the hair flapping in the back as well.
Yeah, that's a mullet and a half.
They've had a long day. So a bit of an update for those wanting to know about Sean. Sean Chatham has now been officially DNF'd.
Yeah.
I'll try and find out what's going on for you back home. Hopefully it's okay. He was making great time, left it at 12:20.08. He's made it to Bunda at 15:58. So hopefully he's doing good. There's only 6 riders now officially left. I will try and get as much info as I can from Sean's camp, and hopefully he's doing good.
Yeah, no, we wish all our DNF riders the absolute best. We hope they are okay. We hope that they're not too seriously hurt. And we will try to give you updates on these riders as the information comes to us. As we still get these awesome shots from down at the Finke end, I still cannot believe how far technology's come. I can remember when I was a younger kid, we really couldn't get Finke shots. We had to wait until the next morning to show replays of interviews and stuff like that down the Finke end, and you know, it was very hard to send anything out that way, communication wise and stuff like that. So a big shout out to the committee, and once again the committee is a volunteer group, ladies and gentlemen. And it's like 8 people in it. So they do a massive job each year.
And that's what it is too, it's volunteers. Yeah. There's not millions of dollars a year. I continuously see a lot of group chats where people start saying that Finke committee are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they start working out entry fees, and they go, oh, you know, they're making this much money. It's not.
No, it's not.
I think that's what people need to really need to get off, that kind of mantra that these events make money. They don't. I've been very lucky to see the Australian Hard Enduro Championships and be a part of that and see how that works. Greg is an amazing event organiser, but he doesn't make money. No. And the Finke committee is exactly the same. They make, you know, especially after the last couple of weeks being so lucky to be kind of inside the committee with Kelsey and seeing how it works, there's not millions of dollars here. No. You know, and especially the bike part not selling out, it was very touch and go for them. So I can imagine the entry fees are high, and we don't really want to talk about that because it's all a part of it. But without these riders and without this committee, it's not gonna be here for long. So
exactly,
it may be a little bit of money, but would you rather spend the money now and have it in 10 years, or complain about it and not have it at all?
And have it gone. And that's the thing. It's a staple of the Red Centre. It's been here for so long. Like as we say, we're 48 years into running this great event, and it's the last thing we want to see is this event go down.
Absolutely. I mean, we look at you're right. We look at other events that we've lost as well. So we've lost, say, the Australian Safari, which was back in its heyday. That was like, we still, even myself being from WA, I look back at that event and just say that was amazing, but we lost it. You know, and that's what can happen to these events. And just, I couldn't imagine a world now where, for Australian racing, if Finke was lost, what that would look like.
No, it would. And that's the thing. It's a scary aspect. We don't know what would happen. So yeah, no, we're just trying to help the load out and continue to promote the sport and get it out there.
And like the thing is, there have been comments saying, you know, we should get more feed from down the line, and look, like you were right, we've come so far already, and we're like, obviously me, I'm not, but the crews behind us are really trying to keep as much footage as we can. And you're right, we're getting shots. We're only about 160 k's from the centre of Australia here. That's how crazy it is. Alice is in the centre, but it's about 160 k's from Apachula to the centre of Australia. So it's absolutely awesome that we can at least have this now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute honour it's been to be up here in the box again. We've had Jeremy alongside me today, and we've also had Dan Curran up in the box. Without these two blokes, I would be very, very lost. They both have great, great knowledge, one on the bikes, one on the cars. So, yeah, I really do appreciate them for helping us out. We'll be live from around about, I would say, 7:30 tomorrow morning for day 2 of the cars. We'll give you all that action. Hopefully, definitely we'll have in-car footage again, so get ready for that. I really cannot wait. We've got these last 6 riders there coming through, but make sure to keep your eyes peeled on the finkdesertrace.com.au website to find out where those last riders do come in. But I've been Joshua Graveling. I am Joshua Graveling. It's been an absolute honour to be here once again for day 1. We're signing off. Me and Jeremy, we've had such a great time here. We'll see you tomorrow morning from around about 7:30.
Oh, mate.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Deering Cat.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.